The illustrious Chun Yin has risen to prominence. Yet, terrifying monsters now roam the earth, heralding the impending blood moon calamity. All of humanity must confront the dread extraterrestrial beasts of disaster. Simultaneously, girls enamored with Chun Yin in the game are launching their advances in reality. The admired Ice Queen, the commanding Fire Empress, the charming Sword Fairy. When these young women pursue Chun Yin, the school beauty who once rejected him is left bewildered. Why him, indeed? Brother, why haven't you replied to my messages? Will you stay on the phone with me tonight? Don't make me beg you, brother. You have received a transfer of 1314. Today, I wore black stockings. Do you wish to see my legs? Chun Yin, I would like to see. Images, images, images. Do you find them appealing? I can even send you my original stockings. Just provide me your address. Chun Yin, I will certainly do so next time. All these messages from girls. Of course, Chun Yin is no scoundrel. These girls are all acquaintances he met in the game Disaster. This is a globally popular online game, boasting over 100 million players. Chun Yin stands as the strongest player in Disaster. What defines the strongest? When millions of monstrous hordes, colossal beasts of disaster, and primordial creatures threaten to wreak havoc upon the player's stronghold, he alone stands at the gates, carving a path through a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, turning the tide single-handedly and astonishing the world. He possesses the world's sole profession, the word Spirit Sage, whose words manifest as reality, garnering countless admirers worldwide. His ID is silent, a revered icon in the hearts of millions, an entity to be gazed upon from afar. The Fire Spirit, the Flame Sorceress, a goddess surrounded by millions, professes her love for Chun Yin amidst a sea of flames. It is rumored that her real identity is the beloved daughter of a national defense general. The Ice Queen, Luo Shui, traverses forbidden lands with her unparalleled ice abilities, solely to retrieve a rainbow flower for Chun Yin. Legend has it she hails from the illustrious Zhao family, a prodigious martial arts lineage, and is an 18-year-old genius. The once lofty Sword Fairy is, in his eyes, merely the lively and endearing Shao Qi, who yearns to cling to him daily. Rumors suggest she is the heiress of the prestigious Su family, ranked among the world's elite. In this game, countless individuals have fallen for Chun Yin. A multitude of affluent women desire to pin him down. Nevertheless, Chun Yin adheres to one steadfast principle. Online romance is unreliable. Thus, he earnestly pursues Xiaowen, hoping for a genuine relationship in the real world. Yet just moments ago, Xiaowen insulted him, branding him a stagnant, reclusive nerd. Unbeknownst to her, Chun Yin has amassed wealth through gaming, purchasing his own villa and luxury cars, and possesses assets exceeding 100 million. All of this, achieved solely by his own efforts as a university student at present. It appears that romance in the real world is not as easily attained. So let it be. Boom! A crimson lightning streaked across the sky. Chun Yin stepped onto the balcony, drawing back the curtains, and the sight before him left him utterly astounded. The heavens were torn asunder. A blood moon hung ominously in the sky. Crows cawed in anguish, and a fierce wind howled. It was as if the apocalypse had suddenly descended. Simultaneously, golden text materialized before Chun Yin's eyes. The game Cataclysm has merged with the real world. Monster deployment has been completed. Detected that your character possesses the unique talent word Spirit Sage. Currently in the process of inheritance. Countdown to the Blood Moon Calamity, 30 days. What? The game has fused with the real world? Initially, Chun Yin was bewildered. However, being a reclusive individual well-versed in numerous novels, he swiftly grasped the implications. This meant that in the real world, those monsters, dungeons, and the ability for individuals to unlock genetic locks and acquire supernatural powers would manifest. Even more absurdly, he had inherited the game's talent word Spirit Sage. This was the most formidable and bizarre talent in Cataclysm, unique in the entire world. It was precisely this talent that set Chun Yin upon the path of supreme sovereignty. Could this be real? In that moment, Chun Yin questioned whether he was merely dreaming. Attribute panel, name, Chun Yin. Talent, word Spirit Sage unique. Gene level, level 1 first stage. Gene energy, 0. Attempting to summon the attribute panel, he was astonished to see a luminous screen materialize before him, It was identical to that in the game. The gene level comprised a total of 99 levels, and upon reaching maximum, one could unlock the genetic lock and ascend. Gene energy experience points. So, it seemed he retained the talent acquired from the game while starting everything else from scratch. Another subtitle appeared. Please draw your initial word spirit. Normally, word spirits are gradually unlocked according to one's gene level. However, upon acquiring this talent, one could directly draw a spirit, even a highly dangerous one, regardless of level. Before Chen Yin lay numerous profound golden texts. With a flick of his index finger, a burst of golden light erupted, akin to stars exploding. Sequence 121. Word Spirit Judgment Sword has awakened. Chen Yin inhaled deeply, struggling to contain his elation. This was a high-risk word spirit that could only be learned later. How powerful was the effect of the Judgment Sword? As long as it hovered within its domain, it could wield life and death over any being. Once, Chen Yin had repelled countless demons with a single word spirit, earning the adoration of thousands. To possess this word spirit from the outset was to be invincible. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air outside. The cries of the neighbor resounded ominously. Chen Yin, with little time for contemplation, swiftly leaped from the second-floor window. Upon reaching the outside, he was met with a horrifying sight. Several pitch-black, blood-eyed hellhounds were assaulting the neighbor's yard. The monsters from the game had seeped into reality, indiscriminately attacking humanity. He resolved to test the power of his incantations on these beasts. Lucy, Chen Yin's neighbor, was a young woman in her early 20s, possessing both beauty and a melodious voice, embodying the essence of youth. She was particularly diligent. She had been watering the flowers in her garden when suddenly a piercing explosion erupted from the stainless steel gate. Turning her head, she beheld a colossal black dog outside, its sharp teeth gnashing at the fence, hot saliva dripping onto the ground. It was utterly terrifying. Initially, she assumed it was merely a stray dog from another household, thinking she could simply scare it away. Armed with a closed pole, she approached. To her dismay, however, more dreadful black hounds appeared too. 3, 4. Their eyes glimmered with a terrifying light as they gnawed at the stainless steel, producing an unsettling screeching sound. Then, a chilling scene unfolded before her eyes. The stainless steel was being bent as if it were mere paper. With a loud clang, the clothed pole fell to the ground, and Lucy, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground, her spine tingling and her body trembling. Monsters at last. The gate was utterly torn apart. The few hellhounds, dripping with saliva, lumbered into the yard on their powerful limbs. Surrounded and vulnerable, Lucy felt akin to a lamb cornered by predators. Yujia! A figure dashed in from the side. Xiao Chun. As she gazed at the silhouette standing protectively before her. Lucy was filled with astonishment. In her eyes, this neighbor was a reclusive gamer, seldom seen outside his home. Yet, in this moment of peril, he was the first to emerge to shield her. Chen Yin surveyed the scene. It turned out to be merely a few low-level creatures of the first tier. He hadn't anticipated that these monsters would infiltrate reality so swiftly, beginning their indiscriminate assault on humanity. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of his incantations. Murmuring a series of obscure syllables, reminiscent of ancient inscriptions carved upon stone tablets, he invoked. Sequence 121 Incantation. Judgment Golden Sword. In the darkness, a pair of resplendent golden eyes suddenly illuminated the scene, their brilliance concealing indifference and authority, as if a sovereign presiding over all. This was a domain-type ability centered around himself, wherein all beings within the domain could be granted life or death. Roar! Roar! Several infernal hounds could no longer contain themselves, charging forth with a ferocity surpassing that of a pack of wolves on the prairie. Their razor-sharp teeth, capable of severing steel, could instantaneously shatter a human skull. Lucy was startled into a scream. However, the subsequent scene would be etched in her memory for eternity. Those demonic hunting dogs were unexpectedly torn apart midair, dissipating into black smoke. What on earth was happening? Was I merely dreaming? How could my brother, who typically spent his time gaming, suddenly possess such extraordinary powers? The glimmer of gold in Chen Yin's pupils swiftly faded. Utilizing the Judgment Gold Sword against these lesser foes was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. This was originally a high-risk, formidable spell designed to combat powerful monsters, capable of directly engaging even godlike entities. The annihilation of the hounds was, thus, without any suspense. Gene Energy 10. Gene Energy 10. Gene Energy 10. Chen Xian ascended directly to level 3. Acquiring Gene Energy by slaying monsters, thereby leveling up, was a fundamental aspect of gaining strength that remained unchanged. Are you alright, Sijia? I'm fine. Yes, she grasped Chen Yin's hand and rose to her feet, her legs still trembling. Lucy nearly collapsed into his embrace. An overwhelming sense of security enveloped her. Xiao Chun, what on earth are you? And what are these monsters? Chen Yin elucidated. Sister Lu, you must have seen the notifications earlier. Perhaps the world is on the brink of transformation. After ensuring the safety of his neighbor, Chen Yin continued to assess the situation. Upon glancing at his phone, he discovered that the news trending topics had indeed been thoroughly overtaken. Game and reality merging. Unbelievable, yet undeniable. Multiple monster attacks throughout the city, a global upheaval. Where shall humanity turn? Game talents can actually be inherited. Numerous gamers possess extraordinary powers. This is no mere coincidence. Several teleportation arrays have appeared around the city. Monsters are suspected to have entered through these portals, calling upon extraordinary individuals to guard the entrances. Chun Yin surveyed the headlines briefly. These were merely the weakest of monsters, yet they had already inflicted a significant impact upon the human realm. However, he knew that the true horror lay in the impending Blood Moon Calamity arriving in a month. The Blood Moon Calamity was the first large-scale disaster to manifest in the game, catching players off guard, resulting in a massacre of 1 million players in the main city. Players respawned countless times, ultimately managing to hold their ground. But in reality, there was no respawn. When one died, they remained dead. Chun Yin's foremost goal was clear: to grow stronger before the Blood Moon Calamity arrived, to safeguard himself and protect those dear to him. If he had acquired talent from the game, then surely those players within the game had also gained something as well. Point 1, must be exceedingly cautious not to reveal one's identity, for if such a secret were to escape, a throng of infatuated admirers and affluent women would undoubtedly come knocking, a burden too great to bear. The class group chat had erupted into chaos. Luyu, good heavens, are those reports truly accurate? Luo Qingqing, will we encounter the very monsters from those games in reality? Is there anyone who has played that game willing to share their experiences? Madawei, I've played it and now possess the Flame Master talent. Su Song, impressive. Brother, may I cling to your coattails? Take me along. Jiang Chun, in the game, I am bestowed with the Sword Emperor talent, and I have awakened it now, haha. Triple X, Sword Emperor. Goodness, that sounds extraordinary. Triple X, where are you now, brother? May I come to you? I am terrified. Messages flooded the screen at an astonishing pace, with Chun Yin unable to keep up. Yet, one conclusion emerged clearly. Those endowed with talents were already on the path to becoming extraordinary individuals, and soon, this trend would become even more pronounced. Ordinary individuals devoid of talents were likely to become mere fodder. The era had irrevocably transformed. Chun Yin could scarcely fathom the uproar that would ensue should his identity be exposed. It would likely not be a mere handful of women vying for his attention. The entire world would be clamoring for him. Suddenly, Chen Yin's phone rang. The caller ID displayed Xiaowen. Not long ago, she had rejected and blocked him, boldly declaring him a sycophant. Now, what could she possibly want? With an indifferent expression, Chun Yin pressed the answer button. Chun Yin, where are you? There are so many monsters in the streets. I know you also play that game. You must have awakened your abilities, right? Hurry, come protect me. I can offer you the chance to be my boyfriend. Xiaowen had just emerged from a bar. Dressed in a winered mini-skirt, her fair thighs exposed, she appeared alluring and intoxicated, her face flushed with a rosy hue. Beside her was a wealthy heir she had just met. Darling, let me take you to a hotel, hey. But after only a few steps, a monstrous maw suddenly seized the air, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Ah, help, oh my. Xiaowen was instantly petrified, the effects of the alcohol evaporating. It dawned on her that the fusion of the game and reality was indeed genuine. With no time to concern herself with the wealthy heir, she fled desperately, seeking refuge behind a nearby trash bin, frantically attempting to call for help. Who can save me? Ah, Chun Yin. He can help. Without hesitation, Xia Wen dialed Chun Yin's number, and as soon as the call connected, she blurted, "There are monsters all around me. Save me. I'll give you the chance to be my boyfriend." All right. Chun Yin hung up the phone down the other end. Xiao Wen could not help but squeeze out a smile. How delightful. The devoted admirer remains just that. To her surprise, even that socially awkward fellow has his moments of utility. She might as well take advantage of him. Having faced such humiliation earlier, he now comes over with his tail between his legs to protect her. What a pathetic creature. One who has never encountered a woman. If there's anyone to blame, it would be her for being so stunningly beautiful. Wait a moment. Xia Wen suddenly sensed something amiss. Chun Yin hadn't inquired about her whereabouts at all. How did he manage to come here? Outside, the air was filled with the anguished cries of people. The streets were in chaos, and not far away, someone had been torn to shreds, causing Xia Wen's heart to race. She called Chun Yin again. "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." "The number you have dialed is temporarily." He has blocked me." A tumult of emotions, anger, confusion, shock, disbelief, and fear swirled within Xiao Wen. She never imagined that such a mere admirer could possess a temper. What infuriated her further was that Chun Yin had turned to chat in their class group, and several girls were eagerly vying for his attention. "Chun Yin, mark my words. One day, you will regret this." In response to the current chaotic state of the world, the Dragon Kingdom's officials acted swiftly. Emergency notifications flooded mobile phones, while drones equipped with loudspeakers and police cars roamed the city, broadcasting alerts. Important announcement. All residents are urged to remain indoors and avoid unnecessary outings. Important notice. Those with extraordinary abilities are requested to contact local enforcement teams promptly to assist in protecting the populace. Please steer clear of the suddenly appeared teleportation arrays in the city. These areas are highly prone to monster appearances. Seek a safe location for refuge as soon as possible. Repeating once more. Chun Yin understood why these lower-tier monsters had invaded the city. It was due to the teleportation arrays that connected the main city with the monster-infested regions outside. Monsters could enter the main city through these arrays, and people could also swiftly venture into the monster zones. Chun Yin immediately formulated a course of action. He had no inclination to play the role of a volunteer, nor would he hide at home. Instead, he would proactively enter the monster-infested area outside the main city through the teleportation array, level up, and grow stronger, so he could genuinely confront the impending terror of catastrophe. Chun Yin set off without delay. In the villa district where he resided, there happened to be a teleportation array that moment. Dozens of armed enforcement personnel stood guard at the entrance, preventing anyone from approaching. "Attention! New monsters have appeared. Open fire." The wailing of sirens and the roar of gunfire erupted. The deafening sounds of gunfire nearly shattered the tranquility of the night. Chun Yin arrived nearby and indeed witnessed a chaotic vortex-like teleportation array from which monsters occasionally emerged. Most of these creatures were first tier, around level 10, and conventional firearms could inflict considerable damage upon them. The air was thick with gunfire and the remnants of defeated monsters, creating a scene of intense conflict. How could he possibly cross this tumultuous battlefield? Chun Yin found himself in a quandary. Yet time was of the essence, and unwilling to remain idle, he resolved to charge forward. With a command, he invoked the Spell Judgment Gold Sword, capable of cleaving through all things, including bullets, air, supernatural abilities, and even souls. "Stop!" A strikingly poised female enforcer halted him, evidently tasked with evacuating the surrounding populace. "Oh, you not see the danger here? Quickly move away. Do not approach." Chun Yin hesitated, his expression troubled. "Sister, I intend to. Are you seeking death? The world has suddenly changed, and we have suffered significant casualties. We can no longer safeguard the ordinary citizens. Hurry home and wait for the official announcement." Another male enforcer nearby shook his head. These affluent residents of the villa district lack common sense, wandering about aimlessly at a time like this instead of seeking shelter. "Thank you for your hard work." "Yeah." The female enforcer wiped her brow. "It's nothing. I can only assist with guiding the evacuation. Every life saved counts." At that moment, a thunderous explosion resonated ahead. The ground trembled in response. The sky was suddenly illuminated by flames. It was an artillery barrage. Had someone already deployed artillery? The terrifying shockwave caused the female enforcer to stagger back 2 steps, and as she steadied herself, her pupils constricted in horror. What manner of beast is that? As the smoke cleared, a massive black-scaled tiger emerged before them. This colossal creature stood nearly 2 meters tall, its size comparable to 3 adult men, with scales as hard as armor. Remarkably, it remained unscathed amidst the artillery bombardment. Chun Yin's brow furrowed subtly. He recognized this creature, one of the notorious novice killers known as the Black Scale Tiger, a level 50 first-tier beast. Among all first-tier monsters, it occupied a formidable mid-tier status. Present. He was merely a level 3 first-tier, completely overshadowed in terms of level. Any ordinary superhuman with standard abilities would find themselves utterly outmatched. Naturally, the ordinary enforcers wielding firearms posed no threat to it whatsoever. Run! Before Chun Yin could respond, the female enforcer seized him and pulled him back. Quickly find a place to hide. Do not venture out recklessly. Do you understand? Having said this, she returned to the front lines, immersing herself in her duties. Deploy the blast shields. Forward with the blast shields. Snipe its eyes. Maintain fire suppression. The crowd unleashed an overwhelming barrage upon the Black Scale Tiger. Yet the only sound produced was the clanging of metal against metal, failing to inflict any tangible damage. However, the enraged giant tiger launched its initial assault. With a speed that was nothing short of breathtaking, it lunged forward, toppling a group of law enforcement officers brandishing riot shields, its terrifying fangs effortlessly shredding the shields to pieces. Damn it, where is the backup? The captain gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, his teeth clenched and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Zhouya, have the crowd been evacuated? He bellowed. Report. The evacuation is complete. No sooner had the captain finished his inquiry than he noticed a slender youth clad in a mere t-shirt sprinting past the barricade. What do you think you're doing? Stop that kid immediately. Everyone else, fall back. I repeat, fall back. We are no match for this beast. Zhouya turned her head, astonished to see the very boy she had just chased away charging into the restricted area. Fury surged within her as she dashed towards him, desperate to intervene. But to her utter disbelief, she found herself unable to match his speed. The youth moved with the swiftness of the wind. Stop! What do you intend to do? Block him, quickly! Damn it, is this kid out of his mind? Chun Yin disregarded all obstacles in his path. He navigated through the armed forces, using the riot shield as a springboard to leap gracefully onto the head of the black-scaled giant tiger. Word, spirit, judgment, sword. Obscure syllables morphed into invisible blades, unleashing dozens of strikes in an instant. By the time the onlookers comprehended the unfolding scene, the youth had already plunged into the teleportation array, vanishing from sight. The formidable creature, which had seemed insurmountable, was reduced to countless fragments, dissipating into black smoke within the air. Everyone was left in a state of shock. In addition to the 3 principal female leads, there are the princesses of ancient realms, various divine inheritors, the 9 heavens, Xian Nu, Chang'e, and the awakening of the gods. The narrative is undoubtedly epic. Trust the author, who has penned numerous works featuring multiple female protagonists and possesses abundant experience. The later chapters are equally compelling. Currently, the tale has reached 1.2 million words, still captivating tens of thousands of readers eagerly awaiting updates. So read with confidence. Chapter 4. A Frantic Ascension. New Words of Power. The atmosphere was thick with silence as everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the portal, momentarily at a loss for words. Only one enforcement officer, pinned to the ground by a riot shield, remained oblivious to the unfolding events, desperately crying out for help. Help! Help! Yet, after a prolonged period of shouting, he began to sense the eerie quiet outside and cautiously peeked out. To his astonishment, the terrifying creature had vanished, leaving his colleagues in a state of shock, their faces frozen in disbelief as if they had encountered a specter. What on earth happened to that monster? He wondered. It was slain by a boy. What? Zhouya's throat tightened, her shock reflected in her wide eyes, lingering long after the event. The truth dawned upon her. That boy was no ordinary individual, but a player from the game of Calamity, a genuine, extraordinary being. Had he not been present, Countless colleagues might have perished. Yet, she had scolded him and urged him to flee. In retrospect, her face flushed with embarrassment, leaving her at a loss for words. How powerful! Is this the strength of the extraordinary? No. The captain shook his head vehemently. I have encountered several volunteers, although they possess extraordinary abilities. None are as formidable as him. He is an exception. But why did he enter the teleportation array? Joya could not contain her curiosity. Ambition, the captain replied, admiration gleaming in his eyes. His primary goal is likely not merely to protect others, but to enhance his own strength first. In the future, only sufficiently powerful extraordinary beings will be able to combat those menacing creatures. This world is on the brink of transformation. Joya, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded slowly. Should we not investigate his background for potential recruitment in the future? There is no need. We must not impose any restrictions on their development. They will be the cornerstone of maintaining peace in the world. Upon traversing the teleportation array, Chen Yin found himself outside the main city. With the convergence of the game and reality, the city of Lehigh was now segmented by 4 city gates, each beset by monsters. Having just vanquished a level 50 black scale tiger of the first tier, he had successfully garnered 100 points of genetic energy. Level 10. With his ascent to the 10th level, Chen Yin had successfully grasped a new word of power. Sequence 10. Word of power, flash thunder, one of the foundational words of power, capable of summoning lightning to strike adversaries, a notably practical ability. Simultaneously, his attributes had undergone a transformation. Name, Chen Yin talent, Sage of Words, unique, gene level, level 10, first tier, physique, 10, affects strength and bodily resilience, agility, 10, affects speed and reflexes, extraordinary, 10, affects all extraordinary powers, typically. All talents increase by 1 point across all attributes for each level gained, thus conferring a significant advantage to those who lead in levels. Chen Yin's objective was simple, to ascend. So many first-tier monsters await. As I gaze around, the air is thick with the presence of monsters. Yet it remains uncertain whether these creatures will respawn after being vanquished. The early bird catches the worm. Each of these creatures represents a bounty of experience points. Naturally, formidable and perilous spells like the Judgment Gold Sword are not to be wielded recklessly by Chen Yin. Firstly, the consumption is substantial, allowing for only a few uses. Secondly, seasoned players familiar with the game could easily recognize such a powerful incantation, particularly those fervent admirers who once sought to procure Chen Yin's real-life contact information with a staggering bounty of 1 million cash while he was playing Catastrophe. There was little he could do as he remained impervious within the game, prompting numerous individuals to desire real-world interaction. Ultimately, this sum escalated to over 10 million. Anyone providing details such as Chen Yin's actual address, name, and appearance could claim this fortune from the wealthy benefactor. How terrifying. Young men must safeguard themselves online, for being too sought after carries its own dangers. Fortunately, Chen Yin has diligently protected his personal information, even resorting to virtual means for online activity and investing heavily in constructing an impenetrable cybersecurity firewall to prevent exposure. His greatest fear is that any revelation would shatter his normal life. In these times, he cannot afford to be careless, should he be exposed. He risks not just the fervent pursuit of wealthy admirers, but even the possibility of national interest or assassination. This is particularly pertinent as the game eventually introduces national warfare. Chen Yin's existence undoubtedly poses significant pressure on other nations. They would seek to eliminate him swiftly. However, dwelling on such matters is futile. For Chen Yin has initiated the process of attracting monsters. The most efficient method of leveling up is to lure a horde of creatures for extermination, commonly referred to as a wave flow. Goblins, phantom wolves, silver-toothed snakes, all familiar first-tier foes. Chen Yin dashed about, drawing in a dozen or so. Incantation, flashing thunder. Obscure syllables transformed into thunderous strikes from the night sky, descending without warning. Boom. The ground erupted in chaos. Several first-tier monsters were instantly reduced to ashes. Gene Energy 10, Gene Energy 10, Gene Energy 10. Congratulations. You have obtained the equipment. Fine iron bracers, common. Congratulations. You have obtained the equipment. Gold steel leggings, fine. Chen Yin was elated. He had acquired equipment. To his astonishment, defeating monsters in reality yielded the same loot mechanics as in the game. Equipment is categorized into 7 tiers: common, fine, rare, epic, legendary, mythical, and mastercraft. The higher the quality of the equipment, the lower the drop rate. After dispatching a swarm of minor creatures, he had surprisingly obtained a piece of fine equipment. Luck was on his side. Fine iron bracers, common, defense, 10 attack, 0 attribute bonus, none special effect, none gold steel leggings, fine, defense, 30 attack, 0 attribute bonus, constitution 5 special effect, none without hesitation. Chen Yin donned both pieces of equipment. The equipment seamlessly integrates with the current attire, imparting additional attributes without any sense of encumbrance. Defense, 40. Constitution, 5. The attributes of Chen Yin have also undergone a transformation. Chen Yin, Sage of Words, unique, gene level. First Order, level 14, Constitution, 19 Agility, 14 Supernatural, 14 Attack bonus, 0 Defense bonus, 40 Combat Assessment, 8 stars. Naturally, this so-called combat assessment pertains solely to current attributes and does not account for other factors. Should Chen Yin's advanced words be factored in, the combat prowess would be immeasurable. After a brief respite, he glanced at his phone to check on his classmates. So exhilarating. I just vanquished a monster and obtained a mage's talent card. Ha! Can defeating monsters yield talents? Does this mean anyone can become extraordinary? Wah! Is there an older brother who can take me monster hunting? I can warm your bed in return. Masters, please carry me. A bunch of novices. I'm already level 7. Wow, level 7? You're incredible. Have you been constantly slaying monsters to level up? I've never encountered anyone of such high level. I doubt anyone in our school is stronger than you. Can we be friends? I beg you. Chen Yin remained silent. If he were to mention that he was already level 14 in the group, his phone would likely be inundated with messages. Chapter 5. Encountering a level 70 monster in the wild. In stark contrast to the novice-filled class group, those seasoned gaming circles were entirely different. Almost every player who had experienced Cataclysm immediately thought of leveling up. They understood that the era belonging to players had arrived. Only by becoming stronger could they gain competitiveness and survive amidst greater calamities. Level 7 magic swordsmen seeking a group, absolutely powerful, looking for a rapid leveling team. Level 6 elf mage, beautiful, sweet-voiced, and well-endowed. Any strong players willing to carry me through monster hunting will surely have a delightful experience. Collecting talent cards. Ordinary gear for sale, DM for fair prices. Level 10 Chi Master, looking for monster hunting, DM for priority. Chen Yin preferred to lurk in the shadows. Even if he spoke in the group, he would never reveal his identity. After all, he was regarded as a deity among all players in the Cataclysm, remaining silent. A moment's carelessness could lead to the exposure of his true identity through social accounts, which would spell trouble. His focus remained on leveling up. The primary objective was to continue ascending in levels, and encountering monsters in the wild would be even better, as defeating them usually yielded substantial rewards. These rewards included, but were not limited to, rare equipment, skill scrolls, and upgrade crystals. For a full 2 days, Chen Yin immersed himself in the wild, slaying monsters. As dusk fell, he reached level 35. His leveling method was the most efficient and enduring. First, summon a wave of monsters, then strike them down in one fell swoop. Although each invocation of a word spirit depletes his internal extraordinary power, the process of leveling up enhances his strength, achieving a harmonious balance. Others may tire and require rest, but he does not. After leveling up, he has unlocked several word spirits, resulting in a remarkable leap in combat capability. Sequence 9, Eagle Eye. Sequence 19, Flame Burst. Sequence 33, Wind Demon Slash. Simultaneously, Chen Yin has acquired a complete set of exquisite-grade equipment, significantly boosting his attributes. Chen Yin, Word Spirit Sage, unique, gene level. First Order, level 35, Constitution, 46 Agility, 42 Extraordinary, 42 Attack bonus, 110 Defense bonus, 260 Combat Power Assessment, 25 stars with his current defensive prowess. He can utterly disregard the attacks of low-tier monsters, suffering no damage whatsoever. Furthermore, Chen Yin no longer needs to invoke word spirits to slay monsters. He can now rely solely on physical attacks, making the task considerably easier. This epitomizes the advantages of high levels. 2 days have elapsed since the game catastrophe merged with reality, and the city has largely stabilized. Extraordinary individuals with talents have either been recruited by the security team, become private enforcers for companies, or ventured outside to train. According to Chun Yin's observations, anyone above level 20 is lauded wherever they go. The salaries offered by major companies are casually above 500,000 a month. Yet, Chun Yin understands that working for others would only hinder his progress, further constraining his potential. Hey brother, are you also out here hunting monsters? Chun Yin was sitting on the ground, enjoying the breeze, when a trio approached, 2 men and a woman. The leading man smiled and said, "We are also players of catastrophe, and our levels are quite respectable. Shall we form a party together?" "No, I prefer to work alone," Chun Yin replied calmly. If he can effortlessly defeat monsters on his own, why would he share the experience points with others? Brother, it's tough for a lone wolf these days. In reality, death means no resurrection. Think it over carefully. Thanks. But no need. The man, seeing that Chun Yin was unimpressed, exchanged glances with the woman beside him. My brother is a level 21 magic swordsman. Teaming up with us would be a blessing for you. Not only will you level up quickly, but you'll also be able to challenge formidable monsters. The woman spoke with pride, believing that once she mentioned the level 21, he would have no choice but to accept. Who doesn't know that those above level 20 are top-tier experts? Not interested. You, truly ignorant of your good fortune, the woman exclaimed in exasperation, astonished by his arrogance. Unable to sway Chun Yin, they ultimately departed. After walking a short distance, the woman couldn't contain her disdain, spitting on the ground and beginning to grumble. How arrogant! Does he really think so highly of himself? Let us proceed with our endeavor, for the 3 of us are not incapable of combat. Initially, I intended to use that fellow as mere fodder, yet he has proven to be surprisingly astute. The more I ponder this, the more incensed I become. Once we have dealt with the task at hand, we shall return and eliminate that individual. After all, the real world is already in chaos. No one will hold us accountable for his demise. Perhaps we may even seize some valuable possessions. My sister speaks wisely. As the trio ventured into the forest, they cautiously approached their target. Ahead loomed a towering treant, standing 5 meters tall. In the realm of catastrophe, it is officially designated as the catastrophic treant. Its branches can transform into piercing swords, capable of penetrating armor, with both attack and defense statistics that are exceedingly formidable. It boasts a level of 70, categorizing it as a high-tier creature among first-tier monsters, and, as a formidable entity, it possesses additional attribute enhancements. The challenge is immensely daunting. If we were to vanquish it, the rewards could be beyond our wildest imaginations. However, we are only in our early 20s in terms of levels. Can we truly defeat this level 70 treant? Su Ming chuckled softly. Have you forgotten who I am? I have soloed this creature before in the game. Its attack patterns are quite simple. We merely need to engage in careful ranged assaults. Should we acquire any treasures, we could strike it rich. The eyes of the other 2 gleamed with excitement. They had followed Su Ming, the esteemed player in the game, who surely would lead them to glory. Onward. The 3 simultaneously launched their assault. Initially, the treant's attack patterns aligned with their expectations. However, as time progressed, they found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. The physical exertion required in the real world contrasted sharply with the effortless actions of the game. They had overlooked the fact that this battle was fought with their own bodies, not through keyboard and mouse. Alas, a branch, as rigid as steel, pierced the thigh of the female combatant. "No, we are no match for it," cried another man, who was forcefully struck away, revealing a gaping wound on his chest as he crashed to the ground. Su Ming found himself isolated, his weapon disarmed, his expression one of grave concern. The second distinction between game and reality became evident. Injuries here significantly impair one's ability to act, unlike the cold, detached health bars in the game. For the first time, the trio felt the chilling grip of mortality. At that moment, a slender youth leapt from the tree, standing before them. "If you lack the strength, do not seek death," he stated, his expression impassive and his tone indifferent. It was him, the observer from earlier. The woman was utterly astonished. This individual had been lurking in the shadows, and now he dared to reveal himself. Before them stood a level 70 creature. If the 3 of them could not prevail, was he courting his own demise? Chapter 6. The Slaughter. Acquisition of epic equipment. Having fortuitously encountered a wild encounter, Chun Yin was not about to let this opportunity slip away. His intervention was entirely motivated by the prospect of rewards. As for the chance to rescue these 3, it was merely an act of humanitarianism. Their fates were of little consequence to him. The level 70 catastrophic treant awaited. Chun Yin felt no pressure in resolving the situation. The Calamity Treant possesses a unique characteristic. Prolonged exposure to fire attacks has a chance of causing it to mutate into a Flame Calamity Treant. Its level would ascend from 70 to 80, rendering it even more formidable and increasing the likelihood of it dropping rare items. Did he intend to challenge the 70-level Calamity Treant alone? Never mind him. Let us tend to our wounds first. Su Meng and the others were initially in grave danger, yet with Chun Yin now intervening, they could take advantage of the monster being occupied to heal and escape. Awakened transcendent beings possess a genetic energy far surpassing that of ordinary humans, allowing them to gradually recover from typical injuries. The present moment is a race against time. They must restore their condition before that young man falls to the Calamity Treant. Chun Yin extended his palm and softly uttered a series of obscure incantations. Word Spirit, Flame Explosion. Boom! A burst of fiery explosion erupted upon the Calamity Treant. The creature emitted a piercing low growl, its numerous paper-like appendages writhing like serpents. Is he a fire mage? Kill him. Do not use fire abilities against the Calamity Treant. Su Ming bellowed in desperation. Fire skills will provoke its mutation. Do you intend to doom us all? Chun Yin, however, paid no heed to the frantic shouts behind him. With an impassive demeanor, he continued to invoke the word Spirit. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted on the Calamity Treant, resembling a fireworks display. The eyes of the group were illuminated by the flames. Gradually, the Calamity Treant began to transform, its branches igniting in a blazing inferno. Madman. He is utterly insane. Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine, his face now etched with terror. The mutated Calamity Treant not only experienced a significant enhancement in all attributes, but its attack range also expanded, making it increasingly difficult to approach, complicating future attempts to defeat it. This ignorant fool is to blame. Let us go, hurry. If it completes its mutation, it will create a fiery barrier, and we will surely perish within. During his novice days, Su Ming had witnessed a 12-member team attempting to vanquish a Calamity Treant. Upon its mutation, the flames drew a circle of confinement, trapping all 12 within. The three could no longer afford to focus on healing and stumbled desperately to escape. Alas, it was too late. A long howl echoed, signifying the Calamity Treant's complete transformation. It spewed forth countless fiery blossoms, spreading like petals and raining down upon the surroundings. The entire area was engulfed in a raging inferno. The air warped from the intense heat, and scalding winds carried sweltering dust. The four found themselves ensnared within a towering inferno. There remained but one way to escape: to defeat the already mutated Flame Calamity Treant. It is over, all is lost. The woman collapsed to the ground, gazing upon the terrifying creature engulfed in flames, her face ashen. It is all his fault, that ignorant fool. The collective fury and resentment of the group converged upon Chun Yin. Had it not been for his actions that mutated the Blight Treant, a few might have still had a chance to survive. Now, hope has truly vanished. In the wilds at level 80, the fiery Blight Treant looms large. At this juncture, who could possibly contend with it? Anyone who approaches is merely courting death. Moreover, this young man is merely a fire mage, and his fire-based skills can no longer inflict any damage upon the creature. He must truly be deranged. The others stared blankly at Chun Yin's retreating silhouette, mouths agape, as if a thorn had lodged in their throats. They beheld his figure ambling with an air of nonchalance, as he calmly approached the fiery Blight Treant. Indeed, in their eyes, Chun Yin had become a reckless madman. After all, no one could have anticipated that he was the foremost individual in the world of Blight. A silent enigma. Chun Yin mused that he hoped the rewards would not disappoint him. As he gazed upon the colossal creature before him, a smile curved his lips. Countless fiery branches lunged at him, leaving no room for evasion. Should he be struck, he would become a pincushion, meeting his demise in the most excruciating manner. However, he had no need to evade. His lips moved slightly, and an arcane voice transformed into a spell. Sequence 33, Wind Demon Slash. With a casual wave of his hand, invisible blades of wind emerged, severing the myriad branches raining down upon him. He strode through the wreckage and flames, resembling a sovereign gracing his domain. No, it was impossible. He was not merely a fire mage. He was a rare, elemental sorcerer. The three onlookers stared at Chun Yin, their pupils wide with disbelief. Thus, he traversed the battlefield as if it were a desolate realm, arriving before the gigantic Blight Treant. He felt the oppressive heat wash over him. It was excessively intense, as if his skin might ignite. In that moment, golden light flickered in his eyes. Judgment of the golden sword. Within his domain, all things were subject to judgment, including temperature. As the heat was dispelled, Chun Yin felt no discomfort. Yet, the creature before him was evidently defiant, launching a frenzied assault, with flames surging forth. Those flames were swiftly extinguished, unable to breach the space around Chun Yin. At last, the blight treant entered the realm of judgment. Crack! Its massive form suddenly split apart, swiftly vanishing into the air. Congratulations on defeating the mutated fiery blight treant. You have received the epic equipment, Flame Tree Garb. You have obtained a high-level skill scroll. You have acquired the talent card, Demon Hunter, Genetic Energy, 1025. Your level has risen from 35 to 43. A cascade of notifications materialized before Chun Yin, with all the rewards promptly finding their way into his inventory. At that moment, he did not immediately examine the effects of the so-called epic equipment. What thrilled him the most was the high-level skill scroll. In Blight, players could not unlock various abilities simply by leveling up. Those rare and formidable abilities require awakening through the acquisition of skill scrolls or skill synthesis, with exceedingly stringent conditions. The ancient spirit sage exemplifies this. Each of those perilously high-risk spirits has demanded immense effort from the sage to awaken. The death spirit, one of these high-risk entities, necessitates the slaying of 1,000 players for its unlocking. The Candle Dragon Spirit, another high-risk entity, requires a perilous 3-day descent into the most terrifying volcano. The Wrath of the God Spirit, also among the high-risk spirits, demands the collection of 7 world-ending thunderbolts. However, possessing a high-tier skill scroll offers the chance to learn directly. The rewards are bountiful. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals stood in sheer astonishment. Chapter 7. Guess right, and you shall see the legs. The trio could scarcely fathom that the young man single-handedly vanquished the mutated calamity treant. Am I dreaming? The woman blinked fervently, taking rapid breaths. Even now? She could hardly believe it. Even the adept players in the game, like Brother Su Ming, who boasted a rare talent, were barely in their 20s. Before the mutated calamity treant, they were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. And he, a monster. He deliberately used fire magic to assault the calamity treant. Su Ming exhaled slowly. Why? Wait. He was confident he could slay the mutated treant, intentionally provoking its mutation. As she uttered these words, the woman could not suppress a gasp. Everything was under his control. This individual was no ordinary player. He was undoubtedly a top-tier expert within calamity. Brother, we contributed as well. We cannot simply allow him to claim all the rewards. Hush, don't court disaster. Su Ming shook his head, his expression grave. He dared not provoke such a formidable figure. He would not know how he met his demise. When Chun Yin approached, Su Ming immediately stepped forward, his face a mask of sycophancy. Brother, you are incredible. Thanks to you, our lives were spared, haha. The woman quickly chimed in. Yes, brother. I have never seen someone as formidable as you. What is your name in the game? Perhaps we've heard of you. You talk too much. Is it appropriate to pry into a brother's privacy? My apologies, brother. Please forgive the intrusion. From now on, we are your loyal subordinates. Do not hesitate to ask for anything you require. Chun Yin disregarded them. These individuals were not on his level, and there was no need for deep connections. Thus, he turned to leave, intending to assess his gains before proceeding to the next area for leveling up. He carries himself with considerable grandeur. It seems he has acquired something valuable, which is why he is in such haste to depart. He cannot escape. A shadow of malice flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Brother, did you not say we should not provoke him? We may not be able to contend with him, but he possesses something of value. We can simply summon more people. Let us not forget our other brothers. Haha, my brother possesses remarkable foresight. Indeed, we have so many comrades. Su Ming promptly made a call. Hello, Brother Tian. Gather our brothers and come over immediately. I have encountered a formidable individual who single-handedly vanquished an 80-level catastrophe treant. What? You heard me correctly. He annihilated it in the wild, exhibiting extraordinary strength. He must possess numerous valuable items. Moreover, the loot from the catastrophe treant could be sold for at least 100 million. High-level equipment. Those wealthy magnates will undoubtedly scramble for it, regardless of its market value. This is undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity. After hanging up, Su Ming cast another glance at the distant figure, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To thrive in this new world, one must be ruthless. The times have changed. After Chun Nian departed, he began to assess his current gains. Flame Tree attire, epic, required level, 1 defense, 150 attack, 30 attribute bonuses, Constitution 10, Agility 10 special effect, fire resistance significantly mitigates fire damage. This piece of equipment is undoubtedly exceptional in the early stages. The defense it provides is nearly equivalent to more than half of Chun Nian's exquisite gear, along with an additional 20 attribute points and a unique fire resistance effect. Truly, it deserves its epic classification. Upon donning it, Chun Nian's attributes transformed dramatically. Chun Nian, Word Spirit Sage, Unique, Gene Level, 1, Level 43, Constitution, 60 Agility, 55 Transcendence, 50 Attack Bonus, 130 Defense Bonus, 350 Combat Power Assessment, 32 stars. Such foundational attributes are unparalleled. It is no exaggeration to assert that Chun Nian's current stats allow him to disregard the bombardment from artillery like grenade launchers. Generally, even extraordinary beings would struggle to breach his defenses. With this equipment equipped, encountering monsters below level 50 renders Chun Nian invincible. Detected the first player donning epic level equipment. Trading space has been opened. Is this the world's first epic level item? Chun Nian, intrigued by the excitement, opened the trading space to inspect. His initial focus was on the currency exchange rate. 100 coins for 1 gold. In this so-called trading space, gold possesses tremendous purchasing power. Players can freely list all items they have acquired for sale. Simultaneously, individuals can freely express themselves in the channel. To protect privacy, all names are obscured. For instance, Chun Nian is transformed into Chun Nian. Bailey, who just acquired epic level equipment. This is incredible. Ling Yu, I'm still clad in nothing but ordinary gear, lacking even a single exquisite item, and he has already obtained an epic one? Xiao Tianzi, this is terrifying. We have no idea who this is, but he must be an ultimate expert. In the chat channel, everyone was fervently engaged in discussions, speculating about which prominent figure had initiated a new milestone. Skyscrapers and aerial villas were the topics of conversation. A woman sat by the window, her crimson gown accentuating her exquisite figure, her long, flawless legs captivating all who beheld her. With flowing burgundy locks, her beauty could easily eclipse that of even the most celebrated actresses. She was Yi Hongling, the cherished daughter of the general of the Dragon Kingdom. Within the game Calamity, she was known as Qi Ling, the enchanting Fire Queen, a pinnacle among female players. The man she admired was undoubtedly the strongest in the world. Without uttering a word, he was Chun Nian. Epic equipment? As she observed the newly opened chat channel, Yi Hongling pondered, a sultry smile suddenly gracing her lips. In silence, in the game you evaded me for a lifetime. Now that we blend in reality, let us see if you can still escape from my grasp. Achoo! Chun Nian unexpectedly sneezed. Is someone thinking of me? He glanced at his phone, where a message from that woman appeared. Qi Ling, Brother Buyu, if I'm not mistaken, that first epic equipment is from you, right? Laughs. This woman is rather perceptive. Chun Nian promptly replied, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Qi Ling, still pretending? You don't think that just because you set up a virtual persona and kept your information off the internet, I wouldn't be able to trace you, do you? Chun Nian, Qi Ling, someone online posted about seeing a blaze in a certain area, which then vanished. It seems there was a fierce battle. Qi Ling, Jiangnan Province. Linhai City, am I correct? Chun Nian shivered. He never expected she could find such clues. Chun Nian, have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do once you find me? Qi Ling, I'm here to deliver something across 1,000 miles. Chun Nian, I'm a 40-year-old shut-in. Do you really believe that? Qi Ling, guess what? And if you're right, I'll show you my legs. Chun Nian, I know your legs are beautiful, but must you send pictures of them every day? Qi Ling, I only send them to you, darling. Chun Nian, Chapter 8. Encounter with a little admirer. Chun Nian's primary objective was to sell the Demon Hunter talent card. While not an exceedingly rare talent, it was superior to an ordinary one, and once everyone could hunt monsters, it would become commonplace. Thus, the sooner it was sold, the better. This way, he could secure his first pot of gold, which could later be converted into real-world currency or used to purchase necessities. Always stay one step ahead. Chun Nian, talent card. Demon Hunter is now available for direct transaction at 10,000 gold, non-negotiable. As soon as his message was sent, it ignited the entire channel. What? Someone is actually selling a talent card? What a treasure! With this, one could directly evolve into an extraordinary being. However, 10,000 gold seems exorbitant. That's equivalent to 1,000,000 in reality. Is this brother trying to rob us? Indeed, demon hunters are not a rarity within the game, and subsequently, they can be acquired for merely 10 gold pieces. I offered 100 gold. Will you sell? Chun Nian's second statement consisted of just 4 words. First come, first served. Although affluent players who truly understand the game would seldom spend exorbitant amounts on cards like the Demon Hunter, the game is perpetually populated with naive individuals. Huang Long has initiated a trade request. Do you accept? Accept. Chun Nian presented his merchandise, and the other party did not hesitate, promptly transferring the funds. Transaction successful. Chun Nian's account swelled by 10,000 gold, equating to a swift profit of 100,000. This is the advantage of being a step ahead. Others can only trail in your wake. All your discarded refuse appears as treasures to them. And Chun Nian aims to be perpetually faster than others, the swiftest pioneer, the mightiest of all. This is his ambition. Women merely hinder my leveling speed. I hope that woman never finds me. The most significant reward remains unutilized, a high-level skill scroll. May it unlock a powerful and practical incantation. Activate. In an instant, Chun Nian felt as though he plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. In the pitch-black darkness, it seemed as if myriad spirits encircled him, dragging him into a realm of torment. Sequence 127. The Grim Reaper, now awakened. Chun Nian. This is absurd. It has directly unlocked the exceedingly demanding Grim Reaper. Such exhilaration, an immense profit. Grim Reaper. Unleash domain to strip all beings of their vision. During this time, gain the essence of the Grim Reaper, significantly enhancing attack power for 30 seconds. Harvest. Each time a player is slain, the essence of the Grim Reaper permanently amplifies attack power by 10. This incantation is acquired after vanquishing 8th-tier monsters and fulfilling exceedingly stringent conditions. Incredibly potent. Moreover, this incantation grows more formidable in later stages, potentially surpassing the Judgment Blade. Am I being followed? Chun Nian keenly sensed 2 malevolent gazes trailing him from behind. Incantation, Eagle Eye. Chun Nian activated Eagle Eye, instantly broadening his field of vision several-fold, revealing his surroundings. 2 concealed within the bushes, 2 nestled in the trees, and 1 hidden beneath the hillside. At least 5 individuals were shadowing him. It appears that those 3 earlier were cordial on the surface, yet could not forget the benefits I acquired. How amusing. Well then, let them be the ones to sharpen the Grim Reaper's blade. Chun Nian's expression turned icy. However, he must not engage here. The woman, Qi Ling, is pursuing him, and this location has already been compromised. Should he unleash a massacre here, his true identity would inevitably be exposed. He must escape to a more secluded place, and naturally, it would be advantageous if their allies arrived in greater numbers. Resolute, Chun Nian began to quicken his pace to flee. Have they discovered our whereabouts? Attempting to escape? Can you escape? Keep up. Our comrades are all rushing this way. Even if we are discovered, it matters not. He is already a fish in a barrel. Su Ming is currently on the phone with the brothers. Did you all just see that? An epic piece of equipment has emerged. Based on my conjecture, it likely belongs to that young man, who has vanquished an 80-level Calamity Treant. Pay attention. That lad possesses formidable strength, but the consumption must be substantial. As long as our numbers are sufficient, we shall surely subdue him. If we manage to sell that epic equipment, we shall strike it rich today. Hearing this, the brothers were all aflame with excitement. Everyone is here for the money. Times have changed. As long as one can reap benefits, what is the harm in taking a life? 5, 10, 20, 50. Su Ming nearly summoned every brother he could. These individuals were all acquaintances from the Calamity. Now, they are all extraordinary beings. 50 extraordinary beings hunting one. They believed they had given Chun Nian the utmost consideration. Brother, is that lad truly so terrifying that he warrants such a large effort from us? Of course. He single-handedly slaughtered an 80-level foe. Can you do the same? Once we capture him, we shall be prosperous. Chun Nian had nearly traversed 20 kilometers. He had already escaped to a remote mountainous area outside the city. It seemed he had nearly caught his prey. Spotting a cave ahead, he prepared to slip inside. Soon, they would undoubtedly believe he had nowhere to flee, gathering together, making it easier for him to resolve the matter at once, lest any escape. As he entered the cave, A hurried female voice immediately rang out. Who? Thanks to the flickering light on the rock wall, Chun Yin discerned the figure before him. A girl, seemingly around 18 years of age, possessed a petite and exquisite face. She was small in stature, clad in a hoodie and shorts, evoking an instinctive urge to protect her. She squatted on the ground, appearing to be injured. Chun Yin recognized her. Not only he, but most of the youth in the school were familiar with her. Qinyu? You must be mistaken. The girl hastily pulled her hat down, attempting to conceal her face. Just a year into her career, she had captured countless fans with her charming visage and sweet voice, becoming the luminous star in many men's hearts. The singer Qinyu, isn't it? Chun Yin produced a photo from his phone as evidence. You, Qinyu, incensed, ground her teeth in frustration. Never expecting this man would search for a photo on the spot, there was no longer any pretense to maintain. Chun Yin was utterly speechless. Who would have thought he would encounter someone here? In truth, Chun Yin did not closely follow the entertainment industry. His recognition of Qinyu stemmed from a public interview where the host posed a question. Little you, apart from singing, what other recreational activities do you engage in? Qinyu, I find great joy in playing games, particularly one titled Cataclysm, where I relish the unrestrained journey of exploration and adventure. Host, I never anticipated that our dear you is also a devoted player of Cataclysm. May I inquire if you are aware of the player known as Silent? I've heard he is the world's strongest competitor. Qinyu, indeed. Silent is my idol, a true pride of our dragon nation. Unfortunately, my skills are far too lacking to earn the privilege of playing alongside him. Host, haha, it seems Ryu has her own idol. Should Silent have the chance to view this interview, he might just take the initiative to invite you to play. Of course, Chun Yin has never played with her. There are too many girls orbiting around him, each one more formidable than the last. As a mere singer, Qinyu truly feels out of place. Who would have thought she would encounter her little fan in such a setting? Chapter 9. The Encirclement of Chun Yin, the Flame Dragon Scroll. Are you injured? Oh, I'm fine. Qinyu lifted her head in surprise. Her bright, sparkling eyes gazed at Chun Yin, adorably innocent. She never expected that upon recognizing her identity, this man would display no signs of fervor. Instead, he calmly inquired about her well-being, which she found rather peculiar. Regardless, whether you are injured or not, let me offer you a piece of advice. You must leave this place immediately. Qinyu glared at him. How could this man so readily dismiss her? Did he not appreciate the presence of a beautiful girl? How cold-hearted. No, why should I leave? I refuse to go. If you do not depart, you may very well meet your demise here. Chun Yin stated solemnly. There are approximately 50 people outside who are intent on hunting me down, and they will soon surround this location completely. Qinyu was once again taken aback. What heinous act had this man committed to warrant such a multitude of pursuers? Were they not all engaged in leveling up separately? She found it hard to believe and thus stood up, awkwardly making her way towards the exit to ascertain the situation. Her limping gait was endearingly clumsy. Upon reaching the cave entrance, her eyes widened in fright. Indeed, there were dozens of individuals gathered outside, nearly sealing off the area, each bearing a malevolent expression. Oh no, they are truly here. Qinyu was frightened. Nevertheless, she endeavored to maintain her composure, reassuring herself that these individuals were not seeking her out. It was not her concern. May I be allowed to leave? If you are searching for him, he is inside, she timidly proposed. Unexpectedly, a chorus of laughter erupted around her. This girl is something else. Such a figure, such a face, TSK. Uninformed fool. Do you know who she is? That emerging female singer. I've seen her on television. What was her name again? Qin something, huh? Who would have thought that a female singer is also a transcendent being? Venturing out to slay monsters and level up, times have truly changed. A man clad in a leather jacket with bleached hair stepped forward. This matter does not concern you. You may leave. Really? That is wonderful. Qinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Let the brothers indulge. They have yet to savor the allure of female vocalists. Ha. Brother Dao is magnificent. This girl makes my mouth water, damn it. Qinyu, when the realms of gaming and reality intertwine, the world has irrevocably changed. Only the strong shall grasp the truth. These individuals have fully revealed the ugliness within their hearts and cannot escape their own demise. Thus, she hastens back into the cave, returning to Chun Yin's side, her face mournful, as though the world were on the brink of collapse. What should I do? I cannot escape either. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Chun Yin felt helpless as well. Who would have thought someone would be lurking in such a corner? Does apologizing help? We are destined to perish here. How can you remain so calm? Qin Yu was on the verge of tears. She felt genuine despair, caught in this inexplicable predicament. So, what were you doing here? How did you get hurt? Chun Yin decided to engage her in conversation. There's a dungeon in this cave. I entered and was injured by a monster while escaping. Then I called a few friends to join me for the dungeon raid. And you just happened to come. Woo-woo. Qin Yu dabbed at her tear-streaked face, sobbing. While crying, she picked up her phone to call her friends, warning them to keep their distance lest they be implicated as well. You're quite kind-hearted. Chun Yin chuckled. Kind-hearted? I was harmed because of you. I wouldn't spare you even as a ghost. Ha ha. You're still laughing while I'm sobbing. You scoundrel. Qin Yu, with tears like pear blossoms, wept pitifully. Little pearls of tears cascading down. At that moment, the group outside finally gathered, preparing to take action. The leader, a man in a black leather jacket known as Brother Dao, commanded the group. Su Ming smiled and said, Brother Dao, that kid possesses formidable strength. Why don't we simply blow up this cave to prevent our brothers from being harmed? Very well, since you discovered him, we shall heed your advice. What shall we do about that woman? If she doesn't come out, then she shall perish alongside him. The question arises, how do we demolish this place? That kid isn't afraid of the flame catastrophe trant. Ordinary means will likely prove ineffective against him. Brother Dao, I have a splendid item. The Flame Dragon Scroll. This requires 10 individuals to activate, but its power is immense. It will surely obliterate that kid. Indeed, it is a valuable asset. Gather 10 people and prepare. In the rear, a small trio stealthily hid, afraid to reveal themselves. They were Qin Yu's summoned friends. What shall we do? Little Yu is still inside, and they evidently intend to resort to lethal force. What can we do? Can the three of us possibly defeat so many? Alas, why must little Yu be so unfortunate? To encounter such a calamity while merely attempting a dungeon raid. It's all over now. Although some among them attempted to report to the authorities. The ongoing issues in the city had yet to be resolved. The enforcement team surely had no inclination to venture outside the city to address these matters. In terms of strength, all three individuals were merely in their 20s, merely fodder for the battle. Look, what are they up to? Are they planning to employ a large magical scroll? I have witnessed such a spectacle during siege battles in the game before. To my astonishment, they possess such an item. A scroll floated in the air as 10 individuals simultaneously chanted incantations. The temperature soared, and the air shimmered from the heat. Countless sparks coalesced into a nearly 10-meter-long crimson flame dragon. At this stage, this entity could easily obliterate any player below level 70. Young one, whether you are divine or demonic, your fate is sealed today. Go. The flame dragon burst forth. In an instant, it charged into the cave with the most brutal ferocity. A terrifying inferno engulfed the cave entrance in a heartbeat. Heh, I estimate they will be roasted alive in less than 2 minutes. Brother Dao, grinning, patted Su Ming on the shoulder. You shall achieve great merit this time, and receive a generous share of the spoils. Ha ha, Brother Dao is formidable. Inside the cave, a violent tremor shook the ground. Chun Yin glanced at the petite girl beside him, who was clutching her head in fear. If you wish to survive, come here. Huh. Before Qin Yu could react, a large stone fell from above, knocking her unconscious. Chun Yin thought to himself, this girl is rather unfortunate. Helpless. He cradled her in his arms, marveling at her delicate and gentle form. Boom. The flame dragon crashed in, engulfing Chun Yin whole. The cave transformed into a hell of blazing flames, with hot air rapidly expanding in the confined space, resulting in a violent explosion. Debris filled the air, akin to a fireworks display. Chapter 10, The Word Spirit, the Grim Reaper. Excellent. Observing the dazzling display of debris, the 50 or so individuals outside could not help but applaud. 2 lives meant little to them. At this moment, their hearts were consumed by insatiable greed. Let us investigate. Brother Dao took the lead, eager to examine the spoils. However, a slight stir amidst the rubble caused everyone to halt in their tracks. Bang! The stones exploded. A young boy emerged from the ruins, cradling the girl, and scathed, his attire immaculate. No, it cannot be. The encircling group instinctively began to retreat, their hair standing on end. An overwhelming fear gripped their hearts like an invisible hand. How could anyone withstand the might of the Flame Dragon Scroll at this stage? What kind of monster is he? Brother Dao, a seasoned player who had led teams to victory across various realms, had promptly gathered his team to seize this opportunity as the game merged with reality. His ambition was to achieve greatness. Yet, at this very moment, his lofty aspirations were being crushed step by step. The boy before him was terrifying, so terrifying that his legs trembled, nearly causing him to falter. The three individuals hiding outside were utterly astonished, particularly upon witnessing Qin Yu being held unscathed, their minds swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Who is that person? I don't recognize him. How could little Yu have such a formidable friend? Yet, he is but a solitary figure. What can he achieve alone against a throng of dozens? A premonition stirred within me, suggesting that this individual had transcended our wildest imaginations. Chen gently set Qin Yu down upon the ground, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the crowd. He is but one man. What can he accomplish? The call to arms echoed, eliminate him. Su Ming was thoroughly flustered. He had suspected this young man was strong, but never anticipated his prowess to such an extent. Yes, that's right. Fear not, we are many. Despite the encouragement, no one dared to advance. If you remain idle, I shall take action, Chen declared, a tempest swirling around him, fragments of stone swirling in chaotic dance. From his feet, darkness spread rapidly, akin to ink cascading upon a canvas, heralding the arrival of the death god, a terrifying, high-risk entity of sequence 127. The moment it was unleashed, it brazenly obscured the vision of all, transforming the surroundings into an abyss where visibility was utterly nullified. What is happening? I can see nothing. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of confusion, their loss of direction igniting fear, panic, and helplessness. At that moment, a spectral figure of death manifested behind Chun, its skeletal right hand wielding a colossal scythe, while its left grasped a ledger of life and death, exuding an oppressive aura. You have entered the death goddess possession state. Attack power 300 for 30 seconds. He was imbued with the essence of the death god. Chun's attack power surged to an astonishing 390. Even without invoking the death goddess possession, his inherent attributes would easily crush this assembly. With an overwhelming increase in power, none could withstand his might. A wolf amidst a flock of sheep, the spectral figure behind Chen claimed lives with each lethal strike, rendering the crowd akin to fish on a chopping board, helplessly awaiting their slaughter. Chun's form darted through the throng with blinding speed, leaving no survivor in his wake. Scythe of the Death God attack power 10. Scythe of the Death God attack power 10. With every life taken, the Death God's attack power perpetually compounded, growing increasingly terrifying as time progressed. Qin Yu's three companions were nearly paralyzed with fear, their minds unable to penetrate the darkness to discern the unfolding chaos, only hearing the anguished cries echoing around them. What was transpiring within? They trembled uncontrollably, but this state of dread did not last long. The 30 seconds quickly elapsed, the shroud of darkness receding like a tide, revealing a scene of horror. Severed limbs and pools of blood littered the ground. Apart from that fearsome youth, none remained alive. They were all dead. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood as the young man elegantly stepped over the scattered corpses, as if strolling through a garden. The Grim Reaper will forcibly strip Qin Yan of all emotions, transforming him into a true killing machine devoid of any compassion, an authentic high-risk word spirit. When Qin Yan's feelings resurface, he merely experiences revulsion. Guilt and pity are entirely absent. The next time he employs the Grim Reaper, his attack power will escalate to an astonishing 300, 500. Qin Yan is quite pleased. He grows stronger with each passing moment. The ground before him is strewn with fallen equipment and items, a bountiful harvest. He begins to collect them one by one into his backpack. I remember now. I remember. The bespectacled stout man plops down onto the ground, his lips trembling. His breath quickens. I have seen this ability before. He is the other two. In a state of urgency, implore, speak up. What is he? Silence falls, for he cannot voice it. I have witnessed this power. Only he can wield it in the entire world. In a previous national war, he charged into the enemy ranks with this ability, slaying over 1,000 in less than a minute. He instilled terror in the hearts of his foes. Upon hearing this, the other two are momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the enormity of the revelation. In the next moment, they instinctively cover their mouths to stifle any exclamations. He is the world's strongest player, silent? Who else could it be? Who else possesses such strength? Can you match him, having massacred dozens? He has the potential to inherit the game's talents and reclaim his title as the world's strongest. It is merely a matter of time. Who could have imagined such fortune? How splendid! Never in my life did I think I would encounter him. The excitement among them is palpable. Should they be fortunate enough to befriend Silent, who would dare provoke them? He is an ultimate ally. Chun Yin is inundated with notifications. Acquired ordinary equipment. Bronze helmet. Acquired fine equipment. Spirit pendant. Acquired skill scroll. Fireball. Acquired skill scroll. Half moon slash. Acquired material. Frost wolf pelt. All these treasures are the random spoils from the demise of this group. A veritable windfall. He subsequently sells everything at the trading market. What a delight. However, before that, he must address the situation here, as a few individuals have been watching for quite some time. You may come out now, Chun Yin states calmly. I shall give you 1 minute. Do not make me seek you out. Upon hearing these words, the three are jolted. They hurriedly scramble from their hiding place, one nearly tumbling to the ground. To behold Silent in person leaves them in a state of awe. They had not anticipated that the world's strongest player would manifest as such a refined youth. Big brother, my apologies. We did not mean to spy. They stammer. You are magnanimous. Please do not hold it against us. Their voices quiver as they speak. Chun Yin recognizes that these three are friends of Qin Yu, and he has no intention of making things difficult for them. Nonetheless, a measure of intimidation is necessary. What you witnessed earlier is to remain a secret. It must be kept confidential. Rest assured, we saw nothing. Big brother, you need not worry. A few individuals fervently vowed, nearly swearing an oath. Even if they possessed 1,000 lives, they would never deceive Chun Yin, lest they wish for their own demise. Chun Yin smiled and nodded. Gather them all together. Yes, the three bravely suppressed their revulsion as they transported those individuals to one spot. Chun Xian unleashed the fire of his words, incinerating the gathered mass. Once the area was nearly cleared, 2 coughs echoed from behind. It was Qin Yu, awakened by the choking smoke. Chapter 11. Synthesis of Rare Word Spirit. Ethereal serpent Qin Yu awoke. As she regained consciousness, she bewilderedly touched her face. Am I not dead? The last thing she could recall was being struck on the head by a stone. She had thought she was doomed, but besides a slight headache, she felt almost entirely unscathed. A wave of relief washed over her, yet confusion lingered. What had transpired? She glanced ahead, where a fierce blaze raged, and saw her 3 friends along with that insufferable man. He was unharmed? Wait, weren't those dozens of people targeting him? As she rubbed her head, she approached them. Xiao Yu, you're finally awake. What exactly happened? Where are those people? Do you know? Haha, that group was merely a paper tiger, despite their numbers. They lacked strength and were all driven away. The bespectacled chubby one immediately replied. He dared not mention that they had eliminated them all, as they were currently brazenly burning the corpses. Fortunately, they had a water mage to clean the area thoroughly. Otherwise, they would have surely deceived Qin Yu. Really? That is wonderful. Hey, shouldn't you be thanking us for saving your life? Qin Yu quipped at Chun Yin. Chun Yin turned and flashed a smile at the adorably Na'vi pop star. Thank you. His earnest demeanor was rather charming. Qin Yu slightly turned away. Humph. It's good that you know. Now, how do you intend to repay us for saving you? Unexpectedly, her words sent the other 3 into a panic, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Sister Yu, that is not fair. We really don't need any repayment. It's only right to help one another. Yes. Xiao Yu, this guy is innocent too. Don't be so calculative. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nearly exploded with anger. These 3 were her close friends from playing Catastrophe, and now they were siding with an outsider? Why are you all defending him? She huffed. Forget it. Let us not discuss this. How did this fire start? And what is it burning? Qin Yu inquired. It ignited during the battle. Don't worry about the details. By the way, Xiao Yu, didn't you mention discovering a dungeon? Where is it? Right in there. As soon as the dungeon was mentioned, Qin Yu's interest peaked. Come quickly. Wait. Xiao Yu. Let us bring this brother along too. Huh. Qin Yu raised her finely arched eyebrows, her face a picture of confusion. This dungeon was discovered at the risk of my life. Why should we bring him along? He nearly harmed me just moments ago. The other 3 silently complained. Do you know nothing? Having Buyu lead us through this dungeon is an immense honor, truly a rare opportunity. Moreover, who knows what dangers we may encounter inside. With the esteemed Buyu present, we are bound to prevail effortlessly. Oh, come on, let's not dwell on trivialities. The more, the merrier. After all, an additional person means an extra source of strength, does it not? Am I the one being petty? Qin Yu pointed at herself, nearly choking on her indignation. What has gotten into these people today? Why are they so intent on defending an outsider? Yet, She was surprisingly magnanimous, agreeing to let Chen Yan accompany them despite being unaware of his true identity. Very well, you may join us. However, I must emphasize that once we enter the dungeon, you must heed my commands. Otherwise, should we encounter peril, do not blame us. Chen Yan smiled and nodded. Understood, I shall follow your lead. The other three internally cringed at the absurdity. Letting you take orders from you, shall you? Do you really think so highly of yourself? Cough, cough. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts and merely cleared their throats in discomfort. Thus, Qin Yu led the four of them to the location of the dungeon. In a corner of the ruins, there indeed lay a chaotic vortex. It seems that dungeons in this world refresh randomly, visible only to the fated. If we manage to conquer it, we will truly reap great rewards. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. The level of this dungeon is not low. I was injured even when I entered to test it. Qin Yu pouted, muttering, in any case, let us be cautious. If anything feels off, we should escape. Our lives are not worth risking. Understood. Chen Yin responded enthusiastically to her. Dungeons are indeed rare encounters, and the rewards are quite generous. We should fight if we can. Upon touching the chaotic vortex, they were all pulled into the dungeon. Successfully entered the dungeon. Fire abyss. The text prompt startled them all. It was an entirely new dungeon they had never encountered. Qin Yu, having been here once before, was not surprised. Be careful. The minor monsters here are quite formidable. We must act as a group. Do not venture alone. Typically, the group would feel a sense of apprehension, but with Bu Yu by their side, what was there to fear? What dungeon could not be easily crushed? Let us go, keep up. We shall fight our way through. Qin Yu was quite motivated by the prospect of adventure and leveling up, which is precisely why she enjoyed gaming. The group advanced steadily. The entire area resembled the interior of a volcano, primarily composed of magma and rock, with monsters predominantly being fire elementals. With their combined efforts, clearing the minor monsters proved to be rather manageable. Gene Energy, 20. Gene Energy, 25. Their experience points steadily increased along the way. Yet, Chen Yan was merely coasting along. He was quietly tinkering with the spoils he had just acquired, 9 skill scrolls in total. All professions gradually unlock a portion of their skills during the leveling process. However, those rare and powerful skills do not become available through leveling alone. They require skill scrolls for unlocking. Take the most ordinary swordsman, for instance. Possessing the rare sword technique Sky-Splitting Moonstrike elevates them to an entirely different tier compared to one who lacks it. The reason for Chun Yin's extraordinary prowess lies in his innate talent as a word spirit sage, which is inherently powerful, further augmented by the unlocking of top-tier high-risk skills such as Judgment Gold Sword and Reaper. Rare skill scrolls can be obtained through synthesis, 3 into 1. Each synthesis presents a chance of acquiring a rare skill. What Chen Yin aims to do now is to use all 9 skill scrolls for synthesis. If he manages to synthesize a rare skill, it would be immensely profitable, should he be unable to utilize it himself. Selling it in the trading space would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Flame Lance, Ice Lance, Storm Rising, Demon Slayer, Moonlit Hook, Water Dragon Technique. 8 Desolation's Palm, Thunder Step, Guardian of Heaven, Fire Meteor, Mental Interference, Tiger Demon Howl. Regrettably, after 3 syntheses, no rare skills were obtained. Chun Yin decided to synthesize the 3 newly acquired skill scrolls once more. If the result was yet again a common skill, it would be a significant loss. However, given that they were obtained for free, he wouldn't be too distressed. Demon Slayer, Thunder Step, Tiger Demon Howl, Void Serpent, Chun Yin. Sequence 53, Word Spirit Void Serpent. My goodness, I never expected to synthesize such a thing. Chapter 12, Completion and the Unveiling of Epic Equipment. Void Serpent, a rare skill, boasts exceptional practicality. Upon using the word spirit, it summons an invisible spirit serpent with considerable attack power and high concealment. It is akin to a stealthy and agile summon, striking precisely where directed. Chen Yan, while we are all laboriously battling monsters, why do you seem to be slacking off? Qin Yu grumbled in dissatisfaction. Although vanquishing these minor foes did not require full effort, witnessing Chun Yin's lackadaisical approach unsettled her. The other 3 were taken aback. Goodness, Xiaoyu, you are incredibly bold. In the entire world, perhaps only you would dare to criticize a silent presence for slacking off in a dungeon. Given his strength, isn't it overkill to use him against these minor creatures? In crucial moments, we still need to rely on him. Xiaoyu, it's all right. We can effortlessly deal with these monsters without Brother Chen's assistance. Indeed, Sister Yu, Brother Chen's abilities might not be well suited for these flame spirits. You needn't be too hard on him. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you all conspiring to defend him? It makes me feel like an outsider. It's absurd that a friend of a year is treated with less consideration than a stranger. They even go out of their way to accommodate him. What kind of situation is this? The other three silently criticized. Xiao Yu, if you were to realize that he is the idol of your heart, you would remain silent. For your bias would only deepen, and it would be rather unfortunate that you fainted earlier. Let us proceed further. I have a premonition that we are nearing something significant. With the urging of the others, Qin Yu felt it inappropriate to press the matter further, lest she appear petty. Along the way, they vanquished several elite monsters, and the five finally arrived at the innermost depths of the dungeon. Before them lay a magma pool, roughly the size of a basketball court. Its rocky walls illuminated in a fiery crimson, the scorching air warped by the intense heat. It was unbearably hot. Qin Yu's fair neck glistened with beads of sweat. Had she not possessed the extraordinary constitution of a transcendent being, she would have long since retreated. Is this truly the deepest part of the dungeon? If we linger here any longer, we might well be roasted alive. Just as they pondered this, the magma beneath their feet erupted with a thunderous boom. Accompanied by a splash, the creature that had been slumbering in the magma finally awakened, torrents of molten rock cascading from its form, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. The fire rock giant. It appeared to be constructed from massive boulders, with crimson streams flowing through the crevices, its eyes resembling two miniature suns. Qin Yu instinctively took a step back, her voice trembling. It looks rather formidable. Can we really defeat it? Perhaps we should withdraw? Conservatively estimating, the creature was at least level 50 of the first tier. Fear not, Xiao Yu, we can handle this. Though the behemoth appeared terrifying, it might merely be a paper tiger. Qin Yu. She felt unwell. Under normal circumstances, these individuals would have fled long ago, for they were even more timid than she. Yet today, each one seemed remarkably composed. Had they taken leave of their senses? This was absurd. Be careful, it's attacking. Get out of the way. The fire rock giant swung its fist down with a resounding thud, creating a crater that sank into the surging magma. Qin Yu's face turned pale with fright, yet she summoned her courage and loosed an arrow, her talent as an ordinary archer shining through. A green arrow struck precisely on the giant's head. At that moment, Chun Yin unleashed the ethereal snake of verbal escape. The invisible serpent burst forth, colliding directly with the giant's cranium, producing another ear-splitting roar. The ethereal snake managed to collapse a portion of the giant's head. However, Qin Yu could not perceive the presence of the serpent and mistakenly believed her arrow had caused the effect, filling her with astonished delight. You were right. It truly seems to be a paper tiger. My arrows can inflict damage upon it. The other three. You really have no sense of the situation, do you? They were well aware that Chun Yin had acted from the shadows. Internally, they marveled at his prowess. His ability to strike invisibly and deliver such formidable force was a testament to his status as the strongest player of disaster. Qin Yu released another arrow, while Chun Yin skillfully commanded the Void Spirit Serpent to launch an attack. The Fire Rock Giant suffered yet another grievous blow, its chest blasted open with a gaping hole. Hooray! Qin Yu was overjoyed, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Despite its imposing stature, the Fire Rock's defenses were tragically feeble. I could handle it myself without your assistance. Indeed. Qin Yu, you are incredibly formidable. Go, little you, keep it up. The other three, with expressionless faces, cheered for Qin Yu. Yet their gazes were entirely fixed on Chun Yin, marveling at his extraordinary skills. Oh, Qin Yu, it is often said that when God closes a door, he opens a window. With your stunning beauty, it is only natural that your intellect may not be as sharp. You can't even take down those minor monsters on your own, and yet, you genuinely believe it is your own strength. However, this is for the best, as it spares us the trouble of deceiving you. Qin Yu continued to shoot arrows. The Fire Rock Giant's form was relentlessly battered by Chun Yin's words of power, leaving it riddled with wounds and in tatters. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, it collapsed, plunging into the molten lava. Only then did Chun Yin discreetly retract the Void Spirit Serpent, as a series of text prompts appeared before him. Congratulations on defeating the Fire Rock Giant. Gene Energy, 900. Level up, 4,345. Congratulations on acquiring the epic equipment, Fire Bow. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Fire Abyss. Congratulations on obtaining the skill scroll, 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix. Congratulations on receiving the talent card, Elemental Archer. Upon witnessing the rewards, Chun Yin was utterly astonished. A class talent card for archers, an epic grade equipment, and a skill scroll for archers. This was an entire set. These items were of little use to Chun Yin. He could only sell them, as Qin Yu was the sole archer in the team. Ahem, we've cleared it. So, did you all find anything worthwhile? I received a rare grade armor, hee. Qin Yu was as cheerful as a little rabbit. The other three also had their own gains, filled with boundless excitement. The sensation of being carried through the dungeon by the silent master was simply exhilarating. They hardly had to exert themselves in battle, breezing through the challenge. Had they attempted this quest alone, they might have faced considerable hardships. They even contemplated bowing down to Chun Yin right then and there. But they refrained from revealing his identity and decided against it. Humph, sister leads you through the dungeon, and you can't even muster a thank you. Qin Yu huffed at Chun Yin, hands on her hips. Thank you. That single word almost caused the other three to kneel on the spot. How utterly ridiculous. So, did you receive anything good? Qin Yu inquired again. Yes. Chun Yin retrieved the fire bow from his backpack. The epic-grade equipment shimmered brilliantly, resembling burning feathers, captivating all eyes. The moment Qin Yu laid eyes on this new equipment, her gaze sparkled brighter than the stars. Chapter 13. Do you desire equipment? The conditions of the past. What is this? A moment ago, a copy dropped, and it appears to be an epic-grade piece of equipment. Chun Yin remained remarkably composed. Epic-grade. Upon hearing this term, those around him could not help but gasp in astonishment. It is worth noting that just recently, the first epic-grade equipment was unveiled worldwide, thereby opening up trading opportunities, and here he was, witnessing it firsthand. It was terrifying. At this stage, epic-grade items truly commanded astronomical prices. It is no exaggeration to say that this bow before him was equivalent to an entire villa by the seaside. Even though epic-grade equipment would soon be rendered obsolete, there would still be wealthy individuals eager to purchase it, as it significantly enhances combat prowess. Wait, why is Chun Yin so calm? A chilling thought emerged among the onlookers. Could it be that the first epic-grade equipment was dropped by Chun Yin himself, hence his lack of surprise? This must be the only explanation. No wonder he was the strongest player in Catastrophe. In just a few days, he had reached heights unattainable by ordinary players. Wait, after the initial shock, Qin Yu suddenly realized, why would such remarkable equipment end up in your hands? Wasn't it I who defeated the enemy? The others could not help but chuckle. How did the equipment fall into Chun Yin's possession? Because when raiding a dungeon, 80 of the dropped equipment goes to the one who delivers the killing blow, leaving only a 20 chance for it to randomly go to others. It was entirely reasonable for Chun Yin to acquire the best gear. Perhaps it was merely my good fortune. Do you wish for it? Chun Yin asked with a smile. I. Qin Yu stammered. I am an archer myself, of course. I want it. But this is epic-grade equipment. Would you truly be so generous? No. You clearly defeated the enemy. You cannot. No? Chun Yin's continued indifference left Qin Yu at a loss for words. She desired this piece of equipment 1,000,000 times over. If she could obtain it, her strength would undoubtedly surge, placing her ahead of everyone else. I can pay, she insisted through gritted teeth. How much? 3 million. Chun Yin shook his head. 5 million. Are you trying to squeeze every last drop from me? 10 million. That is all I have. You should consider the effort I put in and just give it to me. The young girl bit her delicate lip, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. Heaven knows how wrong she felt. She had inexplicably encountered life-threatening danger, been struck unconscious by a rock, discovered the dungeon, and ultimately brought Chun Yin, a stranger, into it. After battling fiercely, she now had to spend a fortune to acquire equipment. Chun Yin found the situation amusing. This girl certainly had a good temperament. Had it been someone else with ulterior motives, they might have confronted him directly. Yet she was willing to spend money to buy it. Still not enough. A playful smile suddenly crept onto Chun Yin's lips. This time, Qin Yu was completely undone. Wiping away her tears, with reddened eyes and a feigned sense of resolve, she asked, "What must I do for you to part with it?" "A simple condition, wherein I would have a nominal girlfriend." Qin Yu's beautiful eyes widened. Her mouth slightly agape, as she stood there momentarily stunned. The other three were equally astonished, covering their mouths in disbelief, their pupils reflecting intense shock. Rendered speechless in that instant, Chun Yin's proposal was not motivated by an infatuation with Qin Yu's beauty, but rather stemmed from the practical advantage of having a girlfriend nearby, which could help avoid numerous troubles and facilitate his actions. In the eyes of the public, he was known as a notorious bachelor. Countless affluent and beautiful women showered him with attention, from alluring married ladies to vivacious young girls who eagerly approached him. Yet, he had refrained from engaging with any of them, firmly believing that online relationships were unreliable, viewing these admirers merely as individuals enamored with his gaming skills. However, others had even whispered gossip about his supposed ineptitude in the bedroom. Why not pursue Nantong? Because the number of men seeking him out was countless. Should he possess a girlfriend, it would significantly decrease the chances of revealing his identity, particularly with Yi Hongling actively searching for him. This would greatly mitigate the risk of being discovered by her. The woman's status, power, and cunning far surpassed that of the innocent Qin Yu, placing them on entirely different levels. If Yi Hongling truly came knocking, it would not be a simple matter to handle. Thus, enlisting Qin Yu as a shield was an ideal solution. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's 3 friends were ecstatic, rendered momentarily speechless, their hearts brimming with joy. The esteemed figure, Mr. Bu Yu, wished to designate Xiao Yu as his girlfriend. What tremendous fortune this was! What did it signify? It implied that Xiao Yu would have a formidable ally by her side. We could share in this glory. What could be more advantageous? No, I cannot simply become your girlfriend, she protested. Although I do desire this arrangement, I cannot reduce myself to a mere bargaining chip. However, Qin Yu did not deliberate for long before she outright declined. I stated it was merely a formal arrangement. That is still unacceptable. I refuse to engage in something I do not wish to do. Please propose an alternative. The bespectacled chubby friend immediately stepped forward. Xiao Yu, you must seriously contemplate this matter. Do not dismiss it so quickly. Indeed, Xiao Yu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for an epic piece of equipment. You cannot simply abandon it. Even if not for yourself, consider us. Qin Yu glared at them. You all. Xiao Jia, you are so lovely. Enduring daily harassment from various suitors. Wouldn't a boyfriend provide better protection? But a scandalous boyfriend would jeopardize my career. In this day and age, who cares about a career? Our future lies in slaying monsters and leveling up. We must strive to grow stronger, or survival itself will become a challenge. Qin Yu was utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? Why were they so insistent on my agreement? She was a girl who wished to maintain her dignity. After all, she had never even been in a relationship. Rest assured, when I say nominal, I mean nominal. I harbor no interest in you, Qin Yu. This statement completely sent the proverbial cat's fur flying. Disinterest? How can you possibly feel that way towards me? You truly believe yourself to be of great significance, don't you? Very well, I shall ensure you regret uttering such words. Fine, I accept your terms. Excellent. Let us enjoy this collaboration. Chun Yin willingly handed over the fire bow. Upon receiving the equipment, Qin Yu immediately examined its attributes. Fire bow, epic, defense, 30 attack, 140 attribute bonuses, Constitution 7, Agility 12, Transcendence 5 special effects. The arrows shot possess a fire attribute enchantment, significantly enhancing destructive power. What a formidable piece of equipment. Qin Yu was astonished that this individual truly entrusted the gear to her. This was indeed of epic caliber. It was akin to Chun Yin gifting her a seaside villa. Quite the man of his word, she thought, and for once, a flicker of fondness for Chun Yin emerged within her. Nevertheless, she resolved to make him regret his decision. When you truly wish for me to be your girlfriend, you shall come to realize your folly. Chapter 14. The land remains intact, the nation ever secure. After exchanging contact information, Chun Yin took his leave. This outing proved remarkably fruitful. However, the extensive use of his powerful words of power had begun to deplete his extraordinary energy reserves. He needed to rest. On his way back to the city, Chun Yin noticed that order was gradually being restored. The low-level monsters that had caused chaos had been entirely eradicated. The player base of the game Catastrophe was extensive, and now, inheriting talents from the game was no trivial matter. This power should not be underestimated. Additionally, ordinary individuals who had never played Catastrophe could also embark on the path of the extraordinary by purchasing talent cards, heralding an era where everyone could become extraordinary. The law of the jungle, where the strong prevail, would soon become the new order of this age. Upon returning to the villa district, he happened to be spotted by his neighbor, who hurriedly rushed out from her yard. Xiao Chun, where have you been these past few days? I was quite worried. Lucy felt a weight lift from her heart. You saved me last time, and I don't even know how to express my gratitude. Chen Yin smiled. It was nothing. Neighbors should help each other. You are truly kind. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall certainly lend a hand. All right. By the way, have you eaten? If not, come dine with me. Sounds good. Chen Yin arrived at Lucy's home, and soon, the lovely neighbor served a steaming bowl of beef noodles before him. Sister C, have you always lived alone? Indeed. My mother passed away when I was young, and my father is rather busy with work, leaving little time for me. He intended to hire a housekeeper for me, but I declined. Chen Yin nodded. That resonates with my own experience. Is that so? My parents are divorced and have each found new partners. My father, frustrated with my gaming habits, cast me out to fend for myself. Haha. In truth, Chen Yin's father merely wished to impart a lesson to him, to allow him to experience the hardships of a life devoid of financial resources, in hopes that he would return to inherit the family business. However, to his astonishment, Chen Yin resolutely chose to pursue gaming, never to return. Thus, his family remains oblivious to the fact that he now resides in a villa, thriving from his gaming endeavors, and is on the verge of becoming one of the world's foremost champions in this new era. If they were to discover this, one cannot imagine the expressions that would grace their faces. After hearing about Chen Yin's background, Lucy smiled gently. It's all right. You can come to my place for dinner often. My culinary skills are quite commendable. All right. Thank you, Sister C. Let's eat. The noodles are about to cool. Upon returning home, Chen Yin was preparing to list the loot he had acquired in the trading space to continue building his financial strength when a call from an unfamiliar number interrupted him. Upon answering, he was greeted by the voice of a stranger. Hello, I am Lu Xingchen, your brother. You must call me brother. The tone conveyed an air of condescension. Chen Yin recognized the name. His father had recently married a new wife, and Lu Xingchen was her son. The Yearwheel real estate company belonged to his father, named after him, and it seemed that this new addition had already risen to prominence. His father must be quite pleased with him. And so? Chen Yin replied, his tone flat. Haha, I thought you would be more excited, given that I am only 2 years your senior and already occupy this position, favored by our father. Lu Xingchen chuckled derisively, his voice laced with mockery, reminiscent of a wealthy scion addressing a commoner. I heard you were cast out by father due to your gaming obsession. How about this? I'll offer you a chance. Come work at the company as my assistant, with a monthly salary of 100,000. Chen Yin nearly laughed aloud. Selling just one piece of equipment could fetch him that sum, making the allure of 100,000 monthly salary seem trivial. He could hardly be bothered to engage with this jester. He had no inclination to meddle in family affairs, preferring to let them live their lives as he lived his. If there is nothing further, I shall hang up. Brother, don't be so hasty. Allow me to speak frankly. Had it not been for our father urging me to persuade you, I would not waste my precious time on you. Oh, yesterday, I secured a 10 billion deal for the company, which pleased father immensely. Thus, he wishes to offer you a chance for redemption, allowing me to guide you. Do you understand? Oh, perhaps you possess some extraordinary gaming prowess? Coincidentally, the company is looking to employ a dozen extraordinary individuals as security personnel. Would you be interested? Chen Yin had initially intended to disregard the jester. Yet, if the clown insisted on intruding upon his space, he would not shy away from delivering a sharp retort. What if that 10 billion deal were to slip away? Haha, brother, what nonsense are you speaking? The appointment has already been made. They are coming to sign the contract this afternoon. You think it can just vanish? In the office, Lu Xingchen, seated in the boss's chair, laughed heartily. His legs comfortably crossed atop the desk. Brother, do you really think that whining to dad will suffice? Wake up. A crying child does not always receive milk. Very well. I wish you a smooth contract signing this afternoon. Chen Yin concluded the call. Initially, he had been living a contented solitary life, unbothered by others. Yet, someone had to provoke trouble, leaving him with no choice. Chen Yin opened a gaming group named Eternal Peace of the Mountains and Rivers, dedicated to the hope that the nation's landscape remains unharmed and the homeland enjoys perpetual security. This was the gaming guild he established within Disaster, comprising around 1,000 members, all of whom were elites. These so-called elites were not merely proficient in gaming, but were distinguished individuals from various fields. Some were billionaires, others were scions of affluent families, titans of the streaming industry, executives from Fortune 100 companies, and moguls from the wealth rankings. Chen Yin was the world's premier gamer. Those fortunate enough to join his guild were certainly not ordinary. They were either skilled commoners or affluent spenders. This constituted Chen Yan's most formidable network of connections. Yet he seldom spoke in the group. For once he did. Even a mere cough would incite a flurry of messages. Wow, the silent brother has spoken. It's been ages since we heard from you. Brother, we've missed you dearly. Brother, what level are you now? Care to share? Brother, did you acquire the world's first epic level equipment? The group is abuzz with speculation, and I can't help but guess it must be you. I love you. Silent brother, will there be a chance to fight dungeons with you in real life? Get lost. You think you're worthy of wasting his time? I'll offer 10 million. A private jet will come to fetch you. Come play with us for a couple of days. When shall we organize an offline gathering? We're just waiting for you to lead us into grand endeavors. The administrator has muted all members. Xiaoqi, you're all so noisy. Can you please quiet down? Xiaoqi, the group's administrator, was known in the game as the strongest female swordsman of the Dragon Kingdom, whose real name was Su Jinyu. And she was the daughter of a Fortune 100 group. Xiaoqi, silent brother, please speak. Chapter 15, The Collapse of the Billion-Dollar Contract. Chen Yan's terror. Chen Yan, for offline meetings, you can coordinate with Xiaoqi. I'm busy. Chen Yan, I have a batch of equipment here. Xiaoqi, I'll pass it on to you to distribute to the brothers in need. Xiaoqi, wow, silent brother is so generous. Thus, Chen Yan distributed the equipment he had previously scavenged. Although not particularly exquisite, they were still needed by someone. Most importantly, it served to occasionally strengthen the bonds among his comrades. Silent brother is so magnanimous. Thank you for the equipment. Hee. Unbelievable. The fact that he can distribute this gear means he must have acquired something even better. Isn't this rather redundant? Given the prowess of our esteemed brother, how could he possibly be interested in such trivial matters? After a flurry of enthusiastic endorsements from fellow group members, Chen Yan continued. Who has connections in the real estate sector? I have a matter that requires assistance. The moment it was revealed that our esteemed brother needed help, the group erupted with excitement. To be able to do a favor for him would be an immense boon. Count me in. I am the chairman. With numerous branches across the nation, just reach out to me if needed. My company's operations are all tied to real estate. Simply call on me anytime. Brother, I work at the Market Supervision Administration and my uncle handles tax investigations. Can I be of assistance? Everyone scrambled to offer their help to Chen Yan. In the game Disaster, Chen Yan had always been exceptionally generous to his brothers, fostering profound friendships. Yet, that camaraderie was confined to the virtual realm. Now that the game intertwined with reality, Chen Yan's potential was indeed formidable. It is conceivable that in the near future, he may ascend to become the world's mightiest. And cultivating a relationship with him would be akin to securing an invaluable ally. Wealth, in comparison to Chen Yan, is merely trivial. Ultimately, Chen Yan selected an individual. Dage, it's you. Let us discuss this privately. Upon witnessing Chen Yan's choice, the others felt disheartened. Brother, if he cannot meet your demands, allow us to step in. Go take a hike. Even if I have to relinquish half of my company's shares, I will ensure that the requirements of brother you are met. Thus, Chen Yan conveyed his simple request to sabotage the impending billion-dollar deal that Yinluan Real Estate was on the verge of securing. That is far too easy. They are offering 10 billion. I can offer 15 billion and have someone negotiate immediately. The folks in Lehigh City would never dare disrespect me. If you wish, I could easily bring this company to its knees. That won't be necessary. I owe you a favor. Of course, that very afternoon, in the outdoor garden conference room, Lu Xingchen sat with his legs crossed, accompanied by his secretary and assistant, awaiting the arrival of clients. Today's agenda was to discuss a monumental deal worth 10 billion. This was his opportunity to prove himself. If successful, the entire board would regard him with newfound respect. Most importantly, his father would take him more seriously. Rather than worrying about his seemingly inept son, a charmingly dressed secretary approached with a smile. Mr. Lu, would you like some tea? Remember to wear black stockings next time. I adore them. Mr. Lu, you're incorrigible, Lu Xingchen replied with a playful pat on her well-shaped figure, sipping tea and basking in the sun, feeling utterly at ease. One could scarcely describe the bliss of such a moment. Truly, it was a time of flourishing success, akin to a swift horse galloping through a field of blossoming flowers. Everyone gravitated around him, whether there were tasks for the secretary or not. The sensation of being in such a high position was simply exquisite. The worthless son remains oblivious to the situation. If he were to return and follow me, he could secure a stable job, Instead, he is out there, potentially facing untimely demise. However, it is perhaps for the best. Once I inherit the estate upon my father's passing, all will be mine. Just then, a client arrived. Lu Xingchen immediately rose, beaming with anticipation to greet him, for this individual was a titan of the business world, deserving of utmost respect. Once the contract was finalized, a foot bath together that evening would surely strengthen their relationship. Yet, as he stood, he was taken aback. The esteemed business mogul had not approached him. Instead, it was merely a female secretary from his team and no one else. Lu Xingchen furrowed his brow. It's nearly 3 o'clock. Where is your boss? Apologies, Mr. Lu. The secretary replied. The boss sent me to inform you that this deal may not be suitable after all, but we hope to collaborate on another occasion. You've got to be kidding me. Lu Xingchen suppressed his fury and gritted his teeth, demanding, we had a productive video conference just days ago. You must provide a reason. Well, it appears our competitors acquired this project for $1.5 billion, and naturally, we have chosen to partner with them. What? Lu Xingchen trembled, disbelief flooding his gaze. That's impossible. $1.5 billion for acquisition? What profit could they possibly gain? Are they mad? I cannot say, Mr. Lu. My apologies, I must take my leave. Lu Xingchen stood frozen for a moment, then suddenly felt utterly drained, collapsing into a chair, muttering words of disbelief. This revelation struck him as if the sky had fallen. Mr. Lu, please calm down. The secretary immediately approached him, but he forcefully pushed her away. Get lost. His face was ashen, and he found himself at a loss for words. Before negotiating this deal, he had signed a betting agreement with his father, requiring him to take full responsibility for the project. If successful, he would secure his position. If not, he would be cast aside to gain more experience. Lu Xingchen had been confident, for he had connections with the client that would almost guarantee the success of the negotiation. Yet, out of nowhere, a madman had emerged. At that moment, a text message pinged on his phone. The message contained but a single line. Is the contract discussion still going smoothly? From Chen Yan. This line served as the final spark, igniting Lu Xingchen's fury. It was he who was sabotaging him from behind. How could it be? He was merely a gaming enthusiast. How could he possess such power? No, it was utterly impossible. This must be mere coincidence. If he could just communicate with that competitor, there would surely be a chance for redemption. Indeed, a $1.5 billion project, and with a competitor at that. Uncovering the identity of the opposing party should not prove difficult. Lu Xingchen swiftly dialed the number. Is this Mr. Jiang? Hello, my name is Lu Xingchen. I'm busy. Beep, beep, beep. With a resounding thud, Lu Xingchen's phone fell to the ground, leaving him frozen like a statue. The blatant insult struck him like a heavy slap, leaving his face bruised. Was the contract negotiation pleasant? The recollection of this phrase from Chen Yan sent shivers down Lu Xingchen's spine, tightening his heart in anxiety. Chapter 16. The Monster Strikes. A Girl in Peril. Chen Yan takes action. Chapter 17. Chen Yan rescues the girl. The unreliable scoundrel the driver was perplexed. What just occurred? The young man moved with such swiftness that the driver barely had time to react before he leapt into the sewer. What just happened? A boy jumped in. Did he lose his mind? There are monsters in there. The crowd buzzed with speculation, eagerly capturing the scene with their phones, while the grieving mother wailed in despair. As Chun Yin entered the dark, damp sewer, he soon heard the terrified cries of a girl echoing from the depths. The creature moved swiftly, seemingly intent on dragging the girl away and devouring her. There was no time to waste. Word spirit, ethereal serpent. The obscure incantation erupted from Chun Yin's lips. He stepped onto the invisible serpent, using its momentum to hasten his pursuit. After delving approximately 200 meters, he finally caught sight of the monstrous figure. A colossal, pitch-black octopus. Without hesitation, he commanded the ethereal serpent to strike. In a swift flurry, it severed the creature's tentacles. The girl, previously ensnared, fell free. The octopus, in pain, attempted to flee, but Chun Yin would not permit its escape, directing the serpent for another offensive. In mere moments, the octopus was riddled with numerous wounds, succumbing to its injuries right then and there. With the threat neutralized, Chun Yin hurried to the girl's side. The girl was still sobbing uncontrollably, overwhelmed by fear and pain. Her lovely dress soiled with muck, her delicate face marred by filth. What child could withstand such trauma? Everything is all right, don't worry. Your brother will take you back to your mother. As he comforted the little girl, Chun Yin felt utterly inadequate. Thus, he cradled her in his arms, soothing her with gentle words while guiding her back. Listen to your brother. You're safe now. We'll be out shortly. Glancing at his watch, Chun Yin realized he might miss picking up Qin Yu, feeling a pang of guilt. However, he dared not let the girl suffer further fright. With his tender reassurances along the way, she gradually ceased her tears. Thank you, brother, she sniffled, looking utterly pitiful. You're very brave. Before long, they neared the sewer's entrance. Chun Yin instinctively knew that a crowd had gathered above, ordinary citizens, possibly law enforcement, and a throng of reporters. If he were to reveal himself, it would undoubtedly lead to sensational headlines. Absolutely not. Making an appearance on television inevitably amplifies the risk of exposure. Once his identity is revealed, he will undoubtedly become the focus of global attention, attracting countless admirers and posing a greater threat to nations than nuclear weapons. This is as far as I can take you. Go on, make your escape, said the elder brother. The girl dashed towards the exit. Meanwhile, Chun Yin prepared to slip away unnoticed from a different direction. Clear the way. Everyone, step aside. Uniformed officers arrived on the scene, erecting a barricade to isolate the crowd. Journalists, drawn by the unfolding drama, had also gathered. According to eyewitness accounts, a young girl had recently been captured by a creature and dragged into a sewer, while a boy suspected to possess extraordinary abilities had ventured in to rescue her, with his fate unknown. Our reporters will continue to cover the developments. Please stay tuned. Suddenly, an officer shouted, "Look, the child is back." What? Hurry, bring her up. Soon, the little girl was lifted to safety by the officers. Though she was filthy, she appeared unharmed. Xiao Ko, cried the mother as they embraced, both in tears, evoking a wave of emotion among the onlookers. Journalists quickly captured this poignant moment. It was now 9:20 a.m. The little girl had been safely rescued and was uninjured. Yet, the whereabouts of the brave young man remained a mystery. The crowd voiced their confusion. Indeed, where did that young man go? Why hasn't he emerged yet? He deserves recognition for his good deed. Without him, this mother and daughter might never have reunited. In response to the inquiries, the girl revealed the truth. That brother has already left. Sweetheart, would you please go with the nurse to get checked at the hospital? Her mother urged. No, I want to thank the brother. Mama always said I must have a grateful heart. The little girl insisted stubbornly. The crowd found themselves at a loss, unable to locate the young man to express their gratitude. At that moment, the driver interjected, I know. That young man was in my car. He headed to Linhai University to report for duty. Upon hearing this news, the reporter's eyes sparkled with excitement. If they could find the boy at Linhai University and report firsthand, it would surely trend tomorrow. An absolute sensation. Madam, may we accompany you to Linhai University? You can thank him, and we'd love to interview him as well. Yes, she agreed. Surrounded by reporters, the mother and daughter were quickly ushered into a vehicle, racing towards the university. Qin Yu, however, did not manage to wait for Chun Yin. Initially, she stood alone at the side entrance of Linhai University, burdened by a heavy suitcase, unnoticed by many. After all, she was wearing a mask. Yet, her grace and stature were strikingly extraordinary. A flowing white camisole dress accentuates her graceful figure and slender calves, while her fair skin exudes a flawless radiance. Her beautiful, wavy long hair cascades freely down her back. How could such a stunning beauty stroll through the streets without attracting attention? Qin Yu's desire for Chun Yin to pick her up stemmed from her wish to avoid unwanted advances and the troubles they might bring. To her dismay, Chun Yin failed to arrive on time. Beautiful lady, are you here to report as well? May I assist you with your suitcase? No, thank you. Qin Yu found herself fending off wave after wave of flirtations until she was finally recognized. She is Qin Yu, the newly debuted singer Qin Yu. No wonder she possesses such poise. I can't believe she is here at our university, huh? Quick, let us take a picture. Goodness. Her beauty is such that even behind a mask, she could outshine many. As the crowd swelled, Qin Yu felt like a monkey under the spotlight, helplessly enduring the incessant photography. In frustration, she retrieved her phone and dialed Chun Yin's number. Your call cannot be connected at this time. Please try again later. Humph. What a deceitful scoundrel. After accepting Chun Yin's epic gear last time, she felt a twinge of guilt, which prompted her to bring a gift this time, a luxurious watch. A personalized edition bearing her signature, which her fans could only dream of obtaining. It lay nestled within her suitcase. Little did she expect that Chun Yin would not even show up. Alas, it seems their relationship was merely for appearances. Eventually, Campus security dispersed the crowd and escorted Qin Yu onto the university grounds. Chapter 18. University-wide commendation for Chun Yin in the classroom of Class 1. 100 talented individuals gathered, ready to undergo testing. Breaking news. Qin Yu has arrived at our school. Is it the Qin Yu I'm thinking of? The one who debuted based on her looks? Indeed, that is her. She used to play disaster and has now become an extraordinary being, coming to our university for further studies. Wow. I never expected to have such close proximity to the idol of many hearts. Upon hearing this news, Xiaowen instinctively furrowed her brow. As the campus belle of Lingda, she had always been the focal point. The boys who pursued her could form a line from the cafeteria to the convenience store. Yet she maintained her allure by remaining single and pure, rejecting all advances. The sensation of nurturing many suitors gave her a delightful sense of superiority, making her feel like the center of the universe. However, with Qin Yu's arrival, it seemed her title as campus belle might soon be challenged. Just days ago, Xiaowen had willingly allowed the wealthy heir Sun Jing to sleep with her, thereby acquiring the talent card for Wind Mage and successfully becoming an extraordinary being. She had hoped to ascend further with Sun Jing's influence, but she could not allow him to slip from her grasp. A girl clad in a white sundress entered the classroom. Qin Yu herself. The moment she stepped through the door, the classroom fell silent. The young men were utterly captivated, as if their very eyes were drawn to her, unable to divert their gaze from her presence, akin to being ensnared by a magnetic force. Goodness, she was even more stunning than on television. Her figure and complexion were impeccably maintained. Was she truly a paragon of beauty? It's no wonder she was regarded as the ethereal dream of countless men. She was simply breathtaking. Xiaowen, the so-called campus belle, immediately faded into insignificance. Much like a flickering candle in the presence of the moonlight, utterly unable to compete for brilliance. She couldn't help but grit her teeth, for even Sun Jing, who had just spent the night with her, was practically drooling at this moment. Until today, Sun Jing had been one of her admirers. How infuriating, she mused silently. Little did she expect Sun Jing to stride purposefully towards Qin Yu right before her eyes. Hello, my name is Sun Jing, and my talent is beast mastery. Sun Jing wore a confident smile, convinced that revealing his unique ability would surely capture Qin Yu's attention. Beast mastery was indeed one of the rarest talents. This skill had been acquired at great expense by his family, propelling him ahead of his peers and placing him at the forefront of his era. With a wealthy background and an exceptional talent, he was a standout wherever he went. Since Qin Yu had come to Lingda, winning her over would be quite the achievement. Who wouldn't he want to experience the ethereal dream of countless men? Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Yu's response was markedly frosty. At that moment, she harbored endless grievances towards Chun Yin, rendering her disinterested in engaging with others. Sun Jing felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his expression tightening as he forced a smile. By the way, Xiao Yu, today's testing instructor is a friend of my father S, so if you need anything, feel free to contact me. I can help you with it. Oh, no need. Thank you, Qin Yu replied, her tone still flat. Sun Jing's expression darkened as he returned to his seat. Experiencing failure and flirting for the first time, did she truly believe that her celebrity status afforded her such arrogance? He scoffed inwardly, vowing that he would find a way to win her over. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in military boots entered the classroom, his heavy footsteps echoing like lead. His camouflage short-sleeve shirt strained against his muscular physique, and the scars on his face hinted at a formidable past. He was undoubtedly a seasoned warrior who had battled monsters numerous times. Silence. The two words rendered the classroom of over 100 students completely silent. I am Zheng Lai, a Chi Master, level 35, and your instructor for this testing session. Level 35. At the mention of this rank, all the students couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Such a level placed him among the elite globally. It was clear that he had hunted countless monsters to reach such heights. He was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Regardless of who you are, if you have decided to enroll in the martial arts program, you will obey my commands. Roll call. In this solemn atmosphere, the roll call commenced. Everyone spoke cautiously, even avoiding the instructor's gaze, fearing the consequences. Chun Yin. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. It became evident to all that Chun Yin was absent. Xiaowen's lips curled into a subtle smile. How audacious for this sycophant to arrive late. He was in for a rough time, given the instructor's notorious temper. Bang! The instructor slammed his palm onto the desk, creating a distinct indentation on its hard surface. Anyone acquainted with Chun Yin could inform him that his presence was no longer required. Next, when the name Sun Jing was called, a visible softness emerged on the instructor's face, as he had been specifically instructed to look after Sun Jing. Just as the roll call concluded, a sharp knock echoed from outside the door. Who else could it be but Chun Yin? Qin Yu's gaze immediately shifted, surprise flickering in his eyes. Apologies for my tardiness. I encountered an unexpected situation on my way. This statement was directed at Qin Yu rather than the instructor, as he expressed remorse for having previously stood him up. As for the instructor, he was hardly a concern for him. However, what awaited him was a thunderous reprimand. Who permitted you to enter? Get out. The deafening voice roared like a beast, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Poor Chun Yin was in for a rough patch. It served him right. With the establishment of the martial arts department, the instructor was undoubtedly keen to assert his authority. It appeared the instructor intended to set an example, and Chun Yin was destined to be the first unfortunate victim. Most of the students relished in his misfortune. Just a moment ago, he had been boasting, and now he found himself in such a predicament. Xiaowen couldn't help but chuckle, thinking this man truly had a knack for attracting trouble. Initially, she had hoped that after the game merged with reality, this reclusive youth might finally achieve something, but it seemed he was still as useless as ever. At that moment, an announcement blared through the intercom. Attention, Chun Yin from Class 1 of the Martial Arts Department displayed remarkable bravery today by rescuing a girl from a monster's clutches. His courage and selflessness are commendable and worthy of emulation. The announcement resonated throughout the entire school. The classroom erupted into a flurry of discussions. What? Chun Yin saved someone? No way, it's true. Check the trending news. Immediately, someone pulled out their phone to verify the hot topic. Discovering a rapidly rising news story. Girl rescued from sewers by brave young man. Identity unknown. Accompanying images included one of a masked youth whose physique unmistakably resembled Chun Yin's. Qin Yu's furrowed brow began to ease. So, he was late because he was saving someone on the road? The instructor's expression darkened, his demeanor visibly strained. Just then, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Come, ahead lies the newly established Class 1 of the Martial Sciences, where the individual you seek should be present. That child is known for his willingness to assist others. Haha, the media must commend him in their coverage. Is that the voice of the principal? Chapter 19. Qin Yu is Chun Yin's former girlfriend? Indeed, the esteemed principal of Lin University has arrived. He is accompanied by a throng of journalists, as well as the concerned mother and daughter, and even the driver who alone remembers Chun Yin's visage. The true name of Chun Yin was gleaned from the driver's taxi records. Allow me to summon Chun Yin. Please wait a moment, everyone. This lad performed a noble deed without seeking recognition, which speaks volumes of his character. If the media reports on the commendable actions of our student, it would greatly enhance the school's reputation. The principal certainly relishes the opportunity. Moreover, among this gathering are reporters from the official news television station, a truly prestigious assembly. Here we are, everyone. We have arrived. Just as the principal led the group outside the classroom, he spotted Chun Yin still standing outside and furrowed his brow. Why are you standing out here instead of going in? Principal, I am late, and the instructor would not allow me to enter, Chun Yin replied candidly. Hearing this, the instructor inside could not help but twitch slightly. The principal, unaware that this was Chun Yin, immediately darkened his expression. Being late and punished to stand outside? This constitutes a poor reflection on the school, especially in front of so many reporters. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from behind. It was the taxi driver. It's him. He is the brave young man. Simultaneously, the little girl being held recognized her older brother and timidly exclaimed, "Brother, thank you." The mother hurried over, fervently expressing her gratitude to Chun Yin, tears brimming in her eyes. A ripple effect ensued. The reporters could no longer contain themselves, promptly pulling out their cameras to capture the moment. Flashes illuminated Chun Yin's face. Oh no, this is it. It seems I must appear on television now. Since evasion is no longer an option, I must at least find some means of disguise to conceal my identity. You are Chun Yin, are you not? Well done. Well done. The principal, in a rather comical display, transformed his demeanor, beaming as he patted Chun Yin on the shoulder. Chun Yin, your selfless act of bravery without seeking recognition is exemplary for all students. This embodies the very purpose of the establishment of the Martial Sciences program at Linhai University. We encourage capable individuals to assist the vulnerable and uphold the tranquility of our community. Today, on behalf of the university, I am pleased to award Chen Yan a prize of 50,000 yuan. The principal announced loudly. An immediate round of applause erupted around them. The classmates in the classroom were utterly astonished. Initially, many had relished in schadenfreude, mocking Chen Yan for being late on his first day, treating him as the proverbial chicken meant to frighten the others. Yet, who could have anticipated such a twist of fate? It turned out that he had been delayed due to a heroic act of saving someone, which led to his absence during roll call. Xiaowen, witnessing Chen Yan bask in such admiration, felt an unsettling sensation wash over her, rendering her speechless, as if ants were crawling upon her skin. Chen Yan, who not long ago had been her devoted admirer, was now transformed. Watching his newfound glory, Xiaowen felt a pang of discomfort, as it became evident that she could not bask in his radiance, accompanied by a sense of regret for having underestimated him. Indeed, she had never imagined Chen Yan possessed such capabilities. At that very moment, Qin Yu felt her own sorrows and grievances evaporate entirely. It dawned on her that Chen Yan was not tardy due to negligence, but rather for a noble cause. His act of valor was commendable. Qin Yu wholeheartedly understood and supported him, her spirits soaring, even tinged with a sense of pride. After all, he was her nominal boyfriend. The reporters gathered and began to pose their inquiries. Could you explain why you hurriedly left after saving someone? A journalist from the official television station inquired. Handing over the microphone, Chen Yan pondered for a moment. Then an idea struck him. I believe that doing good deeds is not for the sake of reward. This insight was inspired by my girlfriend, who has also made anonymous donations to disaster relief efforts. The reporters erupted in delight. Based on their usual experiences, young men in front of the camera typically felt shy, responding in a hesitant and dismissive manner. Thus, interviews often yielded lackluster results, failing to ignite substantial discussion. However, this young man named Chen Yan was clearly different. His response was thoughtful and expansive, even extending to his girlfriend, a truly fortuitous turn of events. Xiaowen, upon hearing this, found her mind blank, utterly astonished. A girlfriend? Impossible. Just days ago, Chen Yan had been pursuing her. How could he possibly have a girlfriend now? May I ask? Chen Yan, is your girlfriend a fellow student here? Might we meet her? In the classroom, Qin Yu's heart raced furiously. Chen Yan smiled and replied, of course. She's right here in the classroom. In an instant, all eyes followed Chen Yan's gaze, collectively landing on Qin Yu. The disbelief was palpable in their expressions. Qin Yu is Chen Yan's girlfriend? This seemed like a far-fetched tale, considering one was an inconspicuous introvert until today, while the other was the object of desire for countless men. Even a novel would shy away from such a plot twist. Sun Jing, the wealthy heir, instinctively clenched his fists. He despised nothing more than seeing a woman he coveted snatched away by another. However, when he saw Qin Yu rise and walk towards the exit, his eyes widened in fury. Xiaowen instinctively tensed, her body rigid as she watched the girl, who surpassed her in every conceivable way, stride towards Chen Yan. With each step, her pride shattered into countless fragments. How could this be possible? How could a reclusive boy like him deserve such attention? Blood vessels even threatened to burst in her wide, astonished eyes. Qin Yu hung her head, fixating on her toes. She had long ceased to fear the camera. Her shyness remained, yet she had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events from Chen Yan. Qin Yu, is it truly you? My goodness. The reporters erupted in ecstatic delight, astonished that their interview with Chen Yan had yielded an unexpected scoop. The pop star Qin Yu. This was someone they could seldom hope to interview. To their astonishment, she already had a boyfriend, and it was no mere rumor. This revelation was explosive. Miss Qin, when did you two start dating? Aren't you concerned that this revelation might impact your career? Is your management company aware of this situation? A barrage of questions bombarded her like an unrelenting barrage of cannon fire, until the school's security finally escorted the reporters away, bringing the tumult to a conclusion. Chen Yan had achieved his objective. His exposure as someone with a girlfriend had no connection to his platonic relationship with the enigmatic Wu Yu. However, if his connection with either Yi Hongling or his little steward, Shao Qi, were to come to light, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce and tumultuous confrontation. Just as the outsiders were dismissed, the principal entered the classroom, hands clasped behind his back, and unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon the instructor. You were entrusted with a significant responsibility, not to create chaos. Today, a fortunate event nearly fell apart because of you, you fool. After the tirade, The principal turned to Chen Yin with a gentler demeanor. Xiao Chun, don't let today's events weigh on your mind. Focus on preparing for the upcoming assessments. Understood, Principal. Chapter 20. The Capability Test. Team formation begins. Let us head to the playground. Over 100 individuals, including Chen Yan, were summoned to the football field, ready to embark on their inaugural martial arts examination. The purpose of the test was to gauge the students' talents and abilities. The exceptional would be recruited by the official enforcement team, securing a stable future. The average could receive guidance from professionals, including growth advice, equipment selection, and combat training. To cultivate outstanding talents, the less capable would be allowed to develop naturally. Prior to this day, Chen Yin had planned to simply blend in, to be perceived as someone with mediocre talent, thus allowing for personal freedom, a choice aligned with Wu Yu's style. However, having just been photographed by reporters, he anticipated that news of this would soon circulate. Maintaining a low profile was no longer feasible. Consequently, Chen Yin was compelled to take the opposite approach and act with boldness. In disaster, Wu Yu was an exceedingly discreet individual, safeguarding all her information meticulously, even refraining from verbal communication, opting instead for written exchanges. By creating a stark contrast this time, Chen Yin would find it easier to conceal his identity. He was prepared to take the test with a modicum of seriousness. Meanwhile, some individuals were scheming in the shadows. The affluent heir, Sun Jing, had connections with instructor Jiang Lai. Seizing the opportunity while ostensibly visiting the restroom, Sun Jing made a phone call to Jiang Lai's mobile. Instructor Jiang, I hope you will be somewhat stern with Chen Yin. Do not hold back. Frankly, I find that brat rather displeasing. If possible, it would be best to break an arm or a leg. Heh. Sun Jing's smile oozed malice. Upon exiting the restroom, he spotted Qin Yu walking alongside Chen Yin, his disdain intensifying. Jiang Lai, having just been reprimanded by the principal, lost both face and authority, again due to Chen Yin. After hanging up, a smirk crept across his lips. This test was of particular significance to the school. In addition to the principal and other officials in attendance, several investors in the martial arts sector had also arrived. This was a talent development initiative, and the investors possessed considerable foresight. Dressed in suits with polished shoes, they took their seats in the viewing area. Among them, one businessman donned sunglasses and a gray-white suit, none other than Lu Xingchen, an old acquaintance of Chen Yin. Previously, he had been with the Yearwheel Real Estate Company, but after mishandling a billion-dollar project, he had faced severe reprimand from Chen Yin's father, Chen Huarong. Despite wanting to dismiss him, Chen Huarong was persuaded by his wife to grant Lu Xingchen another chance. This time, he was determined to reclaim what he had lost. Lu Xingchen's discerning eye had led him to focus on talent development for the next project. Thus, he proactively invested in Linda, hoping to nurture a group of gifted individuals. Upon spotting Chen Yin among the crowd, Lu Xingchen nearly sprang to his feet in astonishment. Beneath his sunglasses, his irises blazed with fury. He had never imagined that Chen Yin would also be participating in this martial arts training. What a delightful coincidence, my dear brother. Gritting his teeth, he gradually relaxed his jaw, and a smile emerged once more. The last encounter must have been mere happenstance. This time, you have fallen into the hands of capital. Let us see the power of wealth unfold, and I hope our father does not blame me for leaving you crippled. Mr. Lu, is something troubling you? The principal inquired hastily. Nothing at all, Lu Xingchen replied, returning to his seat. He summoned his secretary and whispered, 1 million. Secure the instructor's cooperation to ensure he properly guides my beloved brother. The test commenced. You will now be divided into groups of 3 to take turns sparring with me. Your performance during these matches will determine your ratings. The highest rating is A, and the lowest is C. The higher your rating, the more likely you are to receive favorable treatment and focused development from the government. After explaining the rules, Jiang Lai abruptly removed his jacket, revealing his muscular physique, clad only in a white tank top. The sight of his dark, rippling muscles, marred by numerous barely healed scars, left his peers in stunned silence. Is there a misunderstanding? Right from the start, we are to engage in combat with the instructor? Even a 3-on-1 scenario seems futile. Considering this instructor is reputed to be at level 35, possessing extensive battle experience that far surpasses ours. Rest assured, the objective is not to secure victory, but rather to allow us to demonstrate our capabilities. We should all do our utmost. So what are we waiting for? Let us form our teams. In a trio, the strength of one's companions is crucial. If one's allies are sufficiently formidable, it will afford greater opportunities for individual performance, perhaps even garnering favorable attention. Not everyone dares to venture into the wilderness alone to gain experience. Humans are inherently social beings, inclined to seek organization, stable employment, and professional development, thereby ensuring a more secure existence, free from the constant threat of being overrun by monsters. Chun, shall we form a team? My talent lies in being a brawler, and I have already reached level 15. Let us include in, shall we? Given our good rapport, I wish to accompany you. Come on, Chun, take me along. In that moment, Chun became the center of attention. Having recently rescued someone from a monster, it was evident to all that he possessed considerable strength, and he was quickly encircled by eager onlookers. Of course, many men, overtaken by impulsive desires, rushed towards Chinyu, hoping to join her team. Who wouldn't want to impress a beautiful woman? I'm sorry, but I have a boyfriend. I will be teaming up with him, Chinyu firmly declined. It must be said, the boyfriend card is indeed quite effective. As anticipated, upon hearing this, the men promptly lost interest and dispersed. Though two persistent individuals continued to express that having a boyfriend was even better, Xiao Wen, once the belle of the school, now finds herself overlooked. In terms of looks and physique, she has been utterly eclipsed by Qin Yu. Regarding strength, she had recently acquired a talent profession card through dubious connections with Sun Jing, yet had no opportunity for practical combat. Who would seek her out? Once the focal point of attention, she now resembles a forsaken weed, standing alone in a corner. She gazed at Chun, her heart heavy with memories of her former self. A once obscure individual, lacking any notable virtues, had transformed into the most sought-after person. And herself? She was now the one met with disdain. She could not accept this. Why should it be this way? He was merely my devoted admirer. Suddenly, a twinge of regret arose within her. If only she had not been so humiliating towards Chun in the past, but rather had continued to dangle him along, offering him a taste of sweetness. However, Xiaowen quickly dismissed this thought, swaying her hips as she approached Sun Jing, instinctively adopting a pitifully innocent demeanor. Jing, do you still need more people? Could you take me along? Sun Jing frowned. Do you think you are worthy? For a wealthy heir like him. The most desirable women are those unattainable, such as Qin Yu. Once acquired, his interest wanes significantly, as is the case with Xiaowen. Xiaowen's eyes brimmed with disbelief as she clutched Sun Jing's shirt, exclaiming, "You promised to protect me for a lifetime." "Huh, I say that to all women in bed," he retorted. Laughter erupted from those around them. A match made in hell, indeed. Best keep your distance to avoid bad luck. Chapter 21. Shen Yin. Two is enough. Xiaowen felt as though the ground had collapsed beneath her. In that moment, she recalled Chun Yin's kindness, how he would hand her bottled water after gym class, and how he would rush over with an umbrella when it rained. A wealthy heir might provide fleeting satisfaction, but a sincere homebody would offer a genuine heart. She stood in place, observing as most had already formed teams. Yet, Chun Yin's team consisted of only two individuals. A flicker of hope ignited in her heart. Could this last spot be reserved for her? After all, he had once been her devoted admirer. Surely, he wouldn't be so heartless even with a new girlfriend in tow. Lost in thought, Xiaowen was elated to see Chun Yin approaching. How wonderful. He still holds feelings for me. She had even prepared the perfect expression to accept his invitation, only to feel a rush of air as he swept past her to stand before the instructor. "Instructor, my team will consist of just two people. That will suffice," he declared. Xiaowen nearly collapsed from indignation. He would rather have one fewer member than invite me. What a contemptible man. How could there be someone so vengeful? So petty. She mentally cursed Chun Yin with every word she could conjure, yet it did nothing to alter the reality of her abandonment. Very well. Zhang Lai nodded with a smile. He had intended to target Chun Yin, and since Chun Yin had suggested a two-person challenge, he would certainly not refuse. The other students were taken aback. Was Chun Yin truly so audacious as to participate without a full team? Such disrespect toward the instructor would surely lead to severe consequences. Indeed, respect for the instructor was a basic expectation. This was clearly a provocation. Even Qin Yu found Chun Yin's actions hasty, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. "Are you sure it's just the two of us?" "Why not?" Chun Yin replied with indifference. "Humph, then you better perform well. I want to be the one to drag you down." Qin Yu pouted, playfully chiding him. To the other boys, their banter appeared flirtatious, causing envy to bubble over. What incredible fortune had Chun Yin stumbled upon to be with such an adorable girlfriend? As the teams concluded their formations, a regiment of neatly attired officials entered the field, clad in camouflage uniforms. At the forefront was a female officer, her black boots polished, hair styled in a neat ponytail, cuffs casually rolled up, exuding an aura of formidable femininity. She strode directly to the viewing platform, pulled out a chair, and casually crossed her legs. The remaining law enforcement officers lined up behind her. It is Li Yunwei. Upon seeing this female officer, the students were as astonished as if they had encountered Qin Yu. Is this not the formidable woman frequently seen on television? It is said that she is nearly at level 40, even stronger than the instructors. I know. She is likely the most formidable law enforcement officer in our coastal city. Many monsters in the city have been eliminated by her team. Good heavens, she is incredibly impressive. A woman who is both powerful and charismatic can captivate anyone. With her presence, she must be here to scout for talent. I must perform exceptionally well this time. I am determined. If I could work under Sister Lee, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. At this moment, regardless of gender, everyone was filled with an unyielding spirit. The test officially commenced. We shall go first. A trio stepped into the fray. I heard that one of them is at level 20, quite formidable. It seems he wishes to make a name for himself. Someone whispered. However, the outcome of the battle left everyone dumbfounded. In the first 30 seconds, Jiang Lai merely defended, evading attacks with his agility, sustaining no injuries. When he finally struck, he astonished everyone with a single punch that sent the trio flying several meters away. Chun Yin immediately recognized the skill, the air-piercing fist of a Qi master. Wow, that's incredible, the classmates exclaimed in awe. Jiang Lai cracked his neck. Next group. This was merely a hint of his capabilities. The main event was yet to come. The second group entered the arena. You have 30 seconds to showcase your skills. Let us go, Jiang Lai beckoned. After 30 seconds, the second group was also blasted away by the overwhelming force, landing in a most undignified manner. I can't believe it. The instructor shows no mercy. This is the essence of true strength. At least he gave us 30 seconds to demonstrate our abilities. A sense of trepidation filled everyone towards the instructor, especially among the girls. They cherished their beauty and pride. If they were to fall in such a manner, how embarrassing would that be? Approximately 20 groups participated, with varying results. Only 3 managed to engage the instructor for over 10 exchanges, earning a commendable rating, while the majority fell below standard, with no one achieving a level rating. Xiaowen also took her turn. The instructor showed no preferential treatment towards women, striking without hesitation. There was only one exception. Sun Jing. He actually managed to exchange blows with the instructor for several rounds before succumbing in a less than disgraceful manner. Sun Jing level. Wow, Sun Gu is impressive. The first to truly hold his ground against the instructor. Sun Gu is remarkable, undoubtedly deserving of the level. Amidst the applause, Sun Jing felt elated, unable to resist glancing at the female officer, hoping for her acknowledgement. To his surprise, Li Yunwei remained seated, calmly sipping her tea, seemingly unfazed. The principal could not help but inquire. Leader Li, Sun Jing possesses considerable talent. Do you have any interest in mentoring him? No interest. Li Yunwei gently set down her teacup. Given her prowess, how could she possibly fail to perceive that the instructor had deliberately gone easy? Such triviality did not merit her attention. Where was that young man who had acted bravely today? Leader Li had mentioned Chun Yin, and now it was indeed his turn to take the stage. Yes, Chun Yin and Qin Yu had arrived at the center of the training ground. They were the only duo among the participants. At last they had come. Jiang Lai twisted his wrist, producing a crisp cracking sound. He had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. The preceding events were merely warm-ups. Although Qi Gong appeared impressive, it posed no real threat. If he decided to unleash his full power, Qi Gong could directly shatter internal organs, not merely a simple fall. Moreover, it would not show on the surface. After a while, the internal turbulence would begin to wreak havoc within the body, and by then, he would bear no blame. Finally, it was time for you. Sun Jing eagerly anticipated the unfolding events. I am keen to witness what strength you possess to act so arrogantly. Xiaowen was filled with resentment. In the investor's seat, Lu Xingchen finally focused, removing his sunglasses and fixating intently ahead. Brother, you must perform well. Do not let me down as your elder sibling. In an instant, Chen Yin became the focal point of everyone's attention. Chapter 22, A Single Punch. The assessment between Chun Yin and Qin Yu officially commenced. As per tradition, The instructor allowed them 30 seconds to initiate their attack and showcase their abilities. Qin Yu felt a surge of anxiety. Although her rank was considerable, placing her among the elite of the group, she worried about Chun Yan's capabilities. The instructor seemed to harbor a notable animosity towards him. Begin, Jiang Lai beckoned. You have 30 seconds to attack. Afterward, I shall unleash a formidable Qi Gong to incapacitate that lad, he mused internally. Qin Yu was the first to launch an offensive. Her talent lay in archery, and with the epic-grade equipment, the flame bow, her overall strength was undoubtedly unparalleled. Arrows soared through the air. However, to her surprise, Jiang Lai effortlessly dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, he possessed some degree of skill. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Lai's mind as he sensed the power contained within those arrows. Continue. Qin Yu gritted her teeth, pressing on with her assault. Wave after wave of dazzling arrows surged forth, her agile form darting across the training ground like a nimble female leopard. Fortunately, she had changed into specialized athletic where before the battle. Otherwise, such expansive movements would have been impossible. Wow, Qin Yu is incredibly fierce. Her strength surpasses that of most of us. Her level must be quite high. As the onlookers marveled at Qin Yu's prowess, they noticed something peculiar. Qin Yan had not moved. The precious 30 seconds were slipping away, and he remained stationary? What was Qin Yan contemplating? Perhaps he is merely striving to appear different and impressive. I hope I won't become a mere jester later, eliminated without having achieved anything. After all, I am the first to exemplify valor at our university. Sun Jing shook his head with a smile. Chun Yan's calm demeanor unsettled Lu Xingqian to his core, as if an army of ants was crawling upon him. Previously, Lu Xingqian had attempted to provoke Chen Yan over the phone, yet Chen Yan remained unfazed, maintaining an air of indifference. That afternoon, a project worth 10 billion was snatched away. Impossible. How could he have accomplished that? What capabilities does he possess? Lu Xingqian instinctively clenched his fists. This youth possesses a certain intrigue. Li Yunwei, arms crossed over her chest, observed Chen Yan with keen interest, eager to see how he would respond. She hoped he could endure a little longer. Otherwise, this selection process would be exceedingly dull. The most exasperated individual in the room was Qin Yu. Chen Yan, she exclaimed, a mix of urgency and frustration evident in her voice. She had anticipated collaborating with him in an offensive maneuver, only to find him completely apathetic. Why does he possess such confidence in teaming up with me? Is it merely to appear impressive? Or does he believe he can confront the instructor's challenge head-on without needing this 30 seconds of free attack time? Such arrogance is excessive. As time expired, Jiang Lai seized the arrow that shot towards him with a swift motion. Crack! It shattered under his grip. A grin spread across his face. Now it's my turn. No sooner had the words left his lips than he assumed a fighting stance, an overwhelming energy coalescing within his fingers. Dust swirled beneath him as a fierce wind erupted. Firstly, he harbored a disdain for Chun Yan. Secondly, Sun Jing also shared this sentiment, yearning to teach him a lesson. Furthermore, during the break, an investor approached him, offering a handsome sum to ensure Chun Yan's downfall. With these three motivations combined, he resolved to unleash all his strength, aiming to accomplish his goal with a single strike. This punch, Li Yunwei narrowed her eyes. She could sense the energy contained within it, far surpassing anything prior. The techniques of a Qi master are intangible, imperceptible to others, yet Li Yunwei, being a professional, could discern them. Is the instructor truly prepared to strike with such ferocity? However, as an observer, she had no reason to intervene. Be careful. Qin Yu's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily raised her arms to shield herself, bracing for the impact. Previous students rated at 90 had been sent flying by this very technique. One must not be careless. Aside from Li Yunwei, Chen Yan too could feel that Jiang Lai's punch was of an altogether different caliber than before. Is he seeking revenge? Is it due to that previous incident? Or has someone bribed him? Chen Yan glanced back, his gaze landing on Lu Xingqian seated in the VIP area, noticing the faint smile gracing his face. Oh, so it's you. Very well then. Boom. The terrifying Qi punch finally detonated in midair. A torrent of violent energy surged forth, accompanied by a deafening gale, indiscriminately assaulting both Chen Yan and Qin Yu. The words of power manifested as an elusive spirit snake. Chen Yan parted his lips slightly, and the ethereal serpent swiftly encircled Qin Yu. Indeed, it could also be employed for defense. As for himself, he had no need for it. With his exceptionally high level and superior defensive equipment, he could simply disregard such an attack. As the tempest and dust settled, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Both Chun Yin and Qin Yu remained steadfast in their positions, not even shifting a step. What on earth is happening? Sun Jing and Lu Xingchen were equally bewildered. Logically, the instructor should have unleashed a formidable assault. Why did Qin Yin appear completely unscathed? Amidst the chaos, the only one who comprehended the situation was Li Yunwei, who instinctively exclaimed her approval. She discerned that Qin Yin had withstood the terrifying force of the energy strike with his own body, admiration gleaming in her eyes. The most astonished of all was Jiang Lai himself. He knew full well that he had exerted all his strength in that previous blow. Not only could it have sent the two flying, but it also harbored the potential to inflict internal injuries with a lingering dark energy. How could they possibly withstand it? It seemed the instructor's turn had come to an end, and now it was his. Chun Yin, you. Before Qin Yu could finish his thought, Chun Yin shot forward like the wind. A blunt, yet powerful punch surged toward the instructor's face. Jiang Lai hastily raised his arm to defend, but upon contact with Chun Yin's fist, a sharp pain shot through his arm. Crack! His bones shattered. The punch landed heavily upon his face, toppling him entirely. With a single blow, Jiang Lai fell to the ground, incapacitated. Such pure physical prowess. This was the manifestation of high-level attributes and attack power. Jiang Lai lay there, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, unconscious. Around them, gasps of disbelief reverberated, wave after wave, as all present were rendered speechless. Is this truly Qin Yin? My goodness. Only the most crude expressions could capture the intensity of their astonishment. Qin Yin had felled the instructor with a single punch. Who would dare to imagine such a scenario? It was utterly absurd. Moments ago, everyone thought Qin Yin was merely posturing. Little did they know he had merely regarded it with disdain. Why linger for 30 seconds over what could be resolved with a single blow? Qin Yu stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 23. Xiaowen. How has he become so exceptional? Qin Yin's punch had brought the instructor down, leaving the entire arena in stunned silence. No one had envisioned such an outcome. This group of recruits, even if fortunate enough to inherit talents from the game or acquire talent cards, lacked true combat awareness. Yet the instructor was different. As a former soldier, he was a genuine elite, having battled against monsters throughout his journey. Such an instructor was unexpectedly rendered unconscious by a single punch from Qin Yin. The principal stood frozen like a statue, repeatedly mumbling to himself. We have a genius at our institution, a true prodigy. Well done. Li Yunwei rose to her feet, applauding fervently. This student left her in awe, akin to discovering gold amidst sand. More importantly, he had dealt with the unruly instructor, which brought her immense satisfaction. Qin Yin. Indeed. Several evaluators exclaimed in unison. Undoubtedly a remarkable performance, without any dissent. Qin Yin, you are truly formidable. Qin Yu approached Qin Yin, her eyes sparkling with excitement and pride in her boyfriend's prowess. But was your strike perhaps too forceful? Not at all, Qin Yin replied, aware that just moments ago, the instructor had intended to incapacitate him. Even killing him would have seemed justified. Qin Yin, you are incredible. My uncle wouldn't dare to compare. Only you have my respect. Brother Yin, you are magnificent. I shall be your loyal follower from now on. A deafening cheer erupted as the students fervently surrounded Qin Yin. While the instructor was carried away by medical personnel, strength is always met with respect and admiration. Xiaowen covered her mouth, her throat seemingly lodged with a thorn, her trembling eyes reflecting a whirlwind of emotions. The thought of the boy, once pursuing her, now basking in the limelight, filled her with immense discomfort. Why? Why had this once reclusive boy suddenly risen to prominence? If only he still harbored feelings for her, but now he stood beside Qin Yu, who overshadowed her in every conceivable way. Xiaowen, in frustration, tugged at her hair, venting her dissatisfaction. Sun Jing felt even worse than she did. Lu Xingchen appeared as if he had ingested something foul, his complexion ashen, unable to utter a single word. He could not fathom that Qin Yin was a person of genuine strength, already formidable enough to join an elite unit, rendering the instructor powerless against him. This incident only served to elevate his reputation, which was infuriating. Let us go, Lu Xingchen declared, rising to leave. The principal hurriedly inquired, Mr. Lu, we have yet to finalize the investment discussion. Why the rush to depart? My apologies, but I've suddenly lost interest in this project. No, Mr. Lu. Look at our remarkable student here. He possesses immense potential. At that moment, Chen Yin suddenly called out, "Mr. Liu, are you leaving in such haste?" His voice drew everyone's attention, curious about his intentions. Lu Xingchen coldly regarded Chen Yin. "Do you have something to say?" "Indeed, I do. How about we discuss why that instructor resorted to such brutality?" Chen Yin's gaze shifted to the officer from the law enforcement team. "What do you think, Captain Li?" Li Yunwei strode over with a beaming smile, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, that individual was quite ruthless just now. Had it not been for Chen Yin's exceptional prowess, the consequences could have been dire. What? The principal's face was a portrait of disbelief. The others cast furtive glances, whispering among themselves. Was there perhaps more to this matter than met the eye? Lu Xingchen knew he could not withstand scrutiny. Should the instructor divulge anything, his own associates would be implicated. Given that no significant harm had occurred, it was proposed that Lu Dong donate 10 million to our school, and this matter could be laid to rest. Lu Xingchen's eyes widened in shock. The audacity of suggesting that he should make a gratuitous donation of 10 million was utterly outrageous. If this news reached the company, it would leave a lasting blemish on his reputation, inviting ridicule from outsiders. He was vehemently opposed to the idea. Yet, Chen Yin's subsequent remark completely dismantled his defenses. "What's the matter, Lu Dong? 10 million pales in comparison to 1 billion, does it not?" That statement struck Lu Xingchen like a steel needle, piercing his chest. He nearly gasped for breath, realizing that he could not allow them to expose this incident, lest it tarnish the company's image. "Fine, I shall donate 10 million. He relented, albeit begrudgingly. The principal was overjoyed. It was as if they had stumbled upon a windfall of 10 million. Not only had Chen Yin bolstered the school's reputation, but they had also secured an unexpected investment, akin to a pie falling from the sky. Chen Yin was indeed a treasure of immense value. In a fit of frustration, Lu Xingchen could not bear to linger any longer and hastily departed. However, Li Yunwei approached Chen Yin. "Brother Chen, would you be interested in joining me? The official benefits are guaranteed, and we will make every effort to cultivate your talents." She presented the most sincere offer from the outset. The other members of the law enforcement team were taken aback. This was the first time Captain Li had personally sought to recruit someone. This clearly indicated the extraordinary talent of this young man. Others were enviously salivating, wishing they could be chosen as well. What was Chen Yin still hesitating for? Why not accept? Indeed, this was a golden opportunity. Following the official path would alleviate future worries and possibly grant priority in selecting various skills and equipment. Yet, Chen Yin's response left everyone utterly astonished. "Well, I could take a nominal position and report when convenient." A nominal position implied he could come and go as he pleased, neither outright rejecting nor fully accepting the offer. In the future, Chen Yin could leverage this network to his advantage. "Smart lad." Li Yunwei chuckled heartily. "All right, I'll grant you a nominal position. Let us go. Today's visit was certainly worthwhile." She showed no intention of selecting any other candidates and departed with her team in style. Chen Yin had achieved his objective. Since fame was now unavoidable, he might as well embrace it. The valiant youth, a genius from Linhai University, and the boyfriend of the celebrity Qin Yu, all seemed to be utterly incongruous with the essence of Bu Yu. Thus, even if old friends were to encounter him, they could never suspect that he is Bu Yu. His strength has nearly been restored, and Chen Yin has meticulously organized his forthcoming plans. He intends to continue leveling up in the wilderness. As for the nurturing provided by the school, he finds it unnecessary. No one can teach him. He is the strongest. Chapter 24. A kiss upon the lips. Chen Yin's objectives have been fulfilled, and he is disinclined to linger any longer. He is merely a nominal member of the academy and will not partake in the collective training sessions. Upon hearing this, his peers displayed expressions of disappointment. Alas, they could not cling to his coattails. However, it is understandable. Why should such a prodigy associate with us lesser mortals? That would only hinder him. The principal harbored no objections. Chen Yin has already brought substantial benefits to Lin University, and his mere association is an honor for the school. Little Chen, do not hesitate to express any needs you may have. The academy will strive to fulfill your requests. As the assessment concluded and the crowd dispersed, Chen Yin finally located Qin Yu. "I apologize for not being able to pick you up on time today." "No, it's all right. You were saving someone, after all. It's only right." With a hint of nervousness, she hastily retrieved an exquisite watch from her backpack. "This is for you. Although we are merely a couple in name, we must still adhere to the formality," she added with a touch of pride. Thank you. Chen Yin felt a twinge of awkwardness. He disliked accepting gifts without reciprocating. So he took out the elemental sharpshooter talent card from his bag. I have nothing of equal value to offer, so please take this. What is this? Qin Yu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes immediately alight with intense surprise. The elemental sharpshooter talent card. This meant she could advance from an ordinary archer to an elemental sharpshooter. The disparity between talents is significant. Rare talents possess capabilities that surpass ordinary ones, thus making them exceedingly precious. In the marketplace, such an item is truly rare and invaluable. She never expected Chen Yin would bestow it upon her so generously. Qin Yu felt somewhat taken aback. Perhaps this was the treatment reserved for a true girlfriend. How extravagant Chen Yin was. Momentarily at a loss for words, she struggled to find an appropriate way to express her gratitude. You wish to thank me? Then come. Kiss me, Chen Yin said, tilting his face slightly. Kiss you? But Qin Yu suddenly panicked, her face visibly flushed. Did you not say that even nominal couples must maintain appearances? Then, I will kiss you next time. Why wait until next time? Because kissing you now feels akin to being bribed by you, and that would be improper. Would you genuinely wish to kiss me then? Dream on. For many years, Chen Yin had refrained from teasing Qin Yu, until a message arrived through the social media of his unspoken identity. It was from Xiaoqi. Brother Buyu. We have decided. In 2 days we shall convene in Hu City for an offline meeting to discuss how to resist the Blood Moon calamity. The countdown, 24 days. This calamity in the game is the first instance where all players are mercilessly slaughtered. If we do not devise a concrete strategy, it could lead to an unprecedented disaster for all humanity. As the most formidable player guild in Long Kingdom, Shan Heyong and must prepare in advance. With great power comes great responsibility. Chen Yin replied, understood. Xiao Qi continued, Brother Buyu, will you attend? Chen Yin replied, you know I seldom appear in public, but you are our cornerstone. If you do not come, some may feel discontent, Xiao Qi insisted. And won't Xiao Qi be allowed to meet you? She added. 2 days from now is my birthday. After a moment of silence, Chen Yin responded, then I wish you an early happy birthday. Xiao Qi replied, I dislike you now. After some contemplation, Chen Yin purchased a plane ticket to Lu City for the day after tomorrow. He could go, but he must keep it a secret from Xiao Qi and travel incognito. Within Shan Heyong, most members were either immensely powerful or held distinguished statuses, with wealth beyond measure. Once they met offline, egos would undoubtedly clash, and Chen Yin knew that without his presence, Xiao Qi, despite being the daughter of a top 100 global conglomerate and the strongest female swordsman in Calamity, would struggle to maintain order. The question arose, what gift could he possibly bestow upon a privileged young lady like Xiao Qi, who lacked for nothing? Chen Yin had devised a plan. He would first level up in the wilderness before boarding a flight to Lu City for the gathering. Meanwhile, within Qin Yu's management agency, the executives were troubled over how to handle the public relations concerning her personal affairs. There was no doubt that Qin Yu was a rising star, a lucrative asset. However, should she enter into a relationship with an unknown individual, it would inevitably lead to a significant loss of devoted fans and a decline in her earning potential. Little Yu seemed unaware of the gravity of her actions. Why would she choose to date a commoner? If it had been a celebrity, they might have capitalized on the situation for publicity, but alas, she had chosen an unknown. It was perplexing that her manager, the plump man who was one of the few aware of Chen Yin's true identity, was actively promoting the relationship between Qin Yu and Chen Yin, fervently pushing the narrative. If we do not make an official announcement and the fans uncover the truth first, it could escalate into a different matter altogether. These young female stars simply do not understand boundaries. At that moment, one of the executives, filled with excitement, suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the news." "What news?" The others inquired eagerly. Qin Yu's boyfriend has been revealed, and he is none other than the brave young man who previously saved a girl in distress. What? Not only that, but he is also a genius student at Linhai University. Incredible. He even knocked down an instructor with a single punch? The crowd gasped in disbelief. They quickly opened their phones to check the news and were astonished to find that everything they had just heard was indeed true. Qin Yu's boyfriend, Chen Yin, heroically rescued a girl from the clutches of a monster and received public commendation for his bravery. He excelled in the entrance examinations at Linhai University, truly a prodigious talent. Furthermore, his looks are quite remarkable. With a little grooming, he could easily rival the hottest young stars. Fantastic. This is wonderful news. Announce it officially and include a couple of photos of the two of them together. Haha, fortune smiles upon us. Currently, Chun Yin is adorned with numerous accolades and embodies a positive social image. At this moment, revealing his relationship with Qin, you will undoubtedly garner overwhelming support from fans, who will even celebrate their union. Who would have thought that Little Yu's boyfriend would be so outstanding? This is a true treasure. Hurry, let's make it trending and push it to the top. Thus, Qin Yu's relationship was officially announced. As expected, fans flooded in with congratulations and well wishes. Little Yu is so fortunate to have found such a wonderful boyfriend. Indeed, he is a selfless hero, wishing them all the best. I'm teary-eyed. Little Yu has found a good man. May they find happiness. When is the concert? I'll buy all the tickets. The relationship between Qin Yu and Chun Yin has become a heartwarming tale. Upon seeing the countless blessings from fans, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable joy and pride in her heart. She even created a small account to leave a comment under the official announcement. Little Yu is a good woman. Chun Yin, you must cherish her. After posting, she couldn't help but like her own comment. Chapter 25. The World Emerges, Limited Time Offer. Chun Yin was busy leveling up in the wilderness. Time flew by, and he finally reached level 50. Although his leveling speed was not the fastest, many mages who were adept at monster hunting surpassed him. Chun Yin was unbothered. He was capable of defeating monsters above his level. After returning home for a restful sleep, he restored his body to peak condition. The next morning, it was time to set out. Tonight would mark the guild's first offline meeting. Chun Yin donned a conservative outfit, put on a mask, and boarded the plane to Luqing. Just after the plane took off from the airport, a notification suddenly appeared before him. Announcement: the highest level player in this region has surpassed level 70. The world has refreshed. Defeating the world boss will unlock the Calamity Summoning feature. Time limit: 1 day, the world has emerged. Chun Yin was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that the fastest player in the Linhai area had already crossed level 70. It seemed he had indeed been slacking off for too long. If the world is not defeated within the designated time frame, the Calamity Summoning function will remain dormant, which will significantly weaken the players of Linhai City, leaving them with fewer avenues for enhancement. More critically, failing to vanquish the world in time will herald the premature arrival of the Blood Moon Calamity. This is truly the most perilous aspect, capable of obliterating Linhai City and resulting in the loss of millions of lives. Chun Yin gazed out of the airplane window, watching the city below recede into the distance, murmuring to himself, "Upgrading so swiftly, I hope you can resolve the world's threat before my return." Should they fail, he would have to return himself to rectify the situation, which would be quite a hassle. The world has emerged. Goodness, I never anticipated it would be triggered in this manner. Have the top-tier players already reached level 70? How incredibly fast. I am still at level 10. Not to mention, I haven't even obtained a talent card yet. Everyone in Linhai City received this news simultaneously, causing an uproar. This was particularly true for the official enforcement squad. Quickly, deploy all available drones to locate the world. They commanded. Issue a recruitment order to summon high-level players and prepare to eliminate the world. We must achieve victory within a day. Those who had truly experienced the game Calamity were now in a state of panic, such as Li Yunwei. "What is wrong with Captain Li? You look troubled," someone inquired. "If we do not defeat the world within a day, the Blood Moon Calamity will arrive early." "What?" Li Yunwei's expression turned grave. If the Blood Moon Calamity descended prematurely, players equipped with current level gear would be utterly defenseless. The ultimate outcome could very well be our annihilation. How could this happen? A colleague staggered back 2 steps, pallid with shock. He could hardly fathom the severity of the repercussions. One could only hope that the higher-level players would step up. The safety of the entire city rested upon their shoulders. In less than half an hour, the world's whereabouts were discovered. In the wilderness south of Linhai City, a massive black sphere had emerged, obscuring all visibility. A screen? When the image was projected, everyone was astounded. Indeed, there was a colossal black sphere in the wilderness. That was the world's barrier. Only by entering the barrier could one qualify to challenge the world. Li Yunwei spoke solemnly. "Quickly, send the assembled volunteers to the target location and commence the assault immediately." All were in motion. An urgent mobilization began in Linhai City, but Chun Yin could no longer see it. By that afternoon, he had already arrived in Luqing. However, his phone was inundated with calls from various individuals, including Li Yunwei. Chun Yin returned the call. "Where are you? The world has appeared. We are urgently gathering volunteers for the assault. Li Yunwei's tone was urgent, as she regarded Chen Yin as a formidable ally. Apologies, Sister Li, but I've just left the city and cannot return. Beep, beep, beep. Li Yunwei hung up the phone promptly, not wishing to waste any more time. Chen Yin shrugged and muttered to himself, a mere world hardly requires my intervention, unless those individuals are nothing more than inept fools. Soon, the night descended upon Lu City. The streets were ablaze with vibrant lights and revelry, a scene of opulence. Clad in a black hoodie and jeans, with a mask covering his face, Chen Yin boarded a colossal cruise ship. This luxurious three-tiered vessel had been exclusively reserved for the evening by none other than Xiao Qi. The reception hall aboard the ship served as the hub for an offline meeting. Greetings, please present your exclusive QR code. As he ascended to the deck, the staff requested Chen Yin to display his QR code for identity verification, a privilege reserved solely for members of the group, ensuring that outsiders could not gain entry. Verification successful, please proceed. Chen Yin donned a hat and stepped into the cruise ship. It was his first offline gathering, and he felt a tinge of nervousness. Despite being familiar with everyone present, they were all formidable figures. The grand central hall, adorned with opulent crystal chandeliers, radiated brilliance, while the golden carpet beneath showcased sheer luxury. One by one, individuals entered the hall. Among them were businessmen in tailored suits, fashionably dressed young elites, youthful students, and older gentlemen. Chen Yin was acutely aware that a mere stomp from those assembled could reverberate throughout the entire world. Their statuses were illustrious and esteemed, billionaires, tycoons, and scions of prestigious families. Even more daunting was their formidable prowess. Yet, once these individuals boarded the cruise ship, they appeared transformed, shedding any semblance of arrogance. Whoa, you're the Great Goose? Ha ha, I didn't expect you to actually look like a goose. You claim to be Meng Meng? Damn. Isn't that's supposed to be a cute girl? My daughter's name is Meng Meng. And you, Nenemo, didn't you say you were 18? Your belly resembles a basketball. A man remains a boy at heart. Do you understand? Molly, you look like a high school girl in your photos. Did you undergo 2 decades of rapid development? You actually believed in photo deception? I'm in an online relationship with Yun Air, who knew I was being duped by an old man using a voice changer. Brother Yun Yun, you not only could be my elder brother, but probably my father as well. 50 years old and a berserker, good grief. In this gathering, various humorous situations arising from online interactions unfolded. Just as everyone was engaged in laughter and merriment, the sound system suddenly activated, and a soft, delightful voice resonated. Welcome, everyone, to Lu City. Please, quiet down. Let us have some respect. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, all eyes turning towards the central stage. A young girl emerged. Chapter 26. The Spirit of Words and the Grim Reaper, commanding the crowd. A young girl stepped into the center of the stage, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Dressed in a black gown that accentuated her noble and elegant demeanor, her smooth, lustrous hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, and her bright, expressive eyes sparkled like stars. The meticulously crafted features delineate a face of exquisite beauty, eliciting waves of admiration from those below. Is that Xiaoqi? My heavens, Xiaoqi is astonishingly beautiful. Her visage eclipses that of numerous female celebrities, indeed. Who would have thought that such a youthful and stunning maiden is the most formidable female sword immortal in the game? Chen Yin quietly observed the captivating beauty drawing everyone's attention, unable to suppress his astonishment. Although Xiaoqi frequently shares selfies, the reality is even more breathtaking than her photos. She truly is a siren of unparalleled charm. Xiaoqi, is that what you all call her? That is an exclusive title from my brother, Wu Yu. She formally introduced herself. I am Su Jinyu, the host of this offline gathering for our game, Qin. The purpose of bringing everyone here from afar is to discuss strategies for the impending blood moon catastrophe in 20 days. Chen Yin nodded slightly. He hadn't expected her to possess such capability, succinctly pinpointing the topic with just a few words. The blood moon disaster is fast approaching. We ought to expedite our leveling up to grow stronger, rather than waste time on gatherings. Discontent was voiced from the crowd. All present were proud elites, unlikely to fully submit to anyone, especially this young girl. I concur, one voice chimed in. Just the round trip by plane consumes a significant amount of time. During this period, our levels may fall behind. A murmur of agreement rippled through the assembly. Su Jinyu quickly realized the situation was slipping from her grasp and declared firmly, Silence. The world faces a grave crisis. As the strongest guild, we must enhance our cohesion for united combat in the future. Solo efforts cannot withstand the disaster. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Brother Wuyu. Her intention was to leverage Wu Yu's reputation to quell dissent, yet it inadvertently backfired. A stylishly dressed man with earrings and a tattoo adorning his neck spoke up. His name was Gu Xiao, the son of a wealthy oil magnate. Little girl, must you incessantly mention Brother Wuyu? He didn't even dare to attend such an important offline gathering. What is the point of bringing him up? Gu Xiao's words acted as a spark, igniting the discontent simmering within many. Of course, several had been swayed by Gu Xiao's influence. He sought to elevate his status within the guild by undermining Wu Yu, aspiring to become a leader. Wu Yu has always kept his personal information under wraps, hasn't he? Doesn't that imply he doesn't regard us as comrades? Indeed, otherwise, why has he never shown his face? Someone else chimed in. Perhaps he is secretly leveling up right now, leaving all the troublesome matters to us. Yet, there were also many who spoke in defense of Wu Yu, including Xiaoqi. However, with hundreds present, the cacophony was overwhelming. The voices rose like a tide, threatening to spiral out of control. Su Jinyu, in a state of utter desperation, resorted to her formidable sword mastery, a talent she possessed known as Sword Immortal, the most potent among sword-related abilities. Silence, she commanded. What? Do you intend to suppress us with force? Addressing her as seventh sister was a gesture of respect, yet now that their levels were nearly equal, did she truly believe herself invincible? Gu Xiao sneered and remarked, Su Jinyu, I hear today marks your birthday. You have long harbored feelings for Bu Yu. Yet on your special day, he refuses to grace you with his presence. You tirelessly tend to his myriad affairs. Can you truly find solace in your heart? At these words, Su Jinyu's eyes quivered. The several sword shadows hovering above her head gradually faded. Her gaze filled with melancholy as her head hung low. Memories of being rejected by Bu Yu when she invited him flooded her mind, leaving her heart feeling hollow, as if a vital piece were missing. In that moment, a shroud of darkness crept from the corner of the hall, swiftly enveloping the entire space. The once resplendent hall was plunged into an impenetrable gloom, where all light was consumed by the encroaching shadow. The cacophony ceased as everyone sensed an overwhelming pressure, akin to a scythe poised at their throats, threatening to snatch away their lives. He has arrived, someone uttered, collapsing to the ground, their voice trembling with fear. The god of death, the word spirit. Step, step, step. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed forward. In the darkness, Su Jinyu's heartbeat quickened, her heart brimming with intense anticipation. A nonchalant voice reverberated through the hall. Why the silence? Everyone. No one dared to respond. The hundreds present seemed to have been muted, the tension palpable. The oppressive force emanating from the god of death was terrifying, as they could distinctly feel Bu Yu's foul mood. Who would dare provoke such misfortune? Even Gu Xiao, who had been the loudest moments ago, now kept his lips tightly sealed, afraid to breathe. Should you wish to test whether you can survive the domain of the god of death, by all means, try again. This was a blatant threat, one issued by the world's strongest player, Bu Yu. Fear gripped the hearts of the hundreds present, causing cold sweat to pour down their backs. 30 seconds swiftly passed, the darkness receding, and the hall returned to its former glory. Of course, Chen Yan had quietly departed. Yet for everyone else, those 30 seconds felt more protracted than an entire century. It was terrifying. Many collapsed to the ground, nearly unable to rise. Had Bu Yu truly attained the status of a god of death? I remember that this perilous word spirit was something he acquired only in the later stages of his journey. I had previously thought that with the dawn of a new era, Bu Yu might not be the strongest in the world. Now, I realize how naive I was. Gu Xiao's hair was drenched in sweat. Beside her, the large goose patted his shoulder. Brother, if Bu Yu had truly wished to end your life, you would have perished moments ago. Gu Xiao promptly collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any semblance of the noble gentleman he once was. He, Brother Bu Yu truly cares for me. Su Jinyu was filled with immense joy, her heart brimming with happiness and satisfaction. After all, this was the first time anyone had encountered Bu Yu in the real world. He had come specifically for me. The mere thought sent her into fits of blissful laughter, rendering her speechless. Sister Qiqi, shall we continue our discussions? We will follow your lead. Chapter 27. Qiqi's birthday. Chen Yan had not departed from the venue, but remained inconspicuously in the corner. This time, everyone exhibited remarkable obedience. Whatever Su Jinyu proposed, they echoed with unwavering compliance. Let us proceed with this plan. Before the Blood Moon catastrophe descends, we shall establish teleportation arrays among the major cities to facilitate mutual support. Together, we shall weather the storm and defend our home. The meeting concluded. A sumptuous banquet awaited within the hall. Everyone was free to indulge. With everything arranged, Su Jinyu finally exhaled in relief. She disregarded the gathering and ventured outside in search of Brother Buyu. But after scouring the 3 levels of the ship and even the deck, he was nowhere to be found. Before long, the cruise ship docked, marking the successful conclusion of their first offline gathering. Subsequently, everyone would return to their respective cities, continuing to grow stronger in anticipation of the impending Blood Moon calamity. The night in Luzhou was truly enchanting. Su Jinyu wandered alone through the bustling streets, not accompanied by anyone, dressed in an exquisite black gown. She resembled a princess who had escaped from a nightclub, a striking sight wherever she roamed. Today was her birthday, and she felt it was the most extraordinary one yet. With the first experience comes the promise of a second, and surely, there would come a day when they could truly meet. Suddenly, a plush bear dressed in a relaxed costume obstructed her path. The fluffy bear appeared exceedingly adorable. It ambled toward her, seemingly holding something in its paws. Is it for me? Su Jinyu questioned, pointing at herself in wonder. The bear nodded and gestured behind it, as if to say, someone sent me to give this to you. It was a greeting card. With a heart full of excitement, Su Jinyu slowly opened the card, revealing a handwritten message. Chi-Chi, happy birthday. In an instant, the air was filled with the resounding echoes of fireworks bursting into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The vibrant fireworks illuminated the night, transforming the entire expanse into a dazzling spectacle. Clutching the card, Su Jinyu's eyes glistened, tears brimming as she felt overwhelmed with emotion. Brother Buyu, you truly know how to make me feel cherished. Just as she was moved, the plush bear turned to depart. Indeed, it was Chun Yan in disguise. Unexpectedly, just as Chun Yan was about to slip away, the girl behind him lunged forward and grasped his arm. Silent brother, right? If not, why do you remain silent? Speak up. I've heard your voice before. It's etched in my mind. If you have the courage, just say something. How could Chun Yan dare to utter a word? Speaking would reveal his identity. Alas, he regretted his earlier bravado, having inadvertently exposed his voice. He assumed the girl would forcibly remove his plush costume, but to his surprise, Su Jinyu merely embraced the arm of the giant teddy bear with a joyful expression, saying, Don't worry, silent brother, I won't force you to come out. But you must accompany me for my birthday tonight. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. An odd scene unfolded. A beautiful girl clad in a black dress, roaming the night market while hugging a massive teddy bear. Observing her delight, Chun Yan sighed and decided to indulge her whims. After wandering for most of the night, Su Jinyu finally grew tired and pulled Chun Yan to sit by the roadside for a chat. In the course of their conversation, she leaned against him and drifted into slumber. At 2 in the morning, the street bore witness to a cozy scene. A person and a bear nestled together. Chun Yan calculated the time. By morning, the world of Lehigh City would be in full swing. As of now, there was still no notification of a successful expedition. Very well, he thought, he could spare a little more time with this girl before heading back in the morning. At 5 in the morning, Chun Yan removed the plush bear suit and contacted a wealthy woman from Luqing, requesting her to come and pick up Xiaoqi. He then slipped away quietly. At this hour, taking a commercial flight seemed impractical. Wait, wasn't there someone in the guild who owned an airline with a private jet? Perhaps he could catch a ride. Just as Chun Yan departed, Su Jinyu awoke. To be precise, she had never truly fallen asleep. She had merely pretended to do so for 3 hours. Her intention was to lower Chun Yan's guard. Rarely did she have the opportunity to meet someone she cherished. How could she afford to waste time sleeping? She promptly made a call. I want all surveillance footage from this vicinity. Yes, I want it from every angle. With so many cameras around, surely one would capture him. Humph, don't think that wearing a mask will shield you. We live in a high-tech era where you can always be tracked. Meanwhile, back in Lehigh City, there was a fervent recruitment of skilled individuals from all walks of life to join the campaign against the world. Countless extraordinary beings gathered on the plains. Knights, swordsmen, various elemental sorcerers, archers, rangers, and hundreds of individuals with unique talents converged here. Before them loomed an enormous black barrier of the world. There existed but a single entrance. Above the luminous portal at the entrance was a number, 1000. As more individuals entered, the number diminished, indicating that only 1,000 could gain entry. This is the world. Gazing upon the colossal beast sprawling across the plains, an overwhelming sense of dread washes over the onlookers as they read the information displayed above it. The world Tortoise Mountain Demon, First Order, Level 90, measures approximately 100 meters in length, its massive, dark gray shell supporting a peak that pierces the clouds. In that moment, people feel as insignificant as ants, utterly incapable of confronting such a formidable foe. Is this truly a creature we can vanquish? It is simply too immense. I feel as though my attacks barely register as a mere tickle against its formidable form. As more individuals enter the barrier, the assembled forces finally prepare to commence their assault on the world. Within the confines of the barrier, countless extraordinary beings launch their attacks against the Tortoise Mountain Demon. In an instant, a dazzling array of lights fills the air, resplendent and breathtaking. Yet, no matter the weapons, swords, spears, or the forces of nature, none inflict any significant damage upon the creature. It remains unmoved, its head tucked away, as if in slumber. After 2 hours of relentless onslaught, the efforts yield no visible results. How on earth can one defeat such a monster? After this prolonged struggle, it feels as though we are making no progress at all. Its defenses remain unbreached. Even if we cannot succeed, we must continue to fight. If we fail to conquer this world within the allotted time, the blood moon calamity will descend upon our region prematurely. In the coastal city, the first engagement with the world has reached a stalemate. Chapter 28. A bitter struggle against the world, the return of Chun Yan. Li Yunwei stands at the scene, serving as the commander of the expedition. She realizes that the current forces are insufficient to overcome the world, for the top-tier extraordinary beings have yet to arrive. First-tier extraordinary beings, levels 60 to 70. Second-tier extraordinary beings, levels 40 to 60. Third-tier extraordinary beings, levels 20 to 40. Most present are merely second and third tier. Their levels too low and their attack power inadequate to inflict meaningful harm upon the world. Report. Team Leader Li. We have learned that the individual who triggered the world is named Chu Long, the first level 70 player in the coastal city. Where is he? Why is he not participating in the assault? Team Leader Li. We have already contacted him. He insists that you must personally invite him. What an audacious attitude. It is said that Chu Long is the leader of a guild filled with high-level elites, none of whom have yet joined the battle. Upon hearing this, Li Yunwei swiftly dons her coat. Let us go and meet them. In an underground billiards room, around 10 individuals are leisurely playing pool. They are young men and women, stylishly dressed, smoking and adorned with tattoos, with empty bottles scattered across the floor. The television broadcasts scenes from the ongoing assault on the world. They think they can defeat the world? What a bunch of pathetic low-level misfits. The speaker, a man in a leather jacket with fiery red hair, is none other than Chu Long, the highest level player in the coastal city and the one who triggered the world. Big Brother Chu, are we not going to lend a hand? If the blood moon calamity descends, we too shall be affected. What is the rush? Chun Yan, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, replied, we are merely waiting for the officials to come and invite us. That way, we can negotiate our terms. It's not us who are anxious. The wisdom of the boss shines bright. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the tightly shut door of the billiard room swung open. A spirited woman strode in, her military boots echoing crisply against the floor, flanked by uniformed enforcers standing in 2 neat rows at the entrance. Li Yunwei casually picked up a cue, effortlessly sinking the last ball into the pocket. Who is Chu Long? I am, replied Li Yunwei, commander of the World Extermination Force. And I invite you to join the battle. But we have been engaged in intense leveling for the past few days and are quite fatigued. State your terms. Captain Li is indeed straightforward. 100 million, and our entire guild shall accompany you into battle. Deal. Li Yunwei, wishing to avoid unnecessary chatter, understood that time equates to money. Any issue that could be resolved with gold is not truly a problem. If the world cannot be resolved smoothly, it would spell disaster for Linhai City. Brothers, let us get to work. Chu Long called upon his guild members, boarding a special vehicle that swiftly transported them to the world region. Currently, over 800 individuals remained within the barrier, each exhausted from the intense assaults. Yet the colossal tortoise showed no signs of movement. Stand aside, novices. Gazing at the tortoise that loomed like a mountain, Chu Long grinned. This is an unfamiliar world. Allow me to shatter its shell. As he spoke, Lightning flickered beneath his feet, gradually lifting him into the air. Bolts of purple lightning coiled around him, an aura of destruction enveloping his being, causing those nearby to hastily retreat. He is a thunder mage. No wonder his leveling is so rapid. The mass destruction capability of a thunder mage is indeed unparalleled. Quick, step back, do not get caught in his wake. Ignoring the commotion below, Chu Long raised his staff, targeting the giant tortoise. According to my calculations, its weakness must lie atop that mountain. If I can shatter that peak, it should force it out of its shell. Such is the instinct of a high-level player. With a thunderous roar, a strike of the Thunder Dragon's spell surged forth. The robust, bright purple lightning dragon collided with the mountain, producing a deafening sound that shook the earth. The smile on Chu Long's face gradually froze. Impossible. My most powerful lightning spell failed to shatter the mountain, only scattering some debris. Its defensive capabilities are astonishingly formidable. As the highest level player present, even he could not entirely breach the tortoise's defenses. No wonder others had labored in vain. Li Yunwei's expression grew increasingly grave. I did not foresee this fellow's strength. This complicates matters. With millions in Linhai City, is there truly no powerful individual to contend with it? Qin Yu was also present at the scene. She had already made an attempt to attack, yet even with her epic-level equipment, she was unable to inflict any significant damage and had to retreat. Xiao Yu, have you not been able to contact Chen Yin? Urged Deng Rongrong, a friend of Qin Yu in the game and one of the few who knew Chen Yin's true identity. No, I can't get through. Why do you keep asking me to contact him? Deng Rongrong thought to herself, if we cannot rely on him, can we depend on you? Right now, the entire Linhai City is pinning its hopes on him. He is the silent overlord. With him around, perhaps we can contend with this world. The other players are merely jesters wasting their efforts. I know Chen Yin is quite capable, but even that level 70 player who went in earlier was ineffective. What makes you think he will be any different? Moreover, he might already be engaged in battle inside, Qin Yu remarked. Deng Rongrong immediately shook her head. Impossible. If the silent overlord were fighting inside, the Tortoise Mountain would not remain as it is now. Are you joking with me? Hey, Deng, Chen Yin is my boyfriend, not yours. Why do you seem to know him better than I do? I was just speaking casually. Time continued to pass relentlessly. The extraordinary beings of Linhai City fought tirelessly through the night, yet they still could not breach the mountain atop the tortoise. As the hours slipped away and the sun began to rise, despair settled heavily in people's hearts, especially among the true catastrophe players. It's over, we are truly doomed. If the world raid fails, the Blood Moon catastrophe will hasten its arrival, and we will all perish, all perish. I'm done. I want to take a vehicle out of the city. No, I want to fly. Escaping Linhai City is of utmost importance. Let's move. A multitude of extraordinary beings abandoned the world raid, opting for escape. Even Chu Long made the same decision, calling on his guildmates to retreat. There are still so many people fighting here, and you wish to flee? Li Yunwei confronted them. Fleeing is courting death. I don't care about 1 billion, even 10 billion. Chu Long replied without looking back. At that moment, a plane soared overhead, thousands of meters high above Linhai City. Chen Yin had returned. Chapter 29, The Judgment Golden Sword. Annihilating the world. Chen Yin arrived aboard a private jet to spend more time with Xiao Qi and still make it back to Linhai City on schedule. He had to once again leverage the connections of the silent overlord. However, time was not on his side. Time remaining for World Raid 0060, the final hour should suffice. Open the hatch, he commanded. Yes, replied another figure clad in black, a steward on the plane. Opening the aircraft's hatch recklessly was an exceedingly perilous action, yet the extraordinary physique of the beings did not face significant harm. The hatch was opened urgently, releasing a powerful suction. However, Chen Yin's body did not get swept away. Instead, he walked steadily forward, his expression calm, before leaping down. He leaped from thousands of meters above, unencumbered by a parachute or any protective measures. The spirit of the ethereal serpent emerged, enveloping Chen Yin's body and guiding him downward with unwavering precision. With the serpent's protection, Chen Yin was able to descend freely, unscathed. He traversed layer upon layer of clouds, the landscape below gradually coming into sharper focus. Yet this clarity was insufficient. With a commanding utterance, he invoked the second spirit, Eagle Eye. His vision expanded exponentially, as if the entire world lay before him in vivid detail. He discerned the vast black barrier below, the very realm in which he existed. prior intelligence had informed him that entry into this barrier was permitted only through a designated entrance. Wait, were there others in the air? Chun Yin's pupils constricted in alarm as a chill ran down his spine. It was her, Yi Hongling, known as Qi Ling in the realm of disaster. She possessed the rare and formidable talent of a flame mage, specifically the Red Lotus Sorceress. Currently, at level 95, she had already surpassed the realm's limits. Her rate of advancement unmatched by all but a select few. She was truly a goddess among female players, an unparalleled beauty. Her real-world identity was even more formidable, being the cherished daughter of the Grand General of the Dragon Kingdom. Power, status, beauty, and wealth all coalesced in this terrifying woman. Although Xiao Qi was also formidable, she remained a somewhat naive presence in Chun Yin's eyes, unlike Yi Hongling, whose capabilities were far more daunting. A significant part of Chun Yin's preparations stemmed from his fear of her uncovering his true identity. At this very moment, Yi Hongling hovered above the world barrier, clad in a striking crimson gown, seated upon a broom wreathed in flames, her bare feet swaying gently as she toyed with her wine-red locks. Silent, she pondered whether he was indeed in this city. Previously, she had surmised that he was here, having defeated the wilderness to acquire the first piece of epic gear. However, it was merely conjecture, and she had come to confirm her suspicion. If even such a monster could not be defeated, then perhaps her deduction was flawed. How dull. Perched upon her shoulder was a small flame fox named Hualing. The fox, puzzled, inquired, "Master, are the players in this area truly that weak? If you were to strike, wouldn't a single spell suffice to vanquish them? Alas, I only recently assisted another region in overcoming a world, and my strength has yet to recover, so I cannot be of help." Yi Hongling had traversed several regions, vanquishing 3 worlds, which was pivotal to her rapid ascent in levels. Time was of the essence. She decided to observe a little longer. What if that fellow chose to conceal himself and made a dramatic appearance at the last moment? At that very instant, Chun Yin hovered directly above Yi Hongling, an unusual sheen of sweat breaking upon his brow. It was through the eagle eye that he could timely detect her presence. What was he to do now? If I were to take decisive action to resolve this world, she would undoubtedly come knocking at my door. A moment of realization occurred in Chun Yin's mind, sparking a bold and audacious idea. Should this plan come to fruition, not only could I vanquish the world, but I could also shield myself from exposure. Once the world is eradicated, my level would inevitably ascend beyond 55, granting me the ability to learn the new spell, Shadowless Incantation, allowing me to vanish entirely. It must be a single strike, an instantaneous defeat of the world. If I fail to achieve this, I cannot level up. And if Yi Hongling catches up, it would spell disaster. Accelerate. Suddenly, Chun Yin plummeted with increased speed, simultaneously invoking the third spell. The incantation of flame eruption erupted from his being, transforming him into a colossal fireball, descending from the sky at high velocity. He resembled a flaming meteor streaking past Yi Hongling. She pursued him. With flames erupting from her broom, Yi Hongling became a fiery meteor herself, hot on his heels. Below, the onlookers were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Look, 2 meteors. My goodness, are those real meteors crashing down? They were completely unaware that the meteors were, in fact, 2 individuals in pursuit of one another, mistaking them for genuine celestial bodies. As they descended closer to the ground, they were soon on a collision course with the black spherical barrier. A captivating smile graced Yi Hongling's lips. "Now that you have appeared before me, do you truly believe you can escape? To attempt to slay in my presence without revealing yourself, are you dreaming? Even you cannot accomplish that. Today, should you seek to destroy this world, I shall undoubtedly capture you." At this juncture, Chun Yin invoked his 4th spell. Sequence 121, Judgment Golden Sword. Ancient and obscure syllables erupted from his lips. Chun Yin's pupils ignited with golden light, and a golden sword floated above him, embodying the majesty of a sovereign. With a single strike, he forcefully cleaved a breach in the black barrier. What? Yi Hongling gasped in astonishment. Even she was taken aback. This individual had audaciously breached the barrier meant to protect the world. Was he even human? Yet, the more astonished she became, the more elated she felt. At least it was now certain that this person was indeed silent, hiding within this very city. You cannot escape. The black barrier had been punctured. The immense fireball descended, sending the people below into a state of shock. What a monstrous meteor. It can even breach the protective barrier of the world? It was utterly absurd. But what followed was an even more astonishing sight they would witness in their lifetimes. The mountain atop the giant turtle collapsed with a thunderous roar. The mountain, which had withstood relentless assaults from thousands for an entire day without yielding, had crushed the hopes of countless individuals, crumbling like tofu. A cascade of debris surged forth, resembling grand fireworks. At the base of the mountain lay the heart of the giant turtle, a yellow-brown energy crystal, harder than its shell. As the judgmental golden sword descended, the world shattered into fragments, annihilated in an instant. Chapter 30. The Epic Set, Chun Yin's New Objective. The Tortoise Mountain Demon Turtle, a level 90 creature with extraordinary defensive capabilities, was effortlessly vanquished by the level 50 Chun Yin in a single blow. Its shell shattered, and the colossal beast transformed into a swirling black mist, gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. Congratulations on defeating the World Tortoise Mountain Demon Turtle. Gene Energy, 5,599. Level Up, 5,060. Congratulations on acquiring the Epic Equipment. Demon Turtle Helm. Congratulations on acquiring the Epic Equipment. Demon Turtle Greaves. Congratulations on obtaining rare forging material. Tortoise Mountain Turtle Shell. Congratulations on acquiring the Calamity Summoning Scroll. 3. At the same moment, everyone else received notifications. Limited time world hunt successful. Chun Yin had no time to ponder the treasures he had gained. Upon reaching level 60, he learned a common spell, Shadowless Veil, and without hesitation, employed it immediately. Sequence 44, Shadowless Veil. The power of the spell enveloped him, concealing his presence and aura, rendering him difficult to detect. As he landed, he had already vanished. His plan unfolded flawlessly. Meanwhile, behind him, Yi Hongling had caught up, anxiously scanning her surroundings. Yet she could not locate the figure that should have appeared. Ah, it seems I underestimated you, Silent. To annihilate the world while remaining concealed, quite impressive. Yi Hongling, once assured of her victory, never anticipated being outmaneuvered. The others remained oblivious to the entanglement between the two, still awestruck by the swift demise of the world. What just happened? Did the world just perish? Wasn't everything fine a moment ago? Look, there's someone over there. People finally noticed Yi Hongling, suspended in midair, and began to marvel at her beauty and strength. My goodness, that lady in red is stunning. Is she a fire element mage? I've never seen such a terrifying meteor spell before. One cast annihilated the world. How is that even human? Wait, isn't there's someone similar in Calamity? Could she be Qi Ling, the legendary Crimson Lotus sorceress? Most assumed that Yi Hongling was responsible for the world's destruction. However, she was infuriated, realizing she had been led astray in her frantic pursuit. Deep down, she understood that even at her peak strength, she could not shatter that black barrier. Only Silent possessed such an extraordinary capability. Well, since I've confirmed you are in this city, I shall take my time to search. Yi Hongling huffed, transforming into a streak of flame as she soared away, wishing to avoid lingering in a place where she would be relentlessly photographed. She's leaving. Is she not from Lehigh City, but rather a powerful ally from elsewhere? It is highly probable that Chu Long stood there in a daze, his pupils twitching incessantly, even forgetting to close his agape mouth. Just a minute ago, he was prepared to flee with his subordinates. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the world had been obliterated. Boss, are you joking? A monster that you cannot even touch, and someone else can annihilate it? That is preposterous. Haha. But that is Qi Ling, one of the world's top female players. It is not surprising she could achieve such a feat. You all understand nothing. As a veteran player of the catastrophe, how could Chu Long fail to see the underlying truth? The Meteor Spell and Thunder Dragon Spell are of the same tier. If I cannot breach the world's defenses, do you believe she could shatter the barrier and execute a swift kill? But who is she? The crowd was perplexed. Silent. Chu Long's voice trembled as he uttered that name. In his understanding, only he could accomplish such a thing. And that woman, Yi Hongling, might very well be pursuing Silent. All players knew of her interest in him, and there had always been an emotional entanglement between the two. Silent. Upon hearing this legendary name, disbelief washed over the faces of the crowd. Perhaps the truth was that Silent had, while evading Yi Hongling's pursuit, inadvertently annihilated the world. This could very well be the complete narrative. What? Is this truly a human being? The realization of this battle was not grasped solely by Chu Long, but also by the commander, Li Yunwei. He had never anticipated that the world of Linhai City would attract two top-tier powerhouses. It was indeed an honor. Had he known Silent was in Linhai City, there would have been no need for such panic. Aside from the veteran players of Catastrophe, who could vaguely deduce the truth, there were also the three friends of Chinyu by her side. Each was more exhilarated than the last. Silent had undoubtedly made his move. He could even breach the barrier limiting 1,000 players, a display of terrifying power. Truly, Brother Silent. To witness him in action is nothing short of a privilege. Chinyu, already an ardent admirer of Silent, was so thrilled she nearly leapt from her spot. Is it really him? Where is he? I can't see a trace of him. Where is he? Seeing Chinyu anxiously scanning her surroundings, the other three could not help but internally scoff. He is your boyfriend. Yet you are oblivious to your good fortune. However, it was fortunate that Brother Chen Yan had returned just in time. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss in this world. As the crowd marveled and gasped in astonishment, Chen Yan, utilizing his shadow concealment skill, had quietly rejoined the throng, unnoticed by anyone. Would you like to initiate a server-wide announcement? A server-wide announcement? No, that would be too ostentatious. Chen Yan declined. Player Anonymous has slain the world. The catastrophe summoning function has been activated. Amidst mingling with the crowd and leaving the battlefield, Chen Yan perused his gains. His level had surged significantly. 2 pieces of epic gear, rare materials, the Tua Mountain Magic Turtle Shell, and the Catastrophe Scroll. The harvest was indeed bountiful. The attributes of the equipment startled Chen Yan. The Magic Turtle Helm, epic level, boasts a defense of 100, an attack of 0, and grants an additional constitution of 15. Its special effects include the 3-piece set bonus of the Camel Mountain Magic Turtle, providing an overall defense of 20, and the 4-piece set bonus, enhancing total defense to 30, alongside the unique skill of Reflection, automatically rebounding all attacks. Upon reading this, Chen Yan comprehended the significance. This was a set of equipment meticulously specialized for defense. Its formidable defensive capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. The materials he possessed, the Camel Mountain Magic Turtle Shell, could be utilized to forge an outfit. However, the other piece of epic equipment had not fallen into his hands, but rather into the possession of another fortunate player. To complete the ultimate 4-piece set, he must locate that player. Chen Yan's next goal was to assemble this epic 4-piece set in anticipation of the impending Blood Moon calamity. Chapter 31. Chinyu. I intend to gift this equipment to Chen Yan. Chen Yan adorned himself with the 2 newly acquired epic-level pieces. As the equipment integrated with his being, he now wore 3 epic-level items, resulting in an unprecedented surge in his attributes. Chen Yan, Word Spirit Sage, Unique, Gene Level, First Stage, Level 60, Constitution, 100 Agility, 72 Extraordinary, 67 Attack Bonus, 130 Defense Bonus, 500 Combat Power Assessment, 43 stars. His defense skyrocketed to 500, significantly enhancing his combat power assessment, while his constitution reached the monumental threshold of 100. With a constitution of 100, Chen Yan could withstand attacks from light firearms solely with his physical form, disregarding his defensive capabilities. Considering the terrifying additional defense, he could endure not only ordinary firearms, but even withstand an electromagnetic cannon head-on. As his defense continued to escalate, ignoring nuclear strikes was not beyond the realm of possibility. On the other side, the world had just been subdued. Many voices expressed their discontent. Alas, after all this toil, we have gained nothing. Haha. I managed to acquire a finely crafted piece of equipment. My efforts were not in vain. I was fortunate enough to obtain a rare material, though I have no idea how to utilize it. Defeating a foe solo grants an 80 probability of all loot falling into the killer's inventory, which meant Chen Yan's. The remaining 20 would be randomly distributed among the others. In a sea of hundreds, that 20 was divided among them. One lucky individual obtained an epic-level piece of equipment. Chinyu's face suddenly radiated with disbelief and joy. I've acquired excellent equipment. Just moments ago, she received the notification. Congratulations. You have obtained the epic-level equipment, Magic Turtle Arm Guards. Indeed, she was that ultimate fortunate one. Upon witnessing her expression of sheer delight, Deng pondered to himself, likely grasping the underlying implications, and promptly interjected, Xiaoyu. Wealth should not be flaunted. Epic-grade equipment can certainly incite envy. Should others become aware, they might covet it. Chinyu immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation, hastily striving to regain her composure as she discreetly made her way outside. However, her previous unusual demeanor did not escape the notice of the 2 individuals nearby. They sensed that the woman possessed something valuable and decided to stealthily follow her. As Qin Yu strolled along the path, noticing the absence of onlookers, the exhilaration on her petite face became increasingly difficult to conceal. In a hushed tone, she exclaimed, "I have acquired an epic-grade armor." "What?" Deng Rongrong and the others were utterly astonished, unable to fathom how fortunate Qin Yu had been to procure such an extraordinary piece of equipment amidst a crowd. Truly, she was akin to a lucky monarch. "Xiao Yu, how do you intend to handle this equipment? Will you keep it for yourself or sell it? At this juncture, if you were to exchange it in the trading space, you could fetch a handsome price. I do not plan to sell it. Then you shall keep it, for you certainly do not lack funds. I also do not intend to utilize it." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu solemnly declared, "I plan to gift this equipment to Chen Yan." "Ah?" The three gasped in disbelief. "What is happening? Has this girl discovered Chen Yan's true identity? Otherwise, why would she bestow such a precious item upon him?" "Well, he previously gifted me an epic-grade equipment and a rare class transfer card. I have been unable to repay him, so this is quite fitting. Such a magnificent item would be squandered on me. It is far better suited for him." Qin Yu, her cheeks flushed, stammered. The three exhaled in relief. It seemed this girl had not outsmarted herself to that extent. "All right, I support this. I too support it. Gifting it to Chun Yan is splendid. Especially since you are a couple." Qin Yu bit her lip. "Have you managed to contact Chen Yan? Previously, we were unable to reach him. It should be possible now." Haha. The trio exchanged knowing glances, aware that Chen Yan had already intervened on a global scale and would surely return. Yet, at that moment, Deng Rongrong's expression suddenly darkened. "Be cautious, someone is trailing us. Quick, let us hasten." As they quickened their pace, two individuals unexpectedly approached from the front, blocking their path. 4 figures in total. They were surrounded. Qin Yu's countenance shifted. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Sister, if my conjecture is correct, you must be concealing something valuable," one of the assailants remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's heart raced. "I am hardly even a secondary tier player. I do not comprehend what you speak of. Please, let us pass." "Ah, your reaction suggests I have hit the mark. Heh." The leader, a young man, smiled. "Here's the deal. We shall not make things difficult for you. Hand over the items, and we may spare your lives." Deng Rongrong and the others realized with dread that they had indeed attracted the attention of those with nefarious intentions. However, these individuals possess an audacity that astounds me. They even seek to seize the equipment belonging to Chun Yan's longtime girlfriend. Should Chun Yan choose to retaliate, they may find themselves unaware of the peril they have invited upon themselves. This is no mere encounter with a formidable opponent. It is akin to striking a titanium alloy steel plate. You dare to commit robbery in broad daylight, unafraid of our potential to alert the authorities? Qin Yu exclaimed. "Ha! Dear sister, do not be so naive. The rules of the world have changed drastically. The conflicts among players are now a brutal battle of survival, where the weak are devoured by the strong. It is laughable. So long as we do not resort to lethal force, the enforcement team has no grounds to trouble us. Do you understand, young lady? If so, quickly relinquish your belongings, lest we be compelled to act." Deng Rongrong whispered in persuasion. "Xiao Yu, perhaps it would be wise to know our place. The equipment can be replaced, but your life is of paramount importance." "No," Qin Yu replied resolutely. "This is a gift for Chun Yan. I cannot so easily part with it." Unappreciative of the situation? "Then we shall take action." She fumed. "It infuriates me. The prized equipment I had only just acquired has been snatched away. It is all my fault. Had I not reacted so dramatically, they would not have known." Qin Yu, in her anger, felt tears welling up. Clearly, she was not accustomed to combat. The worth of the equipment was secondary. The thought of losing the heartfelt gift meant for Chen Yan was what truly tormented her. "Xiao Yu, do not be upset. Let us seek out Chen Yan." "What for?" "I have lost the equipment I intended for him. There is no reason to seek him out. But he could assist you in retrieving it. Retrieve it for me, so I can give it back to him? That would render it meaningless." The three of them exchanged glances, each contemplating the absurdity of the situation. "Ahem. I wonder what expression you will wear upon discovering Chun Yan's true identity." Chapter 32. The Duel. "A great battle looms," Qin Yu declared vehemently. "No, I shall report this incident to the Enforcement Bureau. I refuse to believe that even robbery goes unchecked in this world." Before long, Qin Yu found herself before Li Yunwei. This female enforcer, with her striking demeanor and forthright nature, had left a remarkable impression on Qin Yu during her time at school. However, upon hearing the details of the incident, Li Yunwei's response was rather pragmatic. "I'm sorry, But the Bureau cannot intervene in such matters. Why not? Incidents of internal strife and theft have occurred thousands of times since the integration of the game world. If we were to manage every occurrence, we would be overwhelmed. Qin Yu felt disheartened, yet there was little she could do but swallow her disappointment. Wait, I recall, you are Chen Yin's girlfriend? Li Yunwei suddenly inquired. Yes, what of it? Have you had any contact with him recently? Perhaps he is preoccupied. After leaving the Enforcement Bureau, Qin Yu's frustration only grew. Xiao Yu, why are you being so stubborn? We should inform Chun Yin. He will find a solution. Deng Rongrong urged, nearly revealing Chun Yin's identity in her desperation. However, he could not disclose that this was an absolute secret. I must rally support. Rally for what purpose? To confront them and reclaim what was taken. Are you out of your mind, Xiaoyu? Since the law enforcement agency has declared itself uninvolved, we shall take matters into our own hands. What is the issue? Qin Yu's resolve was unwavering, impervious to any counsel. Sister, but where will we find people? We will hire them. Qin Yu immediately opened the regional trading channel to announce. Recruiting high-level mercenaries to assist in combat, generous remuneration offered. Indeed, she was determined to spend money to gather a force and retrieve their belongings. The other gentlemen were left dumbfounded. A woman who becomes serious is truly formidable. Meanwhile, Chen Yin finally returned home at a leisurely pace. Reflecting on the journey, it was fraught with surprises yet devoid of peril. She had met Xiao Qi offline and narrowly escaped an encounter with Yi Hongling. What were they doing? Wasting their time on her instead of striving to level up? Upon arriving home, Chen Yin halted. Someone was waiting for her at the door. Dressed in a crisp camouflage uniform, a striking woman with a high ponytail stood there. Captain Li, you waited for me? Yes, where have you been? I couldn't reach you earlier. I just returned from the world expedition. That foe was exceedingly challenging, but fortunately, a powerful ally intervened. I had no idea you went on an expedition, Li Yunwei remarked, her voice steady. I am aware of everyone who entered the barrier. When did you go in? Chen Yin was taken aback. How on earth can you remember 1,000 people in there? That's incredible. I couldn't squeeze in. There were too many people. So I observed from outside. Chen Yin replied, feigning composure. You did not participate in the battle? No. Then how come you are covered in dust and dirt? Truly impressive. As expected of the law enforcement department. Li Yunwei's keen perception left Chen Yin astonished. Li Yunwei smiled knowingly. I won't jest with you any longer. I have something to convey. Your girlfriend, Qin Yu, had her equipment stolen and just came to find me. What equipment? An epic-level item dropped in the world. What? Chen Yin was once again shocked. That girl is incredibly lucky. I had that very item drop for her, and now it's been taken. You were unaware? It seems she did not intend to inform you of this matter. Chen Yin nodded. Indeed, she did not tell me. Captain Li, could you disclose who took it? I've investigated. They are quite troublesome, from Chulong's guild, a level 70 player, nearly the highest level in the city. Understood. I advise you not to provoke him lightly. Don't seek unnecessary trouble. Losing the equipment is one thing. All right, I just wanted to inform you of this matter. Thank you, Captain Li. I appreciate your effort. Just as Li Yunwei walked a short distance away, she received a call from a colleague. Captain, we have found something. The young man known as Chun Yin just boarded a flight to Luzhou yesterday, yet there is no information regarding his return flight. Very well, Li Yunwei smiled. The situation has become intriguing. How could he return without flight information? This Chun Yin may be more than he appears. Let us continue our investigation. Has anything significant occurred recently in Luzhou? It seems that a number of prominent figures have gathered in Luzhou at the same time, including billionaires, business magnates, second-generation heirs, and wealthy heiresses, causing quite a stir. Ah, I see. With such a multitude of influential individuals convening in Luzhou, and with Chun Yin present as well, could it be that he is attending some sort of gathering? Perhaps this is an opportunity to test Chun Yin's capabilities. If he can even best Chulong, then his identity would indeed be fascinating. The following day, Qin Yu issued a formal challenge to the opposing party. That night, at the dock in Linhai City, Yang Yin awaited the arrival of esteemed guests with a group of companions. Haha, who would have thought that the young lady would come to challenge us? She certainly has some spirit. After all, it is not easy for anyone to swallow the indignity of having an epic-grade item stolen from them. Yet she may not fully grasp her own strengths. Yang Gu, how should we approach this? That lady is a renowned superstar. If we win, shouldn't we take her in for some fun? Yang Yin is the very person who stole Qin Yu's equipment. He grinned widely. That would be for our leader to decide. It is only fitting that he takes charge. Where is the leader? over there, sitting and smoking. Does this sort of confrontation really require his intervention? Haha, you have a point. Oh, they are arriving. Not far down the road, several vehicles have come to a halt, and a group of individuals confidently disembarks. Indeed, it is Qin Yu's entourage. She spent 3 million to hire thugs, a stash of private funds she had saved up. Her objective today is straightforward. Even if there are no buns to steam, one must still assert oneself. The Qin Yu quartet, accompanied by 7 high-level henchmen, totals 11 individuals. With an average level of approximately 40, presenting a formidable lineup, the two factions officially confront one another. At this moment, Chun Yin stands atop the dock's elevated platform, employing his eagle-eyed gaze to observe all that unfolds below. Li Yunwei discreetly conceals herself in the shadows, her sole aim being to witness whether Chun Yin will take action today. Chapter 33. Chu Long takes action, the terrifying dominance of a level 70 veteran. Ah, little sister, you've brought quite the entourage today. Yang Yin stands with a smile, hands in pockets, exuding the demeanor of a street tough. Yet his strength is no trifling matter. He has reached level 43, placing him among the second-tier players. Spare us the pleasantries. Qin Yu's voice is cold. If you lose today, you will return the equipment. Very well. Yang Yan's smile grows more audacious. But tell me, what will happen if you lose, little sister? What do you intend to do? It is nothing much, merely a desire for companionship with the brothers, to indulge in drink and conversation, and perhaps even engage in a bit of playful intimacy. Ha 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 ha. A chorus of laughter erupted from behind. This group had grown accustomed to wildness, and with the blending of game and reality, they possessed extraordinary abilities, becoming ever more unrestrained. It had become commonplace for them to wield power without restraint. How could they possibly fear a young girl like Qin Yu? Faced with such unabashed humiliation, Qin Yu gritted her teeth in fury and could not contain herself. Raising her hand, she summoned the epic-grade equipment, the fire bow. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air. Unexpectedly, Yang Yin reacted swiftly, delivering a punch that shattered the arrow mid-flight. How could this be? TSK, 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 that was rather painful. Yang Yin examined the burn on his fist, then glanced at the bow in Qin Yu's hands, his expression suddenly taking on a mischievous glint. With such a powerful fire attribute attack, that weapon in your hand must also be a remarkable piece of equipment, no? Qin Yu instinctively concealed her weapon. This fire bow was a precious gift from Chun Yin. She had not anticipated that her opponent would recognize its value at a glance. A woman of little strength, yet adorned with exceptional gear, truly you are a benevolent figure, aiding the masses. Brothers, let us rally our spirits. If we win this bout, we shall seize that weapon and strike it rich. Ha ha ha. Yang is quite the sharp-eyed one. That bow indeed appears extraordinary, at least of rare grade. The lack of enthusiasm has now transformed into keen interest. The group eagerly prepared for action, their eyes brimming with impatience. However, Qin Yu began to genuinely worry. What if they were unable to prevail, losing both the battle and her weapon? Engage. Thus, a fierce clash between two factions of extraordinary beings commenced at the dock. The stakes were high, an epic-grade piece of equipment. After a chaotic skirmish, it became evident that Qin Yu was at a disadvantage. The opposing side, after all, comprised members of a legitimate gaming guild, and their organizational discipline and cohesion far surpassed the disarray of her own group. They are too strong. Xiao Yu, we cannot compete. Deng Rongrong lamented, wishing she could convey to Chun Yin that such elaborate efforts were unnecessary. He alone could resolve this matter with ease without the need for such a grand mobilization. We have the numbers to win. To everyone's astonishment, Qin Yu summoned another batch of 10 or so extraordinary beings. Deng Rongrong was astounded. Xiao Yu, where did you find so many people? I paid for them. Qin Yu was well aware of the potential for defeat, so she had prepared a strategy of overwhelming numbers. She would bury them in sheer manpower. And if it meant spending money, so be it. She was determined to expend her private funds today to reclaim her dignity. Thus, with this new wave of reinforcements, another fierce battle ensued. Once again, defeat loomed as a group of hired mercenaries found themselves battered and bloodied, retreating in disarray. Fortunately, their adversaries hesitated to deliver a fatal blow, knowing that such an act would provoke the intervention of the law enforcement agency. Thus, rational individuals refrained from crossing that perilous boundary. By the heavens, this woman possesses quite the talent for rallying reinforcements. The presence of novices matters little in the grand scheme. After 2 successive clashes, Yang Yin and his associates bore their own injuries and were thoroughly exhausted. At that moment, Qin Yu made a phone call, summoning a third wave of reinforcements with fervor. How many more individuals could this woman possibly summon? Frustration mounted within Yang Yin's group as they came to grasp the terrifying potential of a woman who was truly committed to the fray. High above, Chun Yin observed with amusement from 100 meters in the air. It appeared that his intervention would not be necessary, which was fortuitous, as it would prevent him from being caught in the act by Li Yunwei. Activating his eagle vision allowed him to survey the entire scene, and he certainly noted the concealed presence of Li Yunwei. Just then, a man approached leisurely from outside the dock. With a single step, thunder split the darkness. In the next moment, he stood among the crowd, crackling with residual electrical energy. The Thunder Mage, Chu Long, the Guild's interim president, and currently the highest-ranking individual in Lehigh City. Upon his arrival, a hush fell over the crowd, each person bowing their heads in deference. "Boss, you've come." Chu Long's disdainful gaze swept over the assembly before him. Raising his right hand, a blinding orb of lightning erupted in his palm, the flickering arcs resembling countless serpents. Suddenly, those lightning serpents leapt forth. What followed was a cacophony of anguished screams. In the chaos unleashed by the storm of lightning, the newly arrived reinforcements collapsed, their bodies enveloped in curling smoke. How could they withstand the onslaught of a high-level Thunder Mage? They fell, lifeless, in an instant. A band of oblivious fools. Chu Long lit a cigarette, casting no further glance at the ragtag group. The sheer force of his prowess was overwhelming. With his entry into the fray, any chance of victory for Qin Yu's side evaporated. "What are you waiting for? Hand over the items." Yang Yin barked impatiently. "Don't force our boss to take drastic measures." Qin Yu watched in dismay as the hired hands he had lavishly paid lay moaning on the ground, a chill settling in his chest. He had not anticipated such a formidable opponent lurking in the shadows. Was he truly expected to surrender his prized flame bow to them? No, this was a gift from Chun Yin. Sighing, Li Yunwei observed the unfolding events with a heavy heart. It seemed that the night would yield no surprises. Chun Yin had yet to make an appearance, indicating that he had perhaps been overly optimistic. Indeed, while he had performed admirably in the recent instructor assessment, he remained but an ordinary instructor, far overshadowed by top-tier players. Holding excessive expectations for Chun Yin had clearly been his own folly. Just at that moment, a figure rose from the ground. It was a frail, long-haired recluse, exuding an aura of fragility. His posture was peculiarly unnatural, as if he had risen from the earth itself. What on earth is happening? The recluse, named Xiao Cheng, was equally stunned. He felt as though an unseen force was compelling him to stand, an eerie sensation enveloping him. It appeared as if something invisible was manipulating his body against his will. Seeking death, Chulong's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning. The lightning surged forth like a sword, ruthlessly tearing through the darkness and expanding in Xiao Cheng's eyes. Instinctively, he raised his hands to shield his face, letting out a terrified scream. Yet. What transpired next left everyone present gasping in disbelief. The bolt of lightning was shattered by this recluse. Chapter 34. A stunning turnaround, the crowd in shock. The frail recluse, Xiao Cheng, effortlessly absorbed Chulong's lightning attack. This scene left all witnesses utterly astonished. How could this be possible? Li Yunwei nearly intervened, fearing for the man's life. Little did she expect him to withstand the attack with such ease. No, something was amiss. His demeanor was entirely unnatural. It seemed he was being controlled by an external force. Li Yunwei hurriedly scanned the surroundings, yet she could not discern the presence of Chun Yin, who was cloaked in shadows. Qin Yu and her entourage were similarly stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. Xiao Cheng was merely level 30, yet he possessed such strength. This was utterly surreal. Only Deng Rongrong and her companions, after a brief moment of confusion, erupted with joy. They understood that it was not Xiao Cheng's prowess, but rather an unseen hand guiding him. Who could execute such a feat without detection? Only Chun Yin. Utilizing the Void Serpent technique, Chun Yin manipulated Xiao Cheng's body, slowly raising his right hand. My hand, it's moving on its own. Word spirit, flame burst. Boom. As Xiao Cheng pointed, a fiery explosion erupted, sending one opponent crashing to the ground, charred and incapacitated. What the heck? Xiao Cheng stared at his hand in disbelief, 3 question marks hovering above his head. Am I possessed by a ghost? Before he could process it, His finger pointed at another target. Boom! A fierce blaze erupted beneath the feet of another adversary. Akin to a volcanic eruption, another foe fell, unable to rise. Well done. Qin Yu couldn't help but cheer, thinking how worthwhile her investment had been. Having indeed hired a formidable expert, Deng Rongrong and her companions marveled at the sheer power of this unseen force. There was no need for a direct appearance. With such extraordinary skills, one could manipulate others in battle, transforming a frail recluse into a vessel of supernatural might. It was truly fearsome. Where could this enigmatic power be lurking? Li Yunwei's gaze swept across every corner of the scene. Yet she was unable to uncover the traces of the mastermind behind it all. She could not ascertain whether it was Chun Yin who had struck, but apart from him, who else would involve themselves in such a trivial matter? Boss, this person is exceedingly peculiar. Yang Yin could not help but swallow hard. Beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. As a formidable warrior, Chu Long also sensed that something was amiss. He had been manipulated. Could it be the work of a puppeteer's ability? Or perhaps a form of telekinetic power? I did not anticipate that a true powerhouse lurked within this affair. If you dare not reveal yourself, I shall eliminate your pawn first. If you wish to play tricks, do not blame me for being impolite. Chu Long gestured with his right hand, forming a gun shape, while his left grasped his right arm, resembling a figure caught in a juvenile fantasy. Suddenly, a surge of electric energy converged upon his right index finger, a terrifying bolt of lightning ready to unleash. Run, we're doomed. The individuals beside Xiao Cheng scrambled away in a panic, leaving him isolated. He too desired to flee, but his legs felt paralyzed, unable to move. Good heavens! Could this be real? As his legs trembled uncontrollably, Chu Long's lightning spear hurtled towards him. With a concentrated effort, it was a pinnacle of destructive single-target attack, possessing unparalleled penetrating power. Should an ordinary person be struck head-on, death would be inevitable. Chu Long was confident that this blow would either kill or severely injure his opponent. Even if he were to take a life, he feared no repercussions. For a player of his caliber was a valuable asset in Linhai City's battle against the Blood Moon Calamity. Yet, the ensuing spectacle caused his pupils to constrict in shock. The spear, akin to a divine blade, was halted by an invisible barrier, the terrifying energy entirely neutralized, failing to graze Xiao Cheng in the slightest. Impossible! Chu Long exclaimed instinctively. He was the highest-ranked player in Linhai City, unleashing such a powerful strike that no one in the city could easily withstand it. How could this happen? Of course, it was Chun Yin who had intercepted the lightning spear, employing the art of concealment that rendered him invisible to others. As for how he had managed to stop it, he merely stood in its path, taking no extraordinary measures. With an impressive additional defense of 500 and a physique of 100, the attack felt no more than a mere tickle to him, leaving him unscathed. Meanwhile, Xiao Cheng was reduced to tears, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he cried out. Flame burst! Flame burst! Flame burst! One by one, Chu Long's subordinates were engulfed by the erupting flames, utterly defenseless. Ultimately, only Yang Yin and Chu Long remained. Xiao Cheng raised his hand, aiming directly at Yang Yin, the one who had seized Qin Yu's equipment. Boss, the individual in question is exceedingly peculiar. How does one engage with him? Chu Long coldly remarked. What is there to fear? His methods of attack are far too simplistic. They may suffice against novice players. But can they truly pose a challenge to us? His analysis was, in fact, quite accurate. The Inferno Burst is among the most rudimentary of ancient spells, notable for its singular utility. However, due to its inherently modest offensive power, its impact is likewise limited. Yet, he is not restricted to a single maneuver. With the invocation of Inferno Burst, Thunder Flash, and Wind Demon Slash, fire, lightning, and wind, 3 elemental spells converged, simultaneously striking Yang Yin. He let out a horrendous scream. Collapsing onto the ground, his body charred and marred by numerous gashes inflicted by the slicing winds, a scene of utter devastation. Chu Long instinctively recoiled a few steps. To employ 3 elemental attacks at once. Typically, elemental mages excel in a singular element. For instance, he specializes solely in lightning and has never witnessed such a fusion of multiple elements. In that moment, he comprehended the terrifying prowess of the individual behind him, a presence far beyond his capacity to challenge. It was uncertain how this woman was able to summon such a formidable force. Indeed, Linhai City is a hidden treasure trove of talent, where levels do not equate to true strength. Continuing this confrontation would only lead to his own humiliation. I concede, Chu Long said helplessly, raising both hands in surrender. I return the equipment to you and apologize on behalf of the guild. His gaze drifted forward, not focusing on anyone in particular, but rather into the void, as this apology was directed at Chun Yin. Chun Yin made no further moves, relinquishing control of the void serpent. With the loss of support, Xiao Cheng's legs buckled, and he could not maintain his balance. Did we win? Qin Yu was still in a daze. Yet, when that epic-grade equipment returned to her possession, her joy was indescribable. Xiao Cheng emerged as a significant contributor, earning accolades from the others who referred to him as Big Brother, yet those were the uninformed. The true Kanashini were only those few who were aware of Chun Yin's identity. Quick, let us find Chun Yin, Qin Yu exclaimed cheerfully, eager to deliver the equipment to him before unforeseen complications arose. Big Brother Chun Yin is right here. Where do you intend to search for him? Several among them could not help but scoff inwardly. Chapter 35. A girlfriend at home. The school bell at the door? Li Yunwei understood that the hidden powerhouse behind the scenes likely possessed strength far surpassing that of Chu Long. Such a formidable entity is undoubtedly a priceless asset for Linhai City, especially with the impending Blood Moon calamity. It is imperative to unearth strong individuals swiftly. Is it truly impossible to uncover the identity of the mastermind? Is he, in fact, Chen Yin? Suddenly, Li Yunwei recalled something. She could call Chen Yin. If he were truly present, he would undoubtedly be unable to answer. Promptly, Li Yunwei made a phone call. Hello, Captain Li. Chen Yin, where are you now? I'm at home. What's the matter? Quickly send me a selfie. It's urgent. Li Yunwei spoke with urgency. Captain Li, this seems rather inappropriate. I have a girlfriend. Li Yunwei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. After hanging up the phone, she couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. It seems I overthought things. The adept from earlier was orchestrating everything from the shadows, manipulating others with precision and ferocity, wielding elemental magic of wind, thunder, and fire, all while concealing their whereabouts. How could that possibly be Chen Yin? Surely, they must be a cunning old fox. Wait. Li Yunwei immediately dialed the support line of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Quickly, pinpoint the exact location of this phone number. Understood, Captain Li. Please hold. We've located it, Captain. It's not far from the dock. What? Li Yunwei slowly lowered her phone, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Chun Yin is in this vicinity? Could that formidable individual truly be him? What's wrong, Captain? Shall we apprehend him? No, there's no need. I will handle it. Chun Yin let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected this female officer to be so astute. She was already beginning to suspect his identity, which was not a favorable development. It was manageable for just her to know his true identity, as he could conceal it like Qin Yu's acquaintances. However, if the authorities became aware, it would lead to a multitude of complications, and he might have to intervene in numerous matters himself. Lost in thought, Qin Yu's call came through again. Chen Yin, where are you right now? I have something incredibly important to discuss with you. I'm at home. All right, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Don't go anywhere. After ending the call, Chun Yin hesitated no more, utilizing his ability to traverse through the void and swiftly made his way home. As for Chu Long's subordinates, an ambulance had arrived to assist them. For the lightly injured, a week's rest would suffice, while the severely wounded would require 10 days to half a month to recover. This was utterly devastating for them, given their urgent need to level up. Boss, why didn't you fight him with your full strength? One subordinate, battered and bruised, asked with a face full of resentment. In their eyes, Chu Long had always been an incredibly proud individual. He had never so openly admitted to being weak as he did today, lowering himself without a hint of arrogance. You all don't understand a thing, Chu Long replied, still shaken. It was not that individual who was fighting me. Rather, there was another manipulating him from the shadows. What? The group gasped in shock. While concealing his own presence, he could control another and unleash elemental attacks of wind, thunder, and fire, easily deflecting my lightning spear. At this point, a chill ran down Chu Long's spine, and his voice trembled. It was unimaginable that such a powerful being was lurking within Lehigh City. Confronting him directly, was I seeking my own demise? The crowd realized it was the first time they had witnessed their leader so apprehensive of another person, and a wave of trepidation washed over them. According to the leader's assertion, had the other party not been restrained moments ago, we might have already met our demise. Leader, who do you think that person could be? It's hard to say. Chu Long nearly uttered the words no comment, but upon reflection, he found it absurd. The individuals that no comment interacted with were all of the highest echelon within the realm of calamity, far removed from someone of his lowly status. Why would they concern themselves with such trivial matters? The number of beautiful women infatuated with him was incalculable, each more formidable than the last. With someone like Qin Yu barely making the cut, how could a man so exalted, almost divine in stature, possibly find the inclination to confront someone like him? Perhaps he was overestimating his own importance, Chu Long mused. Not long after Chen Yan returned home, Qin Yu and her companions arrived. Xiao Yu, you should go up alone. We want to accompany you. Huh, is it really all right for me to go by myself? You are his girlfriend. How could it not be? It would be inappropriate for us to tag along. Hurry up, faced with the mischievous grins of her friends. Qin Yu had no choice but to ascend and knock on the door. The door swung open. She stammered, Chen Yan, I have something. Xiao Yu, it's a rare occasion for you to visit. Come in and discuss it. Exactly. Hurry inside. We'll wait for you outside. Don't be shy, go. Qin Yu was pushed through the doorway, which closed with a thud behind her. Only then did Chen Yan take a proper look at the girl before him. She leaned against the door, her delicate face smeared with dirt from the earlier skirmish, her makeup disheveled. Perhaps due to shyness, her gaze flitted about uncertainly. Come in and sit down. Here, take this to wipe your face. Did you come here for something? Chen Yan asked as he handed her a damp towel. I have something for you. What is it? An item of equipment. Qin Yu produced the epic-grade gear, the magic tortoise-armored gauntlet. Chen Yan was taken aback. She was actually offering him such a valuable item. Take it, don't be shy. You've given me fine equipment before, Qin Yu explained. And you're stronger than I am, so it will be of greater use to you. You make a compelling argument. I shall accept it. You, what? You truly are quite unreserved. Chen Yan chuckled, knowing full well he wouldn't hold back. Firstly, he had earned it through his own endeavors. Secondly, he had seized it through his own efforts. Only Qin Yu was unaware of this. Well, I'll be on my way then. Why not wash up before you leave? You look like a little stray cat. Don't you feel embarrassed walking around like this? Chen Yan teased. You are disdainful of me. But I didn't bring a change of clothes. No worries, I'll find you some men's clothing to make do. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu bit her lip and nodded. Just don't peek. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from the shower. Chen Yan stepped outside. Realizing that the three friends had long since slipped away, eagerly hoping that Qin Yu would spend the night with Chen Yan, as Chen Yan had just settled in. The doorbell rang unexpectedly once more. At this late hour, who could be visiting? A glance at the doorbell video revealed a familiar face, Xiao Wen, the former campus belle. What could she possibly want? Chapter 36. Would you like to stay the night? Xiao Wen felt a tumult of emotions within her. Chen Yan's remarkable achievements had become a source of inner turmoil for her. A genius from Linhai University, he acted heroically without seeking recognition, and was the boyfriend of the glamorous actress Qin Yu, personally courted by the dashing captain of the enforcement team. These accolades intertwined to create the legend that was Chen Yan. In the cafeteria, library, training grounds, and dormitories, wherever there were people, discussions about him were inevitable. Chen Yan is incredibly handsome. How did I not realize this before? Honestly, who could have discovered such a treasure of a boy back then? Even our Xia Wen didn't notice. Haha, I heard he once pursued her, knowing that puts my heart at ease. Now, Xiao Wen might only be seen as a jester in comparison. If Chen Yan were still her admirer, she could flaunt her status wherever she went, basking in his glory. But now, she was merely a fool, blind to her own worth. Yet, Xiao Wen understood men well. They are creatures of novelty, always seeking fresh excitement. Although Chen Yan had found a more beautiful girlfriend, it did not mean he was impervious to the allure of others. With enough initiative, no man is unattainable. Thus, Xiao Wen discreetly learned of Chen Yan's residence. Upon seeing his villa for the first time, she was taken aback. What was happening? Wasn't he just a gaming recluse? How had he moved into such an upscale abode? With this revelation, a new label was attached to Chen Yan, wealthy. Her excitement surged. She understood that a man with wealth could easily stray. Surely, with enough effort, she could win him over. Knock, knock, knock. As Chen Yan opened the door, Xiao Wen immediately assumed a pitiful demeanor. Today, she had adorned herself with striking makeup and donned a seductive purple gown, her lips painted a vivid red, exuding an alluring fragrance. She was prepared to unleash her feminine charm to the fullest. Chen Yan, I need your help with something. May I come in? What is it? Can we discuss it inside? The thought of Qin Yu showering inside piqued Chun Yin's curiosity. All right, thank you. With Chun Yin permitting her entry, Xiaowen's heart soared. Oh, so you're willing to let me in, which reveals your underlying desires. All men are the same. How could I not win you over? As Chun Yin entered the living room, Xiaowen sat on the sofa, deliberately lifting her skirt slightly to reveal a pair of well-proportioned, fair legs. She possessed a repertoire of methods for enticing men. However, she had assumed Chun Yin was pouring water for her, only to find him serving himself instead. So, what brings you here? Chun Yin inquired. Chun Yin, we may have had many misunderstandings in the past. I have been immature and have felt guilty for quite some time. Today, I wish to come and apologize to you. Xiaowen rose and bowed to Chun Yin, saying, I am sorry. Her apology revealed a hint of cleavage. Still a small tactic of hers. One must ask, which man would not be moved by such a sight? Which man could bear to blame her? Chun Yin chuckled. It's all right. I'm not one to hold grudges. Besides the apology, is there anything else you wish to say? I would also like you to teach me some combat techniques. I am rather clumsy and don't know how to fight monsters. Of course, but there is one condition. What condition? Feel free to say it. Hee hee. Xiaowen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She sensed that Chun Yin would request, you must accompany me tonight, and I shall teach you. This would perfectly ensnare him, securing her hold over him completely. You should first ask if my girlfriend agrees. What did you say? Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Chun Yin, who are you talking to? That shirt is way too big for you. I feel quite strange in it. Indeed. Qin Yu had just finished her shower and was descending the stairs. Dressed in Chun Yin's oversized white shirt, it draped lazily over her, even covering her shorts, giving the impression that she was not wearing any pants. Her flawless, nearly luminescent thighs were a true work of art. As she walked down the stairs, playing with her damp hair, her fair skin glistened, igniting boundless imagination. Xiaowen stood frozen in place. Facing each other was akin to a little ghost confronting a great one. She was utterly outshone by the bare-faced Qin Yu. Chun Yin, who is she? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. A classmate from school. She said she wanted me to teach her combat techniques. What do you think? Teach you? No way. A glance at Xiaowen revealed to Qin Yu the woman's ulterior motives. Her heavy makeup and alluring attire were evident. Huh, am I really going to lose to you? With a huff, Qin Yu settled beside Chun Yin. A competitive woman can be quite formidable. The loose shirt accentuated her curvaceous figure as she unabashedly exuded femininity, her long, fair legs elegantly crossed, her alabaster feet delicately raised slightly above the ground. Why not teach me instead, Chun Yin? Chun Yin wrapped his arm around Qin Yu's shoulder. Don't be upset, Xiao Yu. If you're unhappy, I won't teach her. After all, as classmates, it wouldn't be polite to refuse her. Humph. At least you know what's good for you. Xiaowen was utterly infuriated. She initially believed that tonight would be a successful endeavor to woo Chun Yin. Yet she could never have anticipated that she was merely a pawn, a dog lured into a trap destined for demise. Here, she endured profound humiliation, feeling utterly ashamed, wishing desperately for a hole to swallow her whole. It dawned on her too late that this was Chun Yin's revenge, a response to her previous dismissive remarks regarding his infatuation. Xiaowen could no longer bear the situation. She rose abruptly and hurried toward the door, nearly stumbling in her haste. Xiaowen, are you really leaving? Let me see you off. Chun Yin called out, but the sound of the door slamming drowned his words. He could only shrug in resignation. Ah, my classmate is indeed something. She arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly, not allowing me a chance to bid farewell. Qin Yu, oblivious to Chun Yin's sarcasm, retorted, although we are merely a couple in name, how can you bring another girl to your home in front of me? Chun Yin pondered her words and realized that he had indeed taken advantage of Qin Yu, feeling somewhat guilty. How about you stay here for the night as compensation? He suggested earnestly. What? We've only just met. That's out of the question. Qin Yu exclaimed, her face flushed. Wait, where are you going? As Qin Yu vehemently declined, she noticed Chun Yin preparing to leave, her confusion mounting. I suggested you stay here for the night because your friends have already left. Not because I intend to sleep beside you. I am going out to level up. You should rest well, he explained. Qin Yu. So it's true. He merely wants me to sleep here. How wonderful. He has no interest in me at all. A sense of considerable frustration welled up within her, but by then, Chun Yin had already departed. Successfully equipped epic-grade equipment, tortoise shell armor, Chun Yin replaced his previous fine-grade gear with the newly acquired epic-grade armor. resulting in a significant boost to his attributes. Activation of the Tortoise Mountain Magic Tortoise 3-piece set successful. Defense 20. This defense directly contributed to a percentage increase, yielding remarkable results. Chen Yin promptly reviewed his attributes. Chen Yin, Sage of Words, unique, gene level, first stage, level 60, Constitution, 112 Agility, 72 Transcendence, 67 Attack Bonus, 130 Defense Bonus, 696 Combat Power Evaluation, 54 stars. His defense had soared to a new echelon. The combat power evaluation had also skyrocketed by 10 stars. The enhancement from this set was indeed substantial. Chen Yin's next goal was to assemble the complete epic 4-piece set to gain the full benefits of the ensemble. He already possessed the crucial special material, the Tortoise Mountain Magic Tortoise Shell, and only needed to gather additional materials from the wilderness to present to the blacksmith for crafting. Currently, numerous players who are fervently upgrading their levels have surpassed Chen Yin. However, he remains unfazed, for he knows that levels do not define everything. By the way, he still has 3 unused catastrophe scrolls. He should find a suitable place to utilize them all. The catastrophe summon is a feature unlocked after defeating the world. All players have a minuscule chance of acquiring catastrophe scrolls upon vanquishing monsters. When a catastrophe scroll is employed, it summons an extraordinarily formidable catastrophe beast, the defeat of which rewards players with immensely powerful catastrophe gems. Chen Yin single-handedly defeated the world and directly obtained 3 catastrophe scrolls, which he has kept in his inventory. He utilized the teleportation array within the city to reach the outskirts. The ordinary monsters in this area respawn after a certain period and merely wander about. He could already see numerous players engaged in combat and leveling up. Brothers, shall we team up? We already have 3 in our party, including a lovely lady. Hey, we lack a strong damage dealer. We have a very reliable knight. As Chen Yin traversed the area, many extended invitations to him. Yet, he showed no interest and continued onward, for these low-level monsters did not pique his attention. As he ventured deeper into the outskirts, he soon arrived at a region teeming with high-level monsters, creatures ranging from levels 40 to 50. Those who could access this area were the elite of the elite. A rarity indeed. It seemed that the merging of game and reality had also altered the terrain. Before Chen Yin lay a fractured valley, a menacing chasm stretching for hundreds of miles ahead, shrouded in mist, with the occasional echo of deep, beastly roars. Without hesitation, he leaped down into the abyss. Word Spirit. Void Serpent. Under the protection of the Word Spirit, Chen Yin descended approximately 200 meters and landed steadily. As soon as he touched down, a pair of crimson eyes illuminated the mist around him. With a rustling sound, a figure gradually emerged into Chen Yin's line of sight. An eerie humanoid monster with ghostly blue skin, dragging iron chains beneath its feet, wielding a tattered greatsword. Exuding a chilling aura, the undead warrior was of no low level. If Chen Yin were to level up on his own, the efficiency would not be particularly high, for his area of effect damage capabilities were far inferior to that of mages like Yi Hongling. If he were to employ the Judgment Gold Sword, it would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, utterly impractical. Suddenly, an intriguing idea sparked in his mind. What if he gathered a multitude of monsters and then utilized the catastrophe scrolls to summon a powerful catastrophe beast, subsequently using the Judgment Gold Sword to obliterate them all in one fell swoop? This way, he could amass a wealth of experience while effortlessly dispatching the catastrophe beast. What a delightful prospect. He named this plan the ultimate one-shot flow. Chen Yin set his plan into motion, casually unleashing a fiery blast at the undead warrior as he delved deeper into the valley in search of more undead warriors. I hope there are plenty of monsters in this area. I wouldn't want to waste my ultimate ability. With a roar, one after another, monsters concealed within the mist were provoked by Chen Yin. They resembled a legion of loyal soldiers, trailing closely behind, the clanking of iron chains resonating through the air. After traversing approximately 2 kilometers in the valley, Chen Yin turned back to behold a terrifying assembly behind him. A multitude of grotesque heads, a veritable phobia-inducing sight. Almost there. At that moment, Chen Yin retrieved the 3 calamity scrolls, biting his fingertip to let drops of blood fall upon them. The ritual commenced. Not far off, another group was engaged in monster hunting. They were indeed frontline players, the elite among the elite. This squad consisted of 12 formidable individuals, effortlessly battling undead warriors within the valley. However, to ensure safety, They opted to confront 2 or 3 foes at a time, wary of provoking too many at once. After all, this was not merely a game, but reality. A single misstep could lead to annihilation. Leveling up was a breeze with a good team. Haha, I've reached level 58. Goodness, comrades, I've acquired a Calamity Scroll. What? A Calamity Scroll? The group immediately gathered around. After a careful discussion, they resolved to activate this Calamity Scroll. Everyone, be cautious. Calamity beasts are formidable. We must exert our utmost effort without a hint of complacency. Let us begin. As a drop of blood fell upon the scroll, a brilliant red light shot towards the heavens. Within the eerie crimson beam, the Calamity beast materialized. Thus, the group plunged into a fierce battle. The elite squad of 12 fought with utmost caution and determination, ultimately succeeding in vanquishing the Calamity beast. However, their team was nearly in shambles. 5 members were gravely injured, 2 with shattered legs and feet, a truly harrowing sight. 7 others bore lighter injuries, rendering them nearly incapable of further combat. Damn, this Calamity beast was overwhelmingly powerful. We underestimated it. Calamity scrolls should never be recklessly activated. Otherwise, if we had failed, we would have perished at the hands of that monster. Alas, we've learned our lesson. Fortunately, everyone is still alive. But what is that? Suddenly, one pointed towards the distant sky, his face pale and lips trembling. Following his gaze, the others were similarly struck with terror. There, unexpectedly, appeared 3 red beams of light. Had a madman summoned 3 Calamity beasts at once? Chapter 38. Torture and Acquisition of Calamity Gems. Madness, absolute madness. There's a lunatic over there. Flee, quickly. One Calamity beast nearly obliterated their elite team of 12. To summon 3 at once? Huh. It's either madness or a death wish. Upon their arrival, Calamity beasts indiscriminately attack all nearby humans, with only humans as their targets. If these 3 Calamity beasts were to discover them, their demise would be inevitable. Quickly, help me up. Do not abandon me. I implore you. The unfortunate man, with a broken leg, sat helplessly on the ground, his voice trembling with fear. Who could be so reckless as to endanger their life? I certainly do not wish to accompany him to the grave. All present, regardless of their injuries, had no choice but to muster their strength and flee for their lives. Hesitation might lead to being caught in the chaos. This is no game. But what is to be done about the 3 Calamity beasts? What else but to report them to the enforcement department, ensuring they do not enter the city? One cannot ascertain whether heavy weaponry would be effective against these first-tier Calamity beasts. They are not something most ordinary players can contend with. 3 crimson beams of light soared into the sky. These were first-tier Calamity beasts summoned through blood by Chen Yan. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled rhythmically as 3 distinct black aberrations emerged from the red light. They resembled no known creature, yet bore features of various animals and humans, akin to grotesque hybrids concocted by a mad scientist. Some had eyes sprouting from their wings, some had faces beneath their abdomens, while others sported 8 legs and 3 heads. The only commonality among them was their pitch-black forms, reminiscent of monsters descending from the abyss of hell. However, Chun Yin soon realized a chilling truth. Unlike the ordinary monsters that could respawn, Calamity beasts possessed intelligence and awareness. How unexpected it was to discover such audacious humans in this world. To open 3 gates to Calamity simultaneously, and yet only one person present. Clearly, a harbinger of death had arrived. Since they summoned us, let us bestow upon them the most excruciating demise. To vivisect and devour a human would undoubtedly be entertaining, huh? The 3 demons regarded Chun Yin as a lamb to the slaughter. Meanwhile, behind him, hundreds of undead warriors had gathered, their sights set on him as well. With such a multitude of high-level monsters, combined with the 3 exceptionally formidable Calamity beasts, anyone witnessing this scene would likely be paralyzed with fear, including even the elite players from earlier. Yet Chun Yin merely scoffed, a derisive smile playing upon his lips as golden light began to emanate from his pupils, shimmering like flowing gold, dazzling and resplendent. This caused the 3 Calamity beasts to shudder. Do you perhaps overestimate yourselves? His words, delivered with an air of regal authority, seemed to carry the weight of a monarch's gaze. Humans are merely our prey. You shall perish. One Calamity beast extended a hand, adorned with dozens of bloodshot eyes. But then, its hand abruptly severed. Before it could reach Chen Yan, It split into two mid-air without any warning. Ah! The Calamity Beast emitted a scream, its voice tearing through the air. At that moment, the three Calamity Beasts gazed incredulously at Chen Yin, their eyes wide with disbelief. They discovered a golden phantom flickering on Chen Yin's back. It was as if a divine being wielding a great sword was passing judgment upon all things in the world. All who were guilty would be slain. Sequence 121. The Judgment of the Golden Sword of Words. Chen Yin advanced with a disdainful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, the golden light in his pupils blinding like the sun. I have heard that you regard humanity as mere bait. Forgive me, for in my eyes, you are no different. Kneel. As the words fell, the judgment sword swung forth, cleaving the very fabric of space before Chen Yin. The three monstrosities, regardless of whether they had legs or not, found their lower halves split asunder. Chen Yin had never imagined that Calamity could possess its own consciousness. It seemed that this world was not merely a simplistic fusion of game and reality. Nevertheless, it mattered not. At that moment, the undead warriors behind him lunged forward. Yet, they too, before even reaching Chen Yin, found their bodies severed in twain. This scene appeared rather eerie. Why the silence, you cripples? With his hands buried in his pockets, Chen Yin paid no mind to the tide of approaching undead warriors. Instead, he gazed with a smile at the three Calamity Beasts before him. No, it cannot be. Humanity has grown powerful to such an extent? In the next instant, the neck of one Calamity Beast was severed. Its head, devoid of support, fell, only to be shattered into countless fragments mid-air, scattering upon the ground. To his surprise, the slaughter of Calamity Beasts proved far more entertaining than dispatching ordinary creatures. Next, in a mere 10 minutes, aside from Chen Yin, not a single living soul remained in the valley. The three Calamity Beasts had been reduced to countless shards, nourishing the earth. Chen Yin finally exhaled, the golden light in his pupils gradually extinguishing as he lifted the judgment. To eliminate so many remnants at once had indeed been quite taxing. However, the spoils were exceedingly bountiful. For each undead warrior slain, Chen Yin garnered hundreds of gene energy. An entire wave annihilated, with experience points exceeding 10,000. Furthermore, the gene energy from killing Calamity Beasts was even greater, with each yielding 3,000. After this onslaught, nearly 20,000 experience points were credited. Chen Yin's level ascended smoothly to level 68. Such efficiency was barely acceptable, though the consumption was rather substantial, unsustainable over time. Besides the vast amounts of gene energy, the ordinary undead warriors also dropped a plethora of common materials, equipment, and skill scrolls. Yet, these were not the crux of the matter. The most crucial aspect lay in what the Calamity Beasts dropped, the Calamity Gem. Slaying a Calamity Beast held the chance of acquiring a Calamity Gem, a reward that stirred the hearts of countless players. Calamity Gem reverses attack and defense, converting total defense into equivalent attack power. This effect was immensely gratifying for Chen Yin. His defense was already abnormally high, yet his attack power was somewhat lacking. With this Calamity Gem, he could forsake defense in critical moments to unleash a surge in attack power. It was remarkably practical. It is almost time to depart from this place and seek a location to rest for a while. After a considerable interval, the lights of two helicopters illuminated the valley. The group of fleeing individuals had returned, accompanied by elite forces dispatched by the Enforcement Department and aerial units. Is this the site where three Calamity Beasts appeared? Li Yunwei inquired. Indeed. Just moments ago, we witnessed a madman summoning three Calamity Beasts simultaneously. He is surely dead by now. Chapter 39. Were all the Calamity Beasts slain? Chen Yin acquired a rare word spirit, summoning three Calamity Beasts at once. Upon hearing this, Li Yunwei could not suppress a tremor of anxiety. This is a serious predicament. When the Calamity summoning function was officially enabled, we clearly warned all players against recklessly activating the Calamity Scrolls. How could someone be so reckless? Three Calamity Beasts. One wonders if the enforcement forces of Coastal City can handle this. Fortunately, we have been provided with two armed helicopters for support. Let us descend and investigate. Li Yunwei led the fully armed enforcement team deeper into the valley. We shall not go. The group of players expressed their reluctance. Knowing full well that three Calamity Beasts awaited below, why would they march towards certain death? Alerting the enforcement team was the limit of their bravery. Henceforth, they would remain as mere spectators to avoid their own demise. They had already experienced the terror of the Calamity Beasts firsthand. In the depths of the valley, Li Yunwei and his team cautiously advanced, their flashlights casting beams in all directions, careful not to let their guard down. What a pungent scent of blood! Be cautious! Someone suddenly exclaimed. This warning jolted every team member's senses, causing adrenaline to surge as sweat began to bead on their foreheads. After advancing several dozen meters, they finally discerned a clue. "Captain, look at these," a team member stammered. Li Yunwei hurried over and beheld a multitude of blackened flesh scattered across the ground, grotesque and slowly dissipating into black mist. One arm was riddled with eyes, while heads bore 8 mouths each. Astonishingly, one leg sprouted a pair of wings. These irregular monstrosities unmistakably signified their true nature, calamity beasts. Are these the corpses of the calamity beasts? Not just one, Li Yunwei gasped. Realizing their intelligence had been accurate, there were indeed 3 calamity beasts. What does it mean that 3 calamity beasts were slain here? Impossible. Given the current level and combat strength of the players, how could one possibly slay a calamity beast alone, let alone 3 at once? Is it conceivable that a remarkably powerful team was responsible? Li Yunwei shook his head. The likelihood is minimal. Observe closely. There are no signs of a large-scale battle here, only the remains of these monsters. Captain, do you mean to say that the 3 calamity beasts were mercilessly slaughtered without any chance of resistance? Everyone, this is utterly absurd. What kind of formidable being could achieve such a feat? Calling Captain Li, what is the situation below? The armed helicopter overhead reported. The calamity beasts have been eradicated. There is no danger. I repeat, the calamity beasts have been eliminated. There is no danger. After Captain Li finished his report, he summoned the witnesses. Moments later, several witnesses arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the scattered remains of the calamity beasts, their jaws dropped in disbelief. What? They clearly understood the terrifying combat prowess of the calamity beasts. One alone could rival their elite training squad. Yet here lay the corpses of 3. What does this signify? It implies that shortly after summoning the beasts, the summoner dispatched them. My heavens, who is this monstrous individual? Wait a moment, have you all noticed something peculiar? Since we entered the valley, we haven't encountered a single creature. Indeed, the realization washed over them, sending chills down their spines. What does that mean? It means that the summoner not only slaughtered the 3 calamity beasts, but also cleared this entire area of monsters. Good heavens! All present were engulfed in profound shock. This valley is teeming with monsters of nearly level 50. Captain, what should we do? Someone inquired. Should we search the surroundings for the summoner? No need. Blindly pursuing will only provoke them. Let's withdraw. Captain Li gestured for everyone to halt their advance. In her mind, she already had a suspect. No words. During the last World War, No Words and the renowned sorceress Yi Hongling, 2 top-tier experts, appeared simultaneously in Linhai City. It is known that Yi Hongling is not from Linhai. She can be ruled out. But what about No Words? Could he be hiding within Linhai City? Besides him, I can think of no other candidate. If it was indeed No Words who acted, then everything falls into place. With his strength, achieving this is hardly difficult. I hope that when the Blood Moon calamity truly descends, this formidable warrior will also emerge to fight. Indeed, Chen Yin had long since departed. While resting, he reflected on his recent gains. After leveling up, he had learned a new foundational incantation. Sequence 49, Gale Cannon. The effect is straightforward. It gathers wind pressure between his fingers for a powerful single-target strike, remarkably similar to the Thunder Gun. The next time he employs this incantation, Chen Yin can disguise himself as a wind element mage. Subsequently, he replaced his old, useless equipment with the newly acquired items and listed the unwanted gear for sale in the trading space. As for the skill scrolls, I shall retain them all for personal use. Skill scrolls can be utilized for synthesis. Even if one does not possess the desired ones, a 3-in-1 synthesis is possible. Commencing synthesis. However, synthesizing skill scrolls is an exceedingly extravagant method. If one fails to procure the desired outcome, it results in the squandering of 2 scrolls. In the realm of ancient incantations, rare and perilous incantations cannot be acquired through upgrades. They must be synthesized. Thus, it can be said that the ancient incantations represent a late-game talent. The more rare incantations one synthesizes, the stronger one's prowess becomes. Alas, despite Chen Yin exhausting all his skill scrolls, he was unable to synthesize the coveted equipment. Nevertheless, the items he had previously sold amassed a considerable sum of gold. allowing him to scour the trading space for a batch of low-level skill scrolls, approximately 20 in number, to continue his synthesis endeavors. A gambler indeed. Yet, with his innate talent as an incantation sage, one cannot avoid the gamble. Will those rare incantations simply materialize without effort? Surely not. Just as he depleted the purchased skill scrolls, a sudden glimmer caught Chun Yin's eye. Soul Flame Palm Flowing Light Technique, Skyward Technique, Thunder and Wind Flash, Sequence 30. A rare incantation, Thunder and Wind Flash. Much like the Void Subduing Serpent, although it possesses a modest sequence level, it is undeniably practical. With this, Chun Yin can achieve ultra-fast movement with minimal consumption. Swift as the wind and thunder, it precisely compensates for his lack of mobility. Most importantly, it serves as a remarkable means of escape, especially when pursued by women. With the acquisition of 2 new incantations, Chun Yin's combat prowess has once again escalated. It is time to seek a dungeon to test their might. Chun Yin opened the chat channel, and a message caught his eye. Discovered a level 60 dungeon, powerful mages. Private message for details. Those seeking to gain from the chaos, stay away. Am I not a wind mage now? Chun Yin sent a private message. Chapter 40. Joining the dungeon team, a kindred spirit. Chun Yin sent a private message. I am a high-level mage seeking a party for the dungeon. The response was immediate. What level? What is your attack power? After considering the average of frontline players at this stage, Chun Yin replied, level 50, 100 attack. I will send you the location information. Hurry. Upon receiving the invitation, Chun Yin swiftly proceeded to the coordinates. Dungeons are rare opportunities, typically hidden in obscure locations awaiting lucky discoverers. The rewards for clearing dungeons are remarkably generous, attracting many eager participants. Chun Yin was no exception. Joining others in a dungeon for experience is delightful, and it conserves one's strength. In essence, it is all about coasting along. In a corner of the dark forest stood a 6-person team. Haha, a mage is coming. Impressive, brother. You've hooked a big fish. You truly are a genius. Thinking of such a method, I shall call you the strongest brain player. Ha ha ha. A group of individuals laughed heartily, biding their time for the fish to come to them. Qiuya was the first to fall for their deceit. Her innate talent was that of an elven summoner, endowed with healing abilities. She had approached, enticed by the prospect of joining a party for dungeon. Little did she know she had underestimated the treachery of the world. Indeed, there was a dungeon. But this group was not genuinely seeking allies. They were employing coercion through brute force. Anyone who approached would become their prey. Presently, explosive runes were affixed to Qiuya's back, rendering her unable to act recklessly. You better keep your mouth shut, or you'll be the first to die? The bald man threatened menacingly. Qiuya thought to herself that this group consisted of ruffians who had long roamed internet CAFS, spending their days smoking, drinking, and gaming. Now that the virtual realm had merged with reality, it provided them with a golden opportunity. They intended to exploit and then eliminate their victims to seize their belongings. Was there a faster route to riches than this? To claim the ready-made gear and materials from others was nothing short of exhilarating. Incoming, prepare. As a figure approached, the group immediately readied themselves, their faces adorned with smiles as they stepped forward to greet him. Indeed, it was Chun Yin. Brother, are you the mage? We've been waiting for you, come. Ah, this brother looks trustworthy at first glance. He must possess formidable strength. The dungeon lies within. Brothers, be prepared. We shall conquer it together and surely acquire great treasures. Chun Yin noted the overwhelming enthusiasm directed towards him. Only one girl was casting frantic glances his way, her eyes fluttering as if in a spasm. Qiuya, realizing her own lack of options for resistance, pinned her hopes on the newcomer, hence her frantic signaling. They are not good people. Do not fall for their tricks, or we are doomed. You must understand my meaning. Her eyes conveyed these urgent messages. However, the response she received was unexpected. Is this sister's eye bothering her? Qiuya was taken aback, nearly struck dead by frustration. How could this man completely misinterpret her subtle hints and claim her eyes were the issue? Your whole family has a problem. She fumed internally. All right, we are all doomed now. Coughing, the bald man sensed the tension and cast a fierce glare at Qiuya. He then laughed heartily. Brother, here lies the dungeon. Behold, the entrance. Upon inspection, Chun Yin indeed saw the entrance to a chaotic realm. Brother, this dungeon's level should not be low. Let us enhance our abilities before entering. My talent is that of a talisman master. A talisman master? Chun Yin raised an eyebrow. That is a rare talent, quite impressive. with a comprehensive functionality that can both assist allies and inflict damage. Indeed, let us proceed, brother. Stand still. All right. Autumn you watched the scene unfold before her. Feeling utterly helpless and letting out a sigh, she observed as the bald man pressed his palm against Chun Yin's back, infusing him with extraordinary power, sketching intricate symbols. Done. The bald man proclaimed with satisfaction, clapping his hands, prompting knowing smiles from the others. Brother, I have inscribed an explosive rune on your back. From this moment onward, you shall obey my every command. Otherwise, with just a snap of my fingers, you will be obliterated. He continued, my apologies, brother. But we seek strength to save the world, and your sacrifice is necessary. Chun Yin nearly lost his composure. An explosive rune? Even if its power were tenfold, it would scarcely breach my defenses. Sighing deeply, Autumn Ye recognized the futility of the situation. No matter how much they pleaded for mercy, this group of desperate criminals would not relent. To her surprise, however, the newcomer maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. All right then, what do you want me to do? First, we need you to enter the dungeon with us. Go ahead, they urged, shoving him forward. Alongside him was the girl who had been frantically signaling him. It seemed they shared a mutual plight. Very well, into the dungeon we go. I suppose you're expecting us to clear the path, Chun Yin declared, stepping confidently into the dungeon entrance without hesitation. And you, into the dungeon as well. Autumn Ye was compelled to follow, stumbling slightly upon entry, casting an eye roll at Chun Yin. We're doomed now, she muttered. Upon entering, Chun Yin quickly grasped the reason for their capture. This was a trap-laden dungeon where, without a scout, they would easily fall victim to its dangers. He and the girl had become the sacrificial lambs. All right then, let's entertain them for a while and see what lies ahead. The bald man, map in hand, commanded. Ahead is a shooting mechanism. Stepping on any of those tiles will cause the stone lion to unleash poisoned arrows. You, go and test a safe path. As Autumn Ye hesitated, she watched the man stride boldly forward without a hint of doubt. Are you insane? Watch out for the arrows, she instinctively shouted. Chun Yin, possessing remarkable agility, deftly evaded the arrows and pressed onward, soon discovering a safe route. At the end of the mechanism lay a treasure chest. Ha! Are you truly a mage? Your movements are so nimble. Let me see what treasures lie within the chest. Goodness, high-level rare equipment. This is a windfall. Chun Yin exclaimed with delight. Well done, keep going. The bald man urged, clearly pleased, as the others shared in the joy. The dungeon was fraught with traps, and without someone to bear the brunt of the danger, how could they traverse it without stress? Throughout the ordeal, Chun Yin took the lead, navigating the various mechanisms with the ease of a child playing with toys, leaving Autumn Ye in a state of astonishment. Unforeseen was the remarkable skill of this individual in evading traps. Yet what purpose does it serve? Once the dungeon is cleared, we shall be unable to escape regardless. Chapter 41. Level 80 Guardian Stone Statue. After navigating through a myriad of mechanisms, a metallic hall lay before the onlookers. The grand doors swung open, seemingly inviting them inside. You, and you, step forward, bellowed the bald man, roughly shoving Chun Yin ahead. All right, I'll go. Chun Yin raised his hand, reluctantly advancing. Chioya had no choice but to follow in his wake, though she lacked the fearless confidence of Chun Yin, her body trembling and shying away. Upon their entrance into the hall, nothing transpired. Observing this, the bald man beckoned his team to enter as well. Boom. The doors slammed shut. Not far ahead, the eyes of a mechanized stone giant ignited with a crimson glow, towering as high as a building. It had awakened, ready for battle. The stone giant slowly lifted its arm, shedding a cloud of dust, as if a demonic entity from ancient times had arisen. Boss, it seems we cannot escape without defeating this creature. Let them take the lead while we observe. Chun Yin and Chioya once again found themselves as the vanguard. If they could discern its attack patterns, the remaining members could engage more effectively. Hurry, if you don't come forward, I will detonate the explosive strapped to your backs. All right. Chun Yin stepped closer, cautiously raising his right hand. Gale cannon. Wind pressure coalesced at the tip of his index finger, striking the creature's calf. A gaping hole appeared, the effect unmistakable. Yet, in the next moment, the stone wound astonishingly healed, returning to its original state. As the battle commenced, the others beheld the creature's level. Guardian Giant, level 80. Goodness, it's an 80-level creature with the ability to heal autonomously. Be cautious. Maintain your distance and seek its weakness. This monster cannot regenerate infinitely. However, the stone giant was enraged, raising its colossal sword for a sweeping attack, the terrifying wind pressure nearly capable of sending a person flying. The blow landed squarely on Chun Yin. The nearly 10-meter-long sword sent him hurtling through the air, embedding him into the wall like a cannonball, rendering him motionless. How could he be struck? Truly pathetic. The bald man scolded, beginning to draw symbols to attack the statue. Brother, is that it for you? No way. You were so valiant while traversing the traps. Chiyoya was left dumbfounded. In that moment, she felt the world around her was unbearably lonely and merciless. The only person who shared her plight had been flung away, their fate now uncertain. Yet, he found himself compelled to engage in battle against the stone giant. Lest he be detonated by that bald man, it was a fate equally fatal. Mother, I do not wish to perish, he lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Just as he was lost in thought, the giant's colossal sword came crashing down upon him, accompanied by a deafening roar. Kiwiya was sent flying, landing in the same spot as Chun Yin. Wait, why am I unscathed? Kiwiya pondered in bewilderment, realizing that she had not felt the impact. Rather, something had pulled her away, creating the illusion of being struck. Do not move, play dead, Chun Yin blinked. You. Kiwiya nearly leapt in fright, her eyes wide open in shock. Is this some sort of resurrection? However, she quickly gathered herself, lying back down and shutting her eyes in feigned death. Brother, are you all right? How could you possibly be unhurt? Do not shout, he replied. With Chun Yin's formidable defensive capabilities, could a mere level 80 cause him harm? It wouldn't even tickle. The reason he lay here pretending to be dead was to discern the stone giant's weaknesses. Its body could heal at an alarming rate, suggesting the presence of a core or mechanism. He was too apathetic to search for it himself. The roles of worker and boss had thus been reversed. Kiwiya discreetly gave a thumbs up, as if to say, Brother, you are truly remarkable. Meanwhile, the bald man's team was embroiled in a fierce struggle with the stone giant. Those two incompetent fools were utterly useless. Hey, why not try attacking its head? I have a feeling its weakness lies within. All right. A frenzied assault on the giant's head ensued, shattering it piece by piece until the entire cranium lay in ruins. Attacking the head is futile. Keep searching. Boss, there's a glow emanating from its chest. Let us try that. They redirected their focus to the chest, and to their astonishment, they struck gold. As they peeled away the outer stone layers, a crimson mechanical heart was revealed, pulsating rhythmically. The bald man bellowed, We found its weakness. Destroy the heart. Everyone launched an assault on the heart. The destructive power of extraordinary strength depended on the level of extraordinary attributes and the additional attack power of their equipment. Clearly, none among this group possessed particularly high output capabilities. Their repeated attacks on the heart exploded against its defenses but failed to breach them. No, this cannot continue, brother. Its defense is too high. Our strikes cannot penetrate. This time, we truly are doomed. Had I known, I would never have entered. This is nothing but a trap. Frustration mounted among the crowd, with some reduced to tears and terror. They understood that escape was impossible, and the only outcome awaited them was a slow demise here, potentially reduced to mere pulp by that terrifying great sword. The thought sent chills down their spines, engulfed in despair and helplessness. Just as the heavy shroud of despair enveloped them, a leisurely voice suddenly resonated from behind. Shall I lend you a hand? The crowd turned abruptly. A multitude of gazes converged upon Chun Yin, their eyes brimming with disbelief. You are unharmed. Struck directly by the great sword, you surprisingly remain unscathed. Chun Yin casually brushed off the dust from his shoulder and strolled ahead, leaving the bewildered Chiyoya, who was still feigning death, in a state of shock. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? You still have explosive runes on your back. She screamed inwardly. Your attack power can defeat this? What a joke. Its rocky armor has regenerated. It's all over. Brother, if you can take this down, we shall be brothers for life. The bald man urged eagerly. Chun Yin smiled and raised a finger. An invisible wind pressure coalesced at the tip of his index finger. Witnessing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but think he was foolish. With such a meager wind-based spell, he believed he could defeat the stone giant and pierce its heart? What a dream. He probably wouldn't even be able to break through its rocky armor. What good would it do? Yet, a playful gleam danced in Chun Yin's smile. The catastrophe gem's attack defense reversal activated. Defense, 696. Attack, 696. Current attack power, 826. Boom. The gathered wind cannon was unleashed. The furious gale violently ruptured the air, and in that instant, the world seemed to lose all sound. The individuals beside Chen Yin were caught off guard and were instantly blown away. Ultimately, this strike collided with the chest of the stone giant. The wind pressure pierced through its back, directly breaching the ceiling of the hall. That incredibly hard mechanical heart was extinguished. Instant kill. Congratulations on successfully slaying the Guardian Golem. Gene Energy, 2100. Level up, 6870. Congratulations on acquiring rare material, Energy Core. Congratulations on obtaining Skill Scroll, 10,000 Swords Technique. Chen Yin felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated such a bountiful harvest from this dungeon. The Energy Core was a crucial material for creating teleportation arrays, essential for mutual support among major cities during the Blood Moon Calamity. The 10,000 Swords Technique was a rare skill for sword-based talents, particularly suitable for Shaoqi. It seemed he could find an opportunity to gift the technique to her. Chen Yin was quite pleased. This performance was not in vain. Simultaneously, the reversal effect of the catastrophe gem concluded, and his defense returned to its previous state. Everyone present regarded Chen Yin with the eyes of someone observing a monster. A mere common wind-based spell possesses such power? One by one, they were left speechless, some even lying on the ground, forgetting to rise. This was utterly absurd. Having successfully slain the creature, the door reopened, yet the bald man and the others did not feel any sense of relief. The pressure Chen Yin exerted on them was even greater. The entire squad of 5 elite players had exhausted every possible means, but had failed to shatter the heart of the giant. While he had achieved it with a casual flick, Xiaoya was so startled that she practically resurrected from the dead. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she sat on the ground, covering her mouth, her expression clearly conveying her astonishment. Brother, is your strength truly this terrifying? So, was he merely acting all along? The purpose was to lead this group to the room and uncover his weaknesses? Such deep scheming. Chen Yin then turned his gaze to the bald man and his companions, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Shouldn't you all refer to me as your adoptive father?" His contemptuous gaze was akin to that of a spectator observing a troupe of clowns. A palpable sense of trepidation washed over the crowd. This young man possessed such formidable power that they could not help but wonder what would happen if he decided to retaliate against them. "Don't move." The bald man forced himself to remain composed, his voice cold. "Do not forget the explosive talisman on your back. At close range, an explosion would leave you no chance of survival." "Oh, and what do you propose?" Chen Yin retorted. "Hand over everything that just exploded, and all your valuable equipment. I saved you, and now you wish to rob me?" Chen Yin countered. "Do not forget the explosive talisman you have on your back. Do not even think of pulling any tricks." The bald man was visibly agitated, poised to trigger the talisman at any moment, his nerves stretched to their limit. Chen Yin shrugged. Why not set one off and see? Boom. The talisman on Chen Yin's back detonated, fierce flames and thick smoke enveloping him in an instant. "I warned you not to provoke me. This is of your own making." The bald man gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. However, amidst the black smoke, a nonchalant voice emerged. "Is that all? If not, I shall take action." "No, it cannot be." As the smoke began to clear, the bald man's pupils constricted in horror. The explosive talisman had detonated at close range, yet he remained unscathed. What astonishing defensive capabilities and resilience. They could hardly fathom that anyone could achieve such a feat at this stage. Under immense pressure, the bald man had succumbed to madness, his voice a desperate roar. "Stop. There's her. If you take one more step, I will blow her up. You wouldn't want an innocent person to perish alongside you, would you?" Haha. Xiaoya stood not far behind Chen Yin, a talisman of her own affixed to her back. At that moment, her face had turned ashen. She never expected to be used as leverage against Chen Yin. "I do not even know him. How could he possibly care for my safety? This is the end. I am doomed. I do not know her. Do you think I would concern myself with her fate?" Chen Yin pressed forward relentlessly. The bald man, cornered and desperate, shouted, "Fine, let her die." With a flash of wind and thunder, Chen Yin vanished from his spot, appearing instantaneously beside Xiaoya, seizing the explosive talisman in his hand. A blinding light erupted from his palm. Yet, it fizzled out like a firecracker that had failed to ignite, producing no sound. What? Xiaoya was dumbfounded. He had actually grabbed the explosive talisman to save her. Wait, how did he arrive beside me without me noticing? The group of bald men was utterly horrified. Is he even human? What kind of monster have we provoked? Run. They fled in a frenzy, but Chen Yin would not allow them to escape so easily. The abyss of darkness stripped away all color, ensnaring them in a prison known as darkness. The spirit of death, possessed by the Grim Reaper. Chen Yin commenced a relentless harvest. With each life extinguished, the Reaper's scythe gained a permanent increase in attack power. Reaper's scythe attack power 10, Reaper's scythe attack power 10, Reaper's scythe attack power 10. All 5 were vanquished by Chen Yin. Taking advantage of the remaining time within the Reaper's domain, he cradled Qiuya and departed from the hall to spare her the sight of the gruesome scene. As the domain dissipated, Qiuya remained in Chen Yin's embrace, still in a princess carry, her mind clouded with confusion. Not me, you. She blinked, her brain a blank slate. Yet, if other female players knew she was being carried by the Silent Prince, they would likely be consumed with envy. It's all right. Let us go, Chen Yin said as he set her down. Ouch, who exactly are you? Due to her bewilderment, Qiuya landed abruptly on the ground. Just as she intended to ask further, the figure before her had vanished. She even began to wonder if this was all a dream. Only her level had indeed risen. And the instance was cleared. Confounded, Qiuya turned and posted a plea for help on the forum. Is there a wind element mage capable of plunging the world into darkness? Who can obliterate with a mere gust? How terrifying. However, her post quickly sank into obscurity, as no one responded to such an ambiguous inquiry. The discussions predominantly revolved around gear, leveling up, and monster slaying. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Qiuya suddenly received a private message. Could you please provide me with further details? Thank you. The sender had only 2 words, Luo Shui. Chapter 43. Rivalry among women. Who is Luo Shui? For words to describe her, the Ice Queen. She possesses the top-tier ice affinity talent, Ice Extreme, within Disaster. Capable of turning the earth into glaciers with merely a flick of her wrist, a goddess-level player at the pinnacle of millions. Her real name is Zhao Yixue. Born into a world-renowned martial arts family, endowed with exceptional talent and a purity akin to snow, garnering countless admirers. National-level goddess is an apt description for her. However, she only has eyes for the Silent Prince. Fiercely competitive, she has never been bested in any endeavor, except by him time and again. This refusal to concede transformed into motivation, leading her to realize she had developed feelings for him. Luo Shui? Upon seeing the name, Qiuya was instantly struck with disbelief. It must be a joke, right? It must be someone impersonating her. How could the real Luo Shui possibly seek out someone as insignificant as me? It's inconceivable. With trembling hands, she replied, Are you truly Luo Shui? Luo Shui responded, Please tell me the specific circumstances you encountered, including when and where. Thank you. Qiuya asked. That can be arranged, but why are you so interested in this? Are you really Luo Shui herself? Luo Shui, who was never one for verbosity, spoke only because she sought information about the silent figure. Qiuya explained, I am a player from Linhai City, and the situation is as follows. At that very moment, Chen Yin remained unaware. The 3 women who troubled him most had each procured their own information through their respective means. Yi Hongling, Su Jinyu, and Zhao Yixue. All 3 were among the world's elite female players. However, none had ever laid eyes on the true visage of the silent figure, even Su Jinyu. The closest to him had only seen his masked profile on her birthday. At this moment, Chen Yin contemplated gifting the recently acquired 10,000 sword art to Xiao Qi, also known as Su Jinyu, for she had been diligently managing the guild with numerous members, a task not easily accomplished. In Luzhou City, since the offline meeting held there, Su Jinyu had remained. She feigned sleep to lower the silent figure's guard, subsequently accessing the surrounding surveillance footage, which yielded a blurred image of Chen Yin wearing a mask. A tremendous breakthrough. Hee hee. Su Jinyu, holding her phone, chuckled foolishly, her wallpaper displaying that indistinct photo of Chen Yin. As a daughter of a top 100 global enterprise, she was naturally beautiful and adored by many, yet she found herself enamored with a man whose face she had never truly seen. Such is the peril of online romance. At that moment, a streak of flame suddenly soared through the sky and fell into the courtyard like a meteor. Whoosh! With a flick of her finger, Su Jinyu summoned a flying sword that met the flame midair. Boom! Fiery sparks scattered, and a woman in a red dress gracefully landed, her bright eyes and crimson lips sparkling with allure. It was Yi Hongling. The hostility in Su Jinyu's gaze intensified manifold. This was her rival. Xiao Qi. It has been a while. Your temper remains as fiery as ever. Yi Hongling approached with a smile, her alluring figure clad in a fiery red gown, captivating enough to drive any man to madness. What do you want? Speak. Oh, nothing much. I just received word from a spy that the silent figure had previously appeared in Luzhou City. You have spies in our guild? How is it permissible for you to have a secretary to assist the silent figure while I am not allowed to place spies to gather information about him? Yi Hongling chuckled. Is there any news you might share with your elder sister? Su Jinyu scoffed. Are you dreaming? Even if I had information, would I share it with you? Come now, sister, let us not be so distant. We haven't even seen the silent figure. How can we talk of competition? Besides, I am here for a transaction. What transaction? I am aware of the hidden refuge of the Silent One. What? Su Jinyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had long suffered from the inability to ascertain the precise location of the Silent One, yet this woman seemed to have discovered it first. If you possess any further information, we can exchange it. Otherwise, dear sister lacks the inclination to engage in frivolities. Yi Hongling lifted a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely. I have his photograph. It appears you are not as foolish as I thought. Let me see it. You must first tell me where he is. Very well. Honesty and cooperation. He has slain a creature of the world in Linhai City and managed to slip away right under my nose. Both women successfully obtained the information they sought. Su Jinyu felt a surge of satisfaction, with a target in sight and the photograph in hand. Locating him would undoubtedly become a more manageable endeavor. Little Qi, heed my sister's advice. You cannot compete with me, so it is best to withdraw. Are you larger than I? Yi Hongling puffed out her chest. I. Men prefer the ample. It brings comfort while they sleep. I hope you proceed with caution. Dear sister. Su Jinyu was so incensed that her face flushed red, momentarily at a loss for words to counter. Just then, she received a message from the Silent One, and her spirit soared. Brother Silent One has reached out to me. Su Jinyu's mood brightened instantly as she hurriedly replied. Silent One, I have obtained the skill scroll for the 10,000 swords technique, precisely what you require, and I shall gift it to you. Little Qi, really? Brother Silent One, you are the best. Love you. The two could trade directly in the transaction space. Since it was a gift, naturally, no money was exchanged. Congratulations on acquiring the 10,000 swords technique. As Su Jinyu received it, she promptly retrieved the item from her storage. Oh dear. Brother Silent One is so considerate towards me. He gifted me a rare skill scroll as soon as he obtained it. What about certain others? Yi Hongling raised her brows, fuming. Never did she anticipate being outmaneuvered in such a manner. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Yin was oblivious to the rivalry between the two women, initially believing the matter concluded. However, he soon received a message from Qi Ling. Do you desire a high-level skill scroll? Chen Yin. A high-level skill scroll. That is a coveted item capable of directly unlocking one's advanced language spirit, a rare find indeed. The language spirit of death was unlocked through such a device. She possesses such a treasure and is specifically saving it for me? Chen Yin, you are not using it for yourself? Qi Ling. While you bestow skill scrolls upon other sisters, it is I who think of you. Does your conscience not ache? Chen Yin. What? How does she know that I just gifted something to little Qi? Are they collaborating? Qi Ling, if you desire it, accompany me into the fiery abyss. I intend to awaken my advanced capabilities as a Scarlet Lotus sorceress. Should I succeed, this item shall be yours. Chen Yin agreed. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Yi Hongling could not help but smile. Thus it is, I am about to meet your silent brother, while you continue to swoon over his photograph. Hey you. Chapter 44, The Formal Meeting. Accompanying Yi Hongling into the fiery abyss, 14 days remaining until the Blood Moon calamity, Shun Yin promised Yi Hongling he would accompany her to the fiery abyss, as this would enable him to obtain a high-tier skill scroll. It is a reliable method to significantly enhance one's power. The fiery abyss is a place every fire element transcendent must visit. By passing the trials, one can not only level up but also permanently enhance their attributes and even awaken certain rare and powerful fire-based skills. Yi Hongling's decision to forcefully enter the fiery abyss at this time is also to become stronger before the impending calamity arrives. The fiery abyss was discovered within a volcanic mountain by the sea, and we will take a helicopter there. We shall meet at the airport in Linhai City tomorrow afternoon. Any issues? Chen Yin replied. All right, I will try my best to arrive. Yi Hongling, stop pretending, brother. You are in Linhai City, after all. I'm just looking out for you. The following day, Chen Yin donned a black jacket, which he rarely wore, along with a black mask and hat, concealing himself thoroughly. As he left, he even employed the shadow concealment technique, only revealing himself at the airport restroom before seeking out Yi Hongling. At the airport, Yi Hongling stood out as the most radiant sight. Wearing sunglasses, her wine-red hair cascaded elegantly with a striking red gown, resembling a peony in full bloom. Her lips shone like blood, captivatingly vibrant, while her snow-white skin was as flawless as a work of art. Her presence alone was enough to incite a fervent uproar. Goodness! Look at that woman. She is stunning. That is Yi Hongling. You do recognize her, don't you? She is the cherished daughter of General Yi. I never imagined I would see her in person. Is it possible to enter the airport? I want to rush in and catch a glimpse of her. Forget it. My friend, all entrances are guarded by armed enforcers, and no unauthorized personnel is allowed inside. What a shame. Countless individuals pressed against the glass of the airport waiting hall, gazing longingly from afar. Beside the helicopter, alongside Yi Hongling, were 6 other fire element transcendent beings, all having arrived from various locations, summoned at great expense and through connections. Miss Yi, it is already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Are we still waiting for someone? Not to worry, one more is on the way. Who has such an attitude? Making us and Miss Yi wait here? Are they tired of living? A hot-tempered voice reprimanded. Hee. Yi Hongling smiled slightly, remaining silent. If she were to reveal the truth to this group, it would likely frighten them into submission. At that moment, Chun Yin finally entered the airport. Look, he has arrived. Damn it. Why is he walking so leisurely? Can't he hurry over? They observed him, a young man still in his youth, and thought he should be taught a lesson once he arrived. Forget it. All these individuals were invited by Miss Yi. Let us grant her some courtesy. Chun Yin finally reunited with the group. From the moment he appeared, Yi Hongling's gaze fixated upon him, unwavering and unyielding. She even removed her sunglasses and perched them upon her head, a playful smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of a whimsical enchantress. Hey there, why not introduce yourself? Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Chun Yin cast a glance at the others. An introduction is unnecessary, I presume. That simply won't do. We are all notable figures here. Without your introduction, how can we assess your capabilities? All right. Yi Hongling clapped her hands. Let us board the plane. We are pressed for time. Following Miss Yi's lead. Miss Yi, please, do board first. This group insisted Yi Hongling ascend the aircraft first, their intentions glaringly obvious, as they yearned to sit beside her. Who wouldn't wish to cozy up to a wealthy woman of striking beauty and formidable prowess? Just the opportunity to brush against her arm or thigh would be a tale worth recounting for a lifetime. Once Yi Hongling settled into a window seat, a crowd clamored to follow suit. Everyone, step aside. Miss Yi, may I sit next to you? The speaker was Chu Xiong, a wealthy heir, a gifted flame knight, and arguably the strongest among them. Yi Hongling smiled. Do you believe you are worthy? The color drained from Chu Xiong's face as he awkwardly retreated to a nearby seat. After everyone had taken their places, the seat beside Yi Hongling remained conspicuously vacant, with Chun Yin being the last to board. His initial instinct was to retreat to the back, seeking solitude in the last row. Where do you think you're going? Come here. The crowd was taken aback. Now I am in charge. Do you not heed the boss? In stunned silence, Chun Yin was forcibly drawn forward, taking a seat beside Yi Hongling. No, Miss Yi. Chu Xiong's expression darkened, resembling that of someone who had bitten into something foul. It was one thing for him to feel unworthy, but for this fellow to benefit unexpectedly was beyond comprehension. As the helicopter took off, Chun Yin felt a head resting upon his shoulder, accompanied by an arm that discreetly wrapped around his waist. Could you refrain from touching me? Huh. The noise is too loud. I can't hear you. Yi Hongling wore an enchanting smile, her wine-red hair dancing in the wind, playfully slapping against Chun Yin's face. He felt helpless, never anticipating that he would find himself in such a predicament. 2 hours later, the group arrived at their destination, a volcanic island. Surrounding them was an endless expanse of the Azure Sea. This volcano had emerged following the fusion of the game with reality, previously explored by adventurers. The fire abyss lay within the volcano itself. Yi Hongling offered a brief explanation before leading the group onward, entering the volcano's mouth. A wave of scorching heat enveloped them, and the temperature surged dramatically. Fortunately, none among the group is feeble, and this degree of heat poses no significant threat to them. As they ventured deeper into the volcano, they finally uncovered the entrance amidst the surging magma. A crimson chaotic portal lay before them. Without hesitation, Yi Hongling was the first to step into the fiery abyss, followed closely by the others, all wearing expressions of exhilaration. Chen Yin also stepped inside. A vast expanse of red greeted their eyes. A searing heat tenfold stronger than before assaulted their senses. The sky was shrouded in thick, ominous black clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning striking distant mountains. Ruins and collapsed edifices littered the surroundings. At the heart of this region stood a crimson beam of light, the very target of Yi Hongling. A commanding voice echoed. The challenger has entered the trial beam, accepting the legacy of fire. Yi Hongling's expression turned grave as she declared, I will now enter the beam. A relentless onslaught of monsters will ensue. Your task is to protect me until the trial concludes. Do you understand? Understood. Miss Yi, worry not. We shall safeguard you thoroughly. They replied with confidence, unaware that a life and death struggle awaited them. Chapter 45. The Infernal Flame Wolf. Chen Yin reappears. Yi Hongling took a deep breath. Undertaking the fire legacy trial at this juncture was undoubtedly a bold move, as her body might not withstand the intensity. Yet, if she persevered, it would undoubtedly result in a monumental enhancement of her abilities. Her motivation for growing stronger was not solely to combat calamities. A more pressing reason was to seize a man. Even if she couldn't claim his heart, she would ensure that she possessed his body, unwilling to let another woman beat her to it. I'm going in. Yi Hongling glanced at Chen Yin before resolutely stepping into the crimson beam. The moment she entered, it felt as though she had walked into a furnace of several thousand degrees. Countless flames coiled around her like serpents. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have turned to ashes instantly, but only she possessed the fortitude to endure. Detection of the trial participant confirmed. The fire legacy trial officially begins. Be cautious. It's starting. Someone shouted. Look to the sky. Meteorites suddenly rained down from above. Boom, boom, boom. The fallen meteorites transformed into monstrous beings. Crimson Flame Lizard. Level 68. Lava Behemoth. Level 69. Magma Giant Serpent. Level 67. Upon witnessing the level information of these creatures, beads of sweat began to bead on their foreheads. An invisible pressure coiling above them. These are nearly level 70 monsters, and our average level barely exceeds 60. This is truly daunting. If it weren't for the challenge, why would Miss Yi personally summon us? Everyone, stay sharp. We are elites. Moreover, defeating these creatures will yield substantial experience, and the drop rate for fire skills will increase. If we endure for 24 hours, victory shall be ours. In pursuit of substantial rewards and invaluable experience, a grand battle has officially commenced. Flame Slash. Dragon Fire Technique. Heavenly Fire Rages. The fervent, crimson tongues of flame writhe in a dance, enveloping the space in searing heat and thick smoke, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The extraordinary beings strive valiantly against the onslaught of monstrous foes from all directions, wielding formidable skills to vanquish one beast after another. The fallen creatures dissolve into shimmering orbs of light, only to be swiftly replaced by new arrivals. This relentless tide signifies the infernal abyss. The trial has officially begun, with the entrance long sealed. Those unable to endure for 24 hours face certain demise. Friends, conserve your strength. The battle stretches long ahead, and do not deplete your energy. Indeed, this is merely the beginning. Do not expend all your might. As each creature meets its end, the collective experience of the group begins to rise. Gene Energy 150, Gene Energy 150, Gene Energy 150. This is merely the shared experience, yet it is far from insignificant. Should this continue for 24 hours, all participants will witness substantial upgrades in their levels, which is precisely why they are eager to be here. Chen Yin remained still, donning a mask and hat, standing before the brilliant crimson pillar, brazenly idling. What on earth are you doing just standing there? Chu Xiang, wielding a blazing battle knife, retreats and bellows at Chen Yin, his fury akin to that of a maddened lion. Chen Yin exerts no effort, yet still partakes in the shared experience, which is utterly intolerable. Indeed, our leader is Miss Yi, not you. Previously, we spared you on account of Miss Yi, but now that the battle has commenced, if you do not join the fray, do not blame us for being rude. The remaining members also directed their ire towards Chen Yin. Earlier, their discomfort had simmered due to his closeness with Miss Yi, and now it finally erupted. Unfazed by the accusations, Chen Yin chose to ignore them. With a mere utterance, he invoked his magic. Word Spirit, Shadow Concealment. He vanished from the sight of the crowd. Where did he go? Impossible. They gasped in disbelief. Had he employed an invisibility skill? They had not anticipated this young man possessed such an ability. We must expel him from the team. He cannot remain among us to leech experience. Wait, the captain is Miss Yi. We lack the authority. Only those within the party can share experience points. Meanwhile, their captain, Yi Hongling, was engaged in the trial within the Crimson Pillar. The group could only seethe in impotent rage. How shameless. How can we expect anything from a coward who dares not reveal his true face? Everyone, focus on the monsters. Once the trial concludes, we must settle accounts with him. Under Chu Xiang's leadership, the group plunged back into battle. In contrast, Chen Yin found a spot to sit, observing the conflict unfold with a detached demeanor. These ordinary creatures were not worthy of his intervention. Yi Hongling harbored considerable uncertainty regarding this trial in the infernal abyss for two reasons. Firstly, there lies a fear of one's own inability to endure, leading to the inevitable failure of the trial. Secondly, there exists a concern that those outside may not be able to withstand the onslaught of the monsters, resulting in the same dismal outcome. However, after successfully inviting the Silent One, the latter apprehension was entirely alleviated. In Yi Hongling's eyes, all other hired individuals were deemed inept, with only the Silent One serving as the true stabilizing force. As time continued to elapse, 12 hours had already passed. This group had persevered under the intense pressure of the monster's relentless assault for a full 12 hours. One must commend their remarkable resilience. Yet, the considerable depletion of their internal strength left them increasingly fatigued. Meanwhile, the monster's attacks grew ever more ferocious. How could it be that only half the time had passed? If this continues, I shall not endure. Do these monsters have no end? The entire squad was utterly exhausted, their bodies marred with wounds. Some wore tattered clothing, their skin marred by burns, charred to an unrecognizable state. Help, save me. I cannot go on, I truly cannot. Had I known this mission would be so perilous, no amount of compensation would have tempted me to accept it. A multitude of fire element monsters encircled them, panic gradually overtaking their faces. The exhaustion of their strength and the terror from the monster's pressure could no longer be concealed. The final wave of monsters is about to descend. All trial participants, please take heed. A string of golden text appeared. Zhu Xiang was filled with joy. The last wave. Haha. If we can endure this, victory shall be ours. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when the sky abruptly split open, and an unprecedentedly massive meteor plummeted down with a thunderous crash. It even crushed several high-level monsters to smithereens. Crack! The meteor shattered, unleashing countless red fissures. The first to emerge was a massive red-black paw, roughly the size of a basin, with veins of molten lava coursing through its obsidian skin. When this complete entity revealed itself before the crowd, a chilling sensation coursed down their spines, causing them to tremble. Before them stood a colossal werewolf, clad in crimson armor, wielding a rust-colored wolf-fang club. Its eyes shone like two radiant suns. By the heavens! Fiery demon wolf, level 95, a level of this magnitude ruthlessly obliterated all hope among the onlookers. For words echoed in their minds. Unassailable. Even if the entire team were at their peak, defeating it would be uncertain, let alone in their current state of disarray. Now, it was all over. Surrounding them were countless monsters, and directly ahead loomed this horrifying creature of dread. Some were so terrified that they lost control of their bladders. Yet before any relief could come, the heat dried their dampened trousers, leaving only a lingering odor in the air. At that moment, Chen Yin's figure reappeared in their line of sight. Chapter 46. The Celestial Cataclysm. A single finger to obliterate upon the unexpected reappearance of Chen Yin. The crowd stood in stunned silence. You cowardly scoundrel, how dare you show your face here? I cannot fathom why Miss Yi would choose someone like you. Even if I perish today, I shall drag you down with me. Chu Xiang was the first to unleash a torrent of invective. However, in response to Chu Xiang's complete loss of composure, Chen Yin merely cast him a sidelong glance. If you wish to live, silence yourself, novice. What did you say? Chu Xiang raised his blade, intent on confronting Chen Yin, only to be restrained by another companion from behind. Wait, don't be rash. Do not stop me. I will strike him down first. Chu Xiang's voice was filled with indignation. Do you not find it strange? Why has he appeared now? And why does he show no fear? Hearing his teammates' words, Chu Xiang lowered his flaming sword. Indeed, it seems there is some truth to that. If he is a coward, Why does he remain unfazed even in the face of death? Moreover, he chose to reveal himself at such a perilous moment. What could be his purpose? Chen Nian disregarded their musings. Having rested sufficiently, and with his extraordinary powers nearly restored, it was time to act. He subtly raised his index finger, obscure syllables coalescing into a fierce gale at his fingertips. Spoken wind artillery. What does he intend to do? The group was taken aback as they realized an unsettling truth. He is not a fire-type practitioner. How then has he remained invisible in the depths of the fire abyss for so long? Suddenly, someone stammered, "He is not a fire-type at all. How could he withstand the flames?" The crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. A figure erupted in a purple-black glow, enveloping him entirely. The catastrophe gem. Someone shouted in horror. His facial muscles quivered as he pointed at Chen Nian, as though confronting a monster. That is the radiance of the catastrophe gem. He has slain catastrophe beasts. He possesses the catastrophe gem. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Catastrophe beasts, entities of calamity from beyond the heavens, were sentient aberrations, each more terrifying than the last. For an ordinary person to confront them was tantamount to courting death. And yet, this individual not only survived, but also wielded their gem. Who on earth is he? At this moment, Chu Xiang too recognized that this man was extraordinary. He felt as though a thorn had lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless, only able to swallow repeatedly. The defensive and offensive capabilities of the catastrophe gem surged forth. Defense 696, attack 696, boom. A single blast erupted. The forceful wind pressure sent Chen Nian's bangs flying in every direction. This gust of wind obliterated a nearby crimson flame lizard into countless fragments, scattering its essence. The crowd was left in a state of utter shock. A profound shock, almost unbelievable, erupted at this moment. The turbulent waves within surged to unimaginable heights. Had they been annihilated in an instant? Just moments ago, in their struggle against a single monster, they had to engage in numerous rounds of combat, often requiring two to collaborate for a successful defeat. Yet, before this individual, it was merely a matter of a single wind cannon shot. What kind of terrifying attack power could possibly obliterate a creature nearing level 70 in one blow? The crowd gaped, nearly forgetting to close their mouths. For what unfolded next would etch itself into their memories forever. Boom, boom, boom. The wind cannon unleashed a relentless barrage, as if it were of no consequence. Every monster foolish enough to draw near was instantly obliterated, without exception. The rest of the group did nothing but witness the continuous notifications of experience gained. Gene Energy 150. Gene Energy 150. Gene Energy 150. In just 2 minutes, all lesser monsters had been decisively eliminated, not a single one remaining. In a state of astonishment, they finally grasped who the true powerhouse of this expedition was. Terrifying indeed. No wonder Missy held him in such high regard. He was, after all, the strongest. The earlier restraint had merely been a prelude to this moment of action. Astonishingly, I received a fire-based skill scroll. I also obtained equipment. So this is the true essence of reaping rewards effortlessly. No lingering resentment remained towards Chen Nian. Yet, after this brief exhilaration, they could not escape the most pressing concern. The mightiest foe still loomed. The level 95 Infernal Flame Wolf stood like a colossal mountain, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Without defeating it, none would survive. You dare challenge the infernal abyss? Utterly foolish. Roar. The wolf's massive club was raised high, as the winds and clouds shifted and the very earth trembled. The ominous, dark red sky abruptly split open, revealing a terrifying scarlet meteor slowly descending. The meteor's descent heralded the rare skill, Celestial Meteor Strike. A fire mage gazed up at the sky, his face ashen, lips pale, and body trembling uncontrollably. Every individual understood the devastating power of this ultimate move. Should it crash down from above, it would likely annihilate everyone present without exception. Ignorant humans, your demise is nigh. The infernal flame wolf cast a disdainful glance over the crowd, akin to a monarch surveying a swarm of ants. To it, they were already a legion of the dead. The meteor had once claimed a glorious victory, obliterating thousands of players in a single blow. Although this meteor might not wield the same catastrophic force, eradicating this team was a foregone conclusion. As the meteor descended, the crowd lay prostrate in trembling fear, utterly devoid of any power to resist. Yet they observed one figure still standing. Chun Yin's pupils reflected the blazing light of the colossal meteor as he raised a finger slightly, a smile gracing his lips. What does he wish to accomplish? In the next moment, Chun Yin provided them with an answer. It was still the seemingly ordinary wind cannon. The invisible projectile traversed the air and struck the colossal meteorite that obscured nearly half the sky, then vanished without a trace. Not a ripple was stirred. What was he thinking, using such a trivial spell against a meteorite? This lunatic was utterly deranged, in the face of life and death. No one had the heart to mock Chun Yin. They simply found it absurd. This ultimate move unleashed was indeed a level 95 skill. Yet he chose to counter it with a mere minor spell. What justification did he have? Boom. The deafening roar obliterated everyone's hearing. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the meteorite erupted, scattering fragments and fiery debris across the sky, dazzling like fireworks. Chun Yin stood amidst the rain of flames, his silhouette upright, resembling the new king of a chaotic world. Chapter 47. Is he, or am I? Chun Yin unleashed the wind cannon, shattering the meteorite into countless pieces. The team members, who had been cowering with their hands over their heads, were momentarily stunned. In their trembling eyes, Chun Yin's figure stood tall and composed beneath the blazing inferno. No, it was impossible. What terrifying power was this? Some rubbed their eyes, convinced that it was all too absurd to believe. Yet the stark reality lay before them, undeniable. Chu Xiang finally comprehended. Perhaps in the eyes of this individual, he was indeed a mere clown, an insignificant novice. The overwhelming shame stirred within him, compelling him to seek refuge in a hole. Why? Why could someone attain such strength at this stage? A seemingly ordinary wind-based skill wielded such monstrous power, which could only be attributed to two explanations. Either his equipment boasted an exceptionally high attack power, or his extraordinary attributes were remarkably elevated. Only these two factors could influence the ultimate might of one's abilities. Not only were the teammates astounded, but even the flame wolf's mouth twitched in disbelief. It questioned its own prowess, wondering if it had truly unleashed its ultimate move. As the outcome was unfathomable, the figure before them clearly bore a low level, yet exuded such immense pressure. How could this be? Humans possess an exceptional capability. The flame wolf tightened its grip on the spiked club, ready to launch an attack, but suddenly felt a surge of primal instinct as its fur stood on end, a strong sense of threat enveloping it. It was another wind cannon. The flame wolf instinctively raised its club to defend. This weapon, forged in the fires of magma day and night, had long been indestructible. Bang! The club was shattered halfway, golden red shards flying. What? The flame wolf's pupils constricted in sudden terror. Could this human's attack truly possess such terrifying power? Is he truly what he appears to be? Time was of the essence, and the wind cannon was about to unleash its fury. However, the astute fiery sky demon wolf did not foolishly remain in place awaiting its demise. Instead, it charged forward with great swiftness. The human had not moved an inch from the beginning, indicating a significant inconvenience in mobility. With such formidable offensive power, its defenses must surely be exceedingly frail. If one could close the distance, an opportunity would arise. The fiery sky demon wolf transformed into a crimson blur, racing across the arena at an astonishing pace, even conjuring a red whirlwind. Such speed. This creature exhibited remarkable cognitive and physical capabilities. Chun Yin represented the last flicker of hope for the entire village. Should he falter, there would be no chance of survival for anyone else. Beware behind you. A voice suddenly shouted, warning Chun Yin. The velocity was terrifying. So much so that the others could not accurately capture it with their naked eyes. By the time they noticed, it was already too late. A vague suspicion crept into their minds. Perhaps this creature possessed extraordinary offensive strength, but was weak in agility and defense, and once it engaged in close combat, it might meet its downfall. Little did they realize how fearsome the creature's intellect was, as it, too, had contemplated this possibility. Death. The fiery sky demon wolf believed it had secured a victory. Yet, its claws met nothing but air, as the living figure before it vanished in the most uncanny manner. A calm and teasing voice emerged from behind. Who gave you the illusion that you could defeat me? A finger hovered in midair, aimed precisely at the waist of the fiery sky demon wolf. Boom. The creature's midsection erupted, leaving a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Severely wounded, it staggered 2 steps before one of its feet was brought down upon it with great force. The colossal hybrid of man and wolf was pinned to the ground beneath the weight of a seemingly insignificant human, unable to move. This scene left the onlookers in a state of shock. Who on earth is this? They gasped in astonishment. This being was undoubtedly a monster among monsters. Chun Yin activated his eagle eye, allowing him to accurately perceive every movement of his opponent. The lightning speed granted him sufficient agility. He unreservedly converted all his defensive capabilities into offensive power, knowing that no one could touch him. Thus, this battle commenced without a shred of uncertainty. With a sidelong glance at the fiery sky demon wolf, Chun Yin raised his finger to aim at its head and unleashed a devastating strike. As the creature's carcass transformed into shimmering light and dissipated, notifications promptly appeared. Congratulations on defeating the fiery sky demon wolf. Gene Energy, 12. 540. Congratulations on acquiring the rare skill scroll, Celestial Fall. Congratulations on obtaining the epic weapon, Crimson Wolf Flame Staff. Congratulations on acquiring the rare forging material, Crimson Wolf Fong, a wealth of experience points. The rare fire spell, Celestial Fall, could be touted as a treasure worth billions in the trading space. An epic weapon, the Wolf Fong Staff, had also been dropped. Chun Yin was thoroughly satisfied. It seemed this labor had not been in vain, yielding abundant rewards. After vanquishing numerous minor foes, the final adversary witnessed a remarkable ascension in his level from 70 to 83, a significant enhancement indeed. The attributes of this epic-grade equipment were nothing short of astonishing. The Crimson Wolf Flame Staff, Epic, requires a Tier 1 rank and boasts a defense of 50 and an attack power of 230, with additional attributes of 10 Constitution and 10 extraordinary abilities. Its special effect, imbued with fire, allows the weapon to ignite in flames. In stark contrast, Chun Yin's previous weapon was a fine-grade dagger with a mere attack power of 50. Once equipped, his attack power surged by an astounding 180. As for the weapon itself, Chun Yin had no need to wield it. He relied primarily on the fundamental effects of the equipment, while his combat style remained centered around his word spirits. His level attributes and equipment properties had undergone a complete transformation. Chun Yin, Word Spirit Saint, Unique, Gene Level, Tier 1, Level 83, Constitution, 137 Agility, 88 Extraordinary, 77 Additional Attack, 310 Additional Defense, 696 Combat Power Assessment, 65 stars. His combat power assessment had risen by over 20 stars. Should Chun Yin activate the effects of the Calamity Gem, his attack power could potentially breach the 1,000 mark. He realized he might very well be the first in the world to achieve such an attack power. How extraordinary, brother! No wonder Miss Yi is confident in challenging the trial of the Fire Abyss. She has enlisted the aid of such a formidable figure. My goodness, you've outclassed even those at level 95. Who exactly are you? Indeed, a former titan of the game rankings, or perhaps a rising star. Let us become acquainted, brother, so we may express our gratitude in the future. Having narrowly escaped death, these teammates became ardent admirers of Chun Yin, all except Chu Xiang, who simply could not accept that someone could excel to such an extent, far beyond his own comprehension. Perhaps in Miss Ye's eyes, they were all mere novices, with him being the true powerhouse. At that moment, a piercing scream emanated from the crimson light pillar. The monsters had been eradicated, but Yi Hongling was in peril. Chapter 48. You kissed me. You must take responsibility. While Chun Yin and his group battled outside, Yi Hongling was undergoing the trial of the fire inheritance within. At this very moment, her anguished cries echoed, signaling her struggle to endure. If she were to succumb, it would result in a failure of the inheritance, not only denying her the opportunity for power enhancement, but also preventing any future attempts at receiving the inheritance. Chun Yin understood that with her tenacious character, she would never give up. Yet, should she force herself to persist, it could lead to an even more dire consequence, turning to ashes. Approaching the crimson light pillar, Chun Yin hesitated not, ready to step inside. Wait, are you seeking death? If even Miss Yi cannot endure, how can you possibly withstand it? The crowd gasped in horror. Most felt gratitude towards Chun Yin, as it was he who had saved them all. Upon witnessing his imminent peril, a desperate plea erupted from the crowd to deter him. Yet, their cries failed to impede Chun Yin's resolute advance. Who, after all, had Miss Yi enlisted? Such recklessness was beyond comprehension. That crimson beam of light represented the very core of the space, subjected to relentless flames that scorched it at every moment. with environmental pressures exceeding those outside by more than double. At last, Chu Xiang seized the opportunity to voice his sardonic remarks. Huh, what gall? He seeks to be a hero and rescue the damsel. What folly! Should he perish, it would merely be an exercise in hubris. Chu, do not overstep your bounds. He is the one who saved us. Someone admonished sharply. Such a prodigy is a treasure for the Dragon Kingdom and indeed the entire world. Let us not forget that the Blood Moon calamity approaches. After enduring the scorn of the crowd, Chu Xiang's expression darkened, and he begrudgingly fell silent, though inwardly he scoffed. No matter how formidable, a dead man is of no use. Upon entering the crimson beam, Chun Yin was engulfed by an unprecedented intensity of heat. Every inch of his skin felt as if it were being roasted over an open flame. His endurance stemmed from the epic-grade equipment, the flame tree garb, whose properties significantly mitigated fire damage. He had not anticipated it would prove so invaluable in such a dire context. At the heart of the Crimson Realm, Chun Yin beheld Yi Hongling, and the sight rendered him momentarily speechless. She lay upon the ground, her garments tattered, her delicate skin glowing a striking shade of white and red. Her wine-red hair cascaded around her, creating a breathtaking image of beauty. So exquisite, the enchanting figure, usually concealed beneath layers of fabric, now captivated Chun Yin's gaze entirely. However, this was not the time for admiration. He noted that Yi Hongling's consciousness appeared to be on the brink of collapse, prompting him to rush to her aid. As he lifted her, his hand instinctively encircled her back, and he was taken aback. Her back should have been smooth and delicate, yet it was marred by charred blackness, a sight that tugged painfully at his heart. The culprit was none other than the fire dragon that swirled above them. Hey, Yi Hongling, you are here, she murmured weakly, her eyes fluttering open to find him holding her, a faint smile gracing her lips. You are so concerned for me. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for me? Chun Yin was astonished that, in her weakened state, she still found the strength to tease him. Do not speak. At that moment, the fire dragon above made its move, charging directly at the two of them. It was likely that Yi Hongling had been harmed by it before. This thought ignited a flicker of irritation within Chun Yin, and his pupils suddenly gleamed with golden light. Judgment of the word spirit gold sword. The fire dragon was cleaved into disarray mid-air. Yet, as it was a manifestation of the trial's space, it could resurrect infinitely until the trial's conclusion. Thus, the fire dragon assailed Chun Yin time and again. Each strike met with a severance, a relentless cycle. However, due to the unique nature of the Judgment Golden Sword, even extreme heat could be cleaved asunder, ensuring that as long as one remained close to Chun Yin, they would be shielded from the searing flames. I am dying. Yi Hongling's voice was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Before that, may I glimpse your face? Your injuries shouldn't be so grave, Chun Yin replied. You cold-hearted man, depart. To leave would signify the failure of the trial, and I would rather perish within. The lofty Flame Queen spoke before Chun Yin, her demeanor akin to that of a petulant child. Resigned, Chun Yin stated the truth. I cannot remain here to protect you indefinitely. The use of high-risk spoken spirits is exceedingly taxing. There exists a method through which I may pass the trial, she urged. Just as Chun Yin focused intently on her words, unexpectedly, the seemingly frail Yi Hongling leaned in and pressed her lips against his black mask. To his astonishment, she audaciously tore it away with her teeth. Absurd. With the mask gone, Chun Yin's true visage was revealed to Yi Hongling for the very first time. As he opened his mouth to speak, his lips were silenced by the softness of her delicate mouth. Her long, graceful arms entwined around the back of his head like serpents. Before him, the girl's enchanting eyes shimmered, her slender eyelashes quivering, and her visage was as captivating as a blooming rose. Chun Yin found himself utterly unable to refuse her. What man could resist the kiss of such a beautiful woman? After a prolonged moment, he emerged from the sweet reverie, only to realize he had been ensnared. Not only had his first kiss been stolen, but his face had also been revealed. Yi Hongling was indeed not one to underestimate. He had not anticipated that she would devise such a scheme in this precarious situation. Yet, her lips were undeniably soft. Ahem, what do you intend to do? Although Chun Yin had relished the moment, he felt compelled to question her. Yi Hongling replied with a seductive smile, her voice gentle. I forgot to mention, I've recently acquired a new ability. Desire can be transformed into personal strength. This is the first time I'm employing it. Chun Yin, see for yourself, she urged. As he glanced at her, he was taken aback. The burns on her back were visibly healing at an astonishing rate, restoring her flawless, fair skin. Is this truly such a power? Desire is still fire, and this is quite extraordinary. A sudden sense of dread washed over Chen Yan. What do you intend to do? You kissed me. You must take responsibility. But you seem fine now. That won't do. I cannot be certain if I can endure until the end. I need you by my side, to stoke the flames of desire. Chen Yan felt a hand roaming over his chest, sending shivers through him. Damn it. Have you been scheming against me from the very beginning? No. I am not that kind of wicked woman. I am quite innocent, Yi Hongling said, delicately pressing her luscious red lips together. Besides, you were quite passionate just now. Weren't you? Chapter 49. Are gentlewomen also cautious? Chen Yan was rendered speechless. He certainly could not abandon Yi Hongling. Not to mention that she was the daughter of a general in the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Defense, but she was also one of the strongest forces against disaster. For the sake of a nuclear peace in the world, he simply could not allow anything to happen to her. What could he do but sacrifice his own reputation? There were still a few hours until the trial concluded. During this time, Chen Yan would be compelled to endure the fragrant kisses of this stunning beauty. Don't be nervous. We have plenty of time. We can take it slow, Yi Hongling said, playfully lifting Chen Yan's chin. Why do you hide such a handsome face every day? To guard against ladies like you, he replied. If my identity were to be exposed, do you think other nations would stand idly by? If the national wars were to open later, I would become the prime target for assassination by foreign powers. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret. Besides, if you come to my home, my father can provide you with the utmost protection, she said. Chen Yan was taken aback. You actually want me to be your son-in-law? This is outright humiliation. He stood up to leave. Don't joke. Please, don't go. Do you remember? Our first meeting in disaster was in a high-difficulty fire attribute dungeon. You were one of the mercenaries I hired at a high price. Thanks to you, we successfully cleared it. Since then, we have had an entangled relationship. Chen Yan interrupted. That last part is unnecessary. I am happy you could come. Thank you. As soon as Yi Hongling finished speaking, she approached him like a clingy little kitten and kissed the nape of his neck. The soft, wonderful sensation left Chen Yan stunned. Look at you, so coy and reluctant. How bashful. I came in to rescue you. Don't go too far. Are you even a man? Here I am, a beautiful woman flirting with you. And you can't even react? At that moment, the spiraling fire dragon above was shattered by the judgment golden sword. Why are you so anxious? Oh, before Yi Hongling could finish her sentence, a sudden force struck the back of her head, and she found herself kissing Chen Yan again. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise and delight. Their first kiss had been quite innocent, but this second one was entirely different. It was like a scorching summer breeze, intense and fervent. Yi Hongling felt her bones grow weak, yet within her tender form surged renewed strength. This was one of her innate abilities, the rekindling of desire. Feeling the surge of extraordinary power, she no longer required Chen Yan's protection and could continue to face the abyssal trial. It's been so long, they haven't come out yet. They wouldn't have perished in there, would they? Outside, none of these individuals dared to step into the trial's radiant column. They possessed enough sense to recognize that entering meant imminent demise. Unable to endure even a moment. When the time elapses, the outcome will be revealed. Should they perish, a notification of trial failure will ensue. It seems utterly impossible to survive. If even Miss Yi cannot withstand it, who else in this world could? Alas, I still do not know who that brother is. I have a conjecture, albeit uncertain, for even I struggle to believe it. Speak quickly. No, it is unlikely. That person would never reveal himself. I must have erred in my guess. During this interval, the two engaged in countless verbal duels. Suddenly, Yi Hongling opened her eyes. Congratulations. The trial of the fiery abyss has been successfully completed. You have obtained the inaugural inheritance of the fiery abyss. The skilled divine fire spear has awakened. All fire-based abilities have been enhanced, and all attributes have permanently increased. It is a success. Yi Hongling has triumphed in the trial of the fiery abyss, reaping immense benefits. At this moment, the oppressive heat within the trial space dissipated entirely. What a pity. The trial has concluded successfully, yet you sigh? Chen Yan furrowed his brow. It would be quite nice if the trial never ended, allowing us to continue indulging in some risky activities. Chen Yan extended his hand. I have completed my task. Now for my reward. All right. But could you reveal your true name? I cannot. If my true name were known, it would be far too easy for Yi Hongling to locate me. Xiao Qi would grow envious, and I would be compelled to inform her. leading to an inevitable chaotic situation. Never mind, I shall seek it myself. Take this. Yi Hongling huffed, handing the promised high-level skill scroll to Chen Yin. With this, Chen Yin could bypass stringent requirements and unlock an advanced word spirit. Chen Yin continued, earlier, I defeated someone outside and acquired this. Do you want it? A rare skill scroll, Celestial Firefall. The ultimate fire-based spell. Any fire class can wield it, not just mages. Upon seeing the crimson scroll, Yi Hongling's eyes sparkled with desire. I want it. 100 million, a friendly price. Goodness, you are quite the cold-hearted man. Moments ago, you were all affection, and now you demand 100 million? Yi Hongling placed her hands on her hips in indignation. Business is business. I shall auction it in the trading space, starting at 1 billion. Are you sure you do not want it? Or should I offer myself in exchange? Then I shall take my leave. All right. So my worth is less than 100 million, is it? I detest you like a block of wood. Fine. I will transfer the funds to your account later. Chen Yin tossed the item to Yi Hongling, knowing she was not in want of money and would keep her word. He then glanced at her disheveled state, removed his jacket, and tossed it over. After-sale service, no need to thank me. As the jacket landed on her, Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback, feeling unexpectedly cherished. Give me the clothes. Is it not out of fear that I might be seen by other men in an embarrassing manner? To her surprise, Yi Hongling found this unexpected gentleness quite endearing. In that moment, she felt that spending a fortune of 100 million on this attire was indeed worthwhile. At this point, Chen Yin had already departed, employing the art of shadow concealment, remaining unseen by the outside world. As Yi Hongling emerged, a chorus of gasps filled the air. Miss Yi, you have finally come out. We have been waiting for you for so long, exclaimed one. Indeed, Miss Yi, we fought valiantly against those monsters, nearly risking our lives. Thank goodness you succeeded. Congratulations, Miss Yi. The crowd flocked to shower her with praise, yet they were equally perplexed as to the whereabouts of the masked man. Miss Yi, where did that masked brother go? Another inquired. Yes, Miss Yi, did you not see how astonishing that fellow was? He dispatched a level 95 opponent with just a few moves. Who is he? Is he a recently emerged genius? Yi Hongling chuckled softly and shook her head. I cannot disclose that. Just as the crowd pondered the reason behind her reticence, someone suddenly trembled, murmuring in disbelief. Cannot disclose? Does that not imply? Silence. Chapter 50, Sequence 101. Destiny, he is silence. Upon the utterance of that legendary name, astonishment painted the faces of the onlookers. In their understanding, Silence had always shrouded himself in mystery, never revealing his true identity. Players of Yi Hongling's caliber, who were revered in the game, also enjoyed adoration in the real world. With countless admirers, her beauty had been exalted on numerous forums. Many harbored infatuations for the ethereal beauty, Su Jinyu, and the once-in-a-millennium Ice Queen, Zhao Yixue, who among them was not a figure of renown. Yet, Silence was different. He existed as an enigma, seemingly treating the game as merely a game, with no ties to reality whatsoever. Who could have anticipated encountering Silence in person? Ah, now it all makes sense. No wonder Miss Yi had the confidence to challenge the fiery abyss. She must have enlisted Silence. My goodness, this is utterly unfathomable. I was just fighting side by side with an idol. I have long heard of the close relationship between Miss Yi and Silence, but to witness it is another matter entirely. Haha. I feel at peace now. If it is Silence, his prowess comes as no surprise. However, Chu Xiang's expression was as grim as if he had just consumed something foul. He had been the most scornful among them, only to discover that the one he had mocked was none other than the legendary player, Silence. Moreover, as the game intertwined with reality, Silence remained as formidable as ever, unreasonably powerful, leaving spectators in awe. He felt as if flames engulfed his entire being. Brother Chu, you are quite exceptional as well. Someone patted his shoulder, mocking Silence as reckless. Haha, impressive. Fuming, Chu Xiang retorted, did you not mock him as well? Miss Yi, had you revealed his identity to us sooner, we would not have found ourselves speaking halfway only to be met with a frosty glare from Yi Hongling. That look seemed to convey a message. Did you really think you were someone of significance? Very well, I extend my gratitude to everyone for their efforts on this journey. I shall ensure that the butler credits each of your accounts with the appropriate remuneration. After departing from the volcano, Yi Hongling chose not to accompany the rest by helicopter, but instead took to her fiery broom, transforming into a streak of flame that vanished into the horizon. She had to visit Lucy City to boast to Su Jinyu. Once Chen Yin had left, He eagerly employed a high-level skill scroll. It is no exaggeration to assert that this item is rarer than epic-grade equipment, especially for someone like him, who relies entirely on rare skills for sustenance. Please extract your word spirit. Before Chen Yin appeared a multitude of enigmatic golden characters. He leaned forward slightly, and in an instant, a burst of golden light erupted, reminiscent of stars exploding. Sequence 101, Destiny, has been unlocked. This high-risk word spirit, Destiny. Upon witnessing the unlocking of this word spirit, even Chen Yin could not suppress a hint of astonishment. The effects of this word spirit were terrifyingly powerful. It could be described as omnipotent. If utilized wisely, it would rival other high-level sequences. Upon using Destiny, one may draw cards: the sun, the moon, the stars. The sun increases constitution by 30 and heals injuries. The moon increases agility by 30 and restores stamina. The stars increases extraordinary power by 30 and replenishes extraordinary strength. Additionally, there is a minuscule probability of drawing an eclipse, also known as the Black Sun. Once unleashed, the Black Sun can absorb all surrounding life forms indiscriminately, much like a black hole, rendering it exceedingly fearsome. Thus, this word spirit truly embodies high risk. Perhaps even Chen Yin himself may struggle to control it. It all hinges on the luck of the draw. However, should fortune smile upon him, he could potentially defy the heavens. Before long, Chen Yin received a notification in his account. Your account has received a transfer of 1,000,000 gold. This is virtual currency, with 1 gold equating to 100 yuan, totaling a staggering sum of 100 million. Virtual currency can be converted to real currency at any time. Yi Hongling's swiftness in transferring funds was quite commendable. Chen Yin's journey yielded bountiful rewards. Not only did he awaken a new and formidable word spirit, but his level also saw a significant increase, alongside a substantial monetary gain. His subsequent plans were rather straightforward. He intended to utilize the rare materials acquired from the Tua Mountain's demon turtle shell to forge an epic-grade set. The remaining materials posed little concern. With ample funds at his disposal, Chen Yin promptly scoured the trading space for supplies. All materials were in order. Now, he simply needed to seek out a blacksmith endowed with exceptional talent. First, however, he would return to the city for some much-needed rest. It turned out that kissing was quite physically taxing. Chen Yin took a day to recuperate at home. The following morning, he discovered that his name had dominated the trending news. Shocking. The legendary player, known as Silence, has made a striking appearance. According to eyewitnesses, despair enveloped the crowd upon his arrival, until Silence took action, rendering his adversaries utterly defenseless. Regrettably, none were able to catch a glimpse of his visage, nor were there any photographs captured at the scene. Netizens expressed their astonishment. Wow, is this the first news of Silence? Silence is incredibly powerful. I am in awe. The Blood Moon calamity is imminent. May Silence protect our city. It seems that the news was leaked by those directly involved. Nevertheless, only Yi Hongling has seen his face. Chen Yin, have you seen the news? Silence has appeared. My goodness. Qin Yu, an ardent fan of Silence, rushed to share the news with Chen Yin. I have seen it, Chen Yin replied nonchalantly. How can you be so calm? This is Silence we are talking about. He might be the strongest, extraordinary being in the world. Chen Yin acknowledged his prowess. Noticing Chen Yin's indifferent response, Qin Yu could not help but huff in frustration. It seemed her praise for another man had dampened his spirits. Yet, she felt there was no chance to interact with such an idol. Her admiration was purely innocent. What are you up to, little you? Lost in your thoughts instead of leveling up? Dong Rongrong called out. Nothing much, just sharing my excitement with Chen Yin. Silence's first appearance has me a bit thrilled. Perhaps he is feeling jealous? She chuckled. Dong Rongrong nearly burst into laughter. You praised him in front of Chen Yin. He is just too lazy to engage with you. Jealous? Not a chance, sister. If he ever learns Chen Yin's true identity, he might just face an awkward situation. In Lu City, within a luxurious estate, Su Jinyu also stumbled upon this news, feeling a twinge of discomfort as she grasped the entire context. Humph. What's so impressive about it? My brother Silence has gifted me fireworks. I must be number one in his heart. As the young girl spoke to herself, a streak of fire suddenly blazed across the sky. Indeed, it was the victorious Yi Hongling. She had made a special trip to share every intimate detail of her time spent with Silence, from embraces to kisses. Chapter 51. Little 7. You're not upset. Are you? Yi Hongling, why are you here again? Su Jinyu felt an overwhelming surge of irritation upon seeing the flamboyant figure. A cold huff escaped her lips. She thought, what is so great about her? She'll sag just like everyone else. Little 7, I've met your brother Silence. You must be aware of that? So what? I've met him too. Have you kissed him? What? Su Jinyu's body stiffened. Her delicate face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. While she had never kissed him, she often planted affectionate kisses on his photos. However, such a shameful admission was utterly out of the question. Your brother Silence truly possesses remarkable skills. Why you? Su Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, I shared a kiss with him perhaps 8 or 9 times, each time leaving him breathless. Oh dear, little 7. You are not upset, are you? You must be joking. It is inconceivable. How could my brother possibly engage with you? Su Jinyu was initially incredulous. Yes. I am deceiving you, but what do you think of this? Yi Hongling produced a men's coat, a playful smile gracing her lips. This garment was given to me by him. If you do not believe it, there is little I can do. Next time, I shall sleep with him and give you a call, so you may partake in the experience. Ah! Su Jinyu was instantly thrown off balance. Behind her, dozens of sword shadows suddenly emerged, all aimed at Yi Hongling. Unexpectedly, Yi Hongling's pupils brightened, and the continuous sword shadows ignited in midair, all consumed by flames and reduced to nothingness. Then I shan't play with you any longer. Farewell, sister. Yi Hongling departed, satisfied. Fuming, Su Jinyu stamped her feet. Were it not for her current task of overseeing work in Luqing, connecting the major city teleportation arrays, she would not have tolerated this. While Chen Yin was out leveling up, she had been managing various affairs within the guild, preparing for the impending Blood Moon disaster. Scoundrel, once we safely navigate this calamity, I shall certainly seek you out in Linhai City. Achoo! Chen Yin sneezed, muttering to himself. Surely, no one is speaking ill of me behind my back? He was in search of a suitable blacksmith to forge the final piece of an epic-level set. Just moments ago, he had identified a promising candidate and was currently making a call. Hello, I would like to schedule the crafting of an equipment piece. On the other end, a robust middle-aged man's voice responded, Sure, brother, what grade of equipment do you wish to craft? I do not accept anything below fine quality. Epic level. What? The man was evidently taken aback, his voice rising in pitch. Indeed, epic level. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. When shall we proceed? You set the time. Old Chow was overjoyed, not anticipating encountering such a significant client. The blacksmith's forging ability was similarly tied to their level, which could be enhanced by crafting equipment. Successfully forging an epic item would not only yield vast experience, but also permanently elevate one's forging capability. Provide me with your address, and I shall deliver the materials tomorrow morning. All right. After hanging up, Old Chow was exhilarated, his excitement evident on his face. His daughter, Kibia, who was nearby, could not help but smile, asking, Dad, what has you so cheerful? What good news do you have? Haha, tomorrow I will receive a major client. Since I cannot pursue a combat profession, I shall excel as a blacksmith, which will not only benefit others, but also support our family. Old Chow was indeed a veteran gamer. All right, Dad, I need to step out for a bit to meet a friend. So late. Do be careful. Kibia was on her way to meet someone named Luo Shui. To my astonishment, this individual truly made their way to Linhai City. At 9 o'clock in the evening, she arrived at the designated location, outside an arcade. However, before she could meet her online acquaintance, she was accosted by a group of inebriated delinquents who stumbled out of the arcade, casually draping their arms over each other. Hey there, little sister. Waiting for someone all alone. I'm waiting for my boyfriend. Chuya fabricated a response on the spot. A boyfriend? Even better. Come on, let us go have a drink. Get away from me, you creeps. Just then, the temperature in the air plummeted abruptly. The group of ruffians froze in place, as if they had become statues, rigidly suspended in midair. Chuya's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth. She watched in astonishment as a layer of frost swiftly enveloped the delinquents, transforming them into ice sculptures. What on earth is happening? From the front, a girl clad in sneakers approached. She wore a black shirt and denim shorts, her long, well-proportioned legs flawless in every aspect. Under the vibrant lights of the arcade, her skin appeared almost luminescent. Chuya had never seen a girl with such exquisite skin. Calling her a work of art would not be an exaggeration. Beneath a black baseball cap were a pair of cold, piercing eyes and a stunning visage. I am Luo Shui. The girl uttered these words nonchalantly, disregarding the frozen figures before her. You You are truly Luo Shui? Qiuya was utterly astounded. Luo Shui? The pinnacle of ice powers, the queen of the north, a goddess-level player. Her real name was Zhao Yixue, hailing from the illustrious Zhao family, renowned in the world of martial arts. Her lineage was in no way inferior to Yi Hongling's. Moreover, she was a prodigy of the Zhao family. And aside from training in martial arts, her sole pastime was gaming in Cataclysm. In that game, she discovered a unique joy and met a remarkable man. Silence. This visit to Linhai City had one singular purpose: to find Buyu, a girl who ventured thousands of miles for love, merely to meet her beloved for a fleeting moment. Such was the narrative. Let us converse elsewhere. Zhao Yixue led Qiuya into a CAF. Yet, her breathtaking beauty was impossible to conceal. Every couple of minutes, a man would approach her, attempting to strike up a conversation. However, before they could get close, they were repelled by an overwhelming chill in the air. You are truly Luo Shui. My goodness, am I dreaming? I can't believe I'm meeting a legendary player here. Indeed, Zhao Yixue was not adept at fabricating lies. Could you share the specifics of what happened that day? Of course. But could you first give me your autograph or take a photo together? I'm your fan, hehe. In her quest for information about Buyu, Zhao Yixue was reluctantly compelled to engage with her admirer. That day unfolded like this. I was attempting a dungeon raid and got betrayed. Then I encountered someone who was exceptionally skilled. Qiuya recounted the entirety of her encounter with Chen Yin. Do you know who he is? I do. He had once appeared in the news, commended for his bravery, and seemed to be a prodigy from Linhai University. Yes, his name is Chen Yin. Zhao Yixue silently repeated this name. Furthermore, his girlfriend is the popular star Qin Yu, a perfect match of talent and beauty. You mean he has a girlfriend? Qiuya noticed that the coffee in front of her, without ice, had turned cold. Chapter 52, Kidnapping? Chen Yin and Luo Shui strike simultaneously. Tomorrow. Take me to find Chen Yin. Although Zhao Yixue's expression remained impassive, the sudden drop in temperature around them made Qiuya shiver uncontrollably. What is the matter? Does Chen Yin having a girlfriend have anything to do with her? Why is she reacting? All right, tomorrow I'll take you to Linhai University. We should be able to find him there. Okay, see you tomorrow. Zhao Yixue nodded slightly. At that moment, the completely frozen coffee finally returned to its normal state. She stood up, and beneath her black baseball cap, her slender eyes resembled a solitary cat in the night. Do not tell anyone about what I asked today. All right, understood. After exchanging contact information, the two bid farewell. It wasn't until Zhao Yixue had completely walked away that Qiuya came back to her senses. Oh my goodness. I have Luo Shui's contact information. This is simply surreal. She hurried home, hoping to avoid any further troubles. As Qiuya approached her neighborhood, she spotted a bright red Audi parked in front of a shop. A few men, with unfriendly expressions, were banging on the shop door. It's so late. The shop has already closed. Just as she was puzzled, Qiuya saw her father open the door. What brings you here at this hour? Old Chow inquired politely. Don't you understand why we are here? We are here to have you forge equipment for us, so hurry up and get to work. The men spoke in an extremely domineering manner, using an imperative tone that left no room for refusal. Old Chow quickly forced a smile. I apologize, gentlemen, but we are closed for the night, and my clients are all in line. How about I put you in line? Crash. A vase at the entrance of the shop was smashed to pieces. Qiuya, witnessing this from a distance, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. That vase had been nurtured by her own efforts. Old Chow, don't let them push you around. Huh, you think we will wait in line? Do you know who we are? A man in a red shirt scoffed. We come from the newly established guild, Fire Lin, with members all above level 50, and a registered capital of 1 billion. We came personally to give you face. Brothers, it's not that I, Old Chow, am unwilling to cooperate. It's just that forging equipment at this late hour would disturb the peace. Fine, take him away. It won't disturb anyone at our company. From now on, you will prioritize our work. As soon as the words left his mouth, the group moved forward, restraining Old Chow and dragging him towards their vehicle. Soon, the Audi's headlights vanished into the darkness. Excessive, utterly excessive. Qiuya witnessed the entire scene, and with her rational demeanor, she refrained from rushing out. Instead, she promptly contacted the enforcement team. Very well, we shall verify and address this matter immediately, was the response from the enforcement bureau. Left with no choice, Qiuya could only wait, yet by the following morning, no news had arrived. She sat at the entrance of the shop, her spirit utterly deflated, until a customer arrived. Chen Yin had come. He had an appointment to craft equipment that morning and had hurried over. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face. Is this Lao Chao's shop? I came to have him craft some equipment. You are Chen Yin? Upon seeing him, Qiuya gasped in astonishment. Having promised Luo Shui just yesterday that she would seek him out, yet here he was, appearing uninvited. Yes, this is my father's shop, but he has been taken away. No, he was kidnapped. Qiuya exclaimed angrily. After listening to the details, Chen Yin nodded. No need to worry. I have acquaintances at the Enforcement Bureau. I will inquire on your behalf. He dialed Li Yunwei's number. I apologize, Chen Yin, but I heard about this incident this morning. However, with the Blood Moon calamity approaching, any high-level combatants are invaluable, and the Enforcement Bureau cannot intervene in such trivial matters. In other words, they could not take action. Since no one was killed or set ablaze, the rationale for intervention was insufficient. Understood. What about the group that took action? What is their background? Chen Yin inquired. A newly established company, or rather, the Extraordinary Association Fire Lin, which only admits players above level 50. It is said that the owner has joined forces with a group of capitalists to pool investments. The business moguls in Linghai City have extensive connections, making it difficult for the Enforcement Bureau to obstruct them. Chen Yin, you'd best. Li Yunwei hesitated, initially intending to dissuade him from getting involved. However, upon reconsideration, perhaps this young man possessed the capability to intervene. Captain Li, what should I best know? You should be aware that this new company located at 335 Yunxi Road is not to be trifled with. Understood. Chen Yin chuckled as he ended the call. Under normal circumstances, he might have ignored such trouble. But today, Lao Chao was set to craft an epic piece of equipment for him. And how dare anyone cut in line? Regardless of the situation, those who intrude are detestable. Conveniently, he had previously registered with the enforcement team, making him somewhat of an official. Hey, driver, stop. Chen Yin hailed a nearby taxi and hurriedly climbed in. Qiuya intended to call out to him, but was too late. Now Chen Yin has left too. My father has been taken away, and I couldn't fulfill my promises to others. Oh dear. Shortly after Chen Yin departed, a black business vehicle stopped by the roadside, and a girl clad in a black shirt and denim shorts stepped out. Noticing the despondent Qiuya, she couldn't muster the energy to inquire further. Get in the car and take me to Linhai University, she commanded, her mind consumed with silence, indifferent to all else. In truth, I had just encountered Chen Yin, but I had not managed to detain him, and I felt a twinge of embarrassment. I apologize, Qiuya said, her expression forlorn. Where did he go? I do not know. Do you have his contact information? I do not. What was his purpose for coming? He sought my father to forge equipment, but my father has been kidnapped. Where was he taken? I do not know. The phone is unreachable, and the law enforcement agency has not responded. Your father's name? Qiu Chao. Everyone calls him Old Chao. Zhao Yixue, with an impassive expression, dialed a number. Within 5 minutes. I want to know who has kidnapped him. With that succinct command, she hung up. With a single utterance, the formidable network of the Zhao family's connections and intelligence sprang into action. In less than 5 minutes, a location report was sent to Zhao Yixue's phone. We have located him. Is this true? Qiuya exclaimed, astonished. She could hardly fathom that what the law enforcement agency could not accomplish, Luo Shui achieved with a mere phone call. Her identity and status were indeed formidable. Get in the car, Zhao Yixue said with a stoic demeanor, opening the door. Her approach to tasks was always devoid of ambiguity, employing the most direct and effective means. Meanwhile, Chen Yin arrived at his destination alone. Chapter 53. Can I have the person now? Chen Yin reached his destination, which appeared quite impressive. Gazing up, he saw an upscale office building, its glass shimmering in the morning sun. Fire Lin Extraordinary Company. This enterprise gathered extraordinary individuals, destined to become a long-term and stable venture. These extraordinary beings could contribute to the nation, serve as mercenaries when needed, and sell the equipment they acquired or lead others to upgrade for profit. The avenues for generating income were countless. Establishing such a guild was to be at the forefront of the era, akin to being the first to indulge in crab delicacies. A guaranteed profit. The acumen of these capitalists was commendable. They had swiftly identified the industry's most suitable direction for the times. Chen Yin smiled as he strolled toward the company. He too had his own guild, comprised solely of the elite, managed primarily by Shao Qi, with Chen Yin seldom intervening. He wondered how Shao Qi was faring lately and how the progress on constructing the teleportation array was coming along. He would inquire later. As Chen Yin pondered, He passed through the revolving glass doors, stepping onto the exquisite silk red carpet and into the spacious, bright lobby. Welcome, two well-dressed young women in business attire. Their legs elegantly clad in black stockings greeted him with a bow. It was undeniable that the company's presentation was quite impressive. It appeared that the foundation of this company was indeed substantial. No wonder they could engage in overt trade practices. At that moment, Chen Yan suddenly received a new message. Ahua is initiating a private chat with you through Kunshan, Heyong, and was it someone from the guild? Chen Yan felt a twinge of confusion. He had some recollection of this individual named Ahua. Ahua hailed from Linhai City. He had previously revealed that he was from the Meng family in Linhai City, a family of considerable standing, where any brother from the guild could seek assistance in times of trouble. The Meng family's influence in Linhai City was far from trivial. Their enterprises spanned finance, dining, investment, and real estate, making them quintessential capitalists. Even the mayor of Linhai City would treat them with a degree of deference. Yet, this fellow was notoriously inept at gaming. What could he want from me? Chen Yan opened the message. Ahua, big brother. I recently started a new venture, the Extraordinary Company, which exclusively recruits high-level extraordinary individuals. Ahua, I believe this is undoubtedly a groundbreaking industry for the new era. Ahua, after the calamity descends, these concentrated elites will be able to make a significant impact. It is certainly far superior to going solo. Ahua, Sister Chi-Chi seems to be in a bit of a funk lately and is ignoring me. Just wanted to keep you informed, big brother. Feel free to deploy me whenever necessary. Despite being a middle-aged man of 40, Ahua still referred to Chen Yan as big brother and called Su Jinyu Sister Chi-Chi. Furthermore, he possessed a sharp business acumen. Chen Yan found himself both amused and exasperated. He anticipated that Huolin's company was founded by Ahua. What a coincidence. I'm currently at your company creating a ruckus. All right, Chen Yan thought, considering that he could directly enlist Ahua's assistance to resolve the matter. However, under normal circumstances, he preferred not to make demands or engage extensively with others. He had even restrained himself from appearing before the highly trusted Sister Chi-Chi. So how could he do so with others? It was best to resolve matters independently. He decided to first speak with the person in charge to reason things out. Ideally, it would be resolved through dialogue. Chen Yan approached the front desk. Hello, is this where one registers to join the company? We are currently recruiting all extraordinary individuals above level 50 with generous benefits, the receptionist asked cheerfully. Actually, I'm here to find the person in charge. Is the general manager available? Upon hearing Chen Yan's request for the general manager right away, the receptionist subtly frowned. Dressed in ordinary attire, a sweatshirt and jeans, he resembled a young university student, not someone there to invest. I'm afraid the general manager is quite busy and may not have time to meet with guests. If you have any requests, please let me know. The receptionist's demeanor shifted, assessing him based on appearances. Regardless of whether he has time, please inform him that I am from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Please hold on. Law Enforcement Bureau. The receptionist's lips twitched, and she steeled herself to make the call. Though she internally doubted his claim, a flicker of fear lingered within her. One could never be too cautious. Dear General Manager, a guest here has requested to see you. He claims to be from the Law Enforcement Bureau and is currently in the lobby. The General Manager replied that he would be down shortly and asked the guest to wait. Chen Yan patiently waited in the lobby. Shortly thereafter, a tall man clad in an elegant black suit descended, flanked by two bodyguards in black shirts, who appeared to be extraordinary individuals. Manager, that's him. The receptionist indicated towards Chen Yan. The manager adjusted his tie and approached Chen Yan, casting a casual glance in his direction. You say you are from the Law Enforcement Bureau? Indeed. Is this how an enforcer dresses? One might mistake you for a spring outing participant. I'm an intern. Chen Yan stated straightforwardly. Speak your mind. What do you desire? The general manager maintained a relaxed tone, showing no sign of taking Chen Yan seriously. There's nothing else. It's simply that the company's background is too formidable, not to mention an intern. Even if the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau were to arrive in person, he would remain unfazed. I heard you kidnapped an extraordinary blacksmith with remarkable talent yesterday. I have an appointment for him to forge equipment for me, and I hope you can release him. Chen Yan earnestly expressed his request. Unexpectedly, the manager paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ah, so that's what you came for. He has already been requisitioned by our company. Chen Yan frowned. Did he consent to this? Our requisition does not require his approval. The manager adjusted his glasses with a smile. It is a privilege for him to work for us. This is abduction. Upon hearing Chen Yin unveil the truth, the manager's expression shifted to one of displeasure. Throw this person out. The two bodyguards moved forward at their command, raising their hands to seize Chen Yin, intending to toss him aside like a mere chick. Chen Yin sighed, realizing reasoning would not suffice. He would have to resort to physical means. He swiftly intercepted the two bodyguards with each hand, twisting them effortlessly. His physique boasted an impressive score of 137 points. This strength stemmed from the augmentation of his previous extraordinary equipment. Most ordinary individuals of the same level would possess at most half of his power. Crack! A sharp sound of breaking bones echoed as the wrists of the two bodyguards twisted grotesquely, unleashing screams akin to that of slaughtered pigs. The manager stood frozen, watching the powerful bodyguards writhe in agony, disbelief written all over his face. Chen Yin shook his head with a sigh. He had no desire to escalate the situation. Can you now release him to me? Chapter 54, Suppressing the Scene. Zhao Yixue arrives. Can you now release him to me? Chen Yin's tone remained calm. Yet, the other individuals in the lobby were aghast at the scene, as if they had witnessed a ghost, especially the receptionist, who had never anticipated that this man had come to confront the company. Has he lost his mind? He was unaware of the nature of this place. The guild was a sanctuary for formidable transcendents, all above level 50, and many were still lingering upstairs. Furthermore, the capitalists behind the company wielded immense power. Even the enforcement agency had to regard them with a degree of respect. To seek trouble here was akin to courting death. To speak bluntly, should he meet his demise here, there would be no one to retrieve his remains. The general manager was equally shaken. He had summoned two bodyguards, both around level 50 and of the warrior class, boasting tremendous physical prowess. Yet, astonishingly, they were dispatched by this young man in mere moments. Evidently, he was a distinguished guest. My apologies. He is on the third floor. I shall escort you to him promptly, the general manager said amiably. Let us proceed. Chen Yin was indifferent to any tricks he might attempt and followed him obediently. They boarded the elevator and ascended to the third floor. Brother, ahead lies our company's forging hall. He is within, the general manager stated respectfully. Chen Yin remained silent as he pushed open the grand doors, observing the unguarded entry. A smile crept onto the manager's lips. Ah, young man, your fate is sealed. Upon entering the forging hall, Chen Yin was greeted by the pungent scent of copper and iron, the intense heat from the furnaces permeating the air, with several massive casting furnaces drawing attention. Old Chow? Chen Yin called out tentatively. Not far ahead, a middle-aged man, filthy and disheveled, lifted his head, wiping the sweat from his brow. He wore a tattered vest, his body marred by numerous injuries, evidently the result of a brutal beating. Chen Yin approached him directly. Who are you? Old Chow inquired, confusion etched on his face. I have come to make an appointment for equipment forging, Chen Yin responded candidly. What? You must leave at once. Old Chow's expression shifted dramatically, urgently pushing Chen Yin away. He could scarcely believe that someone would dare to come here demanding a person. Having delved deeper into this company, he had grasped the terrifying reality within. Not only were there powerful transcendents, but also several menacing capitalists operating behind the scenes. There were not merely blacksmiths. Transcendents were forcibly brought to this company. Should one refuse to comply, the next step would involve threatening one's family and friends, coercing them to join. Their tactics were ruthless and utterly despicable. Such blatant disregard for decency. Yet the enforcement agency dared not intervene, indicating undoubtedly that significant figures were backing them. Leave quickly. I'm fine, just go. In the face of old Chow's pleas, Chen Yin remained resolute, as immovable as a mountain, his feet seemingly affixed to the ground. Leave. It is already too late. Unbeknownst to him, the other bystanders had retreated, and what returned were a formidable group of around 20 transcendents, completely blocking the exit. You have quite the audacity to stir trouble here. How delightfully entertaining indeed. Manager, do give us the signal to proceed. The manager chuckled and shook his head, stating, If you come here seeking trouble, even death would be of no consequence. Feel free to unleash your creativity, but do be careful not to damage the venue. Understood, manager. With your words, my fatigue has vanished. The exuberant crowd eagerly entered the hall, rolling up their sleeves and brimming with anticipation. Chen Yin paid little attention to them. Instead, he opened the warehouse and exchanged materials with old Chow. You can't do this. If you admit your mistakes and apologize now, there might still be a chance for your life. Old Chow was both shocked and at a loss. He assumed this young man realized he was doomed and was preparing to settle his affairs. Chen Yin smiled. You misunderstand. I want you to forge equipment right here, and I will retrieve it shortly. What? Old Chow was utterly bewildered. You are surrounded by dozens of people, your life hanging by a thread. And you still want me to forge equipment? No worries, it won't affect you. Rest assured. Chen Yin stepped forward into the open space. This time, he intended to test his pure hand-to-hand combat abilities, conserving his extraordinary strength, which had yet to fully recover from the last encounter. What a brave lad. Go for it. The group surged forward, united in their decision not to employ extraordinary powers, aiming to beat Chen Yin to a pulp. Fists rained down upon him. Presently, players lacking epic weapons typically had additional attack powers below 200. In contrast, Chen Yin's defense stood at nearly 700. Their blows could not be described as ineffective. They were simply imperceptible. The terrifying effectiveness of his near-complete epic armor was on full display. If they couldn't breach his defenses, how could they fight? Chen Yin retaliated with a punch. Boom. His fist struck out, producing a deafening sonic boom. A towering man, weighing around 200 pounds, was sent flying, crashing heavily 10 meters away. His face was unrecognizable, several teeth shattered, blood streaming down, a pitiful sight indeed. Silence enveloped the crowd. Why have you stopped fighting? Chen Yin inquired, puzzled. The group retreated in horror, gazing at the unfortunate giant, their faces etched with fear. He is a level 58 knight. They could hardly believe he had been knocked away by a single punch. No trace of disdain remained in their eyes. They felt as though they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. However, having begun the confrontation, Chen Yin had no intention of holding back. With another 2 punches, he rendered 2 more opponents unconscious, ensuring they would not rise again. Damn it, this kid is something else. Don't engage him in close combat. Use extraordinary powers to subdue him, the manager shouted. The group understood and disregarded the risk of damaging the facility. Thunderous half-moon slash. A man in a black vest roared, swinging a massive blade that struck with the force of thunder, causing the hall to tremble under the immense power. Chen Yin casually pinched the blade with 2 fingers and, with a swift kick to the man's chest, sent him hurtling back like a cannonball. The alloy wall was left with a massive dent from the impact. Chen Yin casually tossed aside the large blade. Next, no one dared to respond. The general manager stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. He had anticipated a merciless slaughter. Yet he was astonished to discover that his elite subordinates were utterly powerless against their adversaries, treated like mere toys. His subordinates posed no threat to him. His casual attacks could inflict severe damage upon them. The disparity in strength was an insurmountable chasm. Is there no one left? Chen Yin moved a chair over and sat down. Turning to look back, he saw Old Chow still dazed and frozen in place, his lips moving aimlessly. Old Chow, let us get to work. Oh right. Old Chow forcibly suppressed his overwhelming shock and began crafting the epic equipment. Before long, the sound of clanging resonated through the air. Everyone present dared only to watch from a distance, observing the audacious youth seated in the chair, no one daring to make a move. The general manager hastily retreated to the back and made a phone call, requesting reinforcements from the boss, someone formidable to handle the situation. Downstairs, a black luxury vehicle came to a halt by the roadside. Zhao Yixue and Xiuya had also arrived. Chapter 55. Zhao Yixue and Chen Yin. Zhao Yixue and Xiuya reached the company's entrance. Outside, the reticent Zhao Yixue uttered 3 words before opening the car door and stepping out. She had no intention of allowing Xiuya to accompany her. This was a straightforward mission to disrupt the establishment. Rumor had it that the company had a formidable background, housing numerous powerful extraordinary beings, and during the ensuing conflict, she could not afford to be concerned for anyone else. Be careful, Xiuya instinctively warned. Yet, gazing at the slender, upright silhouette of the young woman, she suddenly felt her words were unnecessary. After all, she was once one of the world's most powerful female players, Luo Shui. Who could possibly pose a threat to her? Dressed in a black shirt paired with denim shorts, Zhao Yixue showcased her long, slender legs, clad in white sneakers, resembling a spirited girl from a sports arena. The face concealed beneath her baseball cap was strikingly beautiful, with not a flaw to be found. Miss, wait. The butler hurriedly caught up from behind. Is there something, miss? After all, Lehigh City is not within the Zhao family's territory. It would be wise to exercise restraint while you are here. The butler presented her with a mask. Though in a modern society filled with surveillance cameras, the mask offered little genuine protection. It served to obscure her identity slightly. With the Zhao family's influence and connections, even if Zhao Yixue were to commit acts of violence, she would ultimately emerge unscathed. The implication was clear. Merely engaging in superficial measures would suffice to provide a plausible excuse. Oh, Zhao Yixue donned the black mask, concealing her stunning visage, leaving only her emotionless eyes visible. Chun Yin sat back in his chair, leisurely crossing his legs, resembling a supervisor, while old Chao, drenched in sweat, diligently worked at the forge to create the equipment. The others dared not make any rash movements. They understood that those present were no match for the young man, unless the boss summoned reinforcements. The general manager was drenched in sweat, realizing that today they had truly encountered a formidable opponent. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the 3-meter-high aluminum alloy door was unexpectedly forced open. All eyes, including Chun Yin's, instinctively turned towards the entrance. A girl wearing a black baseball cap stepped inside. At first glance, the crowd was captivated by her flawless figure and skin as pure as freshly fallen snow. Then, a sense of alarm struck. How had this girl managed to break open such a heavy door? This aluminum alloy blast door, weighing several tons, could not be opened so casually. Is she a master? Someone muttered, feeling an unexpected chill. This was the company's forging hall, filled with several blazing forges. Standing inside felt akin to being in a sauna, yet now, one felt cold. A piercing gaze swept across the room, eventually resting on Lao Chao. Zhao Yixue recognized him as Choya's father, having seen his photograph prior. The nonchalant figure slouched in a chair was the very one who had kidnapped her. Zhao Yixue, who spoke sparingly, refrained from asking further questions. Raising her delicate white hands, she unleashed several ice spikes, aimed squarely at Chun Yin. Chun Yin remained still, allowing the ice spikes to shatter against him, confident in his defenses. To his surprise, he felt a slight sting. Rising to his feet, he furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated the opponent had indeed brought a skilled fighter. Zhao Yixue also frowned slightly. The ability to easily withstand her attack indicated considerable strength, worthy of a challenge. A crystal-clear ice sword slowly formed in her grasp as she advanced like a dragon, her feet leaving a trail of blooming ice flowers. Clang! The sword clashed against a fist in midair, and the resulting gust of cold air extinguished the forge's flames instantly. A thick layer of ice rapidly spread from underfoot, swiftly enveloping the entire hall. Lao Chao, taken aback, hurriedly retreated to the side, having never witnessed such a fierce confrontation. The general manager and his associates, however, were overjoyed. Wonderful. We never expected the boss to send a master so quickly. Go on, take him down. They rallied behind Zhao Yixue, treating her as one of their own and cheering her on. Chun Yin was astonished. This person's extraordinary abilities must be exceptionally high, otherwise, it would be impossible for her to exert such pressure on him. Were there such powerful individuals in Lehigh City? Without resorting to his linguistic abilities, he felt a sense of uncertainty in defeating her. Wait a moment. Why did this woman evoke such a familiar feeling? With a demeanor marked by stoic seriousness and piercingly cold features, the girl before him, endowed with ice-based powers, began to evoke memories of someone from his past. In an instant, he was struck by a thunderbolt of realization, his countenance shifting to one of astonishment. Could it be Luo Shui? Surely this girl could not be Zhao Yixue. After all, wasn't he the Zhao family based in Jiangxing? What brought her to Lehigh City? Apart from her, Chun Yin could hardly conceive of any other formidable ice-based extraordinary being, and it was evident that she was consciously withholding her full strength, refraining from unleashing her ultimate abilities. He felt an overwhelming trepidation towards her. This girl, much like Yi Hongling, was certainly not to be trifled with. Possessing an intense possessiveness akin to a delicate yet dangerously obsessive nature, she desired everything she set her sights on, including men. On one occasion, while Chun Yin was engrossed in a game with Shao Qi, she suddenly appeared, her first words piercing through his concentration. Are you playing with someone else? After he sheepishly admitted to it, she demanded, tell me where you are in reality. Chun Yin, perplexed, inquired about her intentions, to which she replied, I intend to take you back to the Zhao family, where you shall only play with me from now on. That encounter left him thoroughly shaken. He sensed that she was absolutely serious, and given the might of her family, her words bore a weight of undeniable reality, terrifying. Thus, he was exceedingly reluctant to reveal his true identity, in many ways. This woman was more fearsome than Yi Hongling. Both women were formidable adversaries. But at least Xiao Qi was more manageable. No, he must not be recognized by her. Oh no, Chun Yin exclaimed dramatically, feigning defeat as he was propelled away by an icy blossom. Half reclining on the ground, clutching his chest, he put forth an impeccable performance. Zhao Yixue ceased her assault, refraining from further pursuit. Witnessing Chun Yin's downfall, the manager finally released the pent-up frustration he had been harboring. Ah, just a moment ago. Weren't you quite the braggart? Is this all you've got? With such meager strength, you dare to provoke me? Pathetic. As he spoke, the general manager cast an admiring glance at Zhao Yixue. You did well. I will report your performance to the higher-ups and ensure you receive a raise. Zhao Yixue, puzzled, tilted her head slightly, seemingly trying to comprehend the situation. If his words were to be taken at face value, then this group was indeed company personnel. And the individual she had just defeated was not one of them? Had she mistakenly targeted the wrong person? Just as her confusion deepened, Qiuya rushed in from behind, hurrying to the forefront, her face a picture of alarm. Oh no, how did you two end up in a confrontation? Chen Yin, are you all right? Chapter 56, The Danger of the Obsessive. Chen Yin, are you okay? Qiuya hastily approached to assist Chen Yin, her face etched with guilt. Daughter, what brings you here? Old Qiao exclaimed, equally startled. You must not involve yourself in these matters. Quickly, leave. I'm fine, Dad. I've made an important acquaintance who will assist us. As Qiuya helped Chen Yin to his feet, she began to explain the circumstances. Chen Yin inwardly cursed. So it was you who led the trouble here? No wonder Zhao Yixue managed to find this place. It turns out there was a guide. This complicates matters. Zhao Yixue, realizing the situation, inquired, Is he Chun Yin? Indeed. He is the Chun Yin you seek, Qiuya affirmed. How disappointing. Chen Yin found himself in a state of amused disbelief at her candidness. She not only refrained from deceit, but also lacked the capacity for pleasantries. The general manager and his entourage could not suppress their grimaces. What is happening? The powerful reinforcements we eagerly anticipated turned out to be our adversaries? How are we supposed to proceed? The general manager instinctively took a few steps back, contemplating escape, only to be met with a chilling voice from behind. You deceived me. Deceived you? That is quite an unfounded accusation. We did not mislead you. You initiated the attack upon entering. Enough of this. Zhao Yixue felt a tinge of embarrassment. Striking the wrong person left her quite flustered, a blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, she contemplated redirecting her ire towards this group. Run. The general manager was about to flee when the entrance was entirely encased in ice. A bone-chilling cold permeated the air, causing dozens to shiver as if they had been transported to the farthest reaches of the north. Within moments, they were all transformed into various forms of ice sculptures. They would not perish, but it would take hours for them to recover. Zhao Yixue exhaled, regaining her demeanor as an icy beauty. How terrifying. Chen Yin couldn't help but shudder. This girl's extraordinary power had reached a rather alarming level. She was likely at the pinnacle of her capabilities. Without resorting to high-risk language arts, he realized that he could not contend with her. There's no need to fear. She is one of us. Qiuya said with a cheerful smile. You know nothing, Chen Yin silently retorted. At that moment, Zhao Yixue approached after dealing with everyone. My apologies for the misunderstanding. When apologizing, one ought to bow their head, not fixate me with those icy eyes. Thank you. It's quite all right. Your friend is formidable. I couldn't possibly match her strength. You are impressive too, Chen Yin, but it's quite normal not to surpass her. You have no idea who she is. I fear revealing her identity might startle you, Qiuya said mysteriously. You don't recognize me? Zhao Yixue removed her mask, revealing her exquisitely cold and beautiful face. You are Zhao Yixue, the legendary player, Luo Shui? My goodness, I cannot believe I am seeing you in person. Chen Yin feigned astonishment. Zhao Yixue frowned. Just then, Qiuya interjected, By the way, Sister Zhao, what brings you all this way to seek Chen Yin? The next statement left Qiuya utterly speechless. I want to know if he is Buyu. What? Both Qiuya and her father wore expressions of disbelief. Did I hear you correctly? You're referring to the world's #1 legendary player, Buyu? Yes, Zhao Yixue replied, continuing her straightforward approach. How could that be? Are you joking, Miss Zhao? Qiuya expressed her bewilderment. Sister Zhao, why do you think that way? One of the abilities of silence can shroud the surroundings in total darkness, akin to your own experience. Indeed, the darkness that Zhao Yixue referred to was the embodiment of the spirit of death. What? That is impossible. Xiaoya exclaimed in shock. She turned to Chen Yan, who looked utterly baffled. It was inconceivable to associate that world-class player with her. I assure you, I am not. However, I am somewhat curious, Miss Zhao. What do you intend to do with Wu Yu? Chen Yan inquired cautiously. Bring him back to the Zhao family in Jiangqing. Back. There are many women coveting him. It sounds safer at my place. Zhao Yixue responded with utmost seriousness. Safer at your house? What nonsense. You intend to keep him as a trophy. Chen Yan's lips twitched. What if Wu Yu refuses? What will you do, Miss Zhao? I shall encase him in ice, keeping him by my side forever. Good grief. A Yandere, truly an unprecedented Yandere. Chen Yan was taken aback. If she discovers that I kissed Yi Hongling, would she slice my mouth and deem it unclean? Even Xiaoya found it hard to believe. Who would have thought that this legendary female player, the aloof queen pursued by countless suitors, would be so fixated on a single man? I assure you, that incident was merely a misunderstanding. Xiaoya, come here for a moment to clarify this misunderstanding, lest we become a laughingstock. Oh, Chen Yan led Xiaoya to the rear of the forge. Chen Yan, what transpired that day? I am still perplexed. Ahem, actually, I am the person she seeks. Ha ha, what are you talking about? This is my equipment information. The world is mine to conquer. You? Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment. The epic-level equipment she saw was substantial, with several pieces bearing the same name as those in the world. She nearly gasped. But her mouth was sealed by the ethereal serpent. No words could adequately express her exhilaration at that moment. The man before her was none other than Wu Yu, the strongest player in the world, a legend in everyone's eyes. Merely contemplating it sent her heart racing beyond limits. I must tell you, I need you to cover for me. Just blink if you understand. MMM. You see how deranged this woman is. If she captures me, I cannot protect Linhai City. You bear the weight of Linhai City's safety. Do your best. Zhao Yixue shifted her gaze to old Chao and suddenly asked, May I inquire if Chen Yan has commissioned you to forge equipment? Yes, I was just in the midst of helping him forge equipment when you two began bickering. It startled me. What equipment? An epic-level piece, haha, with rare forging materials. May I see it? Of course. Old Chao, being quite straightforward, showed no hesitation. Epic. Tortoise armor. Description. Crafted from the shells dropped by the demonic tortoise of Camel Mountain. It is utterly indestructible. Upon reading this, Zhao Yixue's heart sank sharply. An epic-grade set. One that even I do not possess. He already has it? No wonder his defense is so formidable. Could such a person truly be an ordinary player? Zhao Yixue, who was not eloquent nor skilled in deception, was no fool. She had already drawn her own conclusions in her mind. Chen Yan remained silent. But why is he hiding this from me? Does he not wish to be with me? A pang of heartache washed over Zhao Yixue. In the eyes of the Yandere, such behavior is entirely normal, a testament to their love, and they find nothing frightening about it. Thus, she considered herself perfectly normal. At that moment, the prearranged Chen Yan and Xiaoya returned. Chapter 57 Zhao Yixue, do you not like me? We are back, and the misunderstanding has been resolved. Chen Yan stated earnestly. Beside him, Xiaoya forced a smile, saying, I'm sorry, Sister Zhao. It seems I was mistaken. She had not yet fully recovered from her shock. Who could have imagined that the strikingly handsome youth beside her was the strongest player in the world? Yet, Zhao Yixue's gaze remained fixed on Chen Yan, even more resolute and unwavering than before. You remain silent. Miss Zhao, I respect and understand your feelings for him, but we must also clarify reality. What merits do I, Chen Yan, possess to compare with him? Xiaoya chimed in. Yes, Sister Zhao, let us not dwell on this. What about the epic materials you need for crafting your equipment? I just checked, and they were dropped in the world recently. Zhao Yixue's eyes were unblinking. It was rare for her to speak so many words at once. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at old Chao. Old Biting sold me out. How could I have forgotten about this? Miss Zhao, I obtained those crafting materials purely by luck. As you know, anyone who participated in the hunt had a chance. Why won't you acknowledge that? I truly am not. Do you not like me? Zhao Yixue spoke the most girlish words with the calmest expression. Which male player in the world does not admire Luo Shui? You are simply the goddess in the hearts of all male players. I still need to ask you for an autograph later, haha. Seeing that Chen Yan remained unwilling to admit it, Zhao Yixue's gaze finally fell to her toes. I am not that bad either. In that moment, this paragon of beauty, wealth, and strength felt a tinge of loneliness. In truth, her childhood was quite solitary. Amidst a life filled with flowers and applause, flattery and adoration, there lingered a sense of unreality. Later, by fortunate chance, she encountered the globally popular game Cataclysm, becoming ensnared in the arena, unwittingly reaching the peak where none could rival her. Until encountering the Silent One, the fates of the two individuals began in the arena of competition. "I heard you have a girlfriend," Zhao Yixue remarked. "Indeed," Chun Yin responded with a nod. Zhao Yixue softly acknowledged this with a hum. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. She answered the call. "Miss, have you returned? We have completed all preparations for your advancement. The entire Zhao family has mobilized their resources. We are certain you will succeed in your ascension to the disaster level." "Not yet. Please come back quickly, miss. You mentioned wanting to meet a friend, and the master only permitted you to be out for a few days. We cannot afford any further delays." "Understood." Chun Yin, upon hearing this, grasped the underlying message. It appeared that Zhao Yixue had already reached level 99 of the first rank and was preparing to unlock her first gene lock to ascend to the second rank. This would signify a substantial leap in power. If she could ascend to the second rank before the Blood Moon calamity, her confidence in confronting those monsters would be significantly bolstered. He had not anticipated her progress would be so swift. However, ascending carried inherent risks. There were 5 levels of advancement difficulty: ordinary, difficult, abyssal, hellish, and disaster. The higher the challenge, the more formidable the abilities gained post-gene liberation. True top-tier fighters often opted for the disaster-level ascension, including Chun Yin himself. Yet, the realities of life diverged starkly from those of a game. In a game, one could attempt the ascension challenge infinitely, but in reality, failure could mean death, with no second chances. Thus, Zhao Yixue sought to meet the Silent One before her ascension, as even she lacked complete assurance of success. "I must take my leave," Zhao Yixue declared, turning to depart. Chun Yin signaled to Qiuye with a glance, indicating she should bring Lao Chao along. It would be best to leave together while the opportunity arose, yet no one dared to obstruct her. The scene shifted to earlier that day. Following the principle of delegating tasks to secretaries when there were none to perform, Lu Xingchen remained in bed, embracing his female secretary in slumber. Despite his younger brother Chun Yin having previously embarrassed him, he quickly rallied and sought a new business opportunity, investing in a company of extraordinary individuals. Lu Xingchen was convinced this venture held immense potential. Moreover, several bosses were joining forces in this investment, with the major backer being Brother Hua, a local powerhouse in Linhai City, where few dared to challenge his authority. The prospects seemed exceedingly secure. Failure was not an option. "Manager Lu, it's bad. Hualin has powerful individuals disrupting our operations, claiming no one can stop them." "What?" Lu Xingchen exclaimed in shock. Who the hell would be reckless enough to challenge Hualin's domain, unaware that it belongs to Brother Hua? "Quickly, summon all our strong allies to assist. This is a perfect opportunity to make an impression on Boss Hua. Gaining his favor could pave the way for our future." "Understood." Lu Xingchen felt a surge of excitement. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. At the entrance of Hualin's company, several black commercial vehicles were haphazardly parked in the square. Aside from the impeccably dressed bosses, there were also their elite subordinates. At a glance, there were nearly 100 individuals. Goodness! Who had the audacity to trespass on the territory of the Fire Lin at such an early hour? All the bystanders were swiftly dispersed. I was eager to see who dared to seek their demise. The vast square was now filled with elite, extraordinary individuals. An impending clash was on the horizon. My heavens! I had never witnessed such a formidable display. With so many extraordinary beings gathered here, it seemed likely that lives would be at stake. "Quickly, contact the Enforcement Bureau." Lu Xingchen also exited his vehicle, leisurely removing his sunglasses and leaning against the car window, waiting. "They have emerged," someone shouted, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd. Leading the charge was Zhao Yixue, with Chun Yin and Qiuye following closely behind. Upon witnessing the immense spectacle outside, both Qiuye and her father were taken aback. Dozens of vehicles were haphazardly parked in front, nearly blocking the entire square. Approximately 100 individuals were present, each with a grim countenance. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been paralyzed with fear by such a terrifying display. Yet, after a brief moment of trepidation, Qiuye quickly regained her composure. With the formidable presence of Luo Shui and Buyu by her side, what was there to fear? Chapter 58. On Chun Yin's connections, so many people? Chun Yin too was astonished to see such a large gathering outside. Moreover, there appeared to be a familiar face. Wasn't he that Lu Xingchen? The adopted son from his father's remarriage? It's you again, Chen Yan. Upon spotting Chen Yan, Lu Xingchen paused for a second, then his brow furrowed in discontent. After failing to deal with you previously, I never expected you to stir trouble here. You truly have no regard for Boss Hua, nor for any of us. With Lu Xingchen's tone growing heavier, nearly everyone around could hear his accusations. Boss Lu, do you know that troublemaker? Huh, it's quite embarrassing to admit. He is my wayward brother, who neglects the family business to frolic about aimlessly. Lu Xingchen sighed. It seems I must take a stand for righteousness and teach him a lesson. His words were artfully crafted, effectively positioning Chen Yan in opposition to Boss Hua and everyone present, redirecting their animosity towards Chen Yan. Boss Lu, it's indeed a failure in discipline. A proper lesson is warranted. You must understand, if you provoke Boss Hua in Linhai City, your future path will be fraught with difficulty. Indeed, the lesson is justified. The crowd echoed, with Lu Xingchen smirking inwardly. Chen Yan, this time you have truly stumbled. I may not be able to handle you. But with so many joint shareholders present, and Boss Hua overseeing matters, how do you intend to contend with me? Meanwhile, Zhao Yishua's entourage had approached. Miss, these individuals are oblivious to their own insignificance. If we reveal our identities, they would not dare act against us. No need. Zhao Yishue responded coldly. She was quite displeased at the moment and felt the need to find an outlet for her frustrations, perfectly willing to use these individuals as her punching bags. Miss, please wait. Linhai City is not our territory. If you engage in a fight, it may cause trouble for the family. Had Zhao Yishue been her usual straightforward self, she would have disregarded such concerns. However, upon reflection, she realized that this individual was unwilling to reveal his true identity, so why should she offer him assistance? Let him deal with this predicament on his own. Very well. Thank you for your understanding, Mississippi. At this point, a group was already eager to take action. The atmosphere charged with tension. The manager stepped forward, cleared his throat, and proclaimed loudly, "We hail from the Zhao family of Jiangcheng, and this young lady is a member of our clan. We hope that everyone will refrain from acting impulsively to avoid unnecessary trouble." What? The Zhao family from Jiangcheng? She is a Zhao heiress? The Zhao family, renowned worldwide as a martial arts dynasty? When did Linhai City attract such a formidable presence? Upon hearing this name, those present exchanged glances, hesitant to proceed with their aggression. The Zhao family was a colossal entity beyond their reckoning. Even though this was not Jiangcheng, the Zhao family's influence remained substantial. Only the powerful figure behind the scenes would dare to disregard it. Quick, contact Brother Hua. Immediately, someone dialed Meng Hua. Brother Hua, I apologize for the interruption. There's a situation here. How should we handle it? The Zhao family might extend some leniency, but we must deal with the others harshly. Yes, understood. It was as if they had received a royal decree, and the pressure lifted instantly. Lu Xingchen, in particular, was ecstatic upon hearing this news. As long as they spared the Zhao family, he was fine as long as his younger brother was not let off the hook, chuckling to himself. Miss Zhao, we shall give face to the Zhao family. However, they must remain to provide an explanation. The ire was directed towards Chen Yan and Xiuya. Zhao Yishue was well aware that these individuals posed no threat to Chen Yan, but she was curious to see how he would handle the situation. Chen Yan, if you kneel and apologize to your elder brother now, I might be more lenient. Chen Yan, indifferent, casually picked up his phone, seemingly engaged in a conversation. A calm smile gracing his lips. Xiuya exclaimed, "What is going on? Let us discuss this properly, don't drag us into it." She felt immense pressure, unable to utter a word, only able to glance pitifully at Zhao Yishue, hoping she could assist the two of them. To her surprise, Zhao Yishue's gaze remained fixed on Chen Yan, as if admiring how composed he looked while on the phone, wishing to take him home as a boyfriend. Sister, he refuses to acknowledge you, and yet you are infatuated with him, even watching him make a phone call. It's not worth it. Why not pay attention to me instead? Chen Yan never called acquaintances from the internet to protect his phone number's privacy, but there was one exception, a person known as Haizi. A PhD in information security, a genius hacker, and a master of disaster. It is precisely due to his assistance that the true information about Chen Yan has been so expertly concealed. Matters such as virtual construction, mobile call forwarding, and information firewalls are all under his management. Hey Z boss, I had set my phone to do not disturb. Yet your call bypassed it, and the alarm detonated right in my ear. Enough with the chatter. What does the boss command? Are you looking for Xiaoqi? I heard she has been feeling down lately. perhaps due to some distress. Why not offer her some comfort? Please convey a message to Ahua for me. Chen Yin succinctly outlined the current situation. If he wished to avoid being relegated to the bottom tier of the group, he needed to rid himself of certain individuals. Boss, this could easily reveal your identity to Ahua. It matters not. Lao Deng has known me for several years. If he dares to speak recklessly, I will personally pay him a visit. Huh? Who the hell is disturbing me? Do you believe I won't find someone to deal with you? It's me, Hazy. Xiaohei, what is the matter? Meng Hua's demeanor softened instantly. Recognizing this was the boss's trusted confidant. Ahem, the boss asked me to relay a message. The boss. Meng Hua's body jolted, awakening him to reality. After hearing Hazy's recounting, he slapped himself twice, the sound echoing sharply. Give me a minute. I will have them leave immediately. Make haste, the boss is quite impatient. Hazy ended the call. Ahua was in a state of panic. The world had descended into chaos, and he still needed to align himself with the boss in the future. He certainly did not wish to be expelled from the guild for merely breathing tomorrow. Chapter 59. The man I desire is mine. What an utter disgrace. The individuals under his command are nothing but useless scoundrels, yet they have provoked the very person he fears the most in this world. He attended that offline gathering in Lu City, experiencing firsthand the sensation of being scrutinized by death itself, as if he were in hell. By the time he regained his composure, his back was already drenched with sweat. Meng Hua dared not delay for even a moment and immediately made a call. Hello. Brother Hua, what is your command? Leave. Take all of your people and get out, as far away as possible. The person on the other end was taken aback. Brother Hua, there was a disturbance at your company. We were just about to teach them a lesson. What is going on? I said get the hell out. Can't you understand? You have 1 minute to vacate. Meng Hua's fury had reached its zenith. But, Brother Hua, shut up. There are people inside that I cannot afford to provoke. Must I eliminate you for you to comprehend? Understood. After unleashing a torrent of harsh words, Meng Hua finally ended the call, fervently praying not to anger the boss further. As for the identities of those causing the ruckus, whether they were under the boss's command or even the boss himself, Meng Hua did not dare to delve deeper. He could not afford to entangle himself in such matters. In Linghai City, the very individuals that instilled such trepidation in Brother Hua, even to the point of being untouchable, were beyond his comprehension. Even the illustrious Zhao family of Longhua lacked such prowess, surely? It is indeed a bizarre sight in broad daylight. Do not act rashly. Everyone return. What on earth is happening? The boss has ordered us to leave. Chun Yin also noticed the peculiar situation across the way. It seems Ahua is quite efficient, indeed. Securing the group's standing. Let us go. All is well now. Chun Yin reassured Qiuya and the others. What do you mean, all is well? Qiuya, still in a state of confusion, watched as Chun Yin strode forward, akin to a solitary warrior venturing into enemy territory. She had no time to ponder. She chose to trust Chun Yin and followed closely behind her father, her heart racing with anxiety. Seeing his brother walking out with such nonchalance, Lu Xingchen's eyes widened. His fists clenched in frustration, nearly gnashing his teeth in anger. Halt! A sharp rebuke halted Chun Yin and his companions in their tracks. Were they truly permitted to leave unscathed after causing a ruckus in Brother Hua's territory? Lu Xingchen sought to escalate the conflict, invoking Brother Hua's name for leverage. However, unexpectedly, the furious individual who had been on the phone moments ago approached and delivered a swift kick to Lu Xingchen's groin. Who do you think you are? You've been given face. The kick nearly toppled Lu Xingchen to the ground, akin to losing a close relative. In disbelief, Lu Xingchen's eyes reflected shock. The very person who had just called him brother turned against him without a moment's hesitation. What do you mean, what? You think being called Lu Boss makes you someone important? Get lost. Lu Xingchen looked around in confusion and helplessness, finding no one willing to lend him a hand. Even the extraordinary individuals he had trained were too intimidated to assist him. In that moment, he felt like a monkey in a zoo, seated on the ground, surrounded by spectators. Ultimately, Lu Xingchen's gaze met Chun Yin's. He had anticipated that Chun Yin would appear smug and revel in his misfortune. Yet, that was not the case. Chun Yin bore a calm expression, his eyes indifferent, as if he had merely crushed an ant by the roadside, devoid of any emotional response. This reaction only served to exacerbate Lu Xingchen's irritation, like a steel needle piercing his heart. It dawned on him that Chun Yin had never regarded him as a threat. Let us depart. Chun Yin led Qiuya and the others away from the scene. Even now, Lu Xingchen could not comprehend how the situation had deteriorated so swiftly. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Could the turn of events be attributed to a single phone call he had made? Impossible. Like a gesture left behind. Lu Xingchen remained rooted in place, while the others continued to leave in succession. Zhao Yixue witnessed the entire scene and only spoke once Chun Yin's figure had completely vanished from sight. It is time to go. Miss, who exactly is that young man to you, that you should be so concerned? The butler could not help but inquire. He is my man, butler. At this moment, the steward was silently lamenting, thinking to himself, Miss, he left without even bidding you farewell. How has he suddenly transformed into your man? It seemed that Zhao Yixue sensed the steward's skeptical gaze and coldly added, What I have set my sights on is mine. Very well, miss. Chun Yin and his companions had already departed smoothly, until they boarded the vehicle and drove away. Chuya remained perplexed, scratching her head in confusion. Could it be that those individuals suddenly changed their attitude because of that phone call just now? Chun Yin chuckled softly. Perhaps. Goodness, this is utterly absurd. Just moments ago that individual was berating you, and now, in the blink of an eye, he has become a fool. It's utterly amusing. After a moment of reflection, Chuya suddenly expressed her concern. Do you think they will come back to trouble us? Rest assured, they wouldn't dare, unless they are seeking their own demise. Chen Yin was untroubled by the prospect of Meng Hui investigating his true identity. He wouldn't dare. Even if his identity were to be revealed, it would pose no issue, as he was merely an ordinary person, not some deranged young lady. Of course, it was inconceivable that anyone would divulge Chun Yin's true identity unless they wished for their own end. The oppressive aura of death was not something anyone wished to experience a second time. In other words, everyone in the guild was aware that if Wu Yu intended to eliminate someone, there would be no escape for that individual. While in the vehicle, words of warning suddenly appeared before Chun Yin's eyes. Not only he, but countless extraordinary beings throughout Linhai City were confronted with the same ominous message. Like a red alert, it broadcasted repeatedly. Player Mogu's challenge for Abyss-level gene evolution has failed. The challenge monster has descended into reality. Player Mogu's challenge for Abyss-level gene evolution has failed. The challenge monster has descended into reality. Chapter 60. Instantaneous defeat of a level 99 calamity beast. The vivid red warning text appeared before all extraordinary beings in Linhai City. Soon after, a chaotic vortex manifested in the clear sky. For hands, covered in black scales, grasped the edge of the vortex, as if attempting to emerge from a well. Its body exhibited an extraordinary curvature and distortion, resembling an intricate network of bones and muscles, with countless tentacles extending from its grotesquely twisted form, intertwining in a nightmarish display. Its malevolent, eerie, reddish-brown eyes gleamed with an insatiable ferocity, sending chills down one's spine. Coincidentally, this suddenly materialized monster landed not far in front of Chen Yin. What on earth is that? Run, run. Outside, people screamed in a frenzy, desperately fleeing. It was not only ordinary citizens. Even the lower-tier extraordinary beings, upon witnessing this monster, felt no inclination to resist. Even Chen Yin wore a grave expression. This was not an ordinary creature, but a calamity beast. Calamity beasts were more formidable, more malevolent, and infinitely more terrifying than the ordinary. Moreover, this calamity beast is no ordinary creature. The advancement challenge for level 99 presents 5 degrees of difficulty: ordinary, difficult, abyssal, hellish, and calamity. The monster before us is of abyssal rank. It is 2 tiers stronger than the ordinary calamity beast due to the failure of players in their challenges, manifesting in our reality as a consequence. Truly, it is the folly of those who overestimate their abilities, daring to confront an abyssal-level challenge at this stage, only to fall victim to their own greed, resulting in a net loss. There is no time to dwell on such matters. I hope the Enforcement Bureau swiftly mobilizes powerful allies to vanquish this calamity beast, lest countless lives be lost. Calamity beast, level 99, people gazed upward, their voices caught in their throats upon seeing the creature's vivid crimson name and level. A level 99 calamity beast of abyssal difficulty is undoubtedly a disaster for the real world. Zhao Yixue also witnessed this scene. Just as she was about to enter her vehicle, she closed the door, her gaze fixated on the terrifying calamity beast in the distance. Miss, this is a matter for Linhai City. They will resolve it themselves, and we need not intervene. I understand. Miss, your foremost priority is to conserve your strength. Do not forget, you are to challenge the ultimate calamity level. I am aware. Miss, let us depart. Yet this presented a splendid opportunity for her to owe me a favor. Zhao Yishue's eyes suddenly transformed into a chilling azure, her long black hair billowing in the wind, bestowing upon her an ethereal beauty. A sphere of brilliant blue light coalesced above her head, ultimately forming a resplendent ice blue spear. As the spear materialized, the luster in Zhao Yishue's eyes dulled slightly, her exquisite visage taking on a pallor. Go! With a thunderous crack, the air erupted as the ice spear shot forth, traversing a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, exceeding the speed of sound. The calamity beast, newly born, was reveling in its own triumph. Humans, you are doomed. Before it could finish its taunt, the ice spear pierced through its chest, leaving a gaping wound. And no, it's impossible. From its chest, ice rapidly spread across its form, visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, the calamity beast was transformed into a frozen statue. With a cacophony of cracking, it shattered into countless pieces. Indeed, the calamity beast had barely begun to unleash its wrath before being obliterated. This astonishing strike left many in utter shock. Oh my goodness. Was that a one-hit kill on a level 99 calamity beast? Who did this? This is terrifying. Are there such formidable beings in Linhai City? The Enforcement Bureau personnel were equally stunned, having prepared to act, only to find that a powerful individual had already dispatched the threat. It was likely that the young lady from the Zhao family had received word of her arrival in Linhai City. Zhao Yishue, she has truly rendered us a tremendous service. Indeed, this is a significant favor. I wonder if we can ever repay it. Inside the vehicle, Chioya could not restrain her astonishment, covering her mouth. Is this the true extent of Luo Shue's power? My heavens! One cannot help but marvel at her prowess as one of the most formidable female players. She is undeniably impressive. After expressing her astonishment, she directed a scornful glance towards Chen Yan. Why do you look so troubled, Chen Yan? You haven't even made a move. It's all been reliant on others. It is precisely because he has not taken action that he feels disheartened. Chen Yan shook his head repeatedly, sighing. Fully aware of Zhao Yishue's implication, he now owed her a significant favor. The reason for his silent legend among all was intrinsically tied to his character. He had always believed in repaying even the slightest kindness with profound gratitude, never leaving any debt unpaid. Otherwise, why would everyone in the guild hold him in such high regard, eager to offer their assistance? Old Chow, how much longer until the equipment is ready? It will be done shortly, certainly by this afternoon. Thank you for your help. Chen Yin purchased an evening flight ticket to Jiangqing. Miss, why put yourself through such trouble? Expending so much energy, what will become of your own ascension challenges? Needless to say, I'm returning to Jiangqing. That afternoon, Chen Yin successfully acquired his new equipment. He had finally assembled the complete set of the Mystic Turtle armor, Mystic Turtle gauntlets, Mystic Turtle helmet, and Mystic Turtle leggings. Activation of the Mystic Turtle set effect, total defense 30, and granted the special skill of rebound. Chen Yan replaced his previous fire tree armor with the Mystic Turtle armor. His attributes were completely revitalized. Chen Yan, Word Spirit Sage, Unique, Gene Level, First Order, Level 83, Physique, 137 Agility, 88 Transcendence, 77 Additional Attack, 310 Additional Defense, 820 Combat Power Assessment, 72 stars at this point. Chen Yan possessed an impressive 5 pieces of epic-level equipment. He even had an extra piece that he could directly list in the trading space for sale. Despite being outdated, it could still fetch a substantial profit. The additional attack, defense, and overall attributes were astonishingly high, although the level was slightly lower in terms of attributes. He was undoubtedly unmatched by others. 7 days remaining until the Blood Moon calamity descends. Chen Yan's plan was straightforward. Within these 7 days, he aimed to reach level 99, break through the gene lock limitations, and advance to the second order transcendent. However, before that, he needed to make a trip to Jiangqing. Based on previous encounters, Zhao Yishue had already reached level 99 and was preparing for the highest level trial. If she were unable to succeed, then the true calamity level monsters would descend upon Jiangqing. At that time, it would likely require his intervention. Why do you want me to accompany you to Jiangqing, Chen Yan? Autumnya inquired excitedly on the plane. Because you know Zhao Yishue, it will facilitate my contact with her. So, I'm merely a tool. How unfortunate for me. Autumnya lamented with a pained expression. This epic level equipment is a gift for you. Wow, I owe you one. Chapter 61. Zhao Yixue enters the challenge. Chen Yin arrives in Jiangqing. That night, Chen Yin and his companions successfully arrived in the bustling city. Due to the lateness of the hour, they opted for a nearby inn, planning to seek out Zhao Yixue the following day. Naturally, they booked 2 separate rooms. Upon settling in, Chen Yin quickly realized that the hotel's sound insulation was remarkably poor. He could distinctly hear the gasps from the adjacent room. The vibrations were so intense it felt as though he were pounding on the wall. It was highly likely that the occupants were extraordinary beings, for such stamina was simply unimaginable. Were they to endure this torment throughout the night? Chen Yin stepped onto the balcony and called Su Jinyu, of course, through the intermediary service. Xiaoqi, it's me, Brother Buyu. What prompted you to call me all of a sudden? Upon receiving Chen Yin's call, Su Jinyu's tone transformed into one of surprise and delight. Ahem, I heard you've been feeling down lately. What's the matter? Humph, how dare you bring that up? Su Jinyu sniffed indignantly. So, when you went to assist that woman with the surname Yi, did you engage in some illicit affair? Rumor? Who is spreading such slander? The woman with the surname Yi told me herself. She's delusional, Chen Yin retorted, utterly taken aback that the woman would go out of her way to provoke Xiaoqi. It was a sheer act of mischief. No wonder everyone claimed she had been in low spirits. Don't believe a word she says. She's merely sowing discord. But she has your clothing. That is fabricated. I smelled it. It carries your scent. Are you a dog? What do you mean, Brother Buyu? I mean, Xiaoqi, you're quite perceptive. So what did you two actually do? She claims you kissed, and I refuse to believe that vixen. That is a long story. Let us discuss something more pressing. Xiaoqi, how is the construction of the transportation arrays in the major cities progressing? Our guild members are working diligently on this matter. However, everyone's leveling up has been significantly hampered, though several arrays have already been completed. Su Jinyu huffed, Brother Buyu, do you think I'm easily deceived? At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Xiaoqi, let us talk later. Hello. Chen Yin ended the call, rose to open the door, and was greeted by a woman clad in a revealing black gown, her makeup striking, with large swathes of porcelain skin exposed to the air. Brother, this is the red wine you ordered. I didn't order any wine, Chen Yin replied. It's complimentary. If you find it dull to drink alone, you can invite your sister to join you. How much? A modest drink is only 500, but to share an intimate evening is 2,000. I drink quite well, so do consider it, brother. Chen Yin chuckled. Here's 3,000. Go serve my brother next door, and don't reveal my identity, understood? Of course, brother. Thank you. The woman happily pocketed the 3,000 and sashayed next door to knock. Instantly, the noise from next door ceased, and tranquility reigned for the remainder of the night. Chen Yin enjoyed a restful slumber, and his extraordinary powers had notably recovered. The following day, Chen Yin and Qiuya set forth, their destination, the Zhao family. Today, the Zhao residence was abuzz with an unusual fervor. Yet, it was not due to any joyous occasion. Rather, the countenances of all present were grave. Are you ready, Xiaoxue? Zhao Yixue donned an ensemble of black athletic attire, her usual training garb for martial arts. The unblemished black fabric starkly contrasted with her fair, flawless complexion. Her long hair was tied neatly into a ponytail, exuding a crisp, ethereal beauty. Let us proceed. Following her family, Zhao Yixue traveled by vehicle to a desolate outskirts. The atmosphere here was even more ominous. Not only had over 100 core members of the Zhao family gathered, but a multitude of other extraordinary beings and a fully armed enforcement brigade had also arrived. This location would serve as the site for Zhao Yixue's advancement. Should she fail her ascension, monsters would descend upon reality, and all were present to avert such a catastrophe. The area was rigged with 50 tons of heavy explosives, potent enough to obliterate a skyscraper. For formidable fire mages were strategically positioned, ready to unleash grand spells that could instantly detonate all the explosives, transforming the region into a hellish landscape. These individuals possessed supportive abilities to enhance the young lady's strength. After the introduction, Zhao Yixue approached the forefront with an impassive expression. Everyone commence. Elven blessing. Strength enhancement. Defense enhancement. A cascade of radiant light enveloped Zhao Yixue as all present bestowed their blessings upon her. Once all enhancements were complete, the head of the Zhao family solemnly declared, Xiaoxue, the family has extended its utmost support for your ascension. Success is your only option. Failure is not permitted. Zhao Yixue offered no response, resolutely making her way toward the center of the explosive zone. Behind her, the butler's face bore a look of concern as he whispered, "Miss, you expended considerable energy yesterday. I fear for your well-being." "I am aware of my limits," Zhao Yixue replied without turning back. Her petite figure gradually receded. Appearing somewhat solitary and forlorn, she traversed the ground, which could almost be deemed a death zone, her expression betraying no hint of trepidation. "I hear Miss Zhao is to challenge a calamity-level trial. That is the utmost difficulty. Can she truly succeed? Most who have recently completed genetic ascensions are merely of ordinary or difficult levels. Few have managed the abyss, let alone the calamity tier. Although Miss Zhao is powerful, is it not too reckless to hastily choose the highest difficulty? It is said that the Zhao family has imposed immense pressure on her, compelling her to confront the utmost challenge. If she were to perish, it would indeed be a tragic loss." "Shu, do not speak such elements." Zhao Yixue had now arrived at the center. "Would you like to initiate the Ascension Challenge?" As the moment arrived, all the extraordinary beings in Jiangcheng were greeted with a striking crimson alert. Player Luo Shui is commencing the Catastrophe Level Advancement Challenge. Player Luo Shui is initiating. Countdown begins, 600 seconds. Simultaneously, Zhao Yixue vanished from her location, drawn into the challenge space. Within 10 minutes, should she fail to vanquish the challenge, it would be deemed a failure. At that point, monsters would descend into reality. Meanwhile, those outside were prepared to exterminate the creatures at a moment's notice, serving as a final safeguard. At that moment, Chen Yin and Xiaoyu arrived, having also received the same notification while in Jiangxing. A true catastrophe-level challenge. Chapter 62. The Emergence of the Catastrophe Beast. Zhao Yixue's defeat. Chen Yin and Xiaoyu found themselves halted at the outermost boundary of the warning line. Within this zone were elite combatants, fully equipped enforcement teams. "Stop. If you wish to live, get far away and do not interfere." Unquestionably, Chen Yin and Xiaoyu were intercepted, lacking the qualifications to enter. Xiaoyu, desperate, implored, "Do you not realize who he is? Your presence here is a stroke of fortune. No one gets in. You have 10 seconds to scram." The guard from the Zhao family, evidently growing impatient, began to radiate a formidable aura, indicating he was a high-level extraordinary being as well. "Let us just wait outside," Chen Yin sighed, gesturing for Xiaoyu to remain calm. "Fine, but if something goes awry, do not come seeking our help." "No, rather, seek your help," Xiaoyu huffed, reluctantly distancing herself from Chen Yin to await further developments. Time relentlessly progressed. The hearts of all present raced with trepidation. 10 minutes. Each second felt like an eternity. The expressions of the combat troops outside were grave, and the members of the Zhao family appeared particularly tense. "Master, do you believe Miss Zhao will succeed?" "So far, it seems there have been no successful precedents in the Dragon Kingdom. Without precedent, let her become the first." "Master, are we being too harsh on Miss Zhao? If we allow her to grow at her own pace, she could eventually become a formidable force." The martial prowess of the Zhao family does not ascend to the pinnacle of the world through timidity. "Indeed, Master." Chen Yin and Xiaoyu stood at a distance, their view limited, yet managing to glean some understanding of the situation. The countdown continued to dwindle. As time elapsed, the crowd around them swelled, with many extraordinary beings drawn by the news. "Am I seeing this correctly? Someone is attempting the catastrophe-level advancement. Are they out of their minds? Just days ago, a leader from our guild nearly lost their life challenging the ordinary advancement. Do you think she is just anyone? She is Luo Shui. Can an ordinary person compare?" Luo Shui, that legendary female player, now faces two possible fates today. The first is to make history and become the first of her kind. The second is to perish here, reduced to mere dust in the annals of history. At that moment, Chuya quietly posed a question to Chen Yin. "If it were you, would you be able to conquer the calamity-level challenge?" Chen Yin pondered for a moment and replied, "I might just fall asleep." "What do you mean?" she inquired. "The challenge lasts 10 minutes. Surely you wouldn't be able to sleep for the remaining 9 minutes, would you?" "Goodness, you've got me there." Chuya couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. Had it been anyone else, she would have scoffed at their pretentiousness. But this was Chen Yin. Whatever he said was to be taken at face value. However, she suspected there was an element of exaggeration in his words. No matter how formidable one might be, it was implausible to clear the highest difficulty challenge in an instant. Surely, some effort was required. Time's almost up. 30 seconds remaining. Since there have been no failure prompts, that must mean success, right? Not necessarily. Success or failure is revealed only when time expires. Everyone, prepare for battle. The 10-minute countdown reached its conclusion. In that instant, it felt as though every heart had momentarily ceased to beat. Suddenly, the space warped, and a battered figure tumbled out from the distortion. It was Zhao Yixue. It's Miss Zhao. She is alive. She succeeded. I can't believe it. Miss Zhao is the world's first. Quick, bring Miss Zhao back. The Zhao family collectively sighed in relief, their burdens finally lifted. Yet, a moment later, they wondered why the success prompt hadn't appeared, and something about Miss Zhao's condition seemed off. Abruptly, a blood-red warning blared before everyone's eyes. Player Luo Shui failed to defeat the calamity-level monster. The creature has descended into reality. Player Luo Shui failed to defeat the calamity-level monster. The creature has descended into reality. This time, the message indicated failure. It meant that within the time limit, Zhao Yixue had not vanquished the monster. There was neither success nor failure. The dire consequence was that the monster would manifest in reality. Once it arrived, it would prioritize hunting the challenger before turning its wrath upon other humans. A massive gray vortex suddenly materialized in midair, heralding the emergence of the Chaos Gate. From this portal crawled the calamity-level monster, coming into view for all to see. Calamity Demon General, level 99. It remained a level 99. Yet this particular entity was exponentially more powerful than the one previously encountered in Linhai City, which Zhao Yixue had effortlessly dispatched. This one had left her battered and bruised. Its monstrous form boasting 3 heads. Do not be afraid. Prepare for battle. The worst-case scenario had indeed unfolded. This terrifying creature had finally breached the veil of reality. The calamity beast must be eradicated here. It must not be allowed to set foot in the city. 3 heads loom like small mountains, 6 muscular arms tightly coiled, and 12 reddish-brown pupils gleam like ghostly lanterns. This beast is cloaked in dark purple scales that reflect a dazzling light. A grotesque maw filled with thousands of sharp teeth resides upon its chest, evoking sheer terror. Do not act yet. Upon witnessing this scene, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Yixue's father, remained remarkably composed. She is not dead yet. If we recklessly detonate the explosives now, the central area will transform into a hell on earth, and Zhao Yixue will surely perish. But she cannot flee. Should she attempt to escape, the calamity beast will pursue, rendering all our preparations futile. Thus, Zhao Yixue's only option is to remain and annihilate the calamity beast or perish alongside it. Miss Zhao has risen. Can she truly still fight? The crowd's gaze quivered, their hearts overwhelmed with shock. There stood Zhao Yixue, her once delicate skin marred by wounds, her exquisite face marked with 2 trails of blood. A few strands of hair fallen across her forehead, presenting a scene both tragic and beautiful. She raised her palm, and a spear of ice shot forth into the air, aimed directly at the creature's eye. However, to her astonishment, the ice spear, moving nearly at the speed of sound, was seized mid-air by a massive hand. Bang! It was crushed in an instant, transforming into a flurry of ice crystals. How absurd! The mouth on the beast's belly erupted into laughter, emitting a shrill cry reminiscent of an infant's wail. At that moment, the onlookers finally understood its power, far exceeding anyone's expectations. Chapter 63. The old hand moves Sister Zhao's attack was so effortlessly thwarted. Chuya gasped in disbelief, the stark contrast leaving her incredulous. Back in Haicheng, Luo Shui had effortlessly dispatched a calamity beast. Yet now, faced with this one, she could inflict no harm whatsoever. Were it not for the presence of Buyu nearby, she might have fled in terror. This was simply too frightening. The 4 high-level fire element mages concealed nearby felt their hearts racing as they bore the greatest pressure. How terrifying! Does Miss Zhao stand a chance? No, can't you see? Her attack had no effect on it. When shall we detonate the explosives buried underground? If we delay any longer, I fear it will emerge from within. Wait. Await the command of old Master Zhao. Though drenched in sweat, they had no choice but to wait. If the elder of the Zhao family gives the order, they must act. The calamity beast has moved. Despite its colossal form, its movements are exceedingly agile, and it swiftly reached out, seizing Zhao Yixue. Miss Zhao has been captured. What does it intend to do? The crowd watched helplessly as the petite Zhao Yixue was lifted into the air by a dark purple hand. The mouth on the chest of the calamity beast opened, emitting a sound reminiscent of a hoarse infant. Your reward for summoning me shall be to be crushed into a pulp and to savor your blood. Its palm began to exert tremendous force, fingers clenched tightly. Had it not been for the icy crystals surrounding Zhao Yixue, she would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere fragments on the spot. Chen Yin, are you still watching? Xiaoyu exclaimed, urgency etched upon her face. Despite the dire situation, she refused to yield. Chen Yin shook his head. At that moment, the temperature in the air plummeted sharply, a bone-chilling cold enveloping them. Zhao Yixue's eyes transformed into a crystalline blue, akin to exquisite glass. A thick layer of ice began to spread from her palm, swiftly enveloping the entirety of the Calamity Beast's arm. Human, was this your intention? The Calamity Demon had yet to release its grip when the ice had already encased much of its massive body. In the blink of an eye, a colossal ice sculpture of the monster took shape. The chilling aura surged, rendering it motionless. Zhao Yixue furrowed her brows, her extraordinary power erupting forth. With a thunderous crack, she shattered the Calamity Beast's arm into a storm of ice crystals. The cascading ice flowers became a backdrop that accentuated her beauty. In that moment, Luo Shui reaffirmed her strength. Even in the direst of circumstances, she managed to seize the opportunity to counterattack. Incredible, we truly won this time. So powerful. As expected of Luo Shui, ha ha ha, people exhaled in relief. Yet the champagne had yet to be uncorked when a sudden turn of events occurred. Suddenly, the ice crystals on the Calamity Beast exploded. A terrifying gust of wind erupted in all directions, with ice shards shooting out like bullets, injuring dozens in the vicinity. Zhao Yixue's full force had only managed to damage one of its arms. At this moment, her expression was no longer calm. A newfound determination flickered in her gaze. Take action. Seeing this, the elder of the Zhao family finally spoke. Although he was Zhao Yixue's father, he could not allow such a monster to roam free, lest it result in the deaths of thousands. In Jiangcheng, there was no one stronger than Zhao Yixue. The elder Zhao issued his orders. Act now. Around them, 4 fire element mages simultaneously activated their abilities. Earth Dragon Fire. 4 fire dragons materialized before them, rapidly burrowing underground. These fire dragons served as the fuse. In 10 seconds, they would breach the thunder zone, igniting 500 tons of heavy explosives, obliterating everything in the vicinity. Everyone retreat. Nearly 10 sorcerers had already joined forces to construct a barrier to withstand the violent shockwave of the impending explosion. The Zhao family had made the most comprehensive preparations for this advancement. The indestructible transparent barrier shimmered with rippling water patterns, forged by multiple extraordinary beings, providing ample defense. As for Zhao Yixue still remaining inside, she had become a pawn. From the very beginning, she had no option to escape. Yet, amidst the retreat of all, one individual surged against the tide. Indeed, it was Chen Yin. Before him, the barrier appeared as fragile as paper, mysteriously parting to create an opening. A madman among the mad, he had shattered the barrier. Ignoring the cries behind him, Chen Yin transformed into a swift shadow and charged forward. In an instant, the elemental forces of wind and thunder flickered. Simultaneously, 4 fire dragons erupted from the earth, unleashing a terrifying tornado of flames that ignited countless explosives. Boom! Fire, smoke, and shockwaves tore through the fragile ground, birthing a colossal mushroom cloud that shook the heavens. In that fleeting moment, the world was rendered deaf, while blinding flames illuminated their sight. Everything within that vicinity, including the insects in the soil, the weeds in the crevices of stones, and the mice in the burrows, would be reduced to dust amidst this dazzling display of destruction. In the second before the explosion, Zhao Yixue's mind flashed with myriad images, akin to a revolving lantern. A sense of helplessness and bitterness washed over her, for she realized that the final image etched in her mind was none other than Chen Yin's face. Yet, she could not fully ascertain whether he was indeed silent, for he had never confirmed it, leaving all her speculations mere conjectures. Alas, there was no opportunity left. She did not blame anyone. She only lamented her own impotence. Even at her full strength, she could not triumph over the Calamity Demon before her. But in that instant, she found herself falling into someone's embrace. Looking up, she beheld a pair of golden eyes, sacred and imposing. Chen Yin, though the man before her wore a mask. She had seen those eyes not long ago and could not forget them. Before she could utter another word, the roar of the explosion and the flames consumed everything. Zhao Yixue lay in Chen Yin's arms, blinking in bewilderment, unable to articulate her feelings at that moment. Outside, there raged a cataclysmic explosion and flames, yet she felt untouched, even finding warmth in Chen Yin's embrace. Suddenly, she realized there was a peculiar realm that severed all external turmoil. Within this domain, Chen Yin, or perhaps the Silent One, reigned as a deity over all. "Are you here to save me?" Zhao Yixue inquired softly, her voice as fragile as a kitten. Yet her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable clarity. "I owe you a favor." "Thus, you are indeed the Silent One. I have not misjudged. Is this truly the time for such entanglements?" "It is. Let us first deal with this matter," Chen Yin replied, somewhat speechless. Astonished that everyone was so naive as to believe that a pile of explosives could vanquish a beast of calamity. Chapter 64, The Silent One. Known to all yet seen by none, Chen Yin cradled Zhao Yixue in the midst of the devastating fiery tempest, engaged in conversation. The judgment of the elemental sword. Within this realm, all was obliterated. In the eyes of others, they had perished beyond any hope of revival, including that monstrous entity, undoubtedly reduced to ashes, incapable of returning to life. It was a tragic end. No one anticipated that Miss Zhao would meet her demise in such a manner. The price of recklessly challenging the utmost difficulty of advancement was steep. May those who follow take heed of this cautionary tale. People lamented, expressing their sorrow. Particularly the members of the Zhao family, each face ashen, nearly speechless in their grief. The loss of Zhao Yixue was an unbearable blow to them. Yet, for the sake of the Zhao family's dignity and status, such a decision had to be made. "Old master, why did you not wait for the young lady to escape before taking action? Perhaps there was still a chance." The steward sighed. "If the monster is released, the Zhao family cannot afford such disgrace." Old Master Zhao replied coldly. "Oh, Mississippi." Unexpectedly, the other matrons of the Zhao family secretly reveled in their hearts. Previously, the status of Zhao Yixue's lineage was unassailable. Now that Zhao Yixue was dead, we could finally find an opportunity to emerge. Some individuals raised their phones, capturing the billowing clouds of dust, posting to social media. Suddenly, from the swirling black smoke, a chilling voice echoed. "Humans, your naivety is truly laughable." The hurricane howled, and the dust cleared. The massive, battered monster re-emerged into view. Its body bore countless wounds, with grotesque, rotting flesh writhing at nearly every injury. It did not take long for it to rejuvenate. "No, it cannot be. It is still alive. This monster still lives. 50 tons of explosives could not destroy it. It's over. All is lost." In that moment, despair fully engulfed the crowd. How could Jiangxing contend with such a beast after losing Zhao Yixue? If it were to attack the city, who could withstand it? "Flee! Save yourselves!" People screamed, frantically rushing to escape. Even the elite extraordinary beings and fully armed law enforcement were overwhelmed by fear, their rationality crumbling. They understood all too well that defeating this monster was utterly impossible. There was no glimmer of hope. Amidst the chaos, however, Chuya remained, though uncertainty gnawed at her. "Oh no. Please tell me that Wu Yu and Luoxue are not dead." After such a terrifying explosion, could Chen Yin have emerged unscathed? Chuya pondered anxiously. "Run. You may escape as you wish. The calamity demon will relish this sensation, wielding fear to dominate humanity, watching them scurry like ants. It is exhilarating." The great maw upon its chest emitted a shrill, piercing screech, akin to a triumphant declaration. Yet, at that moment, another voice reached its ears. "Who gave you the delusion that you could decide the fate of humanity?" The calamity demon abruptly turned its head. This seemingly ordinary voice nearly sent it into a state of shock. If one were to experience goosebumps, they would likely cover their entire body. Is there anyone still alive? Amidst the horror of that recent explosion, the existence of a living human is inconceivable. My survival is attributed to my resilient exterior and remarkable regenerative abilities. Traits bestowed upon me by the formidable calamity beast. But what of humanity? Clearly, many have also noticed the peculiar situation surrounding the calamity beast, turning their gazes toward that direction. Emerging from the haze, a figure slowly materializes, a youth cradling a girl in his arms. Is that Miss Zhao? She is alive. How can this be? He must have saved her. Who is he? The crowd's curiosity intensifies, and the moment they witness this scene, a tumult of astonishment surges within them. Reaching staggering heights, shock, disbelief, and confusion envelop them. In the aftermath of such a terrifying explosion, someone not only survived but also rescued Miss Zhao. Is this something achievable by mere mortals? Indeed, someone had charged into the chaos. It was him. When did Jiangxing give rise to such a powerful being? People pointed at Chen Yin, murmuring in disbelief. Particularly, The vigilant bodyguard from the Zhao family recalled having encountered this individual before, having once commanded him to leave. At this moment, the bodyguard felt a chill creep over him, his body trembling. How wonderful! She is indeed unscathed. Xiaoya finally exhaled in relief, repeatedly patting her chest. Even with her prior mental preparation, she could not help but be utterly astonished. Who would have thought she would emerge completely unharmed, even her mask intact? This time, the tables had turned on the calamity beast. It was impatiently swinging its fists, aiming to reduce Chen Yin to a mere pulp. However, without warning, one of its arms suddenly severed. The arm of the calamity demon was rapidly regenerating, yet it remained oblivious to what had caused its dismemberment. 3 heads and 12 reddish-brown eyes searched frantically, finally spotting the elusive golden apparition. The apparition wielded a golden sword, hovering above Chen Yin like a deity. The calamity demon raised its 4 arms, unleashing a barrage of strikes aimed at Chen Yin. Possessing intelligence, it deduced that if it attacked with sufficient speed, the opponent could not possibly defend. Yet, in the next instant, the 4 severed arms plummeted to the ground. The mechanism of the judgment sword operates not on individual attacks, but on all entities within the realm of judgment. How could humanity possibly possess such strength? The arm continued to regenerate, but the creature's demeanor shifted from one of confidence to one burdened by an overwhelming sense of dread. It instinctively took a few steps back. Indeed, just moments ago, it relished in instilling fear in humanity, yet now it found itself on the receiving end of terror. Who was this individual? Their power is utterly terrifying. Though he had yet to fully reveal his power, it was undeniably far superior to that of Miss Zhao, almost beyond belief. Wait, could he be? Someone murmured, a name caught in their throat, struggling to articulate it. Silent. It could only be him. Apart from him, I could not fathom who else could possess such formidable strength. When the calamity game merged with reality, even those who had never engaged with the game became acquainted with these renowned figures. Silent, universally acknowledged, yet unseen. To think that today, he would intervene, all to rescue the young lady of the Zhao family. In that moment, the butler awakened from his stupor. So this was the favor to which the young lady had alluded. Chapter 65, Suffocating. The all-encompassing domination of silence. As the crowd finally discerned Chen Yin's true identity, an almost euphoric delight surged within them. Silence, it is indeed silence. Heaven bless Jiang City, ha ha ha. With him present, this monstrous foe shall surely be vanquished. How splendid. Among those present, the majority were game players who had inherited the talents of the calamity, and they were exceedingly familiar with this name. Their fervor reaching a fevered pitch. Witnessing the battle of the world's strongest player was an exceedingly rare and precious experience. Good heavens, I have seen silence. Sob, sob, sob. Is he truly so young? Could I perhaps have a chance to pursue him? Even with a mask, he is so dashing. Several girls, overwhelmed with excitement, felt an irresistible urge to rush into the fray and fight alongside Chen Yin. This was a tale they could boast about for a lifetime. Only a small minority, entirely ignorant of calamity, felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Who is Silence? Zhao Kuei inquired. My lord, he is the strongest player in calamity, perhaps the foremost in the world. Ha ha. Zhao Kuei stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze haughty. True strength has been abandoned by the tides of time, while a throng of video game enthusiasts rises to the forefront, utterly absurd. As a world-renowned martial artist, he had devoted his life to rigorous training, driven by an unyielding desire to excel. Yet, in this altered world, he found himself rendered obsolete. Ultimately, he could only place his aspirations upon his daughter, hoping she would inherit his dreams and ascend to the pinnacle of the world, ensuring the Zhao family's legacy would endure. Thus, he exerted immense pressure upon Zhao Yixue. In essence, his daughter Zhao Yixue was but a vessel for the fulfillment of his ambitions. Yet now, a man had emerged to save her, and their apparent emotional entanglement filled him with shame. The Zhao family could perish standing, but they would not be reduced to cowardly shadows hiding behind others. Take a moment to rest, Chen Yin said, gently setting Zhao Yixue down. The genes within her would naturally heal her wounds. There was no need to fear for her life. He prepared to confront the calamity demon general with utmost seriousness. Although he currently held the advantage, challenges still loomed ahead. The more frequently the judgment blade is wielded, the greater the consumption of extraordinary power. To fully withstand the recent explosion, the judgment realm severed all ties to the external world, thereby ensuring the safety of both individuals. Although this incantation possesses formidable capabilities, it is not without its drawbacks. It cannot be employed indefinitely. Chun Yin contemplated for a moment and resolved to unleash the Calamity Gem in a single, devastating strike to prevent the creature from continuously regenerating. Alert! Insufficient Calamity energy. Gem effects cannot be activated. Please replenish energy. Oh, has it truly been depleted? The Calamity Gem also has its limitations, requiring the hunting of Calamity beasts to restore its energy. It appears this battle must proceed in a conventional manner. Human, I concede your strength, but your power cannot be limitless. The Calamity Demon had already retreated a considerable distance, realizing that a formidable aura surrounded the human, rendering it unsafe to approach. By maintaining distance, it aimed to exhaust the human's strength until he could no longer sustain the aura, thus securing victory. This delineates the distinction between Calamity beasts and ordinary monsters. Their cognitive capacity operates on a higher plane, unlike typical creatures that merely stand and endure attacks. Be cautious. It is gathering energy. Quickly move aside. The onlookers suddenly perceived that the Calamity beast, the young man, and the crowd behind had formed a straight line. In an instant, a terrifying dark purple energy cannon erupted from the maw on the creature's chest. The air was pierced, and the ground fractured. There was no way Chun Yin could evade this assault. If he did, Zhao Yixue and the crowd behind him would be caught in the blast. Intriguing. A smirk crept onto Chun Yin's lips. He nullified the incantation's effects and stood firm, unmoving as a mountain. Boom. The dark purple energy cannon detonated upon impact with Chun Yin's body. The epic gear's recoil effect was triggered, redirecting a smaller energy blast back at the Calamity beast, obliterating one of its heads. A chilling wail reverberated across the desolate landscape. He is unharmed. Incredible. This must be what makes him a monster. The onlookers observed that Chun Yin had withstood the energy blast with his body, emerging completely unscathed. Conversely, the Calamity beast had suffered the consequences of its own attack, which was astonishing. For the first time, Chun Yin tested his defensive capabilities, and the results were highly gratifying. In this interval, the head of the Calamity demon began to writhe as it slowly recovered, albeit at a significantly reduced pace. Come, let us continue. Chun Yin beckoned with a flourish of his hand. The Calamity beast had entirely breached its defenses. It had been summoned by Zhao Yixue, and its primary objective was to eliminate the summoner, a mission inscribed within its very being. Like a chain binding it, if it could not vanquish Zhao Yixue, it would remain shackled in servitude. Everyone understood this, which is why they positioned Zhao Yixue as bait within the danger zone, to prevent the Calamity beast from escaping. Yet at this moment, the Calamity beast nearly succumbed to an act contrary to its very nature. It yearned to flee. The male human before it was terrifying beyond measure. An invincible force. The intelligence within its mind urged it to escape, yet the instincts of its body forbade retreat. It was compelled to vanquish its summoner. In this tug of war, its reason shattered. This was the essence of fear. I am afraid. I am afraid of a human. With a frenzied roar, the Calamity beast charged towards Chun Yin, leaving colossal footprints upon the earth. Faced with this rampaging behemoth, Chun Yin advanced without hesitation, doing nothing but standing there to endure the assault. Die, 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 die. 6 immense, muscular arms relentlessly struck at him, each punch carrying a force akin to mountains. Yet Chun Yin remained unscathed, while the beast's arms erupted in a shower of blood, like a rain of dark crimson, staining the ground in ebony. Each of the beast's attacks reverberated within its own body, causing its flesh to shatter and then mend repeatedly, a cycle that persisted dozens of times. Ultimately, all 6 arms were obliterated, unable to recover. Its body appeared drained of vitality, resembling a desiccated tree bereft of strength. With a thunderous crash, the Calamity beast collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. In stark contrast, Chun Yin remained relaxed, his attire merely slightly soiled, for he had exerted no effort, merely standing there to absorb the blows. What a pity, he mused, contemplating that had he sustained injuries, he could have tested the new linguistic spirit of destiny. It seemed, however, that such an opportunity was momentarily lost. Suddenly, a few obscure syllables escaped his lips, causing the temperature of the air to surge dramatically. Linguistic spirit, flame eruption. With a resounding boom, fierce flames erupted forth, enveloping the Calamity beast in a blaze that roared to life. Before the inferno, Chun Yin received a notification. Genetic energy, 45,232. Level up, 8,395. Calamity Gem's defensive energy fully replenished. Congratulations on acquiring the epic grade equipment, Heartguard Amulet of the Celestial Demon, simultaneously. Others received a different notification. Congratulations player Luo Shui for successfully passing the Calamity level advancement trial. Evidently, after defeating the monstrous foe, she too could be credited with success, even if she had not delivered the final blow. However, the experience points from the monster were awarded to Chen Yan, catapulting him up 12 levels, equivalent to the experience gained from slaying 1,000 ordinary creatures. This was precisely what Chen Yan urgently needed, making this endeavor well worthwhile. Around him, a chorus of gasps and exclamations filled the air. What just happened? He didn't even seem to move. This fearsome creature of calamity has perished just like that? To be more precise, it met its demise by its own hand. Astonishing. A monster that left us all helpless was toyed with as if it were but a plaything in the hands of the illustrious player. The strongest player in the world indeed lives up to his reputation. I can hardly fathom what his full strength might look like, certainly not what we witnessed moments ago. How magnificent he is. I could only dream of marrying him. The law enforcement of Jiang City breathed a collective sigh of relief. The crisis had been averted, and they had unexpectedly encountered a benefactor. They prepared to express their gratitude in formation. But where has the team leader gone? What? From a distance, they realized that the figure had truly vanished, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Chen Yan had returned to Qiu Ya's side, having changed into clean attire and removed his mask. In the shadows of anonymity, no one could detect his presence. What are you searching for? Goodness. Qiu Ya jolted, turning to see Chen Yan, nearly frightened to death. When did you come back? Just now. So impressive, so powerful. Qiu Ya exclaimed repeatedly, feeling immensely honored to be in the presence of this extraordinary figure. Lower your voice, lest we draw attention. Yet, you simply left Miss Zhao behind there? How heartless. Does she require my embrace to exit? Chen Yan glanced up and noticed Zhao Yixue had already emerged. She walked with steady poise, radiating a refreshing aura, exuding a cold yet mysterious beauty. Chapter 66. Why provoke anyone else when it's him? After successfully overcoming the challenge, Zhao Yixue unlocked her genetic seal and ascended to the second tier. As a second-tier extraordinary being, not only had her attributes significantly enhanced, but she could also learn advanced abilities, surpassing the first tier by leaps and bounds. It is likely that the current Zhao Yixue could easily crush the calamity beast they had just encountered. However, her thoughts were not focused on the joy of success. He came to rescue me. He still cares for me. Zhao Yixue felt quite pleased, having fully confirmed that Chen Yan was indeed the illustrious player. Even without hearing him admit it directly, such details mattered little now. This girl, typically so frosty, now moved with a lightness in her step. As she made her way, blessings poured in from all around. Congratulations, Miss Zhao, on your successful promotion. From now on, you shall be a second-tier extraordinary being, far surpassing us. With Miss Zhao in Jiang City, we need not fear the Blood Moon calamity, haha. Zhao Yixue swiftly navigated through the crowd until she collided with her father. Zhao Kuei. Zhao Kuei, the current head of the Zhao family, ranks among the top 2 martial artists in the world, burdened by the fact that he has never attained the title of the absolute best. In a chilling manner, the words useless struck like a blow to the head. Zhao Yixue was well aware of her father's temperament and chose not to speak, standing silently as she endured his reprimand. The Zhao family has gone to great lengths for you, and in the end, your advancement relies on a man? What a pitiful creature. Immediately, a member of the Zhao family stepped forward to dissuade him. Master, perhaps you should refrain from speaking too harshly. The young lady has barely escaped with her life. We ought to be happy for her. Escape with her life? Huh. Being rescued by a man in his arms. She feels no shame, but I do. This remark seemed to trigger something in Zhao Yixue, who suddenly raised her head. Her gaze met Zhao Kuei's, unwavering and bold. Being embraced by someone she cherished brought her joy, not embarrassment. That comment provoked her ire. What? Have you grown wings? You dare to glare at me? Zhao Kuei sneered. Don't tell me you have romantic feelings for that man. The atmosphere fell into a peculiar silence. At that moment, no one dared to interject. Even those of the Zhao family's direct lineage could only watch quietly. And so what? Zhao Yixue bravely acknowledged her feelings. A resounding slap landed mercilessly on her delicate face. Zhao Yixue's head turned to the side from the impact. She felt no physical pain, yet her heart ached. With great power comes great responsibility. In a world fraught with peril, how can a capable person indulge in romantic sentiments? You have brought disgrace upon the Zhao family. Zhao Kuei scolded her fiercely, his words laced with fervor, saliva flying with every utterance. Everyone knew that Zhao Kuei's actions were justified. He sought to strengthen his daughter through the strictest means, though perhaps he was excessively harsh. Zhao Yixue recognized her father's correctness and began to question herself. Had she been too selfish? With the blood moon catastrophe looming, she should bear the greatest burden, yet she harbored personal desires. Had she truly erred? At that moment, an unseen darkness began to spread. No one knew its origin. It was as if the gates of hell had swung open, engulfing all in an abyss where one could see nothing. Total darkness enveloped the vision. Oppression, gloom, weightiness, despair. What is happening? Is anyone there? Who will save me? Only a few were aware of what transpired. This small group, familiar with silence, had encountered this power before. Silence. Do not speak. How terrifying. What on earth is happening? If you wish to live, keep quiet. Yet, shut the hell up. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Those few who understood the reality trembled, their hairs standing on end. It is silence. He is enraged. This is his ability. Such a dreadful pressure. Should he choose to kill, none of us would likely survive. Xiaoya was aware of this, having encountered it once before. Zhao Yixue understood it as well. Even though she had ascended to the rank of a second-tier transcendent, she still felt an overwhelming pressure in the boundless darkness. The death of the word spirit. Zhao Yixue pondered the reason behind Chun Yan's sudden activation of this ability, questioning his true intentions. Just as she was lost in thought, a familiar voice resonated beside her. With greater power comes greater responsibility? You may have misunderstood. My intervention is solely to save her. As for you all, it is merely incidental. It was Chun Yan's voice, yet he wasn't addressing her. Zhao Yixue realized that the person with whom Chun Yan was conversing was her father. Zhao Kuei, are you choosing silence? Zhao Kuei stood his ground, facing the darkness. A strong individual is not necessarily bound by responsibility, but must possess freedom. For instance, in this moment, haha, Chun Yan chuckled lightly, casually remarking, if I were to annihilate your Zhao family, who would dare to resist? Silence reigned, an oppressive quietude. Zhao Kuei dared not respond. Even he, typically composed, was drenched in sweat, his spine chilled. His greatest ambition was to elevate the Zhao family to the pinnacle of the world, leaving an indelible mark in history. His deepest fear was the ruin of the Zhao family's legacy, relegating them to the ranks of mediocrity. Coming from a martial arts lineage, he could sense the murderous intent emanating from his opponent. Moments ago, he had distinctly felt the lethal aura. Should the centuries-old legacy of the Zhao family come to an end here, he would die without peace. This individual, shrouded in silence, was unbound by moral, legal, or humanistic constraints. He could slay monstrous calamities or take human lives, for his creed dictated that the strong possess freedom. Thus, Zhao Kuei was gripped by fear, fear that rendered him voiceless, fear that made him tremble. As the darkness receded like a tide, the people's vision was finally restored, and the terrifying pressure dissipated. They immediately began to scan their surroundings, yet found no trace of the silent figure. Damn, that was terrifying. Man, don't even say it. I nearly lost control of my bladder. You might not believe it, but the pressure from silence during those few seconds was far greater than that of a calamity beast. Mamma mia, I'm going to have nightmares tonight. The old man of the Zhao family clearly lacks discernment. Why put on airs before silence? Damn, we almost got caught up in it. Thankfully, silence didn't actually make a move. The crowd sighed in relief. Zhao Kuei dared not utter another word. He gathered the members of the Zhao family and turned to leave, his face burning with embarrassment. Zhao Yixue gazed into the distance, her eyes fixed on the retreating figures of Chun Yan and Xiaoya. Thank you. Chun Yan and Xiaoya were already on their way out. Brother, what are your plans next? I'm just 4 levels away from reaching level 99. Once I hit the max level, I must undertake an advancement challenge. That sounds like an easy feat, haha. Not necessarily. After slaying the calamity beast, Chun Yan received a new prompt that piqued his interest. Congratulations. You have qualified for the Demon God level challenge. Chapter 67. The monster tide assaults the teleportation array. Chun Yan no longer slacks off. Chun Yan's lips curled into a smirk. This was intriguing. In numerous games, upon completing the normal difficulty, players often encounter a hidden level of heightened challenge. It appears that this so-called demon god level is a challenge surpassing the cataclysm level in difficulty. The criteria for activating this challenge are quite stringent, requiring the slaying of a cataclysm level beast. There are many top-tier experts in the world. Zhao Yixue, as a pioneer, successfully overcame the cataclysm challenge, providing a reference for others to follow. Undoubtedly, more individuals will succeed in due time, such as Su Jinyu and Yi Hongling, with their capabilities. As long as they adequately prepare and devise a comprehensive plan, it shouldn't prove too arduous. However, finding another individual globally capable of reaching the demon god level is improbable. While others may eventually attain it, the initial ascension is beyond their grasp. Chen Yan, however, is different. He can unleash his potential to the fullest during his first ascension. The prerequisite, of course, is to pass the trial. Along the way, Chen Yan began to contemplate his recent acquisitions. First and foremost was the newly acquired epic grade equipment. The Heartguard Pendant. Heartguard Pendant, epic grade, required tier, level 1. Second tier defense, 0 attack, 150 attribute bonus, supernatural 20 special effect. Heartguard can completely negate 1 attack of any kind. Upon activation, the equipment shatters permanently. This equipment is remarkable. Chen Yin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The additional attributes are exceptional, enhancing his supernatural capabilities and augmenting the power of his incantations. More astonishing is the special effect, which allows for the complete negation of 1 attack, effectively granting him an additional life. When utilized at a critical moment, it could potentially turn the tide of battle. Alas, he is currently unable to equip it. As it is a second-tier item, he must first ascend. Gene level, first tier, level 95, physique, 149 agility, 100 supernatural, 89 attack bonus, 310 defense bonus, 820 combat power assessment, 73 stars after his level increased. Chen Yan learned an ordinary incantation, Skyward Command. Its effect is straightforward. It allows him to fly. Upon reaching level 99, he will be able to comprehend the first-tier ultimate incantation, Lioness Flame. Thus, his current objective is simple, to reach level 99, then challenge the demon god level for maximum enhancement of his strength. Chen Yin and Xiaoyu did not linger in Jiangxing for long and soon embarked on their return journey. In no time, news outlets exploded with headlines that captivated the entire internet. The internet is in shock. Silence reappears, defeating a powerful cataclysm beast and saving Jiangxing. The terrifying power of silence. The cataclysm beast had no means to resist. Zhao Yixue has successfully advanced, yet she faces her father's reprimand. Is this a reflection of moral decay or a distortion of human nature? The enigmatic figure, Bu Yu, claims to be her savior. Could there be a romantic entanglement between the two? Such stories have inundated the headlines across the internet. The mere mention of Bu Yu and Luo Shui is enough to incite frenzy among the masses. This unexpected twist has delighted many, as the strongest player and the goddess are rumored to be entwined in a romantic affair. However, Su Jinyu and Yi Hongling remain exceptions to this jubilation, particularly Su Jinyu, who recently suffered emotional distress due to Yi Hongling's provocations, is still reeling from that experience. Now, it seems that Bu Yu has found another sister to charm. This is utterly intolerable. Without a moment to spare after bathing, Su Jinyu, still in her bathtub, calls Chen Yan. Bu Yu, Xiaoqi, have you advanced? Let me share some precautions. That monster possesses formidable regenerative abilities. That's not important. I called you to discuss something else. It is important. I worry for your safety. Oh, you're concerned for me? Well, what about you and Luo Shui? We are merely ordinary friends. I assist her merely to repay a favor. All right, I trust you. But your words sound rather like those of a scoundrel. Nevertheless, even if you are a scoundrel, I would still willingly fall for you, she giggles. Xiaoqi, feel free to reach out whenever you encounter difficulties. Chen Yan replies with a chuckle, shaking his head at the naivete of this young lady from the Su family. She is much easier to deal with than the seductive Yi Hongling or the morose Zhao Yixue. At this moment, Chen Yan has returned to Lehigh City after disembarking from his flight. Suddenly, he notices a plea for help in the Shanghai Yong'an Guild group. Messages posted just minutes ago. Lawyer, are there any brothers nearby in East City, Lehigh? We are surrounded by monsters. Urgent assistance needed. Lawyer, we are in the crucial phase of activating the teleportation array, and the surrounding monsters have been attracted by an immense energy. Please help. Lawyer, if the teleportation array is breached, Lehigh City will lose the ability to teleport. Many guild members expressed their concern. Lehigh City? Contact Ahua. Isn't he the local tyrant there? Ahua, summon reinforcements immediately. Damn it, it's early morning. That brat is probably still asleep. Who can reach him? That good-for-nothing Ahua is useless at this critical moment. Are there any other brothers who can assist? The monsters in this area were originally around level 20, but now they inexplicably appear to be level 80. This is outrageous. After perusing the messages, Chun Yin realizes, I seem to be near East City. Rather than waiting for Ahua, whose arrival would likely take several hours, he decides to handle the situation himself. Establishing teleportation arrays in major cities to facilitate subsequent reinforcements is the guild's core objective, and everyone has been diligently working towards this goal, even at the expense of many members leveling progress. No longer willing to exert effort, it was said that it could not go on any longer. Chun Yin bid farewell to Chiyoya, activated his stealth and aerial abilities, and soared into the sky, commencing a search. In the eastern suburbs of Lehigh City, atop a mountain peak, a small team of 5 was diligently constructing a teleportation array. The expansive terrain of the summit facilitated the energy flow between the two arrays, making it the optimal site for their endeavor. Among them was a somewhat corpulent fellow wielding a staff, the very mage who had been calling for help within their group, and a member of the guild. The teleportation array was in a critical phase of energy communication. What is energy communication? For instance, if Lehigh City were to connect with Jiangcheng, the array in Lehigh City would emit a surge of energy, while Jiangcheng's array would release its own. Only when these two energies successfully linked could one deem the communication complete. This process unleashed a terrifying, extraordinary force, attracting a multitude of monsters, who surged forth like a tidal wave, relentlessly besieging the group. What the hell? Aren't the monsters in this wretched place only around level 20? Why are there now all these level 70 beasts? It must be that a number of players have recently broken through to the second tier, resulting in an escalation of the world level. World level? What is that? If you have ever played Genshin Impact, you would know that when the world level rises, the levels of monsters within the game also increase. Damn it, I didn't ask for a lecture right now. The number of monsters is growing, and we are simply unable to hold them off. We're going to die. Old Wu, if it comes to it, let us abandon the teleportation array and flee. One of them suggested. No way. Wuan exclaimed angrily. If this teleportation array is not completed, Lehigh City will be isolated, and when faced with formidable monsters, countless civilians will suffer. But we can't withstand this onslaught any longer. I just called for reinforcements. We must hold on a little longer. Wuan gritted his teeth, continuously wielding his black and gold staff, casting spell after spell at the monsters below. Yet, most of their energy had been devoted to constructing the teleportation array, leaving little strength for battle. Meanwhile, the monsters below were a dark mass. Level 70, Abyssal Serpent. Level 71, Flesh Puppet. Level 73, Man-Faced Dragon Hawk Beast. Level 68, Plague Rat. Countless monsters of diverse forms surged forth, driven by a singular purpose, to converge upon the teleportation array radiating immense energy. I can't go on any longer, Old Wu. We can't possibly perish here, can we? It seems we have no choice but to abandon the array and flee. I never imagined we would fail at the final stage of the mission. Just as Old Wu was reluctantly preparing to escape, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, fortuitously landing directly in front of the group. Is this reinforcements? Damn it. Why is it just one person? The group could only discern his silhouette, seemingly that of a young man. Old Wu hurriedly called out, Brother, you're not the only one here, are you? The figure remained silent. Come back. You can't play ball all alone. Damn it, if something happens, I'll be responsible. Don't do anything foolish. The other party not only remained silent, but continued to advance. Old Wu was utterly frantic, slapping his thigh in desperation. How could a reckless fool suddenly appear? I called for support, not for a death wish. Forget about him, Old Wu, if we can delay a bit longer. That's a victory in itself. Our mission is to defend the teleportation array. Wuan refrained from charging in, watching helplessly as the man was engulfed by the dark tide. Within that chaos were monsters around level 70. Once inside, survival was impossible. How could this person be so reckless? Or was it that everyone in the guild shared such noble ideals, willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the teleportation array? Such selflessness was truly remarkable. Old Wu sighed. A reckless man is also a hero. At that moment, a message arrived in the group. Ahua responded. He said reinforcements were on their way at full speed, and urged us to hold on. Well then, let us endure until Ahua's people arrive. Everyone, hold the line. Ahua was the top player in Linhai City, and everyone knew that with his involvement, there was hardly any problem that couldn't be resolved. It was just unfortunate that we lost a brother who came to help. Suddenly, Wuan noticed something peculiar. Wait, have you all noticed that the number of attacking monsters has significantly decreased? Indeed, the pressure had suddenly lessened. What could be the reason? Chapter 68. Shao Qi just wanted to see the Si Chun Yan. Upon encountering this horde of monsters, felt as if he had stumbled into paradise. He was in dire need of leveling up. Going from level 95 to 99 required an immense amount of experience, and here it was. Initially, he engaged in killing monsters himself, but soon realized it was unnecessary. By merely standing amidst the monsters, he could achieve automatic monster farming through their recoil. With his epic gear granting him extraordinary defense, no monster could inflict harm upon him. Gene Energy 543, Gene Energy 566, Gene Energy 612, experience points began to accumulate continuously. These monsters possessed little intelligence. They did not flee, but relentlessly attacked Chun Yan. The vibrations he created translated into experience points. Their bodies would dissipate into black mist, only for new ones to surge forth. Due to the commotion caused by Chun Yan, he attracted even more monsters, significantly alleviating the pressure on the mountain. This was exhilarating. Not only did these monsters provide Chun Yan with experience points, but they also dropped scattered equipment and skill scrolls. By utilizing the tremendous energy fluctuations from the teleportation array to lure monsters, he leveled up. This strategy was likely unique to Chun Yan. In less than 10 minutes, he reached level 96. The number of monsters surging into the mountains has sharply diminished, as Chun Yan has become like a vortex, drawing them all towards him. Half an hour later, Chun Yan reached level 97. The monsters, preoccupied with him, no longer bothered to ascend the mountain. Wuan and his companions were bewildered. What was happening? Why were there no monsters climbing up? What transpired below? Could it be that their comrade had vanquished them all? Impossible. Have you ever witnessed an individual single-handedly slaying monsters? A horde could easily overwhelm anyone. Indeed, I surmise that reinforcements from Ahua's faction have arrived. They must be valiantly battling the monsters below, thus alleviating our burden. Let us hold the teleportation array for now. The end is near. Another half hour passed, and Chun Yan had nearly exterminated the majority of the monsters, successfully reaching level 98. Considering the time, they should be arriving shortly. Without hesitation, Chun Yan departed, seeking another location to level up. The experience required for this final level was substantial and not easily attained. Accomplished. The teleportation array has been linked. According to Sister Shao Qi, Haiqing is now successfully connected to Luqing. Task completed, and the weight on Wuan and his companions' hearts was lifted. Thankfully, with the aid of our comrades, we would have likely failed without their support. Look, our brothers have arrived. Gratitude to them. At that moment, ascending the mountain were the reinforcements sent by Ahua, a team of 10 elite extraordinary individuals. Wuan immediately greeted them warmly. You are the ones sent by Ahua, right? Thank you for coming to our rescue. Haha. Without your support, we would have surely faltered today. The newcomers appeared equally perplexed. The leading captain scratched his head and responded, Brother Hor summoned us, stating that the situation was extremely urgent, yet upon our arrival, I see no monsters, just a few scattered ones. Oh, there's no need for modesty. We are all brothers. Wuan's expression suddenly darkened a shade. However, just moments ago, one of our comrades sacrificed himself. He was too reckless, charging into the monsters without heeding our warnings. Indeed, there were hardly any monsters when we arrived. We were puzzled as well. Zundu. Wuan's brow instinctively twitched, disbelief washing over him. Zundu, brother. Why would I deceive you? I thought you all were so formidable. It wasn't you who dealt with the monsters? Good heavens. Upon hearing this, Wuan and his companions were jolted into clarity, realization dawning upon them. Old Wu, it truly was that individual. Incredible, he single-handedly dealt with so many monsters? Wuan suddenly felt that the situation was becoming increasingly surreal, as a dreadful truth began to take shape in his mind. That individual had not perished nor acted recklessly. He had indeed gone forth to slay the monsters. Alone, he had decimated the monstrous tide. What kind of freak is this? What does it mean that someone had arrived before us? The captain scratched his head in confusion. Indeed, there was a young man. Wuan could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth, pondering that it must be a formidable figure from their group. For no ordinary person could possess such strength. He promptly opened the Shanhua Yongin group chat and sent a message. Master Fa, a heartfelt thanks to the remarkable individual who lent us assistance just now. Without you, we might have met our doom. Master Fa, truly astonishing. One person standing against the tide of monsters. May I inquire who this illustrious hero is? The group members immediately began to jest. Has the crisis been averted? Ahua remains impressive, truly the number one in Linghai City. Ahua, Brother Hua, is amazing. Do come to Linghai City and treat the brothers to a meal. Meng He was also closely following the events, utterly bewildered. Ahua, while my subordinates are elite, they cannot possibly fend off the monster tide alone. Let us not exaggerate. Ahua, wait a moment, my subordinate just contacted me, claiming it wasn't he they're doing? At this, the group members were left dumbfounded. If it wasn't he someone Ahua sent, then who could it be? Is there anyone else in the group from Linghai City? Why not speak up? Indeed. Which esteemed brother will come forth to clarify? At that moment, Meng He suddenly recalled an incident from a few days prior when Wu Yu had called him. Considering today as happenings, could it be that Wu Yu was the one who single-handedly faced the monster tide? Ahua, did you see his face? Master Fa. Master Fa. No, we did not see it. He had his back to us and charged right in without uttering a word. Ahua, the person you encountered might have been Brother Wu Yu. Master Fa, what? Upon seeing this revelation, Master Fa was astounded, and the group erupted in excitement. Brother Wu Yu? No way. Are you implying that it was Wu Yu who saved them? Brother Wu Yu is in Linghai City? Ahua. Goodness. How fortunate you are to witness Brother Wu Yu in action. Everyone, I'm relocating. I'm booking a flight to Linghai City tonight. Ahua, could you assist me in finding a place? I'm feeling uncomfortable in Lu City as well. Ahua, for heaven's sake, stop your nonsense. Brother Wu Yu has not made himself known. How can I speculate? As the lively discussion continued, Xiao Qi made her entrance. Xiao Qi, are you all devoid of purpose? Shouldn't you be attending to serious matters? The blood moon calamity is imminent. Understood, Sister Xiao Qi. Upgrading now, everyone. Sister Xiao Qi is right. Let us disperse. Xiao Qi. Ahem, I've heard that the seaside villas in Linghai City are quite splendid. No ulterior motive. I simply wish to enjoy the sea. Chapter 69, Challenging Dungeon, Elite Assembly. Chen Yin is set to take a companion. Countdown to the blood moon calamity. 3 days. In the afternoon, the weather was splendid. Chen Yin had reached level 98, soon to attain level 99 and face the challenge of genetic advancement. At this moment, he was resting at home, recuperating his strength while considering where to hunt monsters and level up appropriately. As individuals ascend in rank, the world subtly transforms, with numerous terrains shifting and formidable monsters emerging, while lower-tier creatures are scattered within the city in the form of secret realms. Consequently, players are advancing at an accelerated pace, with top-tier players commonly reaching levels 80 to 90. Presently, the paramount objective for these elites is to strive for the second tier. The chat channels and forums are abuzz with related recruitment posts, looking for a level 90 team to expedite my rise to level 99 within the last 3 days. Message me for high efficiency. Only 3 levels away from 99. Warriors, I seek a team to charge ahead, elite zone upgrade team, with a second-tier veteran leading. Strong support talents preferred, especially spirit users. Chen Yin's progression has been rather measured. He prioritizes quality over speed. Those who hastily ascend to level 99 may find themselves lacking in enhancement of gear and skills, ultimately limited to facing ordinary advancements, a behavior that compromises their future potential. Even at the second tier, their attributes scarcely surpass his own. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside, revealing Qin Yu at the door. Clad in white sneakers and shorts that accentuated her long, slender legs, she radiated youthful exuberance in her pink and white hoodie. What brings you here? Have you had lunch? I brought some for you, she said shyly, unveiling a tote bag from behind her, filled with warm burgers, chicken legs, and a cup of iced cola. Actually, I haven't eaten. Chen Yin invited her inside, chuckling as he asked, did you come all this way just to deliver lunch? What is the matter? Is that a problem? Qin Yu hesitated before responding. I couldn't find you for a while, and didn't know where you had gone. You weren't off gallivanting with another woman, were you? Surprisingly, you guessed right. Chen Yin nearly choked. We're merely a couple in name. Does it really bother you? Of course it does. Otherwise, I would be nominally cheated on. So do you have time? Let me take you to level up. Her self-satisfied demeanor elicited laughter from Chen Yan. It was amusing to think that a novice would wish to assist the world's most powerful player in leveling up. What is so funny? I'm quite strong now. She protested. It's nothing, he replied. Yet, in truth, Qin Yu was not genuinely interested in aiding his advancement. She simply sought an excuse to interact more with Chen Yan, fearing their relationship might grow distant. However, expressing such sentiments was beyond her comfort. At that moment, Chen Yan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Li Yunwei. Hello, is Captain Li looking for me? Yes, Chen Yan. Have you been in Linhai City recently? Yes, why do you ask? Just checking in on you. After all, you are a crucial asset to our team in Linhai City. You're too kind, Captain. I haven't even reached the second tier yet. Chen Yan instinctively downplayed his abilities. Indeed, the ranks of monsters in the world have been steadily escalating, and we have recently uncovered a new high-level dungeon. Would you care to join us? Li Yunwei added. Our team comprises the elite from Linhai City, including 2 second-tier extraordinary beings. 2 of such caliber are indeed exceptional, Chen Yan thought. However, has Captain Li's demeanor toward me been excessively courteous? There are numerous second-tier extraordinary beings in Linhai City. Is such politeness toward someone of my tier truly warranted? Yet, it is indeed permissible. If you have any additional requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Li Yunwei promptly responded. Chen Yan, somewhat taken aback, wondered how she discerned his unspoken desires. He glanced at Qin Yu, who was seated on the sofa, and contemplated. I would like to bring Qin Yu along. Oh, Qin Yu, upon hearing this, was unexpectedly flattered. She was aware of Chen Yan's formidable prowess and his busy schedule. She had assumed he would have other invitations. The prospect of him wanting her company filled her with astonishment and a tinge of joy. Clearly, Li Yunwei was also momentarily taken aback. What level are you currently at? Chen Yan inquired. Level 778, Qin Yu replied, somewhat bashfully. This level surpasses that of most ordinary individuals, but hardly qualifies her as a top-tier player. She would at best rank among the second tier. Captain Li, she is level 78. Very well, you may bring her along. You agreed so readily? Chen Yan found himself puzzled. It was evident that Li Yunwei aimed to assemble an elite team to confront this dungeon. With 2 second-tier powerhouses already in the party, allowing him to bring someone of his tier was already a significant concession, yet permitting Qin Yu's inclusion was unexpected. She is your girlfriend, and I trust you to ensure her safety. It is settled then. We shall convene at the train station at 8 this evening. Understood. Chen Yan had originally intended to seek a place to level up while also mentoring Qin Yu, and this opportunity perfectly aligned with his intentions. However, he could not fathom why Captain Li was so accommodating. Surely, she could not have learned something of significance? After ending the call, Li Yunwei's heartbeat gradually steadied. Captain, why did you acquiesce to his request? Bringing someone with such a low level along will surely attract criticism. If you do not understand, refrain from questioning. I have my own plans. Li Yunwei had discerned Chen Yan's unusual nature from subtle clues. Thus, in recent days, she had been discreetly investigating him. Her attention was drawn to an incident from a few days prior. The enigmatic figure, Silent, had made an appearance in Jiangxing, decisively overpowering the Calamity Beast. After reviewing the summary report of this event, she instinctively traced Chen Yan's recent activities, air tickets to Linhai City, Jiangxing. This prompted her initial inquiry about whether Chen Yan had been residing in Linhai City during that period. A mere test. Chen Yan's evasiveness suggested he was concealing something. Perhaps it was a revelation that could astound everyone. For instance, Chen Yan and Silent might indeed be one and the same. Li Yunwei understood that this secret must never be divulged. The fewer individuals privy to it, the better. Otherwise, its very existence would attract countless individuals to Linhai City, which would not bode well for its safety. With this thought in mind, she logged into the information management system of the Law Enforcement Bureau and located Chen Yan's information. She activated the highest level of encryption. This way, even if others recognized Chen Yan's extraordinary nature, they would find it difficult to conduct an in-depth investigation, thereby significantly reducing the risk of exposure. Task accomplished. Fortunately, her father was affiliated with the National Security Bureau of Longhua, and without his authority, such actions would have been impossible. It was nearly time to depart. Li Yunwei prepared her gear, ready to head to the rendezvous point. This mission was not only to conquer a high-difficulty dungeon, but, more importantly, to ascertain Chen Yan's true identity. Chapter 70. With Chen Yan around, everything is fine. Are you really taking me? What else would I do? Maybe we should forget it. I fear I might hold you back. There's no need to worry. With Chunyan's strength, he can easily manage not just one sister, but even 10. On the way to the meeting point, Chunyan learned from Li Yunwei about the basic information of their team members. There were a total of 8 individuals: Chunyan, Qinyu, Li Yunwei, and 5 elite extraordinary beings. Among them, 2 had just reached the 2nd tier, showcasing commendable strength: Qian Meng, a 2nd-tier Holy Knight, and Zhang Yunlei, a 2nd-tier Thunder Shadow Warrior. Such rare professions were few and far between, with only a handful capable of breaking through the 2nd tier. None were to be underestimated. At the rendezvous point, as soon as Li Yunwei saw Chen Yan, she approached with a smile and greeted, "You all made it. Please wait a moment." As we are still awaiting others, Chen Yan glanced around and noticed that apart from Captain Li, there were 4 others, 2 men and 2 women, suggesting that the Holy Knight, Qian Meng, had yet to arrive. "Captain Li, are these 2 new recruits of yours?" "Indeed. Could you introduce them to us?" Without putting Li Yunwei in a difficult position, Chen Yin stepped forward, level 98, Elemental Mage. Seeing this, Qinyu felt a bit shy to speak. Chen Yin interjected, "She is level 78, Elemental Archer." "What? Level 78? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group noticeably soured. "Is that level even acceptable? Captain Li, can we rely on her? You mentioned you brought in only elites. We are a frontline team, and the lowest among us is level 95. What is a level 78 doing here, relying on her looks?" A woman scoffed. Chen Yin had anticipated such reactions and smiled calmly. "Everyone need not worry. I will ensure her safety." "Haha, young brother, perhaps you should focus on your own safety. This dungeon is a newly discovered one, and it very likely contains 2nd-tier monsters." That sister's face seems somewhat familiar. She resembles a certain female celebrity. The 2 women began to gossip amongst themselves. "Do you think so too?" "Indeed, she particularly resembles that one named Qin something, who became famous at a young age thanks to connections. TSK, one can only wonder how many unspoken rules lie beneath the surface. However, we now reside in an era dominated by gaming, rendering the entertainment industry obsolete." Upon overhearing their discussion, Qin Yu felt a surge of indignation, yet she dared not raise her voice in dissent, fearful of being recognized. Just then, Chen Yin suddenly inquired with a laugh, "To have a woman acknowledge another woman's excellence is more excruciating than taking her life. One must simply grow accustomed to it." "What did you say?" The 2 women immediately erupted in fury, raising their heads to confront him. They debated beauty, physique, grace, and talent, all of which Qin Yu surpassed. Their only advantage lay in their slightly elevated status. Chen Yin's sarcastic remark struck a nerve, provoking an immediate reaction. "Why are you 2 suddenly so agitated? I did not mention any names. Surely you're not taking it personally?" "You." The 2 women flushed with anger, momentarily at a loss for a retort. "Captain Li, the meeting time has arrived, but we are still missing someone," Chen Yin remarked, eager to avoid further delay. "I'll give him a call." Li Yunwei dialed the number, but there was no answer. 10 minutes passed, then 20, then 40, after nearly an hour of waiting. A robust man clad in a black coat finally approached. "Apologies, everyone. I encountered a female admirer on the way and was compelled to chat and dine with her. It was impossible to extricate myself." Indeed, this man was Qian Meng, a 2nd-tier paladin. During his hour of absence, the group had subsisted on nothing but the cold wind. Yet, no one bore him ill will. Instead, they welcomed him with enthusiasm. "No worries, Brother Qian, your timing is impeccable. We haven't waited long at all. Haha. You look so strong. Having you in the dungeon will surely provide a sense of security. Indeed, with a paladin to draw the monster's ire, I feel completely safe." A latecomer, yet pursued with admiration, such is the status bestowed by strength. Of course, Li Yunwei refrained from making any remarks. After all, this man possessed undeniable prowess. It was rumored that not long ago, when his teammates faltered, he had single-handedly conquered a level 90 challenge, even making headlines. "You are late." A chilling voice shattered the warm atmosphere. Chen Yan had spoken. A few minutes of tardiness may be excusable for a valid reason, but an hour spent mingling with female fans was utterly unpalatable to him. Clearly, Qian Ming had not anticipated being reprimanded, his thick brows furrowing in surprise. "And who might you be?" "Brother, he is a level 98 elementalist," the woman coldly remarked. "Ah, not very high in level, yet quite audacious," he retorted. "Indeed. He brought this woman along, who is only level 78. One must wonder where he finds such audacity." Qianming cast a glance at Qinyu. Intrigued by her exquisite beauty, "Stay close to me. I shall protect you." "No need," Qinyu replied, entirely disinterested in his attention. "Wait, could this brother be your boyfriend?" "Ha ha, it matters not. It is rather amusing." Li Yunwei wished to prevent the conflict among the few from escalating further. She feared even more that Chen Yan, in a foul mood, might eliminate them all. "Now that everyone is gathered, let us set forth. There is still a considerable distance to traverse." After 2 hours of walking, they successfully arrived at their destination. This place was situated on the mountainside of a desolate hill, where a transport array, pulsating with the brilliance of a chaotic vortex, shimmered atop the steep cliffs. "Be cautious. This is indeed the entrance to the instance." Chun Yin pondered aloud. "How did you come across such a hidden nook?" Li Yunwei replied, "A few days ago, a team with an average level of 90 went missing in this vicinity. They seem to have ventured into this instance." "Missing?" Qin Yu's expression shifted. "To put it euphemistically, they are merely missing. To speak frankly, they have perished within. The strength of the monsters within this instance could be fathomed if even a team of average level 90 could fall victim." "Haha, surely no one is afraid." Qianming laughed heartily. "If you are scared, you can leave now. Once inside, there is no turning back. Brother Ming, you must protect us well." Qin Yu felt genuine trepidation. She was unaware of Chun Yin's true identity, and given her limited abilities, her fears were quite reasonable. "Little sister, think it through. Your boyfriend cannot shield you. With such a fragile physique, a mere brush could lead to your demise." Laughter erupted among them. Yet, at that moment, their smiles abruptly faded. For Chen Yin had already stepped into the secret realm. Such audacity was not something ordinary individuals possessed, especially considering that a team had been annihilated here just days prior. Even the highly defensive paladin Qianming prepared for battle before entering the secret realm to avoid being ambushed by monsters. Yet, Chen Yin had charged in without hesitation. It was utterly reckless. As the others stood in astonishment, Li Yunwei could not help but shake her head with a wry smile. Turning to Qin Yu, "Come. With Chen Yin here, we shall be fine." Chapter 71, Second Tier, Moonlight Wolf King. You have entered the secret realm, Moonlight Palace. Before Chen Yin lay a palace, mysterious and magnificent under the moonlight. A stone bridge spanned the center, flanked by shimmering lakes, while the round moon above cast a gentle and enigmatic light, tinging the rippling waters with a peculiar hue. An instance unlike any Chen Yin had encountered before, some he had seen in the game, but this was evidently new. Behind him, Li Yunwei and the others had followed closely. What a beautiful scene! How is it that not a single monster is in sight? Perhaps they dwell within the palace? Let us venture inside and see. As they stepped onto the stone bridge, the lake suddenly erupted with a torrent of enormous splashes. "Be careful." Emerging were 6 wolves, their fur as white as snow, adorned with a crescent moon upon their foreheads, their pupils gleaming a moonlit hue. Moonlight Wolf. Level 90. Ah, merely a level 90 creature. I expected something more formidable. Qianming scoffed, instantly shedding any semblance of pressure. 3 on each side. He advanced alone, wielding a dark golden shield, effortlessly countering the attacks of the 3 moonlight wolves. With a strike of the holy light of retribution, 3 beams descended like confining cages, entrapping the creatures within. Behind him, Jiang Yunlei, a second-tier Thunder Shadow warrior, charged forth, his greatsword slicing through the air with the speed of lightning, his entire being crackling with sparks. He crushed the monsters without a hint of challenge, yet he only dispatched 2, deliberately leaving 1 moonlight wolf behind. Upon retreating, he cast a glance at Chun Yin. "Brother, isn't it rather dull to merely spectate? I've left one for you to test your skills." All eyes turned to Chun Yin, clearly assessing his strength. If he struggled against such minor foes, he might as well be dismissed immediately. Why hasn't he made a move yet? Could it be that bang? Before Jiang Yunlei could finish his sentence, a wind cannon whizzed past him, severing 2 strands of hair from his forehead. The struck moonlight wolf was pierced through, instantly dissipating into motes of light. Witnessing this, the crowd was taken aback. This elemental mage possesses such formidable offensive power? Even a level 90 minion could be obliterated in an instant. His equipment must be extraordinarily lavish. Perhaps he wields an epic weapon, the pinnacle of offensive enhancement, though his staff remains concealed, obscuring its appearance. They were mistaken on 2 counts. First, nearly all of Chen Yin's gear was indeed epic. Second, Chen Yin's unique talent rendered specific weaponry unnecessary. For him, Weapons merely augmented his attack power, requiring no display. Is it done? Chun Yin inquired. Li Yunwei replied. There is no doubt about Xiao Chen's prowess. Let us proceed. The group entered the grand palace doors. Traversing the towering stone pillars, encountering numerous moonlight wolf attacks along the way, yet they managed to handle them with ease. All were first-tier creatures. Was this dungeon truly so lacking in difficulty? There was no pressure at all. Qianming found it rather tedious. He desired a higher challenge within this dungeon. Otherwise, he could not showcase his abilities and bask in glory. Ideally, he wished for a scenario where everyone else was at a loss, while he alone turned the tide. How exhilarating that would be. Do not grow complacent. We have yet to see. At the end of the corridor stood a grand door. Approximately 10 meters high, the door was intricately carved with lifelike wolf heads, and everyone understood that within might lie the lair of the boss. Surely, it was the one who had vanquished that level 90 squad. Stand aside. I shall take the lead. Qianming bellowed, channeling holy light onto his shield, significantly enhancing his defenses. This was the hallmark of a holy knight. He pushed open the grand door, with the others following closely behind. Wow! Qinyu could not help but exclaim in awe. Above, a brilliantly luminous full moon hung in the sky, while below, the ground shimmered like glass, rippling underfoot. It was akin to a fantastical dreamscape. Suddenly, the great doors slammed shut. The crowd immediately became alert, yet the surroundings were eerily vacant, devoid of any sight, let alone the Lord. What was happening? Just as confusion swept through the group, a prompt appeared before them. You have been affected by the moonlight seal. Under the illumination of the full moon, no extraordinary powers may be utilized. What? The holy light on the money shield has vanished. I can't use my extraordinary powers. Neither can I. What is going on? How could there be such a restriction? This is absurd. Chen Yan, however, remained composed. The catastrophe dungeon encompasses many varieties, and this was clearly a mechanism-based dungeon. What does a mechanism-based dungeon entail? It involves certain special rules within the dungeon, requiring players to defeat challenges under specific conditions, rather than engaging in mindless combat. A howl echoed from above. A colossal, snow-white figure descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground. It measured 10 meters in length, its fur thick and white, shimmering with a pearlescent glow. A radiant full moon adorned its forehead, enveloping it in a sacred and inviolable light. Moonlight Wolf King, level 1 of Tier 2. Tier 2 indeed. Some gasped in astonishment. No wonder it could annihilate a level 90 team. Everyone, be cautious. However, the Moonlight Wolf King did not immediately launch an attack. Another special mechanism emerged. Please send one person to battle, engaging in melee with the Wolf King. Victory condition. If you successfully shatter the full moon on its forehead, the Moonlight Seal will be broken. Failure condition. If a second person enters the challenge arena, the challenge will be deemed failed. Remaining opportunities, 4. A one-on-one melee. Only one person may be sent forth. I shall go. Qianming raised his hand, ready to step forward. Brother, we have 4 chances. You, the strongest, should conserve your strength for later. Allow me to go first. Another man volunteered eagerly. He strode confidently into the central circle, initiating the first round of combat. The Wolf King lunged with ferocity. Its claws, sharp as steel, brought him crashing to the ground in an instant. He was like a subdued animal, barely managing to fend off the steel claws with his weapon, yet he was continuously pushed down. The claws were nearly piercing his skull. Help, help! I can't win. I can't win. He screamed in desperation. Zhang Yunlei entered the challenge arena. His entrance resulted in 2 individuals being present in the challenge arena. Current challenge failed. Remaining opportunities, 3. The Moonlight Wolf King ceased its assault, as the man, terrified beyond measure, fled for his life. As he had just taken a few steps away, a beam of moonlight suddenly ensnared him in place. What was happening? What is this? Why can't I escape? At that moment, everyone was confronted with a new rule. The defeated challengers have become sacrifices. Collect 4 sacrifices, and the moon's destruction will commence, annihilating all. A chill of terror surged through the crowd, leaving them speechless. For chances to challenge corresponded to 4 sacrifices. Those who failed would become offerings. If all 4 chances were exhausted, annihilation awaited them. The second challenge begins. Before them stood the colossal Wolf King, and Zhang Yunlei's palms had begun to sweat involuntarily. Chapter 72. Chun Yin's Battle, the Final Hope? The law of the Wolf Pack states that only the strongest shall become the Wolf King. Now, the challenge at hand was to confront the Wolf King, success would lift the seal of extraordinary power. The second challenge commenced, with Jiang Yunlei, a second-tier Thunder Shadow warrior, taking the lead. As a second-tier extraordinary being, he should be able to defeat the Wolf King, right? Not necessarily. For the physical prowess of a Lord-level creature is beyond imagination. His talent lies in agility and speed, which offers little advantage in close combat. However, our objective is not to defeat it, but to shatter the moon above its head, so there remains a glimmer of hope. Before the onlookers could exchange a few words, the second challenge officially began. The Moonlight Wolf King locked onto Jiang Yunlei, its limbs taut, launching itself like a cannonball. Yet, Jiang Yunlei was swifter, deftly dodging this strike and swiftly retaliating with a downward slash of his sword. How formidable! This strike lacked any extraordinary power, relying solely on his physical strength. It failed to inflict any damage. Jiang Yunlei was taken aback, only to find that the enormous wolf's tail was sweeping towards him from behind. The terrifying force struck his back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and roll several meters forward. It's over. This thought echoed in everyone's mind simultaneously. Wait, he can still stand. After Jiang Yunlei managed to rise, the Wolf King lunged at him once more. But he had lost all will to fight and turned to flee. In less than 3 seconds, he had escaped the challenge area. The crowd gasped. Current challenge failed. Remaining chances, 2. It's too strong to defeat. Just as Jiang Yunlei caught his breath, a beam of moonlight descended from above, enveloping him. The defeated challengers have become sacrifices, current sacrifices, too. Upon witnessing this scene, despair gripped the hearts of the crowd. With only 2 chances left, if they could not triumph over the Wolf King again, annihilation awaited them. What to do with only 2 chances remaining? To be precise, it is but 1. Now, our only hope of overcoming the Wolf King rests on Qianming. If he fails, who else is left? The gaze of the crowd turned towards the towering figure of Qianming. Do not be concerned, for Brother Ming is a high-ranking paladin, endowed with the highest constitution and 2 pieces of epic equipment. Indeed, you shall prevail. We have faith in you. The entire village rallies behind Qianming, for he embodies their hope. If he does not succeed, he shall perish honorably. With heavy steps, Qianming entered the arena, his feet feeling as though they were laden with lead. Challenger enters. The third challenge commences. The Moonlight Wolf King has found a new target, relentless in its pursuit. Its fierce momentum and terrifying dominance crashed upon him like a mountain sea, yet it was met with the formidable shield wielded by Qianming. He staggered back nearly 3 meters before he managed to block that strike head-on. Excellent. He has withstood the assault. Truly, Brother Ming can face the Wolf King directly. With determination, Qianming thrust his shield forward. Clang. Clash. The steel-like claws collided incessantly with the shield, sparks dancing in the air as man and beast engaged in a fervent struggle. Up to this point, Qianming had solely relied on his shield for defense, having no opportunity to strike at the moonlight mark upon the Wolf King's brow. After 5 minutes, this tug-of-war finally reached its climax. A long howl echoed as the Wolf King struck down with a claw. Qianming fell to one knee, his shield raised above his head, utterly immobilized. I cannot go on. He expended all his strength, discarding his weapon, barely escaping the Wolf King's grasp. Upon emerging, he fled desperately, not daring to look back. Current challenge failed. Remaining opportunities. 1. The defeated challenger has become a sacrifice. Current sacrifices. 3. As expected, a beam of moonlight descended, ensnaring Qianming in place. In that moment, all faces turned ashen. One woman even collapsed to her knees, crushed by profound despair. What shall we do? It's over. We shall perish here. Among the remaining, only Chun Yin, Qin Yu, Li Yunwei, and 2 women remained. Not a single second-tier fighter among them. Who can stand against this Wolf King? Anyone who steps forward is merely courting death. Who could have anticipated such rules within the dungeon? It feels like a nightmare. Qianming bellowed. Chun, you're supposed to be capable. Why are you cowering in the back now? Of course, his outburst was merely an emotional release. He did not genuinely place his hopes on Chun Yin. After all, he was merely an elemental mage. If even a paladin could not withstand this Wolf King in melee combat, what could one expect from a first-tier mage? Chun Yin took a step forward, only to have his arm abruptly seized by Qin Yu from behind. Chun Yin, what's wrong? I'm sorry, I cannot help, Chun Yin stammered. He smiled. I called you here with no expectation of assistance. Why do you blame yourself? The 2 women nearby could no longer contain themselves. At this moment, are you still indulging in sentimentality? It's utterly hypocritical and nauseating. Prove your worth and save us. What use is it to boast when death is imminent? Chen Yan, disinterested in their words, turned to Li Yunwei and said, "Leave the final challenge to me." Understood, Li Yunwei nodded. Observing Chen Yan's calm demeanor, her anxiety dissipated. It seemed her gamble had paid off. Under the gaze of all present, Chen Yan stepped forward into the arena. Challenger enters. The fourth challenge begins. This challenge would determine life or death. Success meant salvation for all. Failure would lead to their demise. With a howl, the Moonlight Wolf King launched its assault on the last challenger, a ferocious attack that even the paladin could barely withstand. Chen Yan remained still, and the crowd's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Was he courting death? Given the Wolf King's terrifying power, a single strike could claim a life. Indeed, the Wolf King's claw lunged towards Chen Yan's chest, as if the next moment would reveal a gruesome scene of him being eviscerated. What? The steel-like claw did not pierce Chen Yan's flesh. Instead, the Wolf King trembled, its massive form staggering back, struggling to regain its footing. Rebound. The effect of the epic set remained in play. Seizing the moment, Chen Yan charged forward. However, the Wolf King attempted the same tactic, its enormous tail sweeping in from the side, delivering a heavy blow to Chen Yan. Had it been anyone else, they would have suffered a severe concussion. Yet, Chen Yan stood his ground. The giant wolf's tail stood upright, bristling with fury. With agility, Chen Yan leaped, landing squarely atop the Wolf King's head. And with a sudden exertion of force, he brought it crashing down. Boom! The colossal Wolf King was forcefully pinned to the ground. Chen Yan leisurely stood atop the Moonlight Wolf King's head, crouching down to grasp its skull with one hand. With a heavy punch, he struck its forehead. Crash! The crescent moon emblem shattered in response. The gazes of all upon him were akin to that of a monster. Chapter 73. Slaying the Moonlight Wolf King. Chen Yan levels up and acquires equipment. The once mighty Moonlight Wolf King lay beneath Chen Yan, as defenseless as an infant. The crescent moon emblem on its forehead shattered with a resounding crack. In that moment, the eyes of all fixed on Chen Yan were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Is he an elemental mage? A mage? This cannot be true. Did he truly win? The two women who had previously mocked and doubted Chen Yan were now slack-jawed, their trembling pupils betraying their shock. Before the fight commenced, they could never have imagined that a mage could engage in such close combat. Logically, mages attack from a distance, while knights charge into battle as the frontline shield. Yet here was the paladin, Qian Meng, reduced to a pitiful state, while a mage unleashed a relentless assault. Is this reasonable? Recalling the scornful remarks made earlier about Chen Yan, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing fervently to disappear into the ground. It turned out that the true powerhouse within the group was indeed Chen Yan. His capability in guiding his sister was genuine and formidable. Upon realizing this, the two women understood their misjudgment and felt a burning embarrassment, wishing they could slap themselves in reproach. How impressive Chen Yan truly was. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. She was aware of his prowess, but could not fathom the extent of it. The disparity between the first and second tiers was vast, and engaging in battles across tiers seemed almost absurd. She never expected to witness it firsthand. The pride emanating from her boyfriend was palpable, washing away the earlier humiliation she had endured. Qin Yu proudly lifted her delicate neck and glanced at the other two women, noticing that their previously haughty demeanor had diminished to the point where they hardly dared to meet her gaze. What happened? Weren't you quite articulate just moments ago? Now, you choose silence. If you wish to leave in disgrace, feel free to do so. It must be quite embarrassing to have been rescued by my boyfriend, no? Speak up. Qin Yu's 3 consecutive remarks were met with silence, filling her heart with an exquisite sense of satisfaction, akin to basking in the gentle warmth of spring. The sensation of being uplifted by her boyfriend was utterly delightful. As for Li Yunwei, she was not particularly surprised by the outcome. She knew Chen Yan would triumph, yet she had not anticipated the ease with which he achieved victory. Was this the true measure of his unspoken strength? Perhaps he had not even revealed his full potential. This could merely be the tip of the iceberg. It was absurd that she had once worried he might struggle. Her concerns had been unfounded. Jiang Yunlei and Qian Meng were consumed by mixed emotions. Who exactly was this young man? Had he employed some forbidden technique? It seemed impossible for a mage to possess such formidable strength unless he compensated through equipment. That was the only plausible explanation. He must be extraordinarily wealthy, able to afford lavish gear that compensated for any attribute disparities. This thought briefly brought them a sense of equilibrium. It was indeed plausible for a wealthy individual to purchase an entire set of epic-level equipment. At that moment, a notification appeared before everyone. Congratulations on the successful challenge. The Moonlight Seal has been lifted. In that instant, the 3 individuals who had been imprisoned and offered as sacrifices regained their freedom. I have regained my strength. So have I. At last, we can fight with our extraordinary powers. The group felt a wave of relief wash over them, while Chen Yin had already stepped back, his face marked by an expression of weariness and fatigue. Of course, he was not genuinely weak. It was an act. He wanted to observe how humanity would respond to a test. As their savior, would they harbor ill intentions upon witnessing his feigned frailty? If they proved themselves worthy, it would indicate they still possessed a sense of conscience, and Chen Yin would choose not to hold their previous words against them, allowing them a chance at redemption. Chen Yin, are you all right? Qin Yu, feeling anxious, steadied Chen Yin and hastily inquired, Chen Yin, how are you? Li Yunwei also spoke up, though she was perplexed by Chen Yin's weakness, which seemed illogical. The reason for my diminished strength is the activation of the catastrophe gem, once used. It leaves one in a state of frailty. Chen Yin fabricated a plausible explanation. Qin Yu believed him, as did the others, except for Li Yunwei. Brother, you should rest. We will handle the Wolf King, they assured him. Indeed, you have already made a significant contribution. You need not engage further. Although Qian Meng and the others vocally supported him, inwardly, they could not suppress their smirks. So it was the effect of the catastrophe gem. The catastrophe gem bestows one negative state while enhancing another. For instance, the one in Chen Yin's possession reduces defense while augmenting attack. Exchanging glances, Qian Meng and Jiang Yunlei discerned that the catastrophe gem in Chen Yin's grasp granted tremendous power temporarily, yet left him utterly weakened. Quite a remarkable item, indeed. Consequently, they refrained from further discussion and rallied the others to launch a concerted assault on the Moonlight Wolf King. Once his extraordinary powers were restored, the paladin displayed his might. With divine light enveloping him and his shield glimmering, he nearly flawlessly deflected all assaults from the Moonlight Wolf King. Haha, this is the strength I deserve. Qianming finally regained his confidence. In the end, after a fierce onslaught, they successfully vanquished the Moonlight Wolf King. With a resounding howl, the Moonlight Wolf King disintegrated into a myriad of luminous particles. It's over. Haha, nothing to it. Everyone present reaped a significant amount of experience points. And Chun Yin finally ascended to level 99. Level up, 98 to 99. Congratulations on reaching the maximum level of the first tier. You have unlocked the ultimate linguistic spirit. Lion Flame. The ultimate linguistic spirit differs from other linguistic skills in its grandiosity. Only upon reaching the maximum level of the current tier can one comprehend it. Every talent possesses its ultimate ability, albeit Chun Yin's is slightly more formidable than others. What equipment is this? They exclaimed in astonishment. A silver-white wolf head ring hovered in the air, shimmering like a star. Equipment is categorized into helmets, gauntlets, leg armor, battle gear, necklaces, rings, and weapons. Presently, Chun Yin's ring was subpar, while the rest of his gear was of epic quality. Coincidentally, a ring had just dropped. Strangely, shouldn't the dropped equipment automatically enter one's inventory? Qian Meng was the first to reach for it. However, as soon as his hand made contact with the ring, he was repelled. Notice, no picking rights. Please allow the victor of the Wolf King duel to collect. What does this mean? I was the one who killed it. Yet I have no picking rights. Qian Meng fumed. Jiang Yunlei also extended his hand, but was met with the same rebuff. Alas, I find myself bereft of the authority to claim possession. The gaze of the crowd once more converged upon Chen Yin. The so-called Wolf King duel was, in truth, the recent one-on-one challenge. Chapter 74, A Rift Emerges. The Siege of Chun Yin. Brother Chun, why not give it a try? Qian Meng's eyes rested on Chun Yin, revealing a blend of urgency and desire. Indeed, Brother Chun, you were the victor earlier. Perhaps only you can lay claim to this equipment. Very well, I shall give it a go. Chun Yin stepped forward and extended his hand. This time, the silver-white ring offered no resistance and was accepted into his possession. Congratulations on acquiring the epic equipment. Moonlight Wolf Ring, epic, required level. Tier 2. Level 1 defense, 0 attack, 150 attribute bonus, Extraordinary 20 special effect. Moonlight Wolf Spirit during the night. It summons the Moonlight Wolf Spirit to assist in battle. With a cooldown of 3 days. It was yet another Tier 2 epic piece of equipment. Both its attributes and special effects were exceptionally remarkable. Should Chen Yin successfully advance to Tier 2, he would be able to equip 2 pieces of Tier 2 gear simultaneously, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Chen Yin felt considerable satisfaction. With this, all his gear would be of the highest caliber. What do you think? How is the equipment? Yes, do tell us. Several individuals around him inquired eagerly, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Chen Yin managed a faint smile. It's decent, merely an ordinary Tier 2 epic piece. Tier 2 epic. The market value of epic equipment remained exorbitantly high. However, as everyone's levels increased, Tier 1 gear became nearly worthless. While Tier 2 was at the forefront of the current era, this ring was worth far more than mere gemstone rings. What about its special effect? Zhang Yunlei pressed on. The special effect allows the summoning of a wolf spirit to assist in battle. Chen Yin replied with some impatience. Goodness, a summoning ability. Truly a treasure of the highest order. The crowd was abuzz with admiration. Chen Yin, however, shook his head. I am feeling somewhat fatigued. I shall take my leave. Wait. Just as he prepared to depart, a resounding voice called out from behind him. Qian Ming had detained him. Chen Yin sighed inwardly. It seemed that human nature was indeed susceptible to temptation. Even as their savior, he found himself the object of their covetous glances. Is there something amiss? Chen Yin turned back. Brother Chen, you are still at Tier 1. This equipment is of no use to you. Why not share it? At this declaration, Qin Yu exhibited the most pronounced reaction. How can you be so callous? Chen Yin saved you all, and yet you still covet his equipment? Li Yunwei nodded in agreement. Indeed, he deserves this. Without him, we might have perished. Deep down, she fervently hoped that this group would refrain from making foolish decisions. Before you stands the most formidable player in the world. To entertain thoughts of betrayal would be tantamount to courting death. Such words ought not to be spoken, little sister. While he certainly has merit, the victory was achieved through our collective efforts. Thus the spoils should be shared among us. Qian Ming remarked coldly with a sneer. Observing this, the other 2 women weighed their options and also chose to side with Qian Ming. Yes, we contributed to the final battle. It is only right that we receive our due share. How can he claim it all for himself? Indeed, for one person to hoard it all is excessively selfish. He doesn't even propose to divide the rewards with us. Moreover, if you possess such immense power, why wait until the end to reveal it? Would it not have been better to engage from the outset? TSK, what if he intended for us to test the waters first? The chatter of these 2 women painted Chen Yin as a selfish scoundrel. Qin Yu was nearly incensed to the point of apoplexy, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you still human? Silence. This is no place for women to speak. Zhang Yunlei suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck Qin Yu squarely in the chest. This was the ability of his Thunder Shadow warrior, capable of incapacitating foes with electric shock. Qin Yu immediately slumped, collapsing into Chen Yin's embrace, unconscious. Li Yunwei was both furious and anxious. Are you seeking death? Captain Li, I advise you not to intervene. With your peak first-tier strength, are you truly our match? It would be wise for you to remain on the sidelines. Haha. We are merely enhancing our capabilities to face the impending blood moon catastrophe. This is for the defense of our homeland, so do not blame us. Zhang Yunlei laughed uproariously, showing no intention of feigning restraint. Li Yunwei fell silent, glancing at Chen Yin, whose expression was dark and foreboding. She realized that the situation had spiraled beyond redemption. Very well, I hope you do not come to regret this. With that, she quietly stepped aside, choosing not to further involve herself. Haha, Captain Li truly knows her place. Brother Chen, do you still intend to struggle? Hand over that ring. Wait, it's not just the ring from before. Qian Ming's cold smile widened. You must possess other valuable equipment. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to wield such power. Hand over everything, including your calamity gem. Their greed had escalated to insatiable heights, intent on extracting every last drop from Chen Yin. Brother Ming has quite the appetite, haha. If you comply, considering you saved our lives, we may yet allow you to walk away, otherwise. The implications were clear. Yet, Chen Yin remained silent, standing resolutely in place. Very well done. Given the circumstances, you must take great care to protect your girlfriend, for swords and blades are merciless. Should any misfortune befall her, it would not be our concern. Qianming exuded confidence, for in his perception, Chun Yin's formidable strength was derived from the Calamity Gemstone, and he was now in a weakened state. Moreover, following the infusion of extraordinary power, his paladin abilities could reach their zenith. Could a mere first-tier elemental mage possibly breach my holy light shield? Not to mention, he had 3 allies at his side. While Chun Yin was encumbered by an unconscious girlfriend, this battle held no suspense whatsoever. After a prolonged silence, Chun Yin gently laid Qin Yu upon the ground and invoked the spirit word technique, enveloping her in a protective barrier. Rising to his feet, he finally spoke. Now, you may attempt your assault. The adversaries, swept by his emotionless and frigid gaze, inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines. That sensation was as disquieting as being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper. How dare you feign bravado? Attack! Jiang Yunlei transformed into a streak of blinding lightning, darting through the air at a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, striking at targets within his vicinity with each pass. The ultimate skill of the Lightning Shadow Warrior. The illusory Lightning Shadow Slash. He commenced the assault with a powerful move. Chapter 75, Spirit Word, Lion Flame. As Jiang Yunlei unleashed his ultimate skill, he became an elusive flash of electricity, weaving back and forth. This evoked memories of swift electric strikes that cleaved through all. Equally dazzling, equally exhilarating. The attacks that landed upon Chun Yin felt no more painful than a gentle scrub from a seasoned bathhouse attendant. If one were to draw a comparison, it was akin to the calloused hands of a masseur. After all, Chun Yin's epic-grade armor provided a significant defensive enhancement, not something easily breached. What is happening? Wasn't he just weak moments ago? In the eyes of the onlookers, Chun Yin stood immovable at the center of the lightning sword formation, his expression unchanging. The streaks of lightning struck him as if they were hitting diamond, eliciting no response, not even a furrow of his brow. As Jiang Yunlei's ultimate skill concluded, he finally revealed himself, yet he staggered back several steps, clutching his chest and half kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat. Jiang Yunlei, what has happened to you? One person approached, noticing the multitude of intersecting wounds on Jiang Yunlei's body, exposing flesh and blood, causing their complexion to turn pale with fright. Why are you injured? A woman covered her mouth, her pupils trembling. Chun Yin had withstood the ultimate skill unscathed, while it was Jiang Yunlei, the assailant, who was now battered and bruised. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the crowd felt as if a thorn had lodged in their throats, rendering them speechless. This fellow is up to something. He has tricks. Jiang Yunlei's voice was hoarse, his eyes betraying an unspeakable terror. Fear not, for can 4 of us not overpower a single foe? Together, Qianming bellowed. Enveloped by the protective embrace of holy light, his physical attributes surged dramatically. In this moment, both his corporeal strength and resilience had nearly doubled. The towering figure raised his black gold shield, charging forth like an indomitable war chariot. A resounding, thunderous collision reverberated through the air. Chun Yin did but one thing. He struck. His unadorned fist met the holy shield, instantly dispersing the divine light and leaving an unmistakable imprint upon the black gold surface. Qianming, fortified by his formidable defense and physique, emerged unscathed. However, the 2 women fared far worse, immediately toppled by the terrifying shockwave. Qianming could no longer maintain his composure. His resolve began to waver, muscles quivering, every hair on his body seemingly standing on end. His heart raced, as if gripped by an unseen hand, nearly choking him with its fervor. You are feigning weakness, he murmured, retreating as dread crept across his visage like creeping vines. Nearby, Li Yunwei sighed. I warned you. You are courting death, yet you refuse to heed my words. Greed is indeed humanity's most unsightly trait. Impossible. How could a first-tier elemental mage possess such might? It must be some forbidden magic or a calamity gem. His power cannot be his own. Indeed, as long as we endure for a while, he will reveal his true self. Qianming continually reassured himself, as though incessant speech could temper the frantic beating of his heart. Chun Yin's gaze remained unwavering. In his eyes, these individuals had already crossed into the realm of the dead. When faced with those deserving of death, he harbored no shred of compassion. Thus, let us test the might of the new incantation. Chun Yin closed his eyes. A series of intricate and esoteric syllables erupted forth. These sounds wove together, seemingly crafting a grand battle hymn. The temperature of the air surged rapidly, soon rendering it unbearably stifling. What is he about to do? It is the ultimate skill. He is unleashing his ultimate ability. Jiang Yunlei exclaimed. This madman, does he not fear endangering that woman? Come forth, Qian Ming shouted. If we can withstand this strike, perhaps his strength will be depleted, giving us a chance. As his words fell, he planted the shield firmly upon the ground. In an instant, holy light blazed forth, radiating in waves and forming a veritable wall. The paladin's first-tier ultimate ability, the Holy Barrier. This is his most formidable defensive skill. Can it withstand the onslaught? Nonsense. My ability can thwart second-tier ultimate moves. It shall surely withstand his. In matters of defense, Qian Ming held absolute confidence. Even those extraordinary individuals of the second tier may not possess the capability to breach his holy barrier, let alone one who is yet to ascend. The incantation of ancient words ceased abruptly. He suddenly opened his eyes. Behind him, a magnificent lion of flame materialized. The blazing golden fire endowed this lion with an aura of regal nobility. Although it was not the true king of beasts, the overwhelming pressure it exuded was nearly suffocating. The spirit lion of flames, what a terrifying creature. Li Yunwei hastily withdrew a considerable distance. To her astonishment, she noticed that Qin Yu remained inside, unharmed. Wait, this creature is simultaneously protecting Qin Yu while engaging in battle? How fearsome! Is this the true extent of its unspoken power? At the command, the lion of flames lunged forth, colliding head-on with the holy barrier. Fire and divine light merged, clashed, and exploded at that moment. The blinding brilliance obliterated all vision. This was a pure confrontation of extraordinary powers. After a while, Li Yunwei lowered her hands, finally discerning the situation ahead. Shockingly, the paladin's ultimate defensive skill, the holy light barrier, had transformed into countless specks of light, slowly dissipating into the air. Qian Man's prize shield was nearly shattered, scattered across the ground. Even his weapon had been forcibly destroyed. As for the others, they were almost entirely charred, enveloped in thick smoke, evidently gravely injured. Quite impressive, Chen Yin mused. His current extraordinary attributes were not particularly high, as he had yet to don the two epic pieces of equipment that would enhance his attributes. Moreover, he remained at the first tier, without the benefits of an ascended attribute boost. To have directly breached the ultimate defensive skill of a second-tier paladin and forcibly destroyed a weapon was already commendable. Chen Yin speculated that once he ascended to the second tier and donned those two pieces of equipment, even a basic gale cannon would achieve such an effect. Qian Man struggled to rise, barely resembling a human. He could hardly believe that a first-tier extraordinary being could possess such strength. It defied all logic. Captain Li, save us. We are also vital combatants of Linhai City. The Blood Moon catastrophe is imminent. We cannot perish. We can contribute to society. Li Yunwei shook her head. I have already warned you. It is impossible to intervene now. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Qian Man shouted frantically. Who exactly are you? Tell me, tell me. Li Yunwei looked once more at Chen Yin, took a deep breath, and asked, Chen Yin, you are indeed the unspoken one. I was not mistaken, was I? Chapter 76. A call to Shao Qi. Chen Yin, you are indeed the unspoken one. I was not mistaken, was I? What did you say? Upon hearing Li Yunwei's words, the others stood frozen like statues. An intense shock and horror flooded their hearts in an instant. Is he truly the unspoken one? The strongest player in the world? No, it cannot be true, can it? Although Chen Yin was skeptical, the reality before him was undeniable. If he were indeed the one known as Buyu, then all the irrationality could be rationally explained. The magnitude of Buyu's power was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Even more astonishing were the two women who whispered, He is Buyu. He is Buyu. They covered their mouths, their pupils quivering, emotions intertwining in a complex tapestry. Ultimately, only two words emerged, regret, an overwhelming sense of remorse. This should have been a splendid opportunity. Had they behaved more favorably, perhaps they could have latched onto Buyu's coattails. Even if that were not the case, they could have forged a bond of goodwill. Alas, their dismal attitude birthed the worst outcome. We were wrong. Spare us, we implore you. Big brother, we failed to recognize your greatness. Surely, you, with your magnanimity, would not hold our transgressions against us? Chen Yin found their pleas somewhat amusing. If he were not Buyu, but merely an ordinary person devoid of power, the consequences he faced today would have been dire indeed. Such is the nature of the world. Individuals must invariably pay the price for their choices. A wave of darkness spread swiftly from the center of Chun Yin's feet. In an instant, the world was devoid of substance, leaving only an unending abyss. Chun Yin did not inflict any suffering upon them. The moment the realm of death unfurled, their lifelines were severed. Scythe of Death Attack Power 10. 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 With the successive harvest of 4 lives, Chun Yin finally dispelled the realm of death. The world was now tranquil. In the expansive Moonlight Palace, only 3 individuals remained: the unconscious Qin Yu, Chun Yin, and Li Yunwei. Chun Yin lifted Qin Yu and approached Li Yunwei, inquiring with a smile, "Captain Li, how did you discern my identity?" Confronted with this question, Li Yunwei snapped back to reality, still reeling from the shock of the earlier realm. "To be candid, I have been investigating you for some time, uncovering various anomalies and piecing together the clues." "Ah, I see. I would appreciate it if you could keep this matter confidential, Captain Li. Rest assured, I have classified your personal information at the highest level at the Information Management Bureau. It is inaccessible to the general public." "Thank you." Li Yunwei could not help but exclaim, "Who would have thought that the strongest individual in today's world is merely a youth addicted to the internet?" "Captain Li, you jest. There are already many at the 2nd tier. There may well be numerous individuals stronger than I." Li Yunwei could not restrain a smirk. Still being modest? "You were capable of defeating 2nd-tier opponents even when you were at the 1st tier. Imagine what you could accomplish in the 2nd tier. What are your plans moving forward?" "Naturally, I shall return to advance my level. With the Blood Moon Calamity looming in 2 days, time is of the essence." "Very well, with your prowess. Advancing should pose no challenge." "That remains to be seen." Chun Yin once again recalled the formidable challenge of the demonic level advancement, feeling somewhat uncertain in his heart. He felt a twinge of embarrassment for having lost the elite individuals he had brought along. Li Yunwei shook his head, stating that although humanity should ideally be a community of shared destiny, united against calamity, there were indeed some scoundrels that needed to be purged, which should not weigh on Chun Yin's conscience. "I certainly shall not dwell on it," Chun Yin replied. After a moment's consideration, Li Yunwei pondered how to explain to her about Qin Yu's awakening. Perhaps he could say that a confrontation nearly ensued but was averted by Captain Li, allowing them to depart safely. "Very well, you may proceed. I shall escort her home." Chun Yin entrusted Qin Yu to Li Yunwei, not forgetting to gather the spoils dropped by the fallen adversaries. When players perish, they drop a portion of their belongings, be it equipment or items. And these elite foes had yielded some excellent treasures, over 10 pieces of fine gear. Reflecting on it, Chun Yin realized that these items would be of little use to him personally. It would be more beneficial to reward the diligent members of the guild, thereby enhancing their combat prowess and fostering camaraderie. He opened the chat group for the Shanhe Yongin Guild, a space perpetually buzzing with conversation. The members were either discussing leveling up or engaging in lighthearted banter, even while attending to mundane matters. Recently, the most fervent topic of discussion revolved around Buyu in Linhai City, as none had seen Chun Yin in person, not even Xiao Qi, who had become a frequent target of playful teasing. "Xiao Qi, I heard you've purchased a seaside villa in Linhai City?" "Xiao Qi, did you really connect the teleportation array to Linhai City? Is it for selfish reasons?" "Stop teasing Xiao Qi, or else Buyu might come out to settle scores." "Haha. Does Buyu even lurk in the group?" "Buyu, ahem, I have something to announce." "Wait, he is really here." "Greetings, boss. Please go on." Only after Chun Yin's arrival did the group fall silent, their incessant chatter abruptly stifled. Buyu continued, "I have some excellent equipment here. The brothers who labored on the teleportation array deserve a reward. Please take this to honor them." Buyu added, "Xiao Qi. Be boss, actually. The one who has worked the hardest recently is Xiao Qi. What will you offer her as a reward?" "Indeed, Xiao Qi doesn't lack for equipment, boss. Perhaps consider this carefully?" "Yes, Xiao Qi has been overseeing everything. She truly deserves a commendation." In unison, the members began to rally in support. At that moment, Su Jinyu caught sight of these messages, musing to herself, "Humph, they make a valid point. Clearly, I am the one who has toiled the most. Why do they not consider me? They are receiving equipment, but what about me? Let us see how you respond to this." Suddenly, a new message appeared. "Buyu, rest assured, I have not forgotten about Xiao Qi. Why are you all making a fuss?" Chun Yin would certainly remember everyone's contributions, especially that of Xiao Qi. Unfortunately, this young lady is not easy to deal with. She possesses wealth, power, and strength, lacking nothing that would satisfy her. After much contemplation, Chun Yin called Haizi. Is it you, boss? You need me to connect you to Sister Chi-Chi? All right, please hold. How perceptive of you. Thus, through Haizi as an intermediary, Chun Yin successfully reached Su Jinyu. Ahem, Chi-Chi, it is I? A moment of silence ensued. At that moment, Chi-Chi had just finished her shower and was lying on her bed, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly receiving a call from Bu Yu made her sit upright in bed, clutching her pillow tightly, overwhelmed with joy. However, she refrained from immediately displaying her elation. If you think a single phone call can win me over, I want to agree to that, humph. Bu Yu, what is the matter? Do you need something from me? Chapter 77. The commencement of the Demon God Level Advancement Challenge. Bu Yu, what is the matter? Do you need something from me? It's nothing, just here to chat with you. Su Jinyu's heart raced unexpectedly, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the pillow. What is happening? Has the usually stoic Bu Yu suddenly become more expressive? Under normal circumstances, he would never utter such ambiguous words, leaving Su Jinyu momentarily flustered, unable to articulate a response. By the way, Chi-Chi, you must have successfully advanced by now, right? Although the catastrophe level challenge is quite challenging, it becomes manageable with experience, and it's thanks to Bu Yu for having triumphed once for another woman. Why does that sound so jarring? Chun Yin detected a hint of jealousy in her words. No, I didn't particularly mind. After all, other women require your assistance. While I rely on my own capabilities, the disparity is evident. I assent it. Chun Yin chuckled softly. Indeed. Humph. Bu Yu, have you advanced to the second stage yet? Not yet, but I am preparing for it. All right, with your strength, you will surely handle it with ease. Hee. Chun Yin was aware that it wouldn't be so simple. What lay ahead for him was the Demon God Level Challenge, a realm unknown to all, and he would be the first to venture into it, with the outcome uncertain. Hence, reaching out to Chi-Chi was also a means of seeking some psychological comfort. Chi-Chi, seeing how hard you've been working lately, I'll grant you one request. Go ahead. Anything? Yes. Then I ask for 3 more requests. Are you kidding me? Hee. Well then. After a brief silence, a voice, faint as a whisper, came through the phone. I want to see you. Su Jinyu lay on her bed, almost burying her entire face in the pillow, feeling her heart race. In that moment, she barely dared to speak or even breathe. She listened intently to the phone, fearful of missing a single word. The girl had summoned all her courage. Before today, Su Jinyu had expressed similar sentiments on numerous occasions, yet never with the same fervent anticipation as she did today. She had even envisioned that, should she face rejection, tears would undoubtedly cascade down her cheeks. To her dismay, however, all she heard was the monotonous sound of a call disconnecting. Her heart skipped a beat, and she pressed her lips tightly together, striving to suppress the pangs of disappointment and sorrow, though her eyes betrayed her, shimmering with unshed tears. How frustrating. It was you who prompted me to voice my desires. How could this happen? I detest you. Yet, in that very moment, a text message spanning over 1,000 kilometers arrived on Su Jinyu's phone. She opened it to find a mere single character. Good. This message was not relayed through an intermediary, but sent directly from Chun Yin's own device, signifying that he had shared his number with Xiao Qi. Su Jinyu stared at the message in a daze for quite some time, before her sorrow transformed into joy, and she managed to stifle the tears at the corners of her eyes. You're so indirect. After playfully chastising him, she found herself grinning at the phone screen for an extended period, her lips curving upward, while her delicate feet danced with delight. She felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, not only having secured a promise, but also possessing a piece of contact information that others did not have. It was well known that Bu Yu was a person of unwavering integrity. He never broke a promise once made. After indulging in her blissful reverie for a while, Su Jinyu suddenly remembered she had yet to respond. Pondering for a moment, she decided she must not appear overly enthusiastic, lest she lose her composure. Good night. At that very moment, Chun Yin was utilizing his skill to depart from the main city, heading towards an uninhabited overseas destination. He was preparing to undertake an advanced challenge. Why venture overseas? Because if he were to fail, the ensuing monster would descend upon reality. Should that creature breach the main city, it would spell catastrophic disaster. Although he did not believe failure was an option, it was prudent to prepare for every eventuality. Ultimately, he arrived at a deserted island. The night breeze howled. Waves crashed against the rocks, and the sky was a vast expanse devoid of clouds, illuminated by a bright moon. This would suffice. Chun Yin retrieved his phone from his pocket and, Upon seeing Su Jinyu's goodnight message, couldn't help but smile. He placed the phone on the ground, took a deep breath, and opened his attribute panel. Chen Yan, Word Spirit Saint Gene level. First tier 99, advancement. Initiating gene advancement. Please select the difficulty of your challenge. Normal, hard, abyss, hell, catastrophe. Beneath these 5 options, a striking red emblem of the demon god caught the eye. Demon god. Do you confirm the challenge to the demon god level? Confirm. Challenge initiated successfully. Transporting now. A beam of light enveloped Chen Yan, whisking him away into the ether. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an entirely different realm. The challenge has officially commenced, with a time limit of 3 days. This duration instilled a sense of unease in Chen Yan. Challenges of other tiers typically had a mere 10-minute limit. Should one fail to eliminate the adversary within that time frame, it would be deemed a failure. Yet this challenge affords a full 3 days. 3 days implies that if I am unable to vanquish my foe, I must endure a relentless struggle for 3 days and nights, or face my own demise, with no possibility of external assistance. How intriguing. Chen Yan stepped forward, meandering through the dark palace. As he advanced, ethereal blue flames suddenly ignited along the walls. A glance to the side revealed that grotesque skulls adorned the walls, with blue flames flickering within them, serving as eerie lamps. With each step he took, the lights on both sides continued to illuminate. 2 neat rows of lights illuminated a path leading deeper into the palace. It seems to be welcoming me, Chen Yan mused. Pressing onward, he discerned that this palace might indeed house a so-called demonic deity. Above, a grand chandelier blazed to life. This magnificent fixture was fashioned from hundreds of skulls, bound together in a grotesque assembly, casting a ghastly blue glow to dispel the darkness. Before Chen Yan, the outline of a colossal statue emerged. It depicted a gigantic beast. Remarkably, it bore a humanoid form. Indeed, this immense creature possessed a physique strikingly similar to that of a human. Its muscular contours were quite elegant, its body elongated, clad in battle armor, and it bore a tail reminiscent of a scorpion stinger. It possessed 2 heads, sharing a single neck, akin to a branch that bore 2 fruits. Crack! Some rocky debris fell. Its pupils glimmered. Those were 2 ethereal blue orbs, exuding an enigmatic allure that seemed to captivate the soul. At that moment, Chen Yan caught sight of the information above its head. Twin Demon God Phantom, Tier 2, Level 20, Chapter 78. Chen Yan the Demon God, Twin Demon God Phantom. Tier 2, Level 20, Chen Yan beheld its details. A Tier 2, Level 20 entity is not particularly formidable. Those fervently pursuing advancement among the elite players might well possess this level. However, level alone does not dictate everything. Among calamity beasts, there exists a notion of bloodline. The higher the bloodline level, the more formidable the calamity beast. Each tier of advancement corresponds to calamity beasts of varying bloodline strengths. The one Chen Yan previously defeated was of Tier 5 bloodline, equivalent to a demon general. In contrast, the one before him is a step higher. At the demon god level, they are not even in the same league. Even with matching levels, the disparity in strength can be vast. Thus, one cannot simply measure an adversary by level alone. Chen Yan remained resolute, not letting his guard down for an instant. What, then, does this phantasm signify? Is this not his true form? The sound of cascading stones continues to resonate. The authentic visage of this demonic deity gradually unveils itself before Chen Yan. Skin of a deep, dark hue reminiscent of serpent scales, and armor as obsidian as ink. He wields 2 colossal blades, wreathed in eerie blue flames that exude an extraordinary aura of oppression. Humans? To think that there are those who dare to tread upon the sanctum of this demonic god. How delightful. Brother, allow me to slay this human. Hiss. Brother, how dare you covet my prey? Their 2 mouths, one on the left and the other on the right, uttered disparate words, indicating they possessed distinct personalities. One is the elder brother, and the other, the younger. Yet, in their eyes, Chen Yan is merely a hapless quarry. Such needless chatter, Chen Yan scoffed. Brother, he dares to accuse us of verbosity? Audacious human, a fool who seeks death. In an instant, their faces contorted, the writhing black veins upon their skin undulating like serpents. The great blade swept toward him with the force of 1,000 mountains. The sheer power of the strike conjured a gale fierce enough to send a man flying. Yet, Chen Yan deliberately chose not to evade. He wished to test whether his formidable defenses could withstand such an assault. Bang! Chen Yan was hurled through the air, crashing heavily against the palace wall 100 meters away. As he slid down, a human-shaped indentation remained where he struck. Pain surged through him as he glanced at the arm he had used to block. It bore a fresh, crimson wound. Indeed, he had been injured. The might of this twin demonic god was so terrifying that it had breached his defenses. The protective attributes conferred by his equipment were akin to a layer of armor upon his body, yet if that armor failed to shield him entirely, his flesh would bear the brunt of the attack. The resilience of his corporeal form depended on the quality of his physical attributes. Despite Chen Yan's exceptional defenses and physique, he was still wounded. Truly, they were of demonic caliber. The wound on his arm swiftly ceased bleeding and began to scab over, a testament to the extraordinary genes within him at work. A flicker of seriousness crossed Chen Yan's expression. Firstly, in combat against him, he could not employ the Calamity Gem to reverse offense and defense. Should his defenses drop to zero, it would signify the complete failure of that protective layer, rendering him highly susceptible to a fatal blow. Furthermore, in the absence of clarity regarding his opponent's capabilities, Chen Yan lacked the certainty of delivering a decisive strike. After all, the recuperative power of these calamity beasts was exceedingly formidable. Brother, he is still alive. Brother, it seems this human possesses some skill. Let us advance. The ground beneath their feet erupted. The twin demonic gods shot forward like cannonballs. Such swiftness startled Chen Yan. Yet, he was resolved to hold nothing back. His pupils suddenly gleamed with golden light, and a golden phantom materialized behind him. Sequence 121, Judgment Golden Sword. However, due to the brevity of the incantation, Chen Yan could only envelop himself within a protective field extending 2 meters around him. Yet, this was sufficient. Within this 2-meter radius lay a death zone, rendering him invincible. Moreover, the Judgment Golden Sword was a sustained spell, its domain continuously expanding to its limits, ensuring that Chen Yan remained in an undefeated position. As the enormous blade descended upon him, it was instantaneously reduced to mere powder upon entering the judgment domain. Yet, to Chen Yan's astonishment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The adversary abruptly halted and retreated swiftly, avoiding entry into his domain. Brother, this individual seems formidable. There is something around him that deters proximity. While Chen Yan was taken aback, he soon noticed a second blade hurtling towards him. Is he capable of ranged probing? Such remarkable cognitive and reactive abilities. To make a judgment and execute it in an instant. Could this be a calamity beast of divine caliber? Its evolutionary stage might even surpass that of most humans. Upon entering the judgment domain, the large blade predictably shattered, yet Chen Yan's spirits remained heavy. As previously mentioned, the Judgment Golden Sword was a continuous skill requiring complex internal chanting, preventing him from executing rapid movements simultaneously. It seems our conjecture was correct, brother. This human possesses considerable strength. We must maintain our distance. Chen Yan recognized that this could very well be a battle of wits. With the judgment domain dispelled, he chose not to rely on this ability any longer and adopted different combat tactics. Gathering Wind Cannon, Flame Burst, Flash Thunder. The 3 elemental incantations of wind, fire, and thunder erupted in an intertwining display of tricolored energy. Unexpectedly, the twin divine beings remained unflinching, directly absorbing the attack with their palm. The terrifying energy merely caused a wisp of smoke to rise from their hand. Is this all you are capable of? Brother, silence, be cautious. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yan had vanished. When not utilizing high-risk incantations, he could employ various spells simultaneously, allowing for the most agile combat. In this instance, he harnessed the wind and thunder to move at high speed, positioning himself behind the divine being. Behind you. By the time it reacted, it was already too late. Its body was immobilized. What is happening? What has ensnared me? A serpent, a hidden serpent. The incantation, Void Vanishing Serpent, ensnared the twin divine being, rendering it motionless. Chen Yan wasted no precious time. With rapid chanting, a flame lion materialized vividly before him. A first-tier ultimate incantation, Lion of Flame. What? Even the twin divine beings were taken aback by the formidable combat awareness displayed by this human. They abandoned their powerful domain, feigning an attack before closing in. The ability to devise the optimal combat strategy in such a short time was truly frightening. The twin divine beings were engulfed by the Lion of Flame. The blazing inferno illuminated the entire palace. After a brief moment of silence, a colossal figure emerged, bathed in flames, wreathed in swirling smoke. Its skin was charred and grotesquely marred. Even its two heads bore severe burns, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. Yet, astonishingly, all these injuries were mending at an extraordinary rate. Both faces displayed expressions of loathing and fury, their deep azure pupils fixated on Chen Yan. "Brother, he has wounded us. He must pay dearly." Chapter 79. The Reaper. A clean break. Chen Yan had not anticipated that, after enduring the lion's flame at such close range, he would only sustain this degree of injury. His wounds were visibly healing. High-level calamity beasts possessed formidable regenerative abilities, a fact he had already experienced. Alas, the power of the incantation was insufficiently potent. Had he donned those two epic pieces of equipment, which would have significantly augmented his extraordinary power, perhaps that blast of lion's flame could have obliterated him in an instant. Now, the twin demon gods were evidently enraged. "Brother, let us rend him asunder. It has been far too long since we savored the taste of humanity." With their physical forms restored, the twin demon gods drew forth two arm bones, wielding them as they transformed into two ethereal blue blades. The swift blade beams surged forth like a tempest. A myriad of azure slashes filled the air. Should one fail to evade in time, they would likely be reduced to mere paste. Chen Yan remained composed, activating his eagle eye to dodge the assault with a flash of wind and thunder while unleashing a counterattack with incantations. A tempestuous exchange ensued. It seemed as though the very air was cleaved into countless fragments. The terrifying, extraordinary force detonated against the calamity beast, each explosion akin to the flames of war, bearing witness to the extreme ferocity of their clash. Fists collided with blades. Bones erupted in a fierce cacophony. The ground beneath Chen Yan and the twin demon gods shattered simultaneously. Boom! The blast of air extinguished all the lamps adorning the walls, leaving only a solitary light swaying in the dome above. Following this confrontation, both combatants staggered back several paces. Chen Yan gasped for breath, numerous wounds adorning his body. But the most grievous injury was from the direct clash of fists, flesh torn asunder to reveal white bone. It was unfathomable how excruciating the pain must have been. In contrast, the twin demon gods, though equally battered, continued to heal at an alarming rate. "This human can actually engage us in close combat? Indeed, brother. His strength is astonishing. If we allow him to grow any further, we may find ourselves outmatched. Yet, alas, he has arrived a tad too early, huh? Look, he is on the verge of collapse. The strength of humanity pales in comparison to ours. By devouring this powerful human, we shall only grow stronger." The two-headed brethren exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly envisioning the moment of Chen Yan's dismemberment. Onward, the twin demon gods advanced once more. Unexpectedly, the figure remained motionless, a cautionary whisper urging vigilance in its vicinity. To probe cautiously, the overly astute demon chose to test from a distance whether Chen Yan had activated his domain. Should he discover the activation of judgment, he would immediately withdraw, leaving no room for opportunity. A large blade narrowly missed Chen Yan's ear, embedding itself deeply in the earth behind him. Observing this, the demon lowered his psychological defenses, realizing that his opponent had not yet activated his domain, thus allowing for a calculated offensive. However, a sense of unease enveloped the twin demons. What was amiss? They suddenly became acutely aware that the palace had grown darker, not merely due to the extinguished wall lamps, but because a profound darkness was gradually consuming the light within the temple, enveloping everything. The radiance was indeed fading. Yet Chen Yan felt no threat. What was he truly intending? In the end, even the chandelier above succumbed to the encroaching darkness, plunging the entire temple into an abyss where visibility was utterly lost. "I can see nothing, brother." "Neither can I. This is impossible. We should possess the ability to adapt to darkness, so why?" The tone of the twins shifted from lightheartedness to a hint of panic. Every creature harbors a fear of the unknown. That which lies beyond comprehension instills dread. Now, the twin demons felt both fear and oppression, wholly unaware that these emotions stemmed from a mere human. Sequence 127. The Reaper. You have entered the state of the Reaper's possession. Attack power 300-590. Chen Yan's attack power stood at 310. The Reaper's possession would triple his base attack power and add 590 points. resulting in a current attack power 1520. During the possession, Chen Yin could not utilize any verbal spells. His method of attack was transformed into the Reaper's scythe, though he could still move with great speed. A spectral image of the Reaper manifested behind Chen Yin, its skeletal right hand wielding a massive scythe, while the left hand held the ledger of life and death, exuding an oppressive aura. Apologies, but the game time has concluded. Chen Yin surged forward. He's coming, brother. Run. Where to? I can see nothing. A few seconds later, the darkness receded like a tide, revealing a weakened Chen Yin half kneeling on the ground. Behind him, the colossal form of the twin demon stood rigidly in place. A wound extended from its neck downward, cleaving through its entire body. With a violent spray of dark blood, the demon was severed in two. The Reaper's scythe had effortlessly bisected what was once an indomitable form. The terrifying force had even severed every vein and artery within its body, rendering any connection between the two halves impossible. The severed halves collapsed to the sides, falling silent. Chen Yin finally let out a sigh of relief. He had resolved the issue. Yet, suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Why had he not received the prompt indicating the completion of his advancement? The eerie laughter, chilling and disconcerting, echoed ominously from both sides. Chen Yin spun around abruptly, only to witness the two halves of a body standing upright simultaneously. They laughed uproariously, with wild and unrestrained mirth. However, instead of merging back into one, they had transformed into distinct entities. Brothers, this time, they were truly divided into two beings. Human, I acknowledge your power, but to vanquish us, you are far from sufficient. Now, it is your turn to despair. Chen Yin thought, so this is the twin demon god. Indeed formidable. Yet, there are no monsters in this world that cannot be slain. Perhaps there lies some hidden truth I have yet to uncover. It appeared that this battle would not conclude anytime soon. Brother, his strength is now depleted. We may relish him at our leisure. Ignorant human, though you possess some skill, you cannot escape death. Indeed, Chen Yin's power had been thoroughly exhausted. When extraordinary strength wanes, when injuries are sustained, when stamina is depleted, fulfilling any one of these three conditions allows Chen Yin to invoke the word spirit destiny. Chapter 80. Chen Yin's bitter struggle. The blood moon catastrophe approaches. With his extraordinary strength entirely spent, Chen Yin had met one of the conditions for the activation of destiny. This invocation required no power. It merely necessitated the fulfillment of the conditions. Sequence 101 Destiny. Obscure syllables transformed into a divine realm blooming with life, as Chen Yin bathed in sacred and holy radiance, preparing to accept the choice of destiny. During this acceptance, he was shielded by the divine domain, impervious to all intrusion. What is happening, brother? Hasn't his power been depleted? The two attempted to approach, but found themselves unable to breach the sanctified light's protective boundary, forced to watch helplessly from the outside. Destiny possesses three effects. Sun, increases constitution by 30, heals injuries. Moon, increases agility by 30, restores stamina. Stars, increases extraordinary power by 30, replenishes extraordinary strength. Additionally, there exists a minuscule chance of triggering the hidden effect. Black Sunday suddenly. A star blazed brilliantly above Chen Yin. Destiny star activated. Extraordinary power 30. Chen Yin's extraordinary attribute, originally at 89, surged to an astounding 116. Simultaneously, the once dormant energy revived partially, as the sacred light began to fade. The twin demon god could no longer contain its impatience, rushing forward with the intent to shatter Chen Yin into countless pieces. Simultaneously, they charged from the left and right. Yet in the next moment, an overwhelmingly powerful force expanded outward from Chen Yin's center. Words of power, the Judgment Blade. The domain unfolded with an unexpected ferocity, leaving the two demon gods utterly astounded. Retreat. Despite their swift escape, the expansion of the domain, fueled by the resurgence of ancient extraordinary power, was swifter than ever before. The younger demon god, caught perilously close to the source, was instantly engulfed by the domain. In a heartbeat, he was torn asunder. The elder brother reached a safe distance, his heart racing with dread. Had they both been consumed together, it would have been their end. What manner of creature is this human, whose power seemed to have renewed despite being depleted? Yet, before long, the younger god resurrected. Even though his corporeal form had been rendered unrecognizable, he returned once more. Thus, Chun Yin wielded his domain again, severing him anew. He resurrected again. A third strike, a third revival. At this juncture, Chun Yin furrowed his brow. His recently restored power had been expended once more. Ignorant insects. Do they truly believe they can vanquish us? The two demon gods wore triumphant smiles. Surely this time. He had exhausted all his options. The freshly revived younger brother snarled. The pain I endured must be reciprocated. The two demon gods launched their assault once again. Chun Yin, expressionless, murmured incantations as his words manifested into reality. Destiny. The holy light descends anew. Bathed in an endless divine radiance, he appeared as a celestial being. The effects of the celestial bodies had waned, and his attributes returned to their prior state. Yet, having depleted his strength, the conditions to invoke destiny were met once more. Destiny's Sun activated. Constitution 30, Chun Yin's constitution, already his highest attribute, soared to an impressive 193. This significantly enhanced his resilience and strength. Simultaneously, his wounds healed at a rate tenfold compared to before. Hemostasis, scabbing, and scar healing. Even the bones misaligned from powerful impacts mended themselves. However, at that moment, Chun Yin possessed not a shred of extraordinary power. Crack, crack. He flexed his knuckles, the sound echoing, and muttered, "So, it seems I must resort to hand-to-hand combat?" No sooner had he spoken, he charged forward. This scene appeared almost comical to the two demon gods. Just moments ago, his speed had been commendable. Now, he moved with a laughable slowness. Did he truly believe he could contend with us in close quarters? Such a small human frame was utterly ridiculous. The elder demon god stepped forward, fingers clenched into a fist, igniting with an eerie blue flame. He unleashed a punch, a torrent of air erupting. At that moment, Chun Yin also struck. Bang! Their fists collided midair. In that instant, the elder demon god's expression shifted. The playful smile that had graced his face froze, replaced by a grimace of distortion and agony. A piercing scream echoed as his hand was brutally shattered. Impossible. It cannot be. How could a mere human possess such formidable strength? No way. He roared, his disbelief palpable as he struggled to accept the scene before him. Chun Yin shook his slightly sore right hand, a smile unexpectedly curling at the corners of his mouth. Time is still on our side. We can savor this moment. In the blink of an eye, 2 days slipped by. Chun Yin remained embroiled in his challenge, yet time did not stand still. Countdown to the blood moon catastrophe. 12 hours, the final half-day approached. Everyone busied themselves with last-minute preparations. The extraordinary beings who had ventured out to level up returned to their cities, taking time to recuperate, adjust their gear, and prepare for the impending battle. The enforcement team gathered in full force, establishing various military defenses outside the city while systematically allocating the participating extraordinary beings to maximize combat effectiveness. Still unable to reach Chun Yin, Li Yunwei, more anxious than anyone, had nearly exhausted her phone trying to contact him. As one of the few who knew Chun Yin's true identity, she understood the critical role he played in the safety of Lehigh City. With him present, the chances of the city weathering the calamity increased by at least 30%. That 30% could not be compensated by the addition of 1,000 extraordinary beings. One Chun Yin was worth 1,000. She sought out Qin Yu, inquiring if he had any news of Chun Yin, but he too reported no leads. Reluctantly, Li Yunwei had to prepare for the worst. Perhaps that lad had encountered some unforeseen mishap or was otherwise indisposed. There was a possibility he might be absent from this battle. She continued to issue recruitment orders, summoning all combat-capable extraordinary beings to the front lines. All humanity is a community of fate. We must defend our homeland first to protect ourselves. And to enlist a few high-level core players to the tactical camp to confirm the details of the Blood Moon catastrophe. Indeed, the Blood Moon catastrophe marked the first large-scale disaster in the game. When it struck, the Blood Moon hung ominously overhead, and monsters surged forth, assaulting the player's main city. That time, the streets were littered with bodies as the monsters relentlessly ravaged the city, a sight too harrowing to behold. And this time, there would be no chances for revival. Despite their utmost efforts to prepare, no one held absolute certainty. Meanwhile, everyone in the guild had entered a state of readiness. Sister Chishi, have you managed to contact Brother Wuyun yet? Not yet. Oh dear, at such a critical moment, the leader has suddenly vanished. He mentioned undergoing a second-tier promotion, but he shouldn't still be missing. Given Brother Wuyun's prowess, Advancing to the second tier should pose no challenge. Surely, nothing could have gone awry? Don't jinx it. Even among this elite group from around the world, the absence of Wuyun left a void, akin to losing a stabilizing anchor. Brother Wuyun will surely return. He promised me. Su Jinyu was utterly convinced of this. Chapter 81. The Arrival of the Blood Moon Calamity. Countdown to Blood Moon Calamity. 3 hours, as dusk approached. The usual vibrant night market was eerily desolate, with not a soul in sight. Doors and windows were tightly shut. A patrol vehicle from the enforcement team passed by, blaring a repeated message. All civilians are advised to stay indoors and keep their doors and windows closed. Do not venture outside. The residents of Linghai City were numerous. A select group of important individuals had been relocated to air raid shelters, while students were gathered and protected at their schools. The remaining populace was left to remain at home. At Linghai University, an expansive indoor gymnasium housed thousands of students. Xiao Wen and her close friend were among them. Up ahead, an enforcer with a loudspeaker shouted, "If there are any volunteers wishing to join the front line, come find me. I hope everyone can contribute to the defense of our homeland." Her friend whispered, "Xiao Wen, shouldn't we go to the front lines?" "Absolutely not." Xiao Wen rolled her eyes. "We're only level 50. Fighting monsters is not our responsibility. That's the duty of the high-level experts. But I have a friend who's level 45, and he went. Isn't it a bit cowardly for us to hide here? Huh. If you wish to seek death, go ahead. I won't stop you." In the air raid shelter, those gathered were either affluent or of noble birth. Lu Xingchen was among them, a modest businessman. However, unlike others, he had secretly brought in a few extraordinary bodyguards, claiming them as his family, to shelter alongside him. "Boss," one bodyguard scratched his head. "I see many people heading to the front lines while we remain in this safe haven. Isn't that a bit questionable? I pay your salaries. Your sole duty is to protect me, not to seek death." Lu Xingchen spat vehemently. "If you leave, who will protect me when the monsters break in? But nothing. I brought you in here. You should be grateful, not rushing to your demise." Lu Xingchen glanced over to see a middle-aged man persistently making phone calls, his expression grim. This man was Chun Huarong, the biological father of Chun Yin, though now Lu Xingchen was considered his new son, a product of their reconstituted family post-divorce. "Dad, still no luck reaching Chun Yin? That scoundrel has no idea where he has gone. He is probably safe at school, no need to worry." Lu Xingchen secretly hoped that Chun Yin would head to the front lines, better yet, perish, to spare him the annoyance of dealing with a cockroach-like presence. On the other side of the shelter, Chun Yin's mother had also attempted to contact her son. Despite both parents having moved on to new families after their divorce, thoughts of their biological son resurfaced in such dire times. "Mom, is my brother here too?" The girl speaking is Ning Ziqing, a 17-year-old daughter of a blended family, who might be considered Chun Yin's younger sister. She is unaware that the call did not connect. Where could her brother be? I have longed to meet him. I hope he is safe. In an ordinary household, Xiao Lu is a father who once was a gamer amidst calamity. However, he chose not to volunteer and fight on the front lines. Instead, he opted to remain at home, securing the doors and windows, hiding with his wife and children. "I am sheltering my family, and there is nothing wrong with that," he continuously reassured himself. Yet, deep down, he understood that it was out of cowardice. Those individuals do not comprehend the terror of the Blood Moon Calamity. I have witnessed ordinary people inevitably becoming cannon fodder. I do not wish to die. What is wrong with staying at home? At that moment, the television broadcasted scenes from the front lines, where people were gearing up, bracing themselves, while reporters simultaneously continued to recruit volunteers. The calamity was imminent. May all capable individuals step forth. United in purpose, we shall surely overcome this crisis. His 5-year-old son, watching intently, pointed at the screen and asked, "Daddy, when can I be like them? I want to fight monsters too." "Be quiet." Xiao Lu's heart was pierced with pain. Hearing his son's words only deepened his sense of inadequacy. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Qin Yu was among the volunteers. Despite her tender age of 18 or 19, she was a formidable warrior, boasting a level beyond 80, surpassing most. Naturally, this was also due to the support from Chun Yin and several friends. "Xiao Yu, we may not be able to look after you later. You must protect yourself," said the plump Dong Rongrong, unable to suppress the thought that if Chun Yin were present, they wouldn't need to worry about her. "I will be cautious," she replied. "I wonder if I will live or die." Dong Rongrong contemplated. "Xiao Yu, shall I share a secret with you? Actually, Chun Yin Turning around, he found that Qin Yu had already picked up her phone and walked away, likely calling Chen Yin again. Where could her brother have gone? He couldn't possibly be in Linhai City, could he? That would be impossible. Where else could he go? He wouldn't abandon us to flee to another city, especially with Xiaoyu still here. Let's not forget, there are many women who admire him, and they are far more accomplished than Xiaoyu. For instance, there is Yi Hongling, the daughter of the general from Longhua, and Zhao Yixue, the princess of the Zhao family. Indeed, you have a point. Perhaps I shouldn't tell Xiaoyu, lest it discourage her. Countdown to the Blood Moon Calamity. 30 minutes. At that moment, subtitles appeared before all extraordinary beings simultaneously. Attention, all players. The Gate of Calamity has been opened. Monsters are about to launch an attack. Concurrently, drones patrolling the skies detected the so-called Gate of Calamity and transmitted the images back. It was a scene resembling a chaotic vortex of teleportation arrays, sprawling across the plains, with at least 1,000 visible at a glance. Akin to a tumultuous sea of stars. All the chaotic vortices were directed towards the eastern part of the city. Orders were dispatched for all teams to assemble in the city's east, preparing for battle. Missiles were launched in an attempt to obliterate the portals, as the command center issued directives. Soon, the fighter jets stationed in the skies took action. 2 long-range precision-guided missiles arced beautifully through the night, exploding with a resounding roar. However, this dazzling display of fireworks yielded no results. Reports indicated that the chaotic vortices remained unscathed, seemingly impervious to destruction. Extraordinary beings had been summoned for support, and every possible means was to be employed. In no time, several extraordinary beings soared into the air, endeavoring to dismantle the chaotic vortices, yet none succeeded, ultimately having to abandon their efforts. At last, the countdown reached 0. In an instant, a blood moon hung in the sky, casting a dark crimson hue across the heavens. Simultaneously, a stark red warning flashed before everyone's eyes. The calamity of the blood moon has descended. The world score leaderboard is now active. Below, a round of gifts was offered. Chapter 82, The 4 Calamity Demon Generals? A despairing beginning. With the blood moon overhead, calamity had arrived. Following the fusion of the game with reality, the first large-scale disaster had finally manifested. This was a test of survival for all humanity. In the night sky, nearly 10 armed helicopters hovered, while bombers had entered a cruising state at higher altitudes, and various land-based weaponry was fully deployed. At last, the chaotic vortices stirred. People initially anticipated a massive emergence of monsters, but the reality proved otherwise. The first signs of movement came from the largest chaotic vortex at the center. 2 colossal calamity beasts emerged, towering like small mountains, bizarre in form, beyond verbal description. Yet, general information became visible to the onlookers. Calamity Demon General. Level 2 Grade 1. Good heavens, they start with such a level? What a disaster awaits us. The onset of such formidable foes left the people feeling despondent, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping them. The term Calamity Demon General alone was sufficient to instill despair in all hearts. The varying bloodlines among the Calamity Beasts dictated vast disparities in strength. The lowest tier, known as the Fearless Beasts, was followed by the Calamity Beasts at the second tier, Abyss Beasts at the third, Earth-Shaking Beasts at the fourth, and culminating with the Calamity Demon Generals at the 5th tier. These 5 levels corresponded to escalating challenges, with the legendary demon gods being encountered only beyond these. Yet, even the Calamity Demon Generals were enough to deter the bravest. For not long ago, it was indeed a Calamity Demon General that had nearly bested Zhao Yixue. What is there to fear? We now possess numerous formidable second-tier warriors, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility for us to vanquish them. Indeed, times have changed, our levels and equipment have significantly improved, and even the Demon Generals are not insurmountable. However, there are not merely 2. No, there are 4. What? After the emergence of the first 2, 2 more followed closely behind. A total of 4 Calamity Demon Generals. This is undeniably a distressing number. While 2 may be manageable with the right strategy, facing 4 escalates the difficulty exponentially. All 4 Calamity Demons belong to the same category, adorned with 4 hands on their backs and a colossal red eyeball at their chests, which spins ominously. This is the sweet air of the human world. Indeed, it is far more beautiful than the world of calamity, perfectly suited for trampling. Enough with the idle chatter. Summon the great demon lord at once. The 4 Calamity Beasts simultaneously knelt, thrusting a hand into their chest's eyeball, resulting in a gruesome eruption of blood that cascaded forth, forming an eerie pattern on the ground. What are they doing? It is unclear, but we cannot afford to ignore it. Open fire. The armed helicopter received the command and swiftly approached, its machine guns whirring, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Yet these projectiles are ineffective against ordinary calamity beasts, let alone those of the demon general caliber. A vexatious nuisance. Suddenly, the two hands on the back of the calamity beast elongated dramatically, extending several dozen meters. These massive hands seized a helicopter in midair and hurled it violently into another helicopter. Boom! The night sky erupted with two fiery blossoms. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, all players were left astounded, and high-ranking officials at the command center were equally stunned. To think they could leverage force so astutely, what keen combat awareness. Are they truly mere monsters? Above the clouds, the bomber's targeting system locked onto the four creatures. A missile pierced through the clouds. Yet what transpired next was even more shocking. One of the calamity beasts forcibly grasped the missile's warhead in midair. After a swift spin, it was flung back, its target precisely another helicopter. Boom! The missile struck true, obliterating the helicopter and leaving no remnants. Cease fire and retreat. The headquarters immediately ordered against any further reckless probing. Such actions would be tantamount to suicide. Naturally, no airborne extraordinary beings dared to tempt fate. For those are four demon general-level calamity beasts. Any who dare approach shall meet their demise. We could only watch helplessly. The blood of the four calamity beasts inscribed a formation upon the ground. Suddenly, the heavens split open with a gaping void. A beam of ethereal blue light descended, landing precisely on that formation. Magnify the scene. The footage captured by the drone was enlarged to its utmost. From this blue light emerged a colossal stone sarcophagus. For formidable harbinger beasts knelt before the stone sarcophagus with utmost reverence. Great twin demon lords, please awaken. Great twin demon lords, please awaken. They chanted fervently. Yet the sarcophagus remained entirely unresponsive. What could be the matter? Has the demon lord succumbed to slumber? Could it be that the demon lord is still dispersing power to confront the intruding humans within the temple? How could that be? That was an event 2 days prior. Are you suggesting that the demon lord has been engaged in a fierce battle with that human for 2 whole days without a resolution, thus rendering the divine unable to awaken? Impossible. Although the illusions remaining in the temple possess but half of the demon lord's power, how could a mere human possibly rival the lord? Regardless, we must ensure the awakening of our demon lord. At this moment, the other teleportation arrays began to tremble. Thousands of chaotic whirlpools erupted simultaneously, unleashing a tide of monstrous creatures that surged forward in a dark wave. This time, it was indeed a genuine monster surge. Fortunately, these creatures were of a relatively low level, generally around level 30. Wait, why are those 4 Harbinger demon generals not attacking? What is happening? Do we have the luxury to concern ourselves with them now? We must first contend with the monster tide. Everyone, prepare for battle. We cannot allow even a single creature to escape. The true battle has finally erupted. The mages transformed into artillery in the sky, unleashing winds, water, thunder, and fire, with myriad lights intertwining like falling meteors. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted across the plains, and the low-level monsters were obliterated by the overwhelming force. Li Yunwei spoke solemnly. This method is unsustainable. We must conserve our extraordinary powers as much as possible. These are merely the lowest-tier monsters, and we can barely manage them with conventional weaponry. Ground assault teams, move out. Air support, continue bombarding to diminish their numbers. All extraordinary beings, please be vigilant and eliminate any stragglers. As the on-site commander, Li Yunwei's decisions were remarkably prudent. This was undoubtedly a protracted battle that required careful planning. Consequently, the extraordinary beings ceased their attacks. The ground forces, comprised of fully armed ordinary soldiers, advanced, and the thunderous roar of gunfire resonated across the plains. After approximately 2 hours, the first wave of assault concluded. The monsters that fell upon the plains numbered at least tens of thousands. Although these low-level creatures were numerous, the majority were drowned beneath a hail of bullets, and the few that managed to charge forward could not breach the defensive shield. A multitude of monster carcasses dissipated into black mist. Yet, this was merely the beginning. People dared not imagine the scene when those 4 Harbinger demon generals would commence their assault. What truly lies within that sarcophagus? Chapter 83. Every era has its heroes who swim against the current. Blood Moon Catastrophe Countdown. 22 hours. This catastrophe is destined to last a total of 24 hours. And already 2 hours have elapsed. The warriors had yet to catch their breath when the second wave of attack was upon them. This time, the adversaries ranged from level 40 to 50, compelling all ordinary combat personnel to transition to logistics, allowing the extraordinary to take the stage. Li Yunwei received the command from the Supreme Commander, inhaling deeply, his resonant voice resonating through the headsets of all present. Esteemed comrades, the moment to defend our homeland has arrived. As a community bound by fate, we must not falter in this battle. Oh, the fervent rallying cry surged like a roaring tide. The extraordinary from Lehigh City were all mobilized. This time, nearly 5,000 extraordinary beings had come to the front lines. An extraordinarily remarkable number. One must realize that not everyone possesses the courage to fight. Gathering such a multitude of volunteers is indeed a rare feat, Su Mei. An ordinary university student, had long been burdened by her poor academic performance, facing pressure from her parents and disdain from relatives and classmates. Her introverted nature had driven her to immerse herself in the virtual realm. Today, however, she summoned the courage to arrive at the front lines. Drawing her bow to its full moon, an arrow soared through the air, striking true and piercing the chest of a monster. I have my own worth. Her gaze was unwavering. This time, she was no longer a mere gaming enthusiast, but a true warrior. Youth is often characterized by a fearless fervor. The young dare not fear the tiger. Defenders and warriors charged forth. Mages and other ranged classes attacked from the rear, maintaining formation. Support roles remained ready to assist at all times. Yet, there were also many who cowered in the rear, paralyzed by fear. All were hastily recruited volunteers. And expecting these young individuals to confront bloodshed and chaos like fearless martyrs was evidently no simple task. Wei Shu, a swordsman, trembled as he gripped the hilt of his sword, gazing at the ominous tide of monsters ahead, unable to step forward. His legs betrayed him. Many others shared his plight. Some even so terrified that they lost control, kneeling on the ground, while others turned to flee. Reality is not a novel. This is the frailty of human nature. Suddenly, a girl with long hair approached. Her gentle appearance exuded a soothing aura, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. Her name was Tang Ro, a second-tier elven sorceress. Currently the highest-ranked sorceress in Lehigh City. Are you all right? She inquired with a warm smile, a smile capable of healing the hearts of many, akin to a refreshing spring flowing into a parched field. I. Wei Shu stammered. Tang Ro gazed ahead and gently reassured, you are afraid, aren't you? We can't possibly win. Wei Shu felt a wave of shame wash over him as he sought justification for his cowardice. There are still 4 immensely powerful disaster demon generals, and perhaps even stronger monsters within that stone coffin. No matter how hard we try, it will be futile. He felt this reasoning provided ample comfort, convincing himself that it was not his cowardice, but rather the absence of hope for victory. Suddenly, a resolute expression emerged on Tang Ro's gentle face, and her tone grew considerably more serious. The history of the Dragon Nation has never been a smooth sail. It is the bravery of our ancestors that has bestowed upon us an era of stability. In times of tranquility, there are those who bear the burdens for us. No one is born a hero. Now, it is our turn to carry the weight. Circumstances forge heroes. Tang Ro firmly believes that human civilization cannot simply perish. In times of peril, new heroes will inevitably rise against the current, composing a stirring epic that ignites our passions. If given the chance, she too wishes to be one of these heroes. With her hands clasped tightly to her chest and her eyes closed, she resembled a maiden praying to the divine. The wind swept through, her dark hair billowing. What is that sound? I too hear a melodic voice singing a beautiful song. For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing this song, I felt an overwhelming surge of strength. What is this? The elven secret art, life's anthem. This is Tang Ro's first-tier ultimate skill. Within her melodious voice, the attributes of all around her receive a significant enhancement, as if every cell in their bodies has awakened, brimming with vitality. I am prepared to fight. I can fight. Wei Shu overcame his inner trepidation and bravely took the first step. Many, like him, have stepped forward, marking a step towards the continuation of human civilization. For hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, on the plains, countless lives were lost, the air thick with the scent of blood. Beneath the crimson sky, There were endless cries and clashes. People fought valiantly. When their extraordinary powers were exhausted, they wielded weapons, determined not to let a single monster breach the defensive line. Yet, the monsters grew ever stronger, surging forth in unrelenting waves. Eventually, groups of level 80 monsters emerged. These creatures surpassed the levels of a considerable number of players, and to vanquish them, greater sacrifices must be made. Concurrently, the world leaderboard began to reflect changes. Each defeated monster awarded points. The higher the monster's level, the greater the points earned. Once the calamity concludes, rewards will be distributed based on the leaderboard standings. Currently, at the top of the ranks is a player from the Sakura Nation, 1. Wazawa Naoki, 89-23 points. Sakura Nation, 2. Wilson, 85-45 points. Lighthouse Nation, 3. Song Zixiao, 82-18 points. 4. Zhao Ishua, 79-12 points. Dragon Nation. Among players from other nations, there are also formidable experts. The Dragon Nation has failed to secure a position in the top 3, which is undoubtedly a blow to morale. After all, the leaderboard reflects the prowess of the strong. If the Dragon Nation cannot even break into the top 3, the collective spirit may wane, and despair may set in. In times past, the competition lay in military strength. Now, the foremost champions represent the military might of their respective nations. If one could secure a commendable position on the leaderboard, speaking at the United Nations conferences would undoubtedly carry more weight. This bears significant importance. Yet, why have I not seen him make an appearance? Indeed, is he not the world's strongest player? How is it that he has not even graced the leaderboard? Moreover, I have not encountered any news of his participation in battle. Could he be hiding away alone? Damn, if such a formidable figure as he is not engaging in combat. Why are we exerting ourselves so fervently? Li Yunwei too found herself perplexed. Initially, she believed Chen Yin was merely absent from Linhai City, but to her surprise, he had not even appeared on the leaderboard. Has he not yet made a move? What on earth is he doing? Unbeknownst to everyone, Chen Yin was embroiled in a fierce struggle against the most powerful of the Blood Moon Calamity's twin demon gods. It was precisely his presence that prevented the true form of the twin demon gods from awakening. Had it not been for him, Linhai City would have long been annihilated by the demons. Chapter 84. The Fated Black Sun. The game concludes Jiang City. Under the leadership of the Zhao family, they were steadfastly combating a wave of monsters. However, the creatures emerging from those chaotic teleportation arrays were no longer mere insignificant pests. They were fearless tier calamity beasts. Among them were even a considerable number of misfortune tier beasts. Such calamity beasts, typically fearsome on their own, now appeared in overwhelming numbers. Are we out of our minds? How are we supposed to fight against such a horde of monstrous beings? Yet, in the face of these formidable calamity beasts, Zhao Yixue, wielding her icy longsword, leapt into the fray, propelled by the frigid winds. Wherever she passed, blossoms of ice erupted, freezing everything in their path. The colossal monsters were transformed into ice sculptures, only to shatter into countless crystalline shards. With Zhao Yixue's current prowess, dealing with such calamity beasts posed no challenge whatsoever. As she ruthlessly slaughtered the calamity beasts, a question nagged at her mind. Why was there no mention of the name Bu Yu on the leaderboard? What could he possibly be doing? Just then, her earpiece crackled to life with the voice of the steward. Miss, you asked me to inquire about the situation in Linhai City, and I have gathered some information. The circumstances there appear to differ somewhat from our own. Speak, Zhao Yixue replied, her expression impassive. There are 4 calamity demon generals there, who have yet to take action. They seem to be guarding a massive stone coffin. 4. Even Zhao Yixue could not suppress the slight furrowing of her elegant brows. A single calamity demon general possesses overwhelming dominion. She had once found herself in a dire struggle against one. Jiang City has none, yet Linhai City has 4? Understood. Once we conclude here, we shall provide support to Linhai City. Just City. Yi Hongling hovered high above, perched upon a flaming broom. Gazing down at the vast tide of monsters below, a manic smile crept across her lips. After such a long period of preparation, the time has finally come. The wine-red hair danced in the wind, its hue staining even the eyes of vibrant scarlet, exuding an astonishing beauty. The heavens descended upon the earth. A ferocious surge of fire energy instantaneously engulfed the night sky. Countless colossal meteors materialized above. One after another, they pierced through the clouds, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. The meteor swarm detonated upon impact, blooming into fiery blossoms. Those high-tier calamity beasts were reduced to mere fragments, entirely consumed by the inferno. The anguished wails of innumerable monsters echoed beneath the night sky. People watched this spectacle from a distance, unable to suppress a shiver down their spines. Is this truly the might of Miss Yi? It is utterly terrifying. No wonder she commanded us all to evacuate. Should we be caught in this, survival would be a certainty lost. Oh my, look at Miss Yi's score. It is skyrocketing. 1. Naoki Wazawa 14523 points. Sakura Nation 2. Yi Hongling 11245 points. Dragon Nation. Yi Hongling has soared to second place in the world. This is undoubtedly a tremendously exhilarating event, particularly uplifting the morale of Dragon Nation players. Indeed, fire mages reign supreme in monster hunting. But who is this top scorer from Sakura Nation? Can anyone slay monsters faster than Miss Yi? I recall encountering him previously in Calamity. If memory serves, his talent is the Thunder God's Blade. His speed of movement is unparalleled, and he slaughters monsters with astonishing swiftness, making him incomparable. Alas, it is a pity for Miss Yi. Yet what of Wuyun? Is there a chance for her? Enough said. Wuyun hasn't even broken into the top 100. How could she possibly catch up? The gap is far too vast. After unleashing this wave of powerful spells, Yi Hongling retreated to the rear, inquiring about the situation elsewhere. She learned of the circumstances in Linhai City. It appears that we are merely dealing with trifles here. The real challenge lies beyond. How dull. Yi Hongling remarked with disinterest. I shall head to Linhai City to provide support. These trifles are yours to handle. In the Azure Blue Temple, Chen Yin continues to battle the twin demon gods. His challenge is time-limited to 3 days. Time is nearly up. This signifies that Chen Yin has been locked in combat with the twin demon gods for a full 3 days. It is difficult to fathom a human such as him. The twin demon gods have long since shed their initial disdain. They now regard this human with trepidation. To withstand the vast and boundless power of a demon god for 3 days without faltering, what manner of creature is he? At this moment, the twin demon gods are battered and bruised, some injuries beyond the possibility of recovery. Meanwhile, Chen Yin's situation is far from optimistic. Though he relies on the power of his words and destiny to continually restore his wounds and stamina, even surpassing his limits, it remains a perilous strain on his body. Every single cell within him is in lamentation. His eyelids are so heavy that they are nearly impossible to open. He is certain that should he lie down, he would instantly succumb to slumber. Certainly, after enduring such a prolonged battle, Chen Yin has discerned the weaknesses of the twin demon gods. Unless both the elder and younger brothers are vanquished simultaneously, they possess the ability to resurrect infinitely. Over the past 3 days, he has tirelessly sought an opportunity. Yet this astute demon has never granted him one. The brothers would never engage in battle at the same time. One would fight while the other would evade, rendering them nearly invincible. Thus, Chen Yin has not triumphed, but has instead clung desperately to his fate until now. However, you shall not prevail against us. Regardless of your struggles, it is impossible for you to slay us. Chen Yin found himself devoid of strength even to respond. He had sustained further injuries, and having fulfilled the mandates of fate, he was permitted to draw upon it once more. A radiant light enveloped him. The twin demon gods were no strangers to this scene, even finding it tedious to approach. Yet this time was unlike any before. The elder brother sensed something amiss. Why? Why do I feel an overwhelming force? The two demon gods recoiled simultaneously, an ominous feeling rapidly burgeoning within them. This time, Chen Yin did not draw upon the sun, moon, or stars. Instead, a dark orb appeared at his fingertips. It was profound and shadowy, seemingly capable of devouring all, instilling dread. After 3 long days, he had finally drawn this entity. The probability was indeed minuscule. The black sun, when it erupts, it will absorb all living beings in its vicinity, sparing only the caster, regardless of friend or foe. Indeed, akin to a black hole. Chen Yin forced a smile. Now, the game can conclude. Chapter 85, Promotion Achieved. Chen Yin breaks through to second tier. Now, the game can conclude. Snap. Chen Yin produced a crisp snap of his fingers. The dark orb sprang forth, exploding in midair. In that moment, the very fabric of space collapsed. A profound dark vortex materialized at the center of the temple, unleashing an irresistible and terrifying gravitational pull that consumed everything around it. The ground fractured, walls crumbled, and pillars shattered. Countless fragments were drawn into the black vortex, vanishing without a trace. The two demon gods, ensnared within this dreadful gravitational field, sought escape, yet found it utterly impossible. At last, the demon gods experienced the taste of fear. What is this? What on earth is happening? How can he suddenly unleash such terrifying power? No, it is utterly insurmountable. I am being drawn in. Amidst this terrifying gravitational storm, Chun Yin walked leisurely, unaffected as the caster. Soon, the entire temple collapsed, reduced to debris that was consumed. Not only that, but the ruins, dust, air, and even light could not escape the fate of being absorbed. No, no. The younger brother of the twin demon gods was the first to be ensnared by the black sun. In the instant of being drawn in, his form shattered into countless minute fragments. At last, only the elder brother remained, struggling valiantly, yet he had reached his limit. Human, remember this. What you have vanquished is merely an illusion preserved within our temple, a mere fraction of our power. My true form is currently invading your world. We shall undoubtedly engage in battle once more, at which point you shall experience the full might of a complete demon god. Chun Yin chuckled, I await that day. In the next moment, the elder brother was also drawn into the black sun, which then vanished, leaving only an abyss of nothingness. Chun Yin gazed at the surrounding desolation, involuntarily gasping in horror. The black sun was indeed terrifying. After nearly 3 days, he successfully triumphed over the twin demon god's illusion, completing his advancement challenge. Congratulations. The demon god level advancement challenge is complete. Gene Lock is being released. Suddenly, Chun Yin felt something peculiar within him, akin to the sensation of having the meridians of a martial arts novel opened. You have successfully advanced to the second tier, current level, Tier 2. Level 1, Base Attribute Amplification, 0, 8 times. What are base attributes? They refer to the attributes gained purely through leveling up, excluding those granted by equipment. Chun Yin was astonished. For an ordinary difficulty advancement challenge, the total attribute amplification was only 0, 2 times. Even for someone like Zhao Yixue, who challenged the Calamity Demon General for advancement, the attribute increase was merely 0, 5 times. Yet, his base attributes would amplify directly by 0, 8 times. Physique, 243. Agility, 204. Transcendence, 185. This total attribute increase was rather exaggerated. Chun Yin's linguistic prowess and close combat abilities had received a tremendous boost. However, this was merely the beginning. Additional reward obtained. Randomly unlock a high-level ability of this talent. Sequence Linguistics 125. Primordial World has awakened. The Primordial World. Chun Yin was greatly intrigued. This was a linguistic ability he had never encountered in the game, and its rank was remarkably high. He immediately examined the effects of the linguistic ability. Primordial World allows an object to revert to its molecular and energetic state, then reconstructs it, returning it to its original state. In simpler terms, it can repair any damaged item. For instance, if a mirror were shattered, Chun Yin could activate this linguistic ability to restore it to its pristine form, an extraordinarily formidable auxiliary skill. Moreover, it seemed this linguistic ability could further awaken, gaining the ability to reverse effects and annihilate everything it touches. However, those considerations would come later. Congratulations on acquiring the legendary equipment, Surging Dragon. Legendary equipment, Surging Dragon, Legendary, required rank, Tier 2, Level 1 Defense, 0 Attack, 300 Attribute Bonus, none special effect. Dragon submerged in the abyss, the blade rests within its sheath, continuously accumulating dragon energy. The longer it remains sheathed, the more potent its power becomes. Special effect, Armor Breaker. When using this blade for physical attacks, it can ignore 10 points of the opponent's defense. Description, the dragon lies in wait beneath the depths, awaiting its moment. The dragon soars through the world, born to the heavens. What an extraordinarily domineering blade. Upon reviewing the 2 attributes of this sword, Chun Yin was filled with excitement, not merely due to the blade's might, but because it is a Tang sword, a true legacy passed down from the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Every time Chun Yin encountered references to the likes of the demon blade Muramasa or the child-cutting ink in novels, he held them in disdain. The Tang sword is magnificent. Previously, Chun Yin regarded his weapons merely as accessories to enhance his attack power, seldom employing them. Now, replacing them with this Tang sword, he could finally wield it. The feel should be quite splendid. Chun Yin promptly exchanged his previous epic-grade weapon for the Surging Dragon, resulting in a significant increase in attack power. Furthermore, upon advancing to Tier 2, he was also able to equip two previously inaccessible pieces of equipment, the Demon Heart Pendant, Epic, and the Moonlight Wolf Ring, Epic. Equipping all three items, Chun Yin's attributes surged once more. Chun Yin, Word Spirit Sage, Unique, Gene Level, Tier 2, Level 1, Constitution, 243 Agility, 204 Transcendence, 225 Attack Bonus, 610 Defense Bonus, 820 Combat Power Assessment, 105 Stars Equipment, Epic Grade Devil's 4-piece set. Moonlight Wolf Ring, Demon Heart Pendant, Surging Dragon. After this advancement and equipment exchange, Chun Yin's overall attributes nearly doubled. This signifies that the power of all word spirits would also be doubled. The enhancement is staggering. Even Chun Yin himself could hardly fathom how formidable he had become. What would transpire should he encounter the fully formed twin demon gods? Would he genuinely still require the Black Sun to confront them? In the blink of an eye, Chun Yin had organized all his rewards and was teleported out of the trial space, returning to the deserted island he had previously occupied. He picked up his phone from the ground, which, as expected, had been inundated with calls. There were calls from Shaoqi, Qinyu, and Li Yunwei. Blood Moon Catastrophe Countdown. 4 hours, 3 days had already passed. Indeed, it felt rather prolonged. I wonder how the situation is faring on their side. Although his body was utterly exhausted and in dire need of rest, he resolved to head to the battlefield first. After all, if the true form of the twin demon gods were to descend, perhaps no one else would stand a chance. He, Chun Yin, took a deep breath and donned his black mask once more. From that moment on, he ceased to be Chun Yin. He became a figure of silence. Chapter 86. The Return of Chun Yin, the Dragon Blade Unsheathed. On the battlefield of Linhai City, the situation remained tenuous. As the 4 Calamity Demon Generals had yet to engage in battle, was the Lord Demon God still not awake? What could possibly have transpired? Just as several Calamity Demon Generals exchanged bewildered glances, the stone coffin suddenly trembled. Boom! The stone coffin erupted violently, unleashing a mesmerizing azure light that captivated the soul. The Lord Demon God had awakened. Retreat. The 4 Calamity Demon Generals promptly withdrew, prostrating themselves at a distance. They beheld the azure light voraciously absorbing the corpses of surrounding monsters, siphoning immense energy. After a brief moment, the light dissipated, revealing the true form of the twin demon gods. Their physique bore resemblance to that of a human, adorned with elegant muscle contours and clad in black armor, with a tail resembling a scorpion's stinger trailing behind. The most striking features were their 2 heads, representing the elder and younger brothers. Salutations to the twin demon god. Salutations to the Lord Demon God. However, the Calamity Demon Generals soon realized that the recently awakened Lord Demon God appeared to be in distress, his face marred by terror. What was the matter with the Lord Demon God? The twin demon god disregarded the presence of these lowly beings. Brother, we must separate, otherwise. If we encounter that human again, I understand, brother. He shall never have the opportunity to vanquish us. With that, the twin demon god split into 2 independent entities. The elder brother gazed into the distance and spoke in a solemn tone. There are energy fluctuations from a teleportation array to the north. You remain here while I venture to the other side of the teleportation array. In this way, even if he employs that terrifying technique, he cannot annihilate us both at once. Having said this, the elder brother transformed into a shadow and swiftly fled into the distance. Once he had left the battlefield, he surprisingly assumed the form of an ordinary human and made his way to the cliff where the teleportation array was located. Who? 2 guardians of the teleportation array fell victim without the slightest resistance. The demon god stepped into the teleportation array, arriving at the other side in Lu City. Lu City lay 1,000 miles apart from Linhai City. By destroying the teleportation array, who could simultaneously slay us brothers separated by such a distance? The elder demon god raised his hand and directed a sphere of azure light into the teleportation array. Originally, the teleportation array was an exceedingly intricate energy structure, and as the 3rd form of energy invaded, its original configuration quickly succumbed to destruction. Soon, the light of the teleportation array dimmed. On the battlefield of Linhai City, the Lord Demon God, please issue your command. The twin demon god, without a doubt, stood as the most formidable force in this calamity, the sole backbone of their cause. I require further rest. You may act independently." The weary visage of the demon prince acknowledged with a faint sound before he resumed absorbing the energies of the deceased surrounding him. The long-fought battle had already drained his vitality. "Very well, my lord," he responded. One of the calamity demons rose, gazing into the distance. His sight traversed the battlefield strewn with corpses, reaching the rear of the human defenses. There, various support professions were tirelessly tending to and inspiring the warriors, with Tang Ro, a high-tier elven sorceress, playing a pivotal role. "I shall lead the charge for the demon lord and eliminate that human girl first," he proclaimed as he surged forward. His powerful legs were taut with muscle, resembling an indomitable bulldozer, sweeping across the battlefield. Everything in his path, whether ally or foe, was sent flying. Naturally, the human reconnaissance units immediately detected this development. The calamity demon is on the move. His target is the support troops. "Quick, stop him at all costs," Li Yunwei shouted with a voice already hoarse. These formidable calamity demons had long loomed as a dark cloud over everyone. To their astonishment, their first assault was aimed directly at the heart. Should a mighty beast like the calamity demon breach the rear of the defenses, it would undoubtedly be akin to a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Hundreds of beams of light surged toward the calamity demon, yet their impact was negligible, failing to impede his advance. "His target is me." Tang Ro stood quietly beneath the blood-red sky. The moment their eyes met, she understood she had become the target. Suddenly, a resonant and powerful voice erupted. "As long as I am here, no monster shall breach our defenses." It was a second-tier Great Shield Knight, raising an enormous steel shield nearly 2 meters high before him, erecting a barrier akin to a city wall. Bang! The terrifying impact radiated outward in a circular wave. The second-tier knight, shield and all, was launched away. The shield shattered, and the knight was sent flying like a torn sack, blood bursting from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious or worse. "Forgive me," the Great Shield Knight thought, his vision obscured by blood. He had failed to fulfill his promise, helplessly watching as the monster broke through the defenses. The creature was overwhelmingly powerful, in its prime state. Who could stand against it? In that moment, Tang Ro remained motionless. Her long hair fluttered behind her, and her expression was remarkably serene, even knowing that death was imminent. She had done her utmost. Up until this very moment, she steadfastly believed that amidst the chaos, heroes would eventually rise against the tide, through the winds and waves, cutting through thorns and brambles. The calamity demon had now reached her side, his fists clenched tight, resembling a war hammer as it descended from above. Despair enveloped the people. Even the most resilient second-tier knight could not withstand such force, let alone a frail sorceress. Perhaps in the next instant, Tang Ro would be reduced to mere pulp. Bang! The powerful shockwave erupted once again, exploding like a force of nature. Tang Ro stood frozen in awe, as did everyone else. The anticipated scene of brutality did not unfold. A figure emerged before Tang Ro, wielding a long blade held aloft, bravely absorbing this terrifying blow. The slender sword contrasted sharply with the enormous fist, creating a vivid juxtaposition. What was even more astonishing was that despite enduring such a strike, the sword remained perfectly steady, not tilting in the slightest. Who is he? The crowd couldn't help but ponder. A single-handed sword defense against the full force of the calamity demon? What manner of creature is this? How had he gone unnoticed until now? Finally, he had arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Yunwei exhaled deeply, the weight on his heart lifted. Qin Yu's friends immediately recognized the figure, releasing a collective sigh of relief. Chen Yan had returned. More precisely, he had returned as Wu Yu. "Who are you?" Tang Ro's mouth hung agape, momentarily forgotten in disbelief. While she did not recognize the figure before her, an intense premonition stirred within her. Perhaps this was the true hero chosen by the tides of time. Impossible. The calamity demon instinctively took 2 steps back. Just moments ago, it had been unstoppable. Yet now it was gripped by trepidation. This sudden human presence instilled an ominous foreboding within it. The oppressive aura emanating from this individual was even more formidable than that of the demon lord. Chun Yin spoke little, his weariness evident. After the fierce battle, even the twin demon gods required rest. He was no exception. However, swiftly resolving the immediate threat was paramount. Chun Yin drew his sword, the Qinglong blade unsheathing with a resounding echo. Chapter 87. The dragon emerges from the abyss. Zhao Yixue and Yi Hongling arrive, as Chun Yin unsheathed his blade. A profound dragon roar erupted, akin to a dragon surging forth from the depths. Golden dragon energy enveloped the sword, fierce and sharp. This was the legendary weapon's characteristic. The longer the blade remained in its sheath, the greater its power upon drawing. It was Chun Yin's first time wielding the sword. He made no unnecessary movements, merely teleporting to stand before the Calamity Demon, aiming a thrust at its chest. The scene appeared somewhat absurd. In comparison to the towering Calamity Demon, Chun Yin seemed diminutive. Thus, his strike fell short, the blade failing to even graze the demon's chest, let alone inflict any harm. In the next moment, the swirling dragon energy transformed into a golden dragon, bursting forth. With a piercing sound, the golden dragon pierced through the demon's chest, emerging from its back. But that was not the end. The dragon continued to penetrate its body repeatedly, leaving it riddled with wounds. The body of the Calamity Demon General erupted in a myriad of golden rays. No. Boom. Before the words could fully escape, its form suddenly exploded, dissipating in the air alongside the golden dragon energy. Chun Yin sheathed his sword, thoroughly satisfied with the power of that initial strike. Tang Rou, having witnessed this spectacle from the closest proximity, was overwhelmed by the shock. This, she murmured, at a loss for words. This was the Calamity Demon General, a formidable creature of fifth-tier bloodline, a terrifying presence that no ordinary individual could hope to contend with. Just moments ago, such a being had effortlessly shattered the defenses, allowing everyone to witness its terror. Moreover, its physical form and regenerative powers were extraordinarily formidable, far from being an ordinary magical beast that could be easily dispatched. Yet here it had been vanquished in an instant. Who on earth is he? This can't be real, can it? The Calamity Demon General was slain in mere seconds. Am I dreaming? Could it be that he is? Someone pointed at Chun Yin, exclaiming, "Silence! He is Silence!" Upon hearing this conjecture, the crowd suddenly realized. Silence was indeed shrouded in mystery, never revealing his true visage, making this assumption seem quite plausible. Indeed, he is Silence. Who else could possess such immense power? The crowd raised their arms in jubilation, filled with excitement. Silence has finally arrived. Ha, he has joined the fray. I knew he would never abandon us. Friends, let us strive together. We shall surely overcome this calamity. Chun Yin's appearance greatly bolstered the morale of the people. What was once an insurmountable crisis now appeared solvable, igniting hope in their hearts. Silence. Tang Rou stared in astonishment at the figure before her, her heartbeat accelerating. If it is indeed Silence, then he cannot merely be called the hero chosen by this era. With his capabilities, he is destined to be a transformative force of change. Unbelievably, she realized that she had been saved by him. Chun Yin activated the special effect of the Moonlight Wolf Ring, summoning the Moonlight Wolf spirit to assist its master in battle during the moonlit night. Although the blood moon hung high, it perfectly satisfied the conditions. A flash of azure light illuminated the surroundings. The majestic spirit of the Moonlight Wolf King materialized beside Chun Yin, beautiful and divine. This could be considered a form of extraordinary power, influenced by its attributes. The combat prowess of the Moonlight Wolf spirit would be formidable. Chun Yin intended for it to guard him while he recuperated. Protect me, Awu. After issuing the command, Chun Yin turned to Tang Rou and inquired, Are you an elven sorceress? Yes, I am. Have you learned the Source of Life? I have. Then let us proceed. The Source of Life is one of the elven sorceress's abilities, capable of healing fatigue and injuries, possessing a miraculous effect akin to spring rain nourishing all things. Excellent. Eager to assist Silence, Tang Rou naturally did not dare to exhibit any reluctance. In a hurried surge of energy, a vibrant green light enveloped the two individuals, radiating with a robust vitality. He remained silent. At this moment, Qin Yu's heart was brimming with an indescribable excitement. She was the quintessential quiet admirer, and to witness her idol in person was an exhilarating experience that rendered her speechless. Indeed, he was the Silent One. Why were you all so unperturbed? He is the Silent One, the strongest player in the world. It is an extraordinary rarity to witness him in combat. Qin Yu found it incomprehensible. As her friends appeared unusually composed, the others remarked that he was merely Chun Yin, someone who had always been by their side. There was no need for such fervor. Nevertheless, Chun Yin's arrival undoubtedly served as a powerful morale booster for everyone. The twin demon gods were recovering, as was Chun Yin. Both sides were aware that the other was poised on the battlefield, waiting to see who would regain their combat readiness first. He has arrived. Indeed, he is here. The younger demon god trembled upon sensing Chun Yin's presence, but soon his inner calm returned. His brother was no longer here. He could not be slain. In a grave tone, he commanded, "You, go and kill him. At any cost, eliminate him." This was an order directed at the other 3 Calamity demon generals. Chun Yin was resting, and he had no intention of allowing him a moment's respite. "As you command, my lord," the 3 Calamity demon generals responded in unison. Their sole objective to vanquish Chun Yin. Their mobilization signified the commencement of a decisive battle. Currently, the extraordinary beings in Linhai City were utterly exhausted from battling the remaining monsters and could not possibly allocate any strength to confront the Calamity demon generals. Perhaps the Moonlight Wolf spirit summoned by Chun Yin could contend with one of them, but the other 2 were insurmountable. The 3 Calamity demon generals simultaneously tore through the defenses, charging toward Chun Yin, disregarding everyone else, their focus solely on him. This was problematic. While Chun Yin could certainly handle the 3 Calamity demon generals without pressure, it would necessitate the use of his linguistic powers, which would significantly diminish his recovery rate. This might lead to a lack of stamina when confronting the twin demon gods later. Just then, 2 streaks of light raced from the horizon, one crimson, the other icy blue, landing right in front of Chun Yin. Unexpectedly, "We have arrived just in time." Yi Hongling smirked. Who would have thought this man would require protection? "I don't need you. I can handle this alone," Zhao Yixue replied coldly. At present, the teleportation array had been destroyed, and no further reinforcements could arrive in Linhai City. However, Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue had flown in specifically to assist Linhai City, as the pressure in their own location was manageable. "Very well, you take on all 3, and I shall go and get closer to the Silent One." Yi Hongling chuckled softly. "You dare." Zhao Yixue emanated a chilling aura, causing the temperature of the air to plummet. Chapter 88. The battle between the 2 maidens against the Calamity demon generals, a new crisis? Yi Hongling initially intended to engage in some light banter to provoke Zhao Yixue, but there was no time for pleasantries now. 3 Calamity demon generals had already launched their assault. She raised her hand, and countless fire serpents surged forth, instantly engulfing one of the demon generals. What on earth? The Calamity demon general had yet to react when thousands of fire serpents erupted in a spectacular explosion. Boom! A colossal fireball illuminated the plain, dazzling and brilliant, captivating the eyes of countless onlookers. "What are you waiting for, Miss Xiao? Do you intend to wait until I deal with them all?" Yi Hongling said with a beaming smile. She and Zhao Yixue had long been rivals, their friction predating their acquaintance with Wu Yu, one representing ice and the other fire. They appeared utterly incompatible. "Save your breath," Zhao Yixue coldly retorted, her gaze sharpening as she unleashed a powerful strike. Wind howled and snow fell, ice surged forth. Centered around her, an expansive fan-shaped area was swiftly encased in frost, sparing only her allies. The other 2 Calamity demon generals were also ensnared in the icy prison, their massive forms rendered immobile. Zhao Yixue clenched her hand. From all directions, numerous ice shards converged towards the center, targeting the bodies of the demon generals. It was like a magnificent ice flower blooming, both beautiful and formidable. In fact, it was unnecessary for the Moonlight Wolf spirit summoned by Chun Yin to intervene. The 2 of them could easily handle the 3 Calamity demon generals. Who are they? Their power is utterly terrifying. What is happening? Is Linhai City truly a hidden gem? First, Wu Yu arrives, and now we have these 2 extraordinary figures. These 2 are not from Linhai City. Yi Hongling is the daughter of General Yi, and Zhao Yixue's family hails from Jiangqing. They have come specifically to aid Linhai City. But why have they traveled so far to assist us? Obviously, they are here to support Wu Yu. Not long ago, Wu Yu helped them. This is clearly a matter of reciprocity. Oh, it makes sense now. How wonderful. With Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue joining the fray, the wounded in the rest area felt an immense sense of relief, no longer living in fear. However, it was evident that such straightforward attacks would not suffice to eliminate the Calamity demon generals. These beasts possessed an astonishing regenerative ability. Earlier, Chun Yin was able to annihilate one instantly because the power unleashed by the Dragon of Surprise was overwhelmingly terrifying. Now, several Calamity demon generals had already regained consciousness, their injuries healing rapidly. Who would have thought there were such formidable human warriors here? They must be eradicated. We cannot allow them to thwart the plans of the Demon Lord. a new round of battle erupted. Yet this level of combat was beyond the realm of ordinary transcendence. Those who ventured too close found themselves affected, prompting everyone to prudently retreat to a safe distance, leaving the battlefield to them. As the on-site commander, Li Yunwei finally felt a sense of relief. With the support of influential allies, there should no longer be significant issues on the front lines. The concern, however, lay with the unfamiliar beast that had emerged from the stone coffin. Enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, its true form remained obscured. Commander Li, that creature can't be stronger than the Calamity Demon General, can it? Inquired the deputy commander beside her. It's hard to say. The Calamity Demon General is already a high-tier entity among Calamity beasts, and I have yet to encounter anything beyond that. Commander Li, I have obtained reports on the situation from other nations, she announced. Li Yunwei focused her gaze. The news was from a small city in the Stick Nation. Calamity-grade beast descends, power too great, casualties exceeding 10,000. Defenses breached. A multitude of Calamity beasts invade the city, turning it into a hell on earth. As she read, beads of cold sweat formed on Li Yunwei's forehead. She continued scrolling. The Sakura Nation had similarly faced dire circumstances. This time, the attack seemed to have struck the island notorious for dumping nuclear waste. Terrifying Calamity beasts invade the island, slaughtering thousands, turning the waters red. Is it natural disaster or man-made catastrophe? Residents weep before their deaths, crying, "We did nothing wrong. Why must we endure such misery?" The heavens are blind. As a professional law enforcer, Li Yunwei refrained from laughter in such grim moments. On the contrary, her expression grew increasingly grave. The Calamity Beast could very well be a terrifying creature surpassing the Calamity Demon General. We must proceed with utmost caution. With that, her gaze shifted towards the distant Chen Yan. Fortunately, that young man was present. Without his interventions, Linhai City would have undoubtedly faced a bloodbath. At that moment, the command center established contact, and she promptly answered. Multiple monster teleportation arrays have appeared within the city, requesting assistance. Repeat, multiple monster teleportation arrays have emerged in the city, requesting urgent support. What? Li Yunwei's face paled. Monsters had not only launched an external assault, but had also infiltrated the city. Yet, the extraordinary individuals remaining here were still embroiled in fierce battles, tending to numerous casualties, rendering it impossible for them to return to the city for reinforcements. Connect me to the city's feed. Yes, the feed was established, revealing a city engulfed in smoke, with numerous monsters roaming the streets and invading residential buildings. Casualties were already mounting, and without prompt intervention, the situation would only worsen. Though these were low-tier beasts, the majority of those remaining in the city were ordinary citizens, utterly incapable of defending themselves. Commander Li, what are we to do? Contact the Central Command and connect my voice to all networks and television. Perhaps we still possess a force that can be mobilized. Inside the air raid shelter, the sounds of gunfire and explosions are already audible outside, accompanied by the monstrous roars. We are under siege, and the enforcers stationed outside are engaged in a fierce battle. Some individuals huddle in corners, clutching their knees, while others cry out in sheer panic. At that moment, the loudspeaker overhead suddenly crackles to life. Attention, everyone. A multitude of monsters has emerged in the city. Our frontline fighters are still engaged in combat and cannot return for support. It is the voice of Li Yunwei. Upon hearing this, despair washes over the crowd. How can this be? Are we to be forsaken? Li Yunwei continues. I am aware that there are still numerous extraordinary individuals within the city. You may be ordinary people, fearful of battling the monsters, and thus you have chosen to flee. Yet do not forget, many more ordinary souls are fighting valiantly against the onslaught of these creatures. All for your protection. Perhaps you may not become heroes in this era. However, I hope that each of you can summon the courage to rise against the current. These words, though harsh, serve as a rallying cry that ignites the blood of the timid. The last flicker of hope in Haiching has been awakened. Chapter 89. The Awakening of the Demon God, the Restoration of the Past, and the Battle Resumes. Commander Li, many extraordinary beings have appeared in the city and are engaging in combat with the monsters. The situation seems to have stabilized. Excellent. Li Yunwei nods. Only 2 hours remain until the Blood Moon catastrophe concludes. If we can endure these final 2 hours, all portals will vanish and the monster attacks will cease, marking our ultimate victory. Yet, there remains one final variable, the demon god-level Calamity Beast that has yet to make its move. As for Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue, they have assumed a dominant position. The three calamity demons are left with no means to retaliate, merely relying on their formidable physiques to endure. However, even they have their limits. Soon, the first calamity demon is engulfed in searing flames and annihilated, dissipating into black mist. So powerful, the remaining two calamity demons, realizing they cannot withstand the onslaught, attempt to flee. Zhao Yixue, however, is not one to lag behind, transforming into a fleeting shadow of ice. She pierces the chest of one of the calamity demons with her sword. The calamity demon's entire form freezes. This time, it is not merely a superficial frost, but an absolute freeze from the inside out. With a resounding crash, the colossal ice sculpture shatters, and another calamity demon is utterly obliterated. Only one remains. The sentient calamity demon will not await its demise passively. Seizing the opportunity, it desperately attempts to escape, swiftly making its way to the side of the twin demon god's younger brother. Its face is a mask of terror. Demon god, these humans are too powerful. Suddenly, a massive hand emerges from the black mist, piercing through its chest. Zhao Yixue and Yi Hongling, upon witnessing this scene, instinctively refrained from approaching, their expressions becoming grave. Lord Demon God, your purpose has reached its conclusion. Become my sustenance. The calamity demon struggled in agony, its massive form rapidly withering as if its very blood and moisture were being drained away. Ultimately, it was entirely absorbed, dissipating into a cloud of darkness. At last, I have returned to my prime form, the twin demon god proclaimed, stretching every sinew of its being, reveling in an indescribable sensation of delight. Although its physique paled in comparison to the calamity demon, it radiated a robust sense of power. This adversary appears formidable, Yi Hongling remarked with a tsk. Let us take action. Zhao Yixue, a woman of few words yet fierce resolve, raised her hand and unleashed a beam of ice that sliced through the air like a sword. Without hesitation, Yi Hongling conjured a fire dragon that surged forth. Ice and fire intertwined in a spiraling dance. Suddenly, they were severed midair by a blade of ethereal blue light. The twin demon god grinned. This is the true might of my complete form. Prepare to experience it. It moved with the speed of lightning, arriving before Yi Hongling in an instant. Before she could react, the massive sword wreathed in blue flames was already descending upon her. Don't just stand there, Zhao Yixue commanded, conjuring a colossal ice shield that barely managed to deflect the blow. However, within less than half a second, the ice shield shattered with a thunderous crash, sending her crashing down and creating a deep crater in the ground. Yi Hongling swiftly retreated, invoking her spell as she did so. Crimson Lotus Domain. A massive fireball enveloped the twin demon god, generating a temperature of 2,000 degrees, sufficient to incinerate any living being in an instant. Yet, in less than a second, two intersecting blue blade lights emerged from the fireball. The twin demon god, in a display of brute force, shattered the domain, though its entire body was charred. It showed no signs of diminished capability. Yi Hongling was taken aback, unable to fathom how her ultimate move had been so easily countered. In a moment of desperation, she enveloped herself in a fiery shield, maximizing her defenses. Yet, the anticipated assault never came. Yi Hongling was bewildered. Why is it not attacking me? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she became acutely aware of the danger. This is bad. She turned to see the demon god soaring towards Chun Yan. Indeed, its sole target was Chun Yan. The others could be disregarded for now. This greatest threat must be neutralized to prevent his recovery. The only being capable of protecting Chun Yan was the moonlight wolf spirit. Beast, begone! The demon god bellowed, its eyes emitting two beams of ethereal blue laser. The wolf spirit, unable to withstand the onslaught, was pierced and fell to the ground with a howl. Although it would eventually heal under the moonlight, it was clear that time was not on its side. Chun Yan, along with Tang Rou, who was assisting in his treatment, found themselves within the lethal range of the demon god's assault. No one could intervene any longer. Humanity was ultimately destined to be vanquished by this demon god. The twin demon god's pupils emitted terrifying lasers once more. Two beams of eerie azure light pierced the air, aimed directly at Chun Yan. Tang Rou instinctively closed her eyes, rendered incapable of any resistance, resigned to fate. However, at that moment, she heard a cacophony of obscure and intricate sounds, reminiscent of ancient inscriptions on a stone tablet. Incomprehensible to her, The judgment of the word spirit, the golden sword. The two lasers were extinguished within the dark golden domain. Slowly, Tang Rou opened her eyes to behold a face clad in a black mask, yet his pupils gleamed like gold. He exuded an aura akin to a sovereign overlooking the world, evoking an irresistible urge to kneel in submission. Thank you. Chun Yin expressed his gratitude to her before turning his gaze towards the demon god, who instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. You seem rather eager, don't you? Very well. Since you have regained your strength, let us engage in another battle and allow you to experience the full extent of my power. No sooner had he spoken than the twin demon god discovered that Chun Yin had vanished. Before him lay nothing but a flicker of electricity gradually dissipating in the air. A calm voice then resonated from behind. Who bestowed upon you such confidence? Chun Yin, utilizing his aerial technique, hovered in midair, looking down on the twin demon god. What? The demon god could hardly believe that this human speed had surpassed his own. His strength was far greater than it had been within the temple, indeed immensely more formidable. Just as he prepared to counterattack, Chun Yin delivered a flying kick that sent the demon god spinning 3 times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Before the demon god could rise, Chun Yin's foot came crashing down upon his face, forcibly pinning him back to the ground. Human, do not let your pride blind you. Bang! A gust cannon shot severed the demon god's right arm, causing his raised hand to falter once more. Meanwhile, his left arm was bitten off by the Moonlight Wolf. Previously, Chun Yin's ordinary word spirit had been incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Yet now, even when confronted by the true entity, Chun Yin was able to deliver tangible damage. The disparity in strength before and after his advancement was staggering. The fully restored twin demon god was thus crushed to the ground, utterly immobilized. Chapter 90. Chun Yin, you are simply too weak. The moment Chun Yin awakened, it triggered a considerable uproar. Surrounding extraordinary beings, including Yi Hongling and Qin Yu, cast their gazes upon him. Li Yunwei had been closely monitoring Chun Yin's movements, never diverting his eyes. Additionally, drones hovered at a distance, capturing Chun Yin's silhouette, too fearful to approach. Knowing that proximity would result in immediate obliteration by the overwhelming fluctuations of extraordinary power. Director Li's silence. He has returned to full strength. The drone footage was immediately relayed to the city, allowing everyone to witness the event. Li Yunwei promptly issued the order. Yes. Consequently, Chun Yin was captured by the drone's camera, and the footage was broadcast across major news platforms within the city. As the battle had yet to commence, Li Yunwei felt a twinge of anxiety. Her intention was to uplift the morale of the people through Chun Yin, yet if he were to falter, it would inevitably serve as a harsh wake-up call. Little did she anticipate that the confrontation would conclude so swiftly. Chun Yin vanquished the monstrous calamity beast with astonishing speed, utterly overwhelming it. Was this the terrifying power of silence? The calamity beast, which even Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue could not contend with, was mercilessly subdued by him? This was my first time witnessing his prowess. Is this the essence of the world's strongest? Tang Rou, closest to Chun Yin, bore witness to his battle firsthand. Her heart was profoundly shaken. He had even used sheer physical strength to subjugate that fearsome calamity beast. Was such power truly attainable by humankind? Moreover, he was exceedingly handsome. It felt as though being near him guaranteed safety from harm. Tang Rou's excitement was beyond containment. She had witnessed a hero capable of standing against the tides of an era, a true powerhouse. How she wished she could assist him more in the future. Qin Yu, though distant, was undeterred in her admiration, for she was the ultimate fangirl. Did you see that? That Espuyu, oh my goodness. She was nearly speechless, her entire being brimming with astonishment. Cough, you'll have plenty of opportunities to see him again, Deng Rongrong interjected. What are you babbling about? Opportunities to see Bu Yu are incredibly rare. It won't be so easy in the future. Regrettably, she dared not approach and could not clearly discern his features. Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue emerged unscathed. While they were no match for the twin demigods, they were not fragile porcelain either. However, witnessing Bu Yu's overwhelming display against the demigod left them quite astounded. Had he grown even stronger in their brief absence? Yi Hongling smirked. This fellow always managed to deliver unexpected surprises. Zhao Yixue gazed at that figure from afar, her lips pressed together, yet revealing a hint of an elusive smile. The Ice Queen smiles. Yi Hongling pondered. What brings you joy? Nothing. Zhao Yixue quickly retorted. Her delight stemmed from knowing that Buyu was indeed Chen Yan, and having seen his visage. This unique connection instilled a sense of pride within her. Beyond the battlefield, the citizens of the city were also fortunate to witness this moment. In the air raid shelter, the television mounted on the wall was broadcasting the live footage. It was indeed a scene from the past where Chen Yan stood triumphantly upon the defeated beast of calamity. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in unrestrained joy and fervor. How magnificent it was! Ning Ziqing's eyes sparkled with boundless admiration as she beheld Chen Yan on the television, feeling as though she were gazing upon a legendary hero riding a rainbow-hued cloud. It was simply too cool. If only she could become an extraordinary being herself. Perhaps she might even fight alongside him. Little did Ning Ziqing realize that the hero on the screen was her long-lost brother. Beside her sat Chen Yan's biological mother, Xieli, who gazed at the screen with lips quivering and eyes wide open. Despite the distant and blurry image of Chen Yan, who wore a mask, a mother always possesses an innate sense of familiarity towards her own flesh and blood. "Mom, what's wrong?" Ning Ziqing inquired. "Nothing. It must be my imagination," Xieli replied. Meanwhile, Chen Yan's father, Chen Huerong, also witnessed this moment. An overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him, leaving him momentarily dazed. After his divorce from Chen Yan's mother, both had formed new families, neglecting Chen Yan for a long time. In his memories, Chen Yan remained the same internet-addicted youth, engrossed in video games. "He does resemble Chen Yan," remarked his current son, Lu Xingchen, raising an eyebrow. "Dad, who are you talking about? I didn't see my brother Chen Yan." "It's nothing. I must have seen it wrong. Let us visit Chen Yan together another day." "Haha, last time he refused to work at your company. He might not accept our goodwill." In the school gymnasium, where students were under protective measures, the scene was also witnessed. Xiaowen, being an extraordinary being, had refrained from battle, instead hiding inside and continuously refreshing her phone, thus catching the live broadcast immediately. Beside her sat her current boyfriend, also a wealthy heir. Upon seeing Chen Yan standing upon the beast of calamity, she suddenly froze, a familiar figure flashing through her mind. Undoubtedly, she was acquainted with Chen Yan, as he had once pursued her. No way, she thought. No matter how strong Chen Yan is, it can't be him. It must just be a coincidence. She was taken aback by the absurdity of her own thoughts. For a fleeting moment, Xiaowen had conflated the silent figure with Chen Yan, believing them to be one and the same. However, she soon cast aside this ludicrous notion. How could it be possible? If that guy was pursued by so many girls, how could he still be interested in me? Yet now, even Chen Yan seemed beyond her reach. After all, he had a girlfriend like Qin Yu. Why would he ever consider an ordinary school beauty like her? With this realization, Xiaowen suddenly found her wealthy boyfriend less appealing. On the battlefield, Chen Yan stood atop the twin demon gods, exuding an air of indifference. "You have grown remarkably strong," he remarked. "It is you who were too feeble." A torrent of flames erupted around Chen Yan, igniting the night sky with the brilliance of a fiery lion. The lion of the word spirit. The twin demon gods were reduced to ashes in the terrifying blaze. Yet, Chen Yan was acutely aware that this was but one half of the entity. It must be vanquished in its entirety. Thus, the question arises, where has the other half gone?